A young man on a motorcycle in the city is trying to overcome the traffic jam and rides breaking the rules. As soon as the light turned green, the young man started off sharply on his red motorcycle. The boy thought, what good is superpower if he can't even use it? In the morning of the same day, the entrance exams for the School of Superhumans began. The outstanding students who had passed the written test were gathered here. Today, their superpowers will be tested. There are a total of 5 levels of superpowers: White Dust, Blue Spirit, Violet Soul, Royal Blood, and Holy Demon. The person in charge said that their school would accept people with Blue Spirit level and above. The lowest level is White Dust. White Dust is not suitable. Many had Blue Spirit. One of the test takers had a Purple Soul. Another one had White Dust. The participant said that Min-Hai was the only one at the White Dust level. It's like he doesn't even have superpowers. Min-He has such a worthless power that he can't even use it. Why doesn't he just go to the factory? He should give up trying to become a superhuman. This guy even had the nerve to confess his love to the school's main beauty with a Purple Soul. The young man kept rushing on his motorcycle and thought that his strength was useless. How to fight monsters that can destroy even large buildings with their power. The boy rode outside the city and increased the speed of the motorcycle. Up in the sky, he saw a comet. The young man thought that he couldn't even be hit by a bullet, let alone a comet. The Earth is huge. There is no chance of a comet hitting him. However, this was an erroneous judgment. The comet did hit this young man, and he fell from his motorcycle straight to the ground. An identification of the owner and subsequent merger with him was made. The identification was successful. There was a connection to the hippocampus. After analyzing it, information appeared that the owner did not possess combat abilities and could easily die. A rendition of powers took place. The talent level was now upgraded to royalty. There was an assumption that this guy was now capable of fighting. The young man found himself in a hospital bed. He was hooked up to a ventilator. The doctor said his body was fine, but because of the blow to his head, he would be in a coma for quite some time. The nurse said she would try to take care of this guy. Dr. Zhao was summoned. Tianwen's group sent a bottle of monster blood. Everything should be checked and analyzed. A few days passed. Visitors came to our hero, but the young man continued to lie unconscious. A month passed. Friends and classmates also visited Min-Hai in the hospital. They knew that the boy really wanted to become a superhuman, but he had taken his worthlessness too personally. He should have taken care of his safety. The young men expressed hope that he would find a normal job after he woke up. One of the visitors read the letter and realized that Lu Qian had responded to this guy's confession. After all, no one even knows if he will wake up or not. And if he wakes up, he might end up with a disability. A year passed. Min-Hai continued to be in a coma. Something unbelievable started happening in the city. Monsters, insects of monstrous size began to crawl out of the sewer manholes. A large number of mutant monsters appeared in Nancheng. All staff members need to leave the premises immediately. The nurse thought of that student from room 409. After all, he was the only one left there. Even if he doesn't wake up, he can't be left behind. The nurse continued to move towards the ward. The mutant monster was already following her. The girl entered the ward and saw Min-Hai lying there alone, unattended. The nurse approached the bed of the patient. The young man had to be dragged to the wheelchair somehow. The girl saw a reflection in the window. There was a huge mutant monster behind her back. The girl was holding Min-Hai's hand. The huge monster encompassed the girl's body. The nurse shuddered in fear. The impulse of fear was transmitted to the patient. The young man abruptly opened his eyes and jumped up. He tore the medical sensors off his body. The boy turned around and with a sharp movement threw the monster far away from the nurse. The monster broke through the wall of the building and flew outside. Min-Hai asked the nurse if she could get up. The girl could not worry. The monster was destroyed. The young man thanked Nurse Sung for taking care of him all this time. Sister Song thanked the young man for saving her after he woke up. Min-He wondered, wasn't this the Nancheng hospital? How come there are mutant cockroaches here? Song replied, the superiors said that radioactive liquid had gotten into the sewer system and all the vermin had mutated. Min-Hai asked the girl what would happen to the others. Sung assumed that everyone would be evacuated to a safe place. But the young man was unconscious, and she was afraid to leave him alone. Min-Hai said that the girl didn't abandon him in the beginning. That was something he would never forget. Sung said that she was only doing her job as a nurse. But how could a mere student destroy a mutant monster with a single blow? The young man thought that he had been practicing fighting techniques for a year. The boy said that they should leave the building and join those who had already evacuated. Mutant insects began to appear from all directions. Min-Hai told the girl to hide and wait for him here. Min-He snuck into the lab and grabbed a bottle with the necessary liquid. He broke this bottle and the liquid spilled onto his fist. At this moment, a huge insect was about to devour Sister Song. Minhee thought that he had practiced this move in his head millions of times, but he decided to try it for the first time. Song realized that the young man's superpower was related to fist strikes. Min Hae said that he was still a student who had failed the exam last year. Nurse Sung assumed that the examiners were blind. Even some superhumans with the rank of Pyro couldn't be compared to this young man. All the monsters around were destroyed by our hero. Minghe wondered, how could cockroaches become so terrifying? What kind of vibe was that? Song replied that there were more than just cockroaches in the city's sewers. At that time, a passenger bus was moving across the bridge over the river. A lot of mutant monsters came out of the sewers and onto the riverbank. Because of the cockroach infestation, the driver almost steered the bus into the river. The bus braked sharply and stopped at the edge of the bridge. The people on the bus began to call for help. There are many mutant monsters on the bridge. The help of superhumans is needed. A savior appeared on the roof of the bus. A superhuman. He said he was a Pyro-Rang superhuman. He would deal with these creatures personally. The man stated that he didn't care how many monsters there were around. His superpower is endless bullets. The insects will get what they deserve. Suddenly, a huge rat appeared behind the superhuman's back. The monster jumped onto the roof of the bus, and the bus swayed on the edge of the bridge. The passengers panicked and screamed even louder. The rat had gnawed through the roof of the bus and was about to reach the people. It seemed that there was no escape. Nurse Song and Min Hai found themselves outside the hospital. The girl asked, "Are the monsters still chasing them?" The young man replied that there was no danger nearby. The girl saw a bus on the edge of a destroyed bridge. It was about to fall into the river. It was the bus that was taking people out of the hospital. The passengers are in danger. There was an intercom nearby, and the young men heard the bus being attacked by a mutant mouse. A Pyro-Rang superhuman appeared on the bridge with pistols. However, he was defeated by the mutant and shows no signs of life. There were no other registered superhumans nearby. Minhee asked that the nurse tell him all about the demon rat, what its abilities and weaknesses are. The girl replied that this monster has a weakness for fire. Over the intercom, our hero was told that all the theory he knows about rats is useless. We should run away and seek shelter. Min Hai said that these people have been taking care of him for a year. He can't leave them. The giant mutant rat grabbed the bus, lifted it up, and was about ready to throw it into the river. Minhee, observing the scene, said it felt like the monster was playing with its food. The guy told the nurse to stay where she was and not to go anywhere. The girl said that the rat is dangerous and Min Hai shouldn't go near it. Min Hai replied that when a patient is in danger, Nurse Sung doesn't stand by either. The young man stated that if he doesn't try to defeat this monster, he will never know if he is even capable of doing so. The young man thought with disgust that the cockroaches that used to be the size of a fingernail had now become as big as a person, and the rats were as big as a 5-story building. Minhee thought that if such a huge monster clawed him, his bones would shatter into pieces and he wouldn't be able to fight. The young man attacked the monster, but immediately realized that the rat was very fast. The monster dodged his attack. Minhee realized that the rat shouldn't even hit him. Otherwise it would end badly. The first thing to do was to get the beast away from the bus. The rat was distracted for a moment and grabbed a nearby car with its teeth. The young man thought this was his chance. He threw a powerful punch using his superpowers. The rat lost its balance and fell to the ground. Was one punch really enough to deal with this monster? It was necessary to make a control attack. After all, animals like rats could pretend to be dead. And indeed, the rat opened its eyes, grabbed and ripped apart another car. The monster jumped up on its paws and rushed in pursuit of the young man. The monster stopped beside the destroyed car. Gasoline from the fuel tank was spilled nearby. Minhee took out a lighter. Minhee ignited the lighter and threw it into the puddle of gasoline. The fire began to spread everywhere the gasoline was spilled. A doctor approached the nurse and asked how she was able to escape. Did he get the impression that the superhuman who saved them was in the uniform of a patient at their hospital? The people who got off the bus saw a huge explosion. The explosion occurred in the place where the monster had just been. After the explosion, the monster was engulfed in flames. Min Hai was nearby and was not injured. Our hero remembered the information that the huge rat was afraid of fire. Minghe thought that this fire was very dense. Its strength would instantly increase with it. The young man said that this gutter monster is getting what it deserves. There was no need to touch innocent people. Our hero delivered a crushing blow, and the bus passengers saw this superhuman destroy a giant rat. People shouted with joy that they were saved. The doctor wondered, why is this super-rank superhuman in the uniform of a patient of their hospital? Wasn't this the student who had been in a coma for a year? Medical nurse Sung said that this young man's name was Min Hai. He's the student who wasn't recruited by the superhuman school, command center. The girl reported that Lu Qian could return. The general rank mutant monster has been destroyed. All the people have been saved. The girl added that someone was approaching them. There is no danger. Lu Qian observed the situation from up in the tree. She said that she wanted to personally thank the person who destroyed the general rank rat. The girl in the command center didn't know who this superhuman was, but he wasn't on the registration list. It couldn't be a mere disciple. Apparently, it was a strong superhuman. The commander wondered if Lu Qian had found another source of radiation. The number of mutant monsters would only increase in the future. All they can do is ask the people of Nancheng to leave and shut down all the contaminated areas. At the rescue station, Nurse Song was treating our hero's wounds and said that he was incredible. If it wasn't for him, no one would have gotten out of there alive. A girl tried to get inside, bypassing the guards, and said her brother was still in the hospital. He was unconscious. The guard stated that absolutely no one is allowed in. The guard added that they had already evacuated all the people and cordoned off Nancheng. No one except transportation vehicles and superhumans would be granted access. It was too dangerous. The girl replied that she didn't care. She had to save her brother. The girl cried and begged to be let through. Her brother is weak. He is only a teenager, but has been living in the hospital since he passed out a year ago. The girl added that his name is Min Hai. He is a very kind boy. He hasn't even held a girl's hand until now. She told Min Hai to wait for her. She would definitely save him, even if it cost her life. The sister looked over and saw her brother standing next to her. Had he finally woken up? The girl rushed to the young man's chest and said that his older sister was very worried about him. Immediately after the boy went to the hospital, the girl began to take care of him. For a whole year, she came to his room regularly. The sister told me that she found another job. Now she will have to work at night, so she will not be able to visit him all the time. The girl told Min Hai not to be afraid. Even if he doesn't wake up for the rest of his life, she will still come. Even if she becomes so old that she walks with a cane. Min Hee hugged his sister and apologized for scaring her so much. His sister continued to cry and the young man thanked her for trying all this year. Min Hee woke up and got out of bed. The sun was already high in the sky and was shining through his window. The boy thought that it had been a long time since he had slept at home. His sister had left breakfast on the table and a note. She's still working hard because the medical bills aren't paid in full. Min Hai thought that big sister is working 3 jobs because of him. One of them is a delivery person on a scooter. She also does cleaning work. She looks even paler than the patient. The young man decides he needs a way to make a lot of money and improve his sister's life. She shouldn't have to work so hard. He heard on the television news that the government is offering a reward of 50 million to those who provide information about the source of the radiation. It was also reported that today's reward for a mutant cockroach was 3,000, and for a giant mutated demon mouse was 5 million. Min-hee thought that nothing was known yet, and they were already paying that kind of money just for information about the source of the radiation. The guy decided that he could not only pay all the bills, but also buy a new house, and use the remaining money to give his sister beautiful clothes and cosmetics. Now all that was left was to find the source of the radiation. He assumed that he should check Nanjiao Hospital, not just the neighborhood. He figured that even if he didn't find any clues, he could make some money by destroying monsters. Getting rid of evil for the sake of the people would also give him some combat experience. The young man decided to check out the Red Hall of Rewards. A girl met him and greeted him. She asked if he was here for the award announcement or as a superhuman. Min Hai replied that he was superhuman. The girl asked what his rank was so she could pick the right mission. Min. He said he wants to destroy some mutated cockroaches. What rank is needed to do that? The girl replied that it was enough to show basic super strength. Then he would receive a trainee badge. But if he wanted to become a star rank superhuman, he would have to pass a much more difficult exam. Min Hai agreed and asked to be taken to the training field. Our hero arrived at the training site. He was asked again what superpower he possessed. Min Hai replied that his specialty was punching. The girl showed him the simulator and said that this robot would help him evaluate his strength. It's very strong. If you hit it with all your might, the robot will record the result. Minho looked at the robot and thought that his punches should reach 800 kilograms to be considered normal. So, he should give his best. He thought that after a year of coma, his muscles had yet to recover. But still, Min-hee struck the robot with his fist with all his might. The punch was so powerful that the robot even went up in smoke. What was the strength of his punch? The robot's result was 1,000 kilograms. The guy said that he barely reached the minimum. The audience was surprised. What does he mean? He just broke the record. The girl explained that 800 kilograms was the result of the first iron rank that had recently debuted. Min Hai is the first person to break that record. The girl gave our hero a prize for the record, a 1,000 coin shopping card. If he breaks a few more records during the exam, he'll get additional rewards. Min Hai asked what the ranks were. The girl replied, Starlight, Moonlight, Sunshine, Sunshine, and Celestial Brilliance. If it is higher than these four, one must go elsewhere. Our hero had heard that one who had reached the rank of Celestial Brilliance could buy a villa and an expensive car. But he wasn't sure if it was true. He just needs to become stronger and impress everyone. In front of the entrance to the inner area, there were people recruiting members for teams. Our hero didn't expect that so many people would be interested in the reward. This was the first time he had seen so many superhumans in one place. A young man approached Min Hee and asked if he wanted to join the Blood Eagles. Ming Hu inquired, "Are they here to find people to join the team?" Luo Kaishuan, who possessed the Moonlight rank, confirmed it. "If you go alone, you'll be eaten by monsters and no one will even know. No one is allowed to enter the danger zones alone." Luo Kaishuan asked what the guy's rank was and if he could show his badge. The fatty saw that the guy in front of him was just a star-ranked trainee. He apologized. Their group doesn't take newbies. Luo Kaishuan advised our hero to practice for a while. Going there as a Starlight-ranked trainee would doom himself. Min Hee was confused. Would no one accept him because of his low rank? A group of young men recognized the guy. It was Min Hai, their classmate. One of them said that the group just turned him down because they don't want to take newcomers. A girl approached our hero and asked when he came out of his coma. She heard that he was unconscious for a long time. Min Hai replied that it was a long time ago. The young men asked why he came here. Our hero said that he wants to hunt mutant monsters. He needs some money to pay his medical bills. Xu Zheng said that with this physique, he could become lunch for the monsters. How is he going to hunt them? Li Yun said it's very dangerous out there. It's not worth the risk. Besides, Min Hai's ability is not a martial type. Lu Xinghong agreed. After all, the guy only had luck as a skill. With such a gift, one could only win a bottle cap that said, "Congratulations." One more. The girl told her classmates to stop acting like this. Min Hai just got out of the hospital. He's doing his best. And they, as his former classmates, should support him. She added that Min Hai can join them. They will protect him. The guy thought that since the guards won't let him through alone, he'll have to go with the group. He also thought that all these people are looking down on him. They've been studying at the Superhuman Institute for over a year now. They must have gotten stronger. In their eyes, he's a loser, expelled, and he's also been in a coma for a year. One of the students said that at least Min Hai has good luck, could be their mascot. A classmate added that he should help him. That's what friends are for. After all, they went to the institute together. The institute requires every student to participate in extracurricular activities at least once. They were planning to help with the contamination incident this summer. Ming Hu inquired, "Is Lu Qian with them now?" One of his classmates wondered, was he really still thinking about her? After all, she was now a member of the institute's board of directors. There was no reason for her to mess around with someone with such a low rank. The girl said that they would never catch up with Lu Qian. She was too strong. She is now in Lanyang and helping the authorities look for the source of the radiation. She asked Ming Hu where he thought the radiation could be coming from. The guy wondered, what's the point of good grades if he never got into an institute with zero combat skills? Besides, they're just hunting mutant cockroaches. How can students like them even find the source of radiation? According to reports, there are 3 types of monsters: mutant cockroaches, mutant larvae, and giant mutant rats. All of these vermin live in the sewer system. The source of the radiation is probably some kind of liquid in the sewer system. This liquid causes mutations, which makes the monsters come to the surface. Cockroaches are easy to deal with, but rats are much more dangerous. Young people were crossing the road and found themselves near a car. Suddenly, something huge collapsed on top of the car. Min Hai and his companions were lucky. The car took the impact. What was it? Taking a closer look, Min Hee realized it was a mutant larva. The huge biomass was devouring everything it could reach. He thought that one larva wouldn't be a problem, but he had forgotten that these parasites acted in groups. Min Hee shouted to run away. These were mutant larvae. They act as a unit. The guys ran to the nearest building. There were armored panes of glass. Min Hee looked around and asked where Li Yun was. It turned out she tripped and fell. He yelled to save her and rushed back. Li Yun asked why he came back. After all, he could get killed. Min Hai reminded him, didn't she herself say that classmates should help each other? He saw a fire hydrant and hit it with all his might. Water rushed in all directions. The larvae got caught in the flow and the biomass crumbled into single fragments. Minghe realized that it was now impossible to let them reassemble again. He walked over to Li Yun and asked if she was okay. The girl was amazed by his bravery. Was this really the same Minhai? He said that they were almost there. The girl looked at him carefully and thought he was quite handsome. Too bad he already has someone he likes, Lu Qian. But it's good that he didn't leave her in the lurch. Min Haye and Li Yun entered the building and were safe. The classmates asked if she was okay. The young man said they were going to rescue Li Yun, but he was quicker. No one even noticed that she had fallen. The guy added that he almost missed the chance to save the person. Everyone noted that the maggots had retreated back into the sewers. Min Hai asked a classmate to treat Li Yun's wound. The maggot secretion could be dangerous, and ointment might be needed. Li Yun replied that it was just a bruise. It wouldn't stop her from moving. Min He said for the others to stay put. He would check the building himself and keep the mutants from getting inside. Wang Xiaodan asked why none of them had thought of inspecting. Even Ming He, who hadn't entered the institute, was more prudent. Ming He walked out of the lab and studied the evacuation plan. As he passed by Vivarium number 1, he saw butterflies. There was no one in Vivarium 4. And in Vivarium number 9, the glass was broken. The young man remembered that Vivarium number 9 has been listed as a missing insect site since December 30th, 2030. The place is fenced off and awaiting investigation. Min Hai thought it had already been half a year. Didn't these insects become mutants under the influence of radiation? He assumed that it was from the sewers that all mutants came out. Checking the back door, he made sure it was locked. There was no other way out. The sewer hatches were sealed off too. The maggots shouldn't be able to get in. Up ahead down the corridor, he spotted a figure. It was Dr. Zhao. But what is he doing here, in an isolated area, alone? Minghu realized that the doctor was heading towards a dilapidated building. Does he really live there? But after all, he's not superhuman. It's too dangerous. A phone call from an unknown number rang out. There was a girl on the line. She called him Min Hai's little brother. She asked if he wanted to have dinner with his little sister. She hadn't thanked him for saving her life yet. The word no is not acceptable. It was Nurse Song. She said her name was Song Lan. The young man could call her Nurse Sung. Min Hai told the girl that he was now in an isolated area. Sister Song wondered, what is he doing there? Isn't that area completely closed to people? She had heard that there were many mutant monsters in that area, including some that hadn't been encountered yet. It's very dangerous. Min Hai said it's very profitable. He needs to earn money to help his sister pay for his treatment. Song Lan asked if this is about Qin Yu. Are they blood brother and sister? Min He said they grew up together in an orphanage. Sung Lan said that Min He is sweet and understanding. She wishes she had a little brother like that. Sung Lan said that if the young man is working now, then they will meet next time. The girl regretfully thought that she had even gotten dressed already, right? Minghe told his interlocutor that he had just seen Dr. Zhao. He was walking here alone, which is extremely dangerous. Song Lan wondered, what was Dr. Zhao doing in that place? Was it definitely him? Minghe said that the doctor didn't see him. Perhaps the glass was only transparent on his side. Nurse Song said that Dr. Zhao had been acting strangely in the past year. Although he was a diligent worker, he always left early. Sometimes made mistakes during surgeries. Minghe said that the doctor seemed lethargic to him, as if he hadn't slept at all. The girl remembered that a blood sample of a disaster-level beast was once sent to them. It was supposed to be studied by Dr. Zhao. But the blood was missing. The blood of a calamity-level beast mutates when it comes into contact with oxygen. Some distress-level beasts can incubate for up to a whole year. Minghe asked Sister Song when Dr. Zhao lost his blood. The girl recalled that it was about a year ago, around the same time that Ming He went to the hospital. Just that day, the doctor had been told that a vial of disaster-level beast blood had arrived and needed to be examined. Min He speculated that it was probably this blood that was the source of the radiation. The timing matched, as did the incubation period. That was the reason for the current disaster. Sung Lan said that the doctor reported the blood loss already after the purification. Min Hai replied that the doctor was lying. Our hero had pretty good grades in superhuman theory. It was now clear why the doctor had decided to go to that area on his own. He would have been prosecuted if he had been found out. The doctor would definitely be found. He must be trying to correct his mistake. Sung Lan said it was too dangerous. Minghe noticed that Dr. Zhao isn't superhuman, and there would be a lot of strong monsters near the radiation source. He is afraid of being held responsible for what happened. The young man said that Sister Song should report what happened. Song Lan replied that she will do it immediately. Min Hai should be careful. Min Hai said for Sister Song not to worry. He will not go to the center but only stop the doctor. The young man entered the office again, and the classmates noticed that Min Hai had finally returned. Our hero said it's safe here. All the doors are locked tight and the maggots won't get through. Min Hai said to let the young men rest here and he has some things to take care of. He'll be back soon. Li Yun asked where Min He was going. It was dangerous to go outside alone. Min He looked at the lonely maggots and thought that they won't be able to do anything for a while. Our hero decided to take a shortcut and started moving through the back alleys, bypassing the main road. Min He suddenly got surrounded. From different sides, mutant insects were approaching him. The young man showed what he could do, and the mutants were deactivated. Our hero continued on his way. Min He continued to stealthily follow the doctor. In one of the rooms, he saw a huge hole in the floor. Where did such a hole come from? A rope ladder was lowered down. The young man speculated that the doctor might have gone down there. Min He also descended into the dungeon. It was a mystery to the young man. Why did Dr. Zhao come here? It wasn't as simple as it seemed. Ming He went down to the underground floor and looked around. The doctor was nowhere to be seen. Min He peeked around the corner and saw the doctor retreating in the depths of the corridor. Our hero walked closer and saw the doctor walking up the stairs. The young man asked loudly, "What is Dr. Zhao doing here?" The doctor was very surprised. The young man asked, "Did the doctor really lose the calamity beast blood a year ago?" Zhao wondered how the young man knew that. Dr. Zhao lowered his eyes and said, "He made a serious mistake. He didn't know anything at first." The doctor went down the stairs downstairs again. He said he didn't mean to hide anything. It all happened by accident. Zhao said he was a doctor, someone who saves lives. He didn't know his carelessness would lead to this. He came to check if the reservoir was contaminated because of the blood he lost. The doctor said in desperation that he wanted to make amends. Ming Hu was surprised. "After all, doctor, Zhao is not superhuman. We need to inform the authorities. They will sort it out." Zhao said that Ming Hu is a superhuman. When they were attacked at the hospital, the young man saved everyone. Everyone will confirm that he is strong. He wants Ming He to help him. Dr. Zhao says he has a wife and children. He risks losing not only his job, but also going to jail. No one will take care of his family. Ming He said for Dr. Zhao to calm down. The guy remarked that his ability has a limit, and Zhao is just a doctor. In that case, they could only do harm and promote the spread of the mutation. The doctor recognized that their options were limited. Ming He suggested that they leave the area immediately and report to the authorities. Dr. Zhao asked, "Ming, he didn't tell anyone about this, did he?" The young man confirmed that he had not told anyone. It would be better if the doctor told everything himself. After all, the blood was lost here. This place gives off radiation, right? The doctor said he didn't lose blood. Min Hai is still a student and doesn't understand a lot of things. As our hero suspected, there was something wrong with Dr. Zhao. But it was impossible to leave. It was too unclear what the doctor was doing here. The doctor asked, "Did the young man meet cockroaches, maggots, and rats? They live in the dark corners of the city and spread disease through bacteria. These creatures drive people crazy." Zhao wondered if Ming He had thought about it. Humans are breeding uncontrollably, plundering resources recklessly, and poisoning the world with chemicals. They are destroying the planet to the point where garbage is already being thrown into space. Human actions are no better than those of these mutants. Ming He said that there is no falsity in the doctor's words. Indeed, people should protect the world. Zhao added that there should have never been any living beings in the universe in the first place. It should never have come to such a peak. A universe without life is beautiful and unconditioned. The appearance of life in it is like bacteria in a healthy body. Humans are the kings of germs, cancer cells. Their peculiarity is rapid multiplication and destruction. Humans multiply for generations and will not stop destroying the world. Even if they leave Earth and conquer the solar system, they will want the entire Milky Way. Where there are humans, there can be neither peace nor tranquility. What is the difference between cancer cells and humans destroying the universe? Ming He asked Dr. Zhao if he thought his thoughts were against humanity. It was hard for the student to understand the meaning of those words. The doctor said that the young man was superhuman. From his very youth, he recognized calamities and eliminated them. This is the work of the immune system of the universe. Everyone obeys it. The universe spends its energy on destroying viruses. Zhao said again that he was a doctor. When someone is sick, he heals. That goes for the universe as well. He is its doctor. He will help the universe destroy people who are like cancer cells to it. Even cockroaches, rats, and sewer maggots are not as scary as humans. Zhao admitted that he created the radiation source himself. At first, it was just an experiment. He would wipe out everyone in Lanyang first, and then the rest of the cities. Earth was sick and needed to be treated. The doctor stated that before he could complete the great healing, he had to destroy an individual like Ming He. The doctor thanked the young man for his stupidity and naivety. Now he could continue with his plan to infect the city. Our hero told the doctor that South City is isolated. The mutation will not spread to other cities. The doctor said that even though they may cut off the surface and sewers, it won't help them. All the water flows through here. The pipes will carry the radiation to Lanyang City. The city uses that water to wash groceries, take showers, clean the streets. It's needed everywhere. After that, the water is drained into the city sewer system. All the rats, cockroaches, and maggots start to mutate. Min Hae realizes that he needs to get out immediately. The doctor is not superhuman, so he can't stop it. The young man said he didn't understand Dr. Zhao. Let him mind his own business, and he would leave. The doctor asked, "Didn't Ming He show his justice by saving people in the hospital? Doesn't he want to be the hero who saved the city?" Min Hae replied that he actually treasures his life and gets away with it. He is just trash who was not accepted into the Superhuman Institute and is not fit to be a hero. The doctor thought this guy was smart for staying out of his way. All he had to do was pour the blood into the water tank, and the plan would be complete. But he couldn't find a container with the blood of the beast of distress in his pocket. The doctor remembered the young man touching him and said he didn't understand how it happened. Could it be that the boy had tricked him? Dr. Zhao shouted with rage, and his eyes lit up like a monster's. He yelled, demanding for the blood to be returned immediately. But our hero was quickly moving away. The young man knew that this was the ultimate weapon, Dr. Zhao's superpowers. The doctor was using himself as a lab rat to mutate, just like those sewer creatures. Zhao tried to catch up to the young man and tear him apart. Minghe finally reached the rope ladder. Now it was necessary to climb to the top. The mutant beasts surrounded our hero and began to slowly approach. Min Hae realized that the doctor was not aiming at him, but at the ladder, to cut off the escape route. The young man was faster. Outsmarting the monsters, he jumped a few jumps to get out through the hole. Once at the top, he saw a huge amount of liquid concrete spread over the surface. This was just the right amount of concrete. Min He used his powers to direct the concrete into the hole and solidify it. The young man succeeded. The hole was safely sealed with concrete. The mutants and Dr. Zhao remained below. Dr. Zhao could smell the beast's blood. It was bubbling inside him. He said that he wouldn't just let Ming He escape. However, our hero left the building and tried to run out to the main street through an underpass. The strength of mutated monsters depends on their original form. Larvae, the weakest. This is the initial rank. After them come the cockroaches, the normal rank. The general rank includes rats. They are the most ruthless. Already rats are strong enough, and it is difficult to cope with them. And if an adult has mutated, it's a real disaster. Ming He wasn't sure if he could handle Dr. Zhao. The young man decided that it was impossible to run towards where Li Yun and the other classmates were. If Dr. Zhao caught up to them, he would destroy everyone. One must stall until the authorities arrive for blood. Huang Feng, who possessed the rank of Moonlight, reported that the sweep was complete. All the maggots in the vicinity have been destroyed. Xiao Jian, also possessing the Moonlight rank to the west of the abandoned building, confirmed. The sweep is complete. Liu Xiaojiang offered to return. She had completely exhausted her magic power. The fatty said that in that case, he would call off the puppets. They had already received a generous reward. One of the young men added that he was a healer, and it was none of his business. Huang Feng wondered if there were any stronger monsters here. Suddenly, he shouted loudly. The sewer manhole cover he was standing on abruptly flew up, throwing the youth high up. Xiao Jian reacted just in time. Jumping up, she grabbed him by his waist and stopped with him on the lamppost. Dr. Zhao appeared from the sewer manhole. He looked like a mutant. Huang Feng saw him and said that it looked like his rookie had jinxed him. Liao Xiaojiang was surprised that the monster was hiding under the manhole cover. He should be deactivated immediately and get back to business. Fatty, on the other hand, decided that he would get rich. After all, the monster was very large. He could get at least 100,000 for destroying it. Huang Feng said that this abominable monster was unlucky to encounter a Moonlight rank group. Dr. Zhao pronounced that the best way to recover was to destroy them all. Huang Feng was surprised. Did this mutant seriously hope to defeat them with his slow attacks? Zhao grabbed the young man's neck and repeated, "The best way to recover is to destroy." In the same instant, his hand turned into sharp blades and pierced Huang Feng's body. Zhao said, "This is the first one. Xiaojian shouted for the monster to let go of the young man and snatched her blades from their sheaths. She rushed towards the mutant, but the mutant slashed her body with the blade. Xiaojian started bleeding and fell to the ground. Dr. Zhao said, "This is the second one." Turning to the other students, he asked, "Aren't they glad that their comrades are dead? Now they will be able to gain so much more." Other monsters began to emerge from the hole outside. Jay regretfully said that he was in a hurry, although he could still play with these guys. He rushed away from the scene of the battle and shouted that he would tear Minhee to pieces. The fatty was astonished and frightened. What kind of creature is this? He is definitely a rank lord. Liao Xiaojiang held her bleeding comrade in her arms. Minghe continued to run. Although he had broken away from his pursuers, they still found him on this confusing street, probably by scent. The hero thought that Dr. Zhao wasn't as fast as these lymph beasts. He can't be allowed to fall into their clutches. Minghe approached the gas station. He had an idea. He doused his body with gasoline. That should help hide some of his scent. The solution proved to be correct. The beasts ran past without smelling him. However, after a while, the mutants returned. Min. He hid in the store behind the shelves of groceries. One of the beasts carefully examined the store, Min. He tried not to move and hardly breathed. He plowed the grocery shelf at the mutant and tried to run out of the store. Minhee jumped outside and slammed the door behind him. He noticed that the other two beasts had gone the other way, and this one, the most sensitive one, had found him. The hero realized that there was no point in running any further. As long as this beast with a keen sense of smell is alive, he will always be able to find him. The young man decided that his fist should make contact with something special to activate the spiritual skill of the corresponding attribute. Acid Strike is activated by touching acid. Fire Strike is activated by touching fire. Blast Wave is activated when water is touched. There was nothing like that in the store. And if he went out now, he'd be detected immediately. The beast crawled out from under the rubble and rushed at the hero. Minhai realized that he would have to fight with his bare hands. He threw a powerful punch with his fist and the beast flew backwards, but the mutant pushed off the wall and attacked again. He couldn't hold on and fell on his back. The creature leaped from above and opened its huge maw. The young man could feel the stinking breath of the beast. Minhee didn't hesitate and delivered a crushing blow to its jaw. The beast even bit down on its tongue. The blow was so strong that the beast flew backwards. Minhee got up and delivered a controlling blow. The monster was decapitated. Its head broke through the wall and flew out. At this time, the wounded Dr. Zhao moved around the city looking for a hero. He entered a gas station store and saw the dead beast. Everything became clear. Zhao said that to deal with this kid, the mutants would still need to evolve. He ordered the other beasts to eat the fallen comrade. The doctor hoped that they would be better able to smell blood afterward. The master of the beast shouted for them to bring the boy back, alive. Minhee continued to run away. The boy thought he had gotten rid of the sniffing beast. Why did his pursuers catch up with him again? Our hero paid attention. The barking of monsters became much more intimidating. The young man saw an amusement park ahead. He thought that this is the right place. There are many mechanisms here that can be used when they catch up with him. As long as there were useful things at hand, he could become stronger. Minhee walked over to the fountain. If the smell was still being tracked, the gasoline could be washed away. After all, if he decided to use fire, he would catch fire before he could use the blazing strike. Minhee thought that the beasts would find him anyway, no matter where he ran off to. It was better to keep walking. We need to create a distance between them to delay the monsters. The guy planned to destroy as many monsters as possible, but he wouldn't be able to handle Dr. Zhao. Minghe noticed one of the pursuers, but how did it get so huge? The beast attacked the young man. He barely dodged. He noted that the monster had become much stronger. Had it really evolved? The young man dodged the blow again. He noticed that although the monster had gotten bigger, it was now much slower. Minhee adopted a fighting stance and told the monster to attack. The young man found himself surrounded. There were already 3 beasts nearby. Something must be done. Minhee turned around and began to run away. Ahead, he saw a high-rise attraction. The hero started climbing up the narrow support upwards. If you fight here, you can destroy the monsters one by one, and when he gets to the top, then he will destroy all of them. One of the monsters jumped up and was at Min. He's level. There was no time to think about it. The young man activated the element extraction, steel absorption, and powerfully attacked the monster. The beast lost its balance and collapsed downwards. Minhee realized how much power he now possessed after absorbing steel. He could literally pierce through monsters of this level. The remaining monsters continued to move upwards. The guy realized that their rank was not below the commander's level. Minhe noticed one of the monsters trying to get around him. Would he succeed? The hero delivered a fist strike to the jaw, throwing the monster high up. The next blow struck the bone armor, and the monster also flew far back. Ming-He noted, these beasts were evolving at a frightening speed. One of the monsters nearby had managed to grow bone spikes on the back of its head. Now, it wouldn't be so easy to hit it. Min-He found himself surrounded after all. The monsters were approaching from two sides. He struck the closest opponent, who flew backwards. Taking advantage of the moment, the young man tried to jump off the structure. Earlier, Min-Hai was near the control center. Electricity was still being supplied to the grid. Then he decided to destroy the remaining monsters. Now the hero was hanging on the structure and realized that if he fell, he would break his legs or die. One of the beasts also hung on its front legs and began to approach. It was the last monster. It abruptly pushed off and jumped at Min-Hai. The opponents clashed and began to fall. The young man thought that it was just a parasite living off Zhao. If he died, the doctor would be weakened. Whichever one of them falls, they will both die. But for the monster to die with him was also a victory. Min-Hai was on top. We need someone to cushion the fall, then everything will change. The impact of the fall was softened, and the young man survived. He said that this monster was an arrogant beast. Sunglan couldn't get through. The girl was worried. Why didn't Min-Hai answer? Did something terrible happen? Finally, he answered the incoming call. He said his phone was turned off. The government has already cordoned off the area. Now the cleanup teams are working there. The eradication team is destroying the monsters outside. Songlan noted that they haven't seen either Min-He or Dr. Zhao. Min-He reported that he was at an amusement park. Dr. Zhao had planned to spread mutations. He wanted to pour the mutagen into the water supply and contaminate the water supply of Liangyang City. Songlan was outraged. How could Dr. Zhao dare to do such a thing? Ming-He said that he had stolen a flask from him. It was its contents that caused the mutations. Inside the flask should be both monster blood and antibodies. Once the scientists extract the antibodies, the city can be returned to normal. Sunglan promised to alert the authorities that the young man is at the amusement park. People will be sent there to evacuate him. Ming-Hai said for them to approach the South Tower. Dr. Zhao is still after him, so they can't stay where they are. He added that Dr. Zhao has mutated. We need to send in professionals, otherwise the doctor will destroy everyone. Near the tower, Ming-He was already waiting for Zhao. He said that the young man was very predictable. The doctor called out to him and suggested that he look up. There were people at the top of the tower calling out for help. Zhao said he noticed them on the way up. At first he wanted to destroy them, but decided to spare them. For now. The terrified students were screaming and begging for help. They wanted Min-Hai to save them. One of the girls said that it was Min-Hai who was the doctor's target. It had nothing to do with them, and they weren't going to die at that age. Min-He pondered what he should do. Right now he couldn't defeat Dr. Zhao. The guy decided that he could ignore those 3 students, but he couldn't leave Ling Yun in trouble. Our hero realized that he would have to stall until the authorities arrived. Dr. Zhao asked if any of those people were dear to Ming-He. The doctor looked up and suggested that his girlfriend might be there, most likely the one who advised him to run away. Ling Yun said that they were just classmates. The doctor laughed. It's not like a girl would risk her life for just a classmate. Min-Hai said that such a rascal wouldn't understand that. After all, to him, people are cancer cells that infect the universe. All these words in the subway sounded quite funny. Min-Hai said that to him, human lives were what gave the lonely universe meaning. The evolution of the universe led to the emergence of life. The doctor laughed again. What kind of evolution and development are we talking about? Min-He replied that civilization and thinking are unstoppable in development, including superhumans. They are also part of the evolutionary process. Zhao countered, superhumans are just more ingrained viruses. Still, some viruses are harder to eliminate than others. After all, they can evolve. Ming-He said, if they have different opinions and can't prove their case, then there is only one way to go. The stronger one is right. Min-Hai reminded his interlocutor that he personally represents superhumans. The doctor stated that he is the embodiment of the supreme forces of the universe, a higher order that must destroy all living things. Min-He showed a vial of blood plasma and said, if the doctor wins, he gets it. The doctor replied that this boy doesn't see his place. Min-Hai objected. If the doctor can't even beat a student who didn't get into university, then he should stop blindly believing in his ideas. Ming-He stated that the doctor is a pathetic loser, trash, and scum. Zhao wondered, why go to so much trouble? If Ming-He didn't give him the plasma, he would destroy all 4 people in the tower. Ming-He said he didn't care. After all, they were students of the superhuman university. They swore with their lives that they would protect the nation, its cities and citizens at all costs. It was justifiable to trade their lives for the lives of the entire city. Zhao said that in that case, he would destroy them right now. The doctor tossed the blades upwards. One of the blades pierced the young man's leg. The boy screamed loudly in pain. The doctor declared that next time he would aim for the pretty face of a female classmate. The blade hit the girl in the shoulder. The doctor said he missed again. Minhai ran aside and stopped. The doctor threatened. If the boy ran again, he would put holes in his body. Cries for help continued to come from above. The young men were begging Minhai not to leave and to save them. The doctor thought it would be problematic if the guy only focused on winning. Although it would still be useless, it would be better to destroy him. Zhao shouted that he agreed, and the young man could go back. Minghu came to a stop. Spikes erupted from the ground in front of him. Zhao said, if Minghe continued to run away or dodge, this fight would become meaningless. From now on, this place would be considered their battlefield. Every time Minghe touches the circle, one of the students will die. Minghe moved closer and said he agreed. Zhao added, if the young man defeats him, he will save his friends. The doctor added that the boy will become a hero, who will save the entire Lanyang city. However, it is a pity that he is so weak. The doctor heard that Minhai ended up in the hospital because he didn't pass his exams. He couldn't accept it and fell into a coma, after which he ended up in the hospital. The doctor said that coincidentally he turned out to be the young man's surgeon. A person who fails an exam is someone no one will pay attention to. Even his classmates think he's pathetic. They would rather laugh not at the situation but at him. The doctor says that Minhai doesn't matter to anyone except the woman who sends him flowers. For a whole year, no one has visited him. Minhe's life is garbage, and he's acting so arrogant. Ling Yun kept yelling for him to run away. After another attack from the doctor, our hero went down on his knee. Blood was flowing from his chest. Ling Yun screamed again for him to run away. Zhao wondered, why is this guy fighting when he should have died a year ago in the operating room? Minghu could rise from his knees 100 times. Nothing would change. She reminded that one of the hostages would die if the guy touched the circle. The monster approached the hero and said that he couldn't even adapt to this world. Minhe stained his hand in blood, touched his wound and splashed blood at his opponent. The blood hit the doctor's eyes and he closed them in surprise. Taking advantage of the moment, Minhai ran aside. The hero activated the fire and said that he was sick of the doctor. This mutant was too pathetic. Minhai's hand was still covered in blood. The guy said that his blood allowed him to deliver the most powerful punch, the Demon God Punch. After that punch, the doctor flew far back and fell on his back. The students upstairs screamed again, begging Minhai to save them. The girl said that Minhe was bleeding more than them. Ling Yun said to have Minhe treat the wound. He was losing too much blood. The doctor tried to get up and said that once he finished off Minghe, he would immediately take care of those upstairs. To realize what Minghe's superpower was, our hero delivered another blow to his opponent, a fist to the jaw. The doctor said that Minghe's attacks are extremely strong, but they are useless against him. He recalled that the young man had enchanted fire and destroyed one of his hounds. Minghe landed another series of powerful blows on his opponent. The doctor withstood them. Zhao flew far backward but kept himself on his feet. The mutant noticed that this superhuman was able to absorb the properties and energy of various things and use them as weapons. This is quite an interesting skill. Dr. Zhao once again stated that all of this is useless against a high-ranked monster. Minghe's ability to absorb different environments and create different effects with his strikes is a rare and unusual power. But no matter how hard he tries, it's not enough to defeat a person of the leader's rank, which is the doctor. One of the hostages said that Minhai has an unusual talent. Even white dust refers to his invisible power. And his other ability is just luck. It's not something that can be used in battle. A classmate recognized that Minhai is stronger than everyone present. She told him to use a little more strength and destroy that monster. The doctor said that he was now using the strength of a leader-rank monster, not the strength of that maggot that the young man had destroyed. The guy wouldn't have enough strength to defeat it even with a blue fist-rank spirit to reach the point of destruction. Zhao assumed that the young man was experiencing that feeling of having given 100% and still being outsmarted. This is especially unpleasant. The mutant added that this superhuman will always be weak. How dare he compare himself to his perfect body? The opponent said that Minhai wasn't the only one with fists. The opponents punched each other with their fists. The blow was so powerful that the hero flew far back, but stood on his feet. The monster approached Minhai again and continued to attack. The young man thought that ever since the doctor started fighting with his fists, his speed had noticeably increased. After another attack from his opponent, Minghe flew high up. Zhao said that he would guide the young man to the right path once more. Minghe grabbed his chest again. The wound continued to bleed. The doctor said he had forgotten about another of the boy's unusual talents: luck. Min. He was already at his limit. One blow would be enough. Even if he survives, he will most likely remain maimed. But the power of his luck is very useful. The monster draped his hand over the hostages and said that none of them had luck like Min-hee. Min-hee shouted for the doctor not to do that. After all, they had a deal. The doctor replied that he always keeps his word, but the young man should see where he stood now. The boy realized that he was out of line. Zhao declared, because of this young man's incompetence, one of his comrades must die. A bone spike pierced the chest of one of the girls. The victim lowered her head and stopped moving. Min-hee said that he would never forgive the doctor and would take revenge to the fullest extent of the law. Our hero's eyes glowed demonically and he screamed loudly. The doctor said there was no need to be nervous. As a specialist, he could claim that the girl wouldn't die until the bone was removed from her. Zhao added, if she doesn't get help within 5 minutes, she will indeed die. Min-hee decided that in those 5 minutes, he must destroy the doctor. Min-hee attacked his opponent. The mutant noticed that the young man's super talent was only at the blue spirit level. This is his limit. Even if he uses all of his blood, it won't be enough. The doctor added that he doesn't even need to resist. The young man will soon die from blood loss. Right now, he's nothing because he's putting out his full strength. Ji recalled how pathetic Min-hee looked when he was first brought to the hospital after his suicide attempt. What the doctor hates the most is those who survive such attempts. If a person can't handle something so simple, why live? He was the one who wanted to die, but he was saved, forcing the doctors to spend precious time and effort on him. Zhao added that he is just a pathetic worm that no one cares about. He is so weak that even when he finally decided to commit suicide, he failed. Does Min-hee know how much trouble he has caused his family? His sister denied her dignity for him. When medical expenses were written down as debt, she kneeled in front of the doctor, begging him not to kick her brother out of the hospital. Min-hee and his sister have always lived at the bottom of the city, working hard for the strong and rich. So why is he deluding himself and trying to claim something great? The monster said he would put an end to this miserable life so that the young man would no longer have to bear the burden. Dr. Zhao threw another punch, but the young man withstood it. The monster noticed that the boy was out of bounds again. Zhao said, if the young man survived the attack, then someone else must die in his place. Min-hee stated that he has never tried to commit suicide. He values life more than anyone else. The doctor replied that it doesn't matter. What is important is that he allowed another one of his comrades to die. Ming-hee added that the one who was indifferent to everything was not him, but Dr. Zhao. His sister denied her dignity and pleaded with the doctor because she cares for him, her only family. She said she would visit her brother even when she got old and needed a cane to come to him. When the animal mutation started and everyone in the hospital was busy fleeing to save their own lives, Nurse Song didn't abandon him. She didn't leave someone who couldn't get up for a year. Min-hee said he would never abandon his classmates because Lin Yun led the fundraiser and helped organize a donation from the whole class for his sake. The doctors said that the girl who collected donations for him would soon die right in front of his eyes. Min-hee said that he had a clarification. His super talent is not just a blue spirit rank. The young man said that his opponent had the ability to self-repair and regenerate body parts. But every blow he struck left a mark on the monster's body. There were 49 blows in total. The doctor realized that he was now vulnerable. Ming-hu pounced on his opponent again with his icy fists. Dr. Zhou realized that this young man was capable of executing an ultimatum move. He is a purple soul rank super talent. Our hero's attack was successful. The monster appeared defeated and lay on the ground. The young man said that its current power was indeed low, but it was thousands of times better than a hideous villain like Zhou. Ming-hu lowered the students down to the ground. They looked at each other in surprise. Is his talent really at the violet soul rank? And he is even capable of using a secret art. This guy is incredibly strong. The students thanked the young man for the rescue. Was the school really that blind? Min-hee is really strong, but it can't be seen with the naked eye. The problem is either the test machine or the examiner. Min-hee ran up to Ling Yun and told the girl that she was now saved. The officials with authority were about to arrive. Lin Yun said that Min-hee is very strong. None of them expected this. One of the students noticed that the officials had already arrived. The young men waved their hands and shouted that they were right there and help should be sent to them. The woman said she would take care of the injured, and Lin Kun-yu should handle the crisis situation. Luo Ling demanded that everyone step aside and leave the injured to the medical team. The chief medic said that the injured person was lucky. The spear had not come out completely, and if help was given in time, there would be no life threat. Luo Lin added that Ming-hee was also badly injured, and his wounds needed to be treated with medical supplies. The commander said that when they arrived at the place, they found a mutated master rank monster. Min. He is very lucky. None of his friends died. The woman inquired, where did this mutated monster escape to? Lin Kun-yu, a sun-ranked master, reported that the critical situation had already been resolved. Luo Ling remarked that there was no need to be hasty in completing missions. A master rank monster could ambush them and observe them. Lin Kun-yu reported that the mutated monster had already been eliminated and pointed at the ditch. At the bottom of the ditch lay the burnt body of the monster. It was a mutated human. It had probably used a few dirty mutations to enhance itself. Luo Ling inquired who had massacred this monster. Everyone present silently pointed at Ming-He. Our hero also remained silent. Under the weight of incontrovertible evidence, the young man confessed. It was him. He is the one who reported it to the right place. His name is Min-Hai. The hero showed the vial and said that he had stolen this pollution resource from Dr. Zhao. Ming-He stated that the doctor wanted to add this resource to the water supply. Luo Ling asked with surprise, how was Ming-He able to do that? The young man explained that he simply stole it from the rogue while he was busy talking. Luo Ling repeated the question, how did he destroy the mutated monster? Ming-He said that he defeated it with one left using his combat fist. His evolved superpower is the fist. Luo Ling couldn't believe it. In which department is this super-evolved hunter registered and what is his degree? Ming. He replied that he had the rank of Starlight Trainee. Commander Luo Ling, of course, didn't believe it. Didn't the young man know that this monster had recently destroyed 2 Shining Moon rank hunters? The student informed Officer Luo Ling that Ming-He had indeed become a super-evolved hunter. The girl added that in doing so, he did not pass the school's super evolution exam. Luo Ling asked in surprise, how was that possible? Special Agent Lin Kun-yu looked at our hero with disbelief. Luo Lin suddenly realized everything and said that he was the arrogant student who didn't listen to her instructions on the walkie-talkie. The member of the public clarified, was this really the same hero who saved them from the monster on the South Region bus? Back then, his face was covered in blood, so it was hard to recognize him. Lin Kun-yu stated that from now on, Min-He is the hero who saved the city from danger. The special agent added that Min-He made them, heroes of the highest rank, look like useless fighters with mere ranks. The young man replied that he was just doing his best to stall and protect his classmates. Officer Luo Ling asked if he was interested in joining the official super evolutionary organization. There's great treatment, high pay, lots of perks, and all the female coworkers are as nice as she is. And there's free dental insurance. Lin Kun-yu told Luo Ling not to be so shameless. Compared to her, the other women in the organization are not so nice at all. The officer added that the prestigious evolutionary school doesn't need Ming-He, but their official organization invites him to join. Our hero replied that he would think about it, and passed out. The doctor assumed that the guy was very tired. He had lost a lot of blood, and his body was very weak. The news channel reported that after the hard work of the Advanced Evolutionary School, the official hunter organization had completely wiped out the monsters in the city's southern suburbs. Also reported was a superhuman who made a huge contribution. He discovered the source of the pollution and stopped the danger from spreading. This superhero is currently undergoing treatment. The interview with him will continue after his condition improves. Lanyang City Hospital. A nurse sits by the bedside of a patient. Nearby in a vase is a bouquet of beautiful flowers. The young man opened his eyes and came to his senses. The nurse was happy that he finally woke up. She said that he had slept for a total of 2 whole days and she was afraid that he would fall into a coma again. Min-Hai wondered why Nurse Sung was here. Sung-lan replied that she had been transferred to this hospital and had received an official request to take care of him. Sung-lan added that the young man is now a true hero. There are already a lot of reporters outside waiting for him, eager to do an exclusive interview. Min-Hai asked the nurse what she knows about his classmate Lin Yoon. Sung-lan said that the girl is out of danger. She only needs to recover in the hospital. At that moment, the door opened and Luo Lin's officer and the general of the official Li organization entered the room. The general asked how the young man was feeling. Ming-He replied that he was fine. The nurse added that the patient's physique is normal and he is recovering faster than normal people. Luo Ling reiterated that such a young man would be a great fit for their organization. They need a superhuman with such a monstrous physique. General Li thanked Ming-He for everything he had done for Lanyang City and the official organization. The officer bowed his head and said that if it wasn't for the young man's actions, they would have suffered huge losses. Ming-He replied that he just did what he had to do as a law-abiding citizen. Luo Lin said that she had the day off today and suggested that Song Lan go outside, grab a bite to eat, and have a little chat. The nurse admitted that it had been a long time since they had gone shopping together. Song Lan added with a smile that bubble tea, fast food, and desserts couldn't be missed. Luo Lin laughed and agreed. Ming He turned to General Li, assuming that the latter had something important he wanted to talk about. The general wondered how the young man realized it. Ming He explained that Luo Ling had used an excuse to take the nurse away. It was obvious that the conversation was going to be serious. The general praised him for being observant. General Li said that he had already questioned Nurse Song and his friends about the battle with Dr. Zhao Shuhua. According to all the battle characteristics, Ming He shouldn't have won. Even super-evolved hunters didn't realize how strong the top-ranked creatures were. The general added that strength alone was not enough. Superhumans also needed to apply wisdom and strategic thinking. Min He remarked that it was all about his hidden talent and a little bit of luck. The general countered that luck alone would not be enough to defeat Zhao. Ming He showed something more than that. Ming He said that the general was exaggerating his abilities too much. The general asked what exactly Dr. Zhao was saying. The young man replied that the doctor called people cancer cells and said that the universe didn't want life in the first place. The general remarked that not all of the doctor's words were crazy. He explained that the creatures that had invaded the planet had come from a comet. Every comet could carry a creature dangerous to humans. That's their instincts, and the basic instinct on Earth is survival. Does Min Hai know what instinct those creatures have? Their basic instinct is to destroy. They won't stop until they've wiped out all mankind. The general said that in humans, survival instinct comes first, and research comes second. Even scientists can't find answers to everything. Min He asked the question, if the universe really wants to destroy them, why give humans the ability to evolve? The general explained that it was because of people's ability to adapt that they could stand up to the monsters. Humans with an innate tendency to evolve is proof that humanity isn't written off yet. Compared to the universe, we're just newborns. The invaders are a virus. Before humanity learns the truth, it must not fall. Super beings don't give up. Min Hai said that even though he is a super being, he can't protect all of humanity. But he will protect his loved ones for sure. The general said that after this conversation, he has two things to clear up. He hoped that the young man would be frank with him. About a year ago, they discovered a comet codenamed Divine Queen. After entering the atmosphere, it changed its trajectory and exploded on contact with the surface. Min Hai was nearby at the time of the explosion, causing him to spend a year in a coma. Now, he was beginning to understand everything. The general asked what he saw then. Min Hai replied that he saw a bright light that filled the sky. Immediately after that, he lost consciousness. The officer wondered, did the young man really not see anything? For example, didn't something come out of the comet? Min He confidently said that he didn't see anything. Could it be that the comet itself was the monster? The general said that disasters are categorized by ranks from the 1st to the 12th. The first is like a tornado. The incident in the southern suburbs was rated as a rank 3 disaster. Dr. Zhao had planned to raise it to rank 6 with a water supply, but the young man managed to stop him. The Divine Queen has been classified as a rank 9 disaster since the beginning. It poses a threat not only to the province, but also to the entire country. Min He said he was scared. The general recognized that the creatures themselves were not as scary as something else. 5 years ago, there was a calamity of the 8th rank in the south. It was caused by a creature of imperial rank. The contamination occurring now is related to the imperial bloodline. That year, an underground merchant had hidden a sample of that blood. Min He asked if the blood of an imperial rank creature could affect an entire city. The general replied, that was why the Divine Queen was so dangerous. That's why the organization thoroughly investigated the crater, but found nothing. Min. He is the closest witness. He survived the shockwave. Perhaps there lies important information. Min Hai apologized and reiterated that he did not remember anything. The general suggested that the comet fragment could have fallen elsewhere. Min He recalled that the general had mentioned a second important topic. The general said that Luo Lin had recommended him, and he hoped that the young man would join their organization. The officer added that Ming He had the amazing luck of waking up with a rank of Purple Soul after a year in a coma. Min Hai replied that he wanted to talk to his sister first. The general said that the doors of their organization were always open to him. The general was already being called out by a to worry. He would get everything in full. Left alone, our hero decided to enter the meditation of perfection. The young man was asked if he had heard what the general had said. A huge statue stood in front of the boy. The statue glowed with a bright light and turned into a woman. Was this really a rank 9 calamity? The woman asked as the young man thought to whom he was looking at so arrogantly. She is at least a rank 11 calamity. Ming He wondered, did she really come to destroy humanity? The woman replied that even if she is, does the guy remember what the doctor said? Humans were too greedy, and that alone made the universe uncomfortable. Min-hai said that in that case, there was even less reason to leave her. The woman said that she would give the young man a powerful super being ability. Even when he was in a coma for a year, she would still let him out to train. If not for that, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the mutated doctor. Min-hai said that they live in symbiosis. If he dies, she dies. The woman said that if it wasn't for that accident, she wouldn't have settled in that body. He is a very weak host, and is completely unsuitable for her, a goddess. Ming-he remembered what General Li said. Her main instinct is to destroy. But isn't her instinct to survive? Even when the host is weak, for the sake of survival, she decided to instill herself into him. The goddess told the boy not to compare her to lower creatures. Her life is much nobler and higher. Does the young man really think that finding a vessel is so easy? Even among several billion people, it can be hard to find even one. Symbiosis takes a long time to adapt. This body needed a whole year. Min-hai said that was why he was in a coma for a year, to allow her to improve his abilities. The woman said that in the future, they would live in peace and harmony. Min-hai remarked that if survival was the most important thing to her, then her and the human's instincts were similar. The woman offered to show the young man her world, and he would change his mind. Their world isn't perfect, and it has a dark side, but overall it's not that bad. Min-hai recognized that the goddess is very nice. He's glad that he met her and hopes that they will find common ground. The woman said that Min-hai should first of all work hard and develop himself. He met a fake master rank monster and almost died. She doesn't want to die because of something like that. The woman suggested creating a strong opponent for training. The guy said he wanted to rest. Even in a place for meditation, overwork is not a good option. Our hero came out of meditation mode. He thought he had a dangerous nuclear bomb sitting in his body. But if he told anyone about it, that bomb would blow up everything in the world. When the time comes, he doesn't even know what kind of disaster it will cause. The young man thought that if the goddess is sitting inside him, then he can handle rank 9 disasters. But first, he must deal with her. The reporters greeted the young man as a hero who solved the case of the mutated pollution. First question, why is the hero wearing a mask? He should take it off because everyone wants to know more about him. The journalists demanded that the hero say a few words. The young man said that he would do everything he could to protect the people around him. As for destroying monsters, officials, schools and associations are in charge of that. Min-hai added that everyone who sets foot in South City is a hero. Journalists can interview each of them. Classmates remarked that Min-hai gave a great speech. At that time, the fat man was at the cemetery. He is very offended. The fat man repeated our hero's words. Everyone who has set foot in South City is a hero. Their troop is the hero of the city. While in the park, Min-hai thought that in this situation, it was best not to show his face in public. Otherwise, he might be dragged off to some lab for experiments, and he was still quite young. Our hero asked the nurse not to tell his sister because if she found out he was hospitalized again, she would freak out. The girl saw Min-hai and asked, "What is your brother doing here?" Min-hai stated that the officials gave him a huge amount of money as a reward, so he wants to take his sister to the festival today. The girl stated that she wouldn't leave until she sold all the ice cream. They should save up the money. Min-hai offered to help his sister in that case, and after work, they would go eat something at the festival. The girl suggested that her brother should go and take the exam instead of wasting time. Sister said that this morning, the whole city is discussing the hero who saved South Suburbia. Didn't brother say that he also wanted to become a superhuman and protect the city? We should take an example from that hero and work on ourselves, and she believes that brother will pass the exam. Min-hai told his sister that he is that hero. The doctor said he needed to breathe fresh air, so that's why he was here. The young man shouted loudly, "Ice cream for sale! Anyone who wants to refresh themselves can come over here. We have many flavors." Officer Luo Lin, watching from the sidelines, thought that this guy could have become famous throughout the city and become a superstar. Instead, he's just helping his sister, acting like a big kid. The phone rang, and our hero answered it. The person on the line was Luo Ling, a combat officer of the southern suburbs. The woman asked if the young man had decided to join their organization. Ming, he thought that his sister had worked hard for many years so that he could study. She dreamed of him going to an evolutionary school. So he plans to study, and when the school opens, he will join the special enrollment. After graduation, he will accept her offer. Luo Ling said that their organization also has a similar guild, better known as Dragon Fang. Her members can move around freely. They usually don't need to defend the city. Also, a young man can join a legitimate superhuman organization. He will only help their organization in some special and emergency situations. Not only do they get official powers, but they get a yearly employment fee. The advanced school of evolution is not cheap. The woman added that they will not be pressured. The choice is left to the young man. Every year, he will have to help them at least twice, and he will still get the amount due. Minghe said that if Luo Ling needs anything, she can go to him. Working for the country is the duty of every superhuman. The woman said that he was part of the Dragon Claw from this day forward and wished him good cooperation. Min Hai told his sister that he talked to a representative of the official organization. He was hired, and the salary is quite high. Sister doesn't need to work so hard anymore. Now they even have the opportunity to buy a new house. The young people decided to celebrate and went to the festival. The girl stated that she had never been to a seafood fair. Min Hai took his sister shopping and bought her new clothes. The boyfriend showed his sister a house and said that it was rented for now, but they would be able to buy it soon. The girl stated that she always believed in the best. The sister said that if the brother met that mysterious hero, he should thank him on her behalf. She had heard that he had risked his life to save them, fighting a monster much stronger than him. He could have escaped, but he stayed to fight to the end. His body was bloody and mutilated. He almost died. Children who can eat ice cream in the park. People who choose to live comfortably. People being able to live in peace because of superhumans. Sister repeated, if given the chance, brother should thank that superhuman. Min Hee, coming out of the shower, thought that there was no need to thank himself. People deserve to risk their lives for them using their last strength in drops of blood. Later, Min Hai did a lot of training. Cardio and strength training. Our hero had endurance training, and he also honed his fist skills. The goddess said that the mutated doctor's statistics have been analyzed. She could simulate 90% of his strength. We can use his phantom to practice. The best thing for our hero right now is to improve his physical stats, get more nutrients. The fighting skills in his head are enough, but the young man's body can't keep up with his reactions. Following the human rank, the body should be capable of Shining Moon martial skills. One should increase the rank to solar energy so that he wouldn't die too quickly. Minghe thought that when he reached the solar energy level, he would be able to use the absolute territory. His mysterious fist was an advanced talent of a red blacksmith. If he used the absolute territory, Dr. Zhao would look weaker than an insect. The young man remembered his teacher telling him that it would give people the ability to exceed their physical limits. Our hero's fist is stronger than an ordinary person's punch. The blue spirit talent gives White Dust's physical data, advanced blast spirit evolution skills. Min Hee thought that he could now control fire and wind. Min Hee is always ready to use his mysterious explosive fist. The violet soul talent gives White Dust physical data, advanced blast spirit evolution skills, and a secret art. The young man now has access to summon blazing fire, summon sparkling thunderstorm, control tornado, and multi-strike star marks. The red blacksmith's talent includes not only White Dust's physical data, advanced blast spirit evolution skills, but also secret arts. The goddess has noticed that absolute territory enhances the young man's abilities as a superhuman, subverting the opponent's abilities, forcing him to follow the necessary rules. Absolute territory multiplies the abilities of a super being and suppresses the opponent's powers. He will be obliged to follow the rules of this territory. Min Hai must practice other skills first. If he can't handle the secret arts, he shouldn't even think about the next level. The arts require a sufficient level of fist fighting. Our hero persevered until he landed 49 punches on Dr. Zhao, otherwise he would just die. Would the multiple star fist strike be the strongest if he gave out more punches? The goddess said that 49 marks was the minimum for activation. Ming Hee's punches should be fast. He should use his surroundings and explosive strikes more accurately to increase the number of tags. It would be easier for him to use secret arts. A month later, the young people were saying goodbye. Min Hai told his sister not to be upset, after all. He was just taking an entrance exam, not going to war. South City Park, Bingshan. The security guard said that he has worked for many years, but this is the first time he sees such a night fog. The colleague suggested that Lao Wang should not waste time and continue the inspection, because the fog would make it necessary to increase the control. After a while, the men decided to return. However, surprisingly, they hadn't reached the place yet. Did they take a wrong turn? Lao Wang said that he had been traveling these roads for 10 years and couldn't have gotten lost. The guards saw the building in front of them and wondered, how could they have reached here? The colleague repeated that they had definitely taken a wrong turn. Lao Wang was startled. What was that sound? Wasn't it just something they heard? The guard was suddenly attacked out of the darkness by a huge monster. The man shouted, "Save me! Help me!" The guard Lao Wang was very frightened and fled. His colleague was destroyed by a huge mutant spider. The man managed to run to the control room and close the door behind him. He took out his smartphone and tried to contact the higher-ups. Lao Wang looked around and saw a woman in the room. He shouted that it was very dangerous here. With the woman turned out to be a mutant monster. This guard was also destroyed. An increase in radiation levels was detected in the atmosphere. The temperature rose to critical levels. Through a tunnel in the mountains in a high-speed train moved our hero. At that moment, he was talking to his sister on the phone. The guy noticed that his friends were helping to find the necessary house for purchase. One of the passengers asked the conductor for a bottle of water and wondered how long it would take them to get to South City. Tangxing said they would be traveling for about an hour. Tangxing remarked that the school year would start soon. The passenger asked if that's why she was taking her daughter there. The woman confirmed. Her daughter Fan Nia Rong is a student, got the highest grades, and entered the advanced evolution school. A passenger nearby heard this conversation and said that the future hunter of the advanced school in front of him was a girl beautiful and capable. The other passenger asked that Fan Nia Rong write a blessing for him. He wants to enter this school and become a superhuman to save the city and people. Our hero thought that getting into a school with top grades using his own strength is really awesome. Not like him getting in without exams. Suddenly, the train braked abruptly. A passenger with a small child could barely hold the infant in her arms. To prevent the baby from falling out of her arms, Minhai helped the girl hold the baby. One of the passengers hit his head. What happened? It was sunny just now. Where did the fog come from? Why did the train stop? Minhai noticed that there was no cell phone signal. This happened to all the passengers. One of the passengers looked out the window and saw the outline of a man through the thick fog. The young boy told his mother that there was something outside. The woman told the boy not to be untruthful. You can't see anything through that fog. The child added that he saw something big. The conductor said that the crew has encountered an unforeseen situation and is trying to solve the problem right now. Passengers should remain seated for their safety. Unhappy exclamations were heard. People didn't want to just sit there. It was necessary to go and find out everything. Some even had strange feelings. He got up from his seat and decided to really scout out the situation. The guide said that it was necessary to stay seated. There was no need to cause even more trouble for the crew. He asked what happened, and why did the train stop. The girl replied that they are now investigating the reason. Minhe showed his ID and said that he was an advanced evolutionary level hunter. If something untoward happens, the conductor should tell him the whole truth. The woman offered to follow her in that case. Fan Nia Rong approached our hero and said that she was also an advanced hunter, so she wanted to help in any way she could. The security representative said that they had checked the information of all the passengers. Unfortunately, there are no hunters of advanced evolutionary level on the train. What are they supposed to do? The conductor led the young men to the guards and said she had found these two men. They could help solve the problem that had arisen. The guard asked what rank these young men were. Ming He and Fan Nai Rong showed their identification cards. The Qiming guard was disappointed. In front of him was a Starlight trainee and an advanced evolution school student. These young men would definitely not be able to handle it. And besides, there was no telling what danger awaited them outside. Min He said that in any case, it's better than just staying on the train. The longer they stay here, the worse the situation might be. At least they will be able to call the rescuers when they pass by a place with a connection. The senior guard said that the young man was right. Qi Ming will guide them, but caution must be used. Minghe told the companion that she was staying behind. Fang Niarong has not yet enrolled in her studies, and is therefore not an advanced evolutionary hunter. It's dangerous for her. The girl objected. After all, the young man is also just a trainee. If he goes, so does she. Minghe relented and told Fan Niarong to stay behind his back. He has a bad feeling. The girl told the conductor to be sure to lock the doors and not to open them for anyone else under any circumstances. The young men, accompanied by Qi Ming's guard, went to explore. Qi Ming said that usually even during the fog, the search continues. There was an emergency braking due to the fact that there might be wild beasts on the tracks ahead. They could even get through the hedge. The conductor who remained inside the train hoped that everything would end safely. Tang Xin looked out the window and wondered, why is there a girl outside? Why did the passenger go out on her own? After all, it was dangerous. A passenger approached the conductor and asked why the girl was outside. We need to let her inside. She may have gotten out through other doors. Tang Xin peered through the window but couldn't clearly see who was outside. A passenger asked why the conductor didn't open the door since there were still knocking outside. Ms. must be scared. Tang Xin said they shouldn't open the door. The hunters warned her not to let anyone in but them. As soon as the train stopped, the doors locked and no one could get out on their own. A passenger said it was probably the locals who came and they were asking for help. "You can't be so heartless. Couldn't you hear the woman outside crying?" Tang Xin said resolutely that she would not open the door. It is necessary to wait for the hunters. The passenger said that he would open the door in that case unless the conductor did. The woman outside was already in tears. The passenger pushed the conductress away and she fell. The man said she asked for it. She is a member of the crew and should help others. The man opened the door and told Ms. to get inside faster. He has a very kind heart. The passenger held out his hand to the stranger and said he couldn't stand it when girls cry. However, the woman outside was not easy. It was a mutant monster that aggressively attacked the passenger. The man screamed loudly in fear and pain. The mutant monster dragged the passenger out of the train. The conductor saw the whole thing. The conductor wanted to run away from the open door to the passengers. Tang Xin thought that besides her, there was no one to protect the people in the train cabin right now. The girl went back to close the carriage door, but the monster's tentacles wrapped around her body. The conductor screamed and gasped, but still managed to close the door. However, she found herself outside the train. The young men in the carriage tried to dispel the boredom and played cards. They wondered how much longer they would be standing here. Tang Xin's colleague walked to the closed door and wondered, where could she have gone? She is so careless. On the ground near the train, only Tang Xin's headdress remained. The girl was nowhere to be found. The patrol led by our hero continued to inspect the nearby area. Minnie said that he had to check the reason for the stoppage. It might be because of the slippery soil. The soil on both sides is secured with netting and it hadn't rained in a long time, so it was unlikely that it just started sliding down. It's unlikely that some slippery soil was able to block the rails. The guard said that if the girl helped, they would get rid of the soil and the train would be ready to start. Min He saw a footprint in the ground and thought that this was where the huge creatures could have come from. Perhaps it was a demon. Min He looked from the side and imagined how huge rocks falling from above could block the railroad. Little noticed that this place had cell phone service. Officer Luo Ling said with relief that Ming He finally answered her. The young man said that something happened on the road. Luo Lin, thanks to geolocation, tracked that the young man was near Nando Xiaopei. Ming He said that he was just about to go there, but there was a mishap in the middle of the road. There is a lot of fog and the telephone network can barely get through. The train staff can't contact the headquarters. The young man said that the train is still running. It's fine. The road is blocked. When everything is cleared, it will be possible to proceed. Luo Ling said that as soon as the road clearing is finished, it should be reported. This area needs to be left as soon as possible. Otherwise, there might be trouble because of the fog. Ming He asked what was wrong with this fog. Luo Ling said that considering the rank of the young man, it would be difficult for him to survive in this fog. One must make sure the train is safe and leave from there. The young man went down to the guard and said that they should leave from here immediately. Minnie added that he received a call from the command center. Orders to leave this place as soon as possible. Min Hai told his companion that there was cell phone service upstairs, so he was able to talk on the phone. He also found the footprints of a disaster beast. It probably caused the collapse while crawling over the mountains. Our hero said that this fog is a high-ranking disaster. Need to make sure everyone on the train is safe. On the way back, the train guard fell and hurt himself. He said he seemed to have knocked out a tooth. The guard screamed in fear. He saw a dried-up body beside him. The man was hysterical and screamed loudly. Min He and Fan Naya Rong looked in surprise in the direction where the guard was. Our hero saw the female monster and grabbed his companion's hand and shouted for her to be careful. The monster laughed and began to approach the young people. Ming He resolutely told his companions to take cover, and he was ready to engage in an unequal fight. Fan Naya Rong said she would help and activated her unique abilities. Our hero asked the girl to just hide to begin with. From there, they would act according to the circumstances. Fan Naya Rong countered that he was an ordinary Starlight rank trainee. He wasn't much stronger than her. The female monster wrapped her tentacles around our hero. The young man wondered why she was doing this. Our hero jumped high up and said that at that speed he could deliver a perfect punch. The punch was indeed impressive, and the female monster flew far back, taking her tentacles. Fang Nairong was surprised, for this was not like a punch from a mere trainee. The female monster flew back far away, but it stood on its feet and prepared for the next attack. Our hero started throwing a huge number of punches at the mutant. Fan Naya Rong said that she couldn't even see the blows. It was an incredible speed. From the large number of blows, the monster's body burst, and he saw a person inside. Was there really someone else sitting there? The young man recognized that it was the train conductor. He released the girl from the monster's body. The young man felt like he was drowning. It seemed to the guy that the conductor was still alive, so he put her on the ground. Fan Naya Rong said that the monster was crawling away. Min. He was surprised. Does she really care? They have to save the guide. She's still breathing. Fan Naya Rong said that the girl is covered in some kind of slime. It's very disgusting. To bring the conductor to her senses, the young man gave her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. After that, Min Hai continued to perform CPR by pressing on her chest. The train security guard ran up and inquired, where did the ghastly monster go? The conductor started coughing. Her breathing returned to her, and she woke up. The train doors opened and the other conductor told everyone to get inside immediately. But what had happened to Tang Xin? Tang Xin said she didn't let the monster in. Min? He told the girl that she would tell everything later inside the train. After everyone was back inside the train, the movement continued. However, the train only passed through part of the fog. After a while, a thick fog also appeared in Haoxi. A man came out of it. Lin Kunyu told a phone interviewer that authorities discovered a disaster meteorite in the western Nandu forests a month ago. At the time, astronomers said no alien life forms were detected. According to the report, other than the huge volumes of vapor around the crater, no anomalies were found. But since then, the meteorite's impact on the Hishan industrial area has intensified, and astronomers attributed it to the fact that humans had encountered something new. Upstairs, they called it fog. Lin Kunyu said the fog moves chaotically, but most of it is centered around the mountain. In the wilds of the fog, beasts of calamity appear. When the fog disappears, the beasts inhabiting its area also disappear. Given the eyewitness accounts, there are some pretty strong beasts living here, and Emperor-class doors are also possible. Recently, the fog came over the hills with the railroad tracks, so we need to keep moving in the right direction. Ling Kunyu looked at the mark on the ground and said that it was indeed here, and was hungry, having devoured all the life in the city. It was good that Haoxi's population had been evacuated in time. Lin Kunyu held the dropped chitin of some insect and told the interviewer that the train was able to get out. Lin Kunyu added that there were no survivors from the industrial area. It was necessary to investigate the fog and its wilds, otherwise there would be more victims. Everyone who entered the fog got lost in it, as if they had entered another dimension. The investigation is complicated by the fact that when the fog disappears, the creatures that inhabit it disappear with it, leaving no trace. If it weren't for one incident that allowed for a breakthrough in the research, they would still be standing there. The interviewee sent the photo in a message and said it was a clue that entomologists were able to find. They lost the subject centipede about 6 months ago. Later, with the help of a GPS chip embedded in it, they discovered that the individual was hiding in a cave near Hishan. Ling Kunyu was surprised. Is it really an insect? The centipede is very huge. Luo Ling replied that considering that the centipede was hiding in the depths of the cave, their guys still couldn't get it out of there, so they just left it there. This cave was located near the Hishan industrial zone. Ling Kunyu suggested that this insect was the inhabitant of the fog. Luo Lin agreed and added that she was the only organism that was able to survive in the fog. The entomologists discovered that it had changed dislocation and reported it immediately. Lin Kunyu said that the centipede was a surviving witness. If it is caught and studied, one can better understand what the fog is. Luo Ling agreed again and added that they currently had no information about what was happening inside the fog. Ling Kunyu suggested that the centipede might have changed slightly while it was inside the fog. The man saw a huge monster that looked like a centipede. The monster was about to swallow the animal and was screaming loudly. Lin Kunyu asked, "Is it really called a little centipede?" On the train, the guards thanked our hero. They never would have thought that a Starlight trainee could be so strong. He has a real talent. Min Hai said as he simply chased that thing away. Truly, the guide should be thanked. If the monster had gotten in, there would have been a terrible disaster. This girl has no superpowers, but she is more valiant than everyone here. The guards agreed that Tang Xin is very brave. She is their heroine. She is bound to get fame and glory. Leaving the hospital, our hero thought that he had some strange connection with these institutions. A call from an unknown number rang out. Min Hai answered and asked who was calling. The girl inquired, "Didn't the young man have a clue?" The boy thought, "Is it really Lu Qian?" The girl recognized it and smiled. "Ming?" he asked. "How did she get that number?" Lu Qian said that she got it from his sister. She also added that Ming He would be in the south today, so she decided to call. Ming He said something happened on the way here. Lu Qian asked if they had encountered the fog. The young man confirmed that they had crossed it. Lu Qian inquired where Ming He is now. She is immediately going to look for him. Ming, he replied where he was, and added that he would wait for the girl. The young man remembered giving her flowers when they were high school students. The girl then said that it was a bit sudden. She needed time to think it over. The guy noticed that it had been a year, and she still hadn't responded to him. Should this be taken as rejection? Lu Tian told her friend that this student must have seen the letter she was sending him after waking up. He agreed to meet as soon as he woke up. The friend said that if you lined up all the guys who wanted to date Lu Tian, the line would be pretty long. How could some high school graduate compare to the rich and powerful masters of South City? Lu Tian objected to her friend that it wasn't what she thought. She liked him before. Her friend remarked that it was over a year ago. Back then, Lu Tian was just a simple student with no experience. Now, she's a school idol. Strong, smart, beautiful. You shouldn't be with this guy just out of pity. Lu Tian said he was a nice guy, and the rest doesn't matter. If after waking up he decided to come here and meet her, she owes it to him to give him a chance. If it doesn't work out, she'll just tell him that so they don't waste time. A friend said that Lu Tian could break a lot of hearts with this decision. Southern City is famous for the number of real geniuses, and she decided to choose some trash who couldn't even pass the exam. A friend advised Lu Tian to take it easy and just try to be his girlfriend. No need to try too hard. Lu Tian said that Manhwa will be here soon, so she's leaving to meet him. In general, he's a nice guy. The friend replied that she's only interested in handsome and strong guys. The rest are usually nothing more than frogs to her. Southern City Evolution School. Minhee thought that this school was much cooler than he had imagined. Ming had decided that he should be enrolled here, because the teaching here must be excellent. The schoolgirls saw Lu Tian and thought that she was the real master of their school. It was rumored that some young master had bought an entire beach to present to her, but was refused. Even a rich, handsome man like He Lin, a master of an organization in the top 3 cities, couldn't win her over. The young people finally met each other. Min, he said hello to the girl and said that he didn't even recognize her right away. Lu Tian replied that he too had changed and became more confident. Lu Tian offered to take a walk and treat the young man to a cup of coffee. Manhwa agreed. The schoolgirls were surprised. Did Lu Tian really go out for coffee with this ragamuffin? He must be her friend. Our hero pondered whether to ask her. After all, it had already been a whole year. The young man thought that Lu Tian was buying him coffee just to cheer him up. Lu Tian thought that Manhwa wanted to kiss her, but there are a lot of people around. The young man decided that just being her friend was fine too. The young people came to the coffee shop. Everyone was looking back at the girl. Manhwa assumed that everyone here knew her. She must be a superstar. Lu Tian said she stood out a few times and people remembered her. Even Ming, he came to South City to see her. Min, he replied that he came for a special program. Actually, he still wants to enter the Super Evolution School. Manhwa said he came to try again and see the biggest city in the south. Lu Tian asked where he lived. The guy replied that he hadn't found a place to live yet. He wanted to look around and rent something. The young man asked why Lu Tian was blushing. Maybe she wasn't feeling well? The girl replied that she was fine. Lu Tian said she could help find more information on programs. If he got in, they would become classmates and could spend more time together. Manhwa thought she was talking about studying like she did in high school. He often met her in the library. There must be a lot of guys running after this girl since she's very pretty. Or she already has a boyfriend to envy. Lu Tian asked Manhwa if he noticed anything while walking through the fog. The guy replied that there was some kind of creature with tentacles, a female monster with skin as pale as the moon and incredible strength. He added that this monster was still perfectly transformed. Therefore, from the train window, she looked like a girl with long hair. Lu Tian wondered how they were able to get out of there. It must have been very dangerous there. He said that he was now an evolutionary hunter. He even had the corresponding card. Several months after awakening, our hero has been practicing and developing his ability. He hopes that he can now pass the exam. They promised to study together, but he couldn't get in. He shouldn't fail this time. Lu Tian realized why he didn't come immediately after waking up. He had worked hard and practiced hard and hadn't forgotten their promise. Lu Tian was called out by a young man who approached. The young man walked over to the table and asked Ming if he knew what the threshold of entry to this school was. It's the rank of the Lunar Radiance. The young man showed his card. It was Fang Kai. He said for this guy to practice some more and not make people laugh, or he would be ashamed to say that they were friends. Fang Kai told the girl that they could get all the old acquaintances from school together for a reunion. Wouldn't that be better and more fun? Lu Tian replied that she would like to be alone with him. Manhwa confirmed that he had something to discuss with Lu Tian, so it would be better if Fang Kai didn't interfere. The bell rang, and Lu Qian told Fang Kai to keep his voice down. She needed to talk. Fang Kai was indignant. How dare Ming He do such a thing? How dare he show up at the Southern City Super Evolution School? Lu Qian is a real city star. What made this guy think that he even had a chance of having a relationship with her? After the phone call, Lu Qian said that she had some urgent business and would have to leave Minhai. She regretted it. Ming. He replied that they could meet later. As they said goodbye, Lu Qian said that she would come to cheer for Ming He during the exam. A young man drove up to the cafe. Lu Qian approached him and asked what happened at her brother's place. The young man said that they need Lu Qian's help to control lightning. He will explain the details on the way. They need to hurry. Watching the girl from the cafe, Minhai decided that she had met up with her boyfriend. Our hero decided not to bother her unnecessarily. Near the special enrollment area, passers-by wondered, "Didn't the exams end a few months ago? Why are there so many applicants here?" Another passerby said that this is a special enrollment that takes place every year after the main enrollment. It's for the rich and powerful who couldn't pass the main. If they had the strength, they would have passed the official exam. The young man asked our hero if he was in the special recruitment. Min He confirmed. Peng Linghui said that this guy is modest-looking. He has some cheap clothes. Peng Ling asked how much the young man's family donated to the school. After all, those who don't need to take the regular exam due to connections get in here. Peng Ling said that his family donated 7 million to the school, so he just came to see Min. He was surprised that such a thing still works. Peng Ling replied that it's unrealistic to come here without donations. Min He said he wasn't familiar with the rules and only came to try it out. Peng Ling replied that skills don't solve anything in the exam. It's a profanation. The school was set up to give rich kids a chance. Those who have given nothing away are not welcome here. Min He wondered if this was just so that rich kids could get in. Peng Ling said that his interlocutor appeared to be guessing. Min Hai thought he didn't stand a chance. Peng Ling said for the guy to work hard next year, save up the required amount and give it to the school. Then he could get in. A man came out to the applicants and introduced himself as the special enrollment supervisor. His name was Yang Jin. The assistants Ji and Shi stood next to him. Yang Jin began to call out names and the young people responded. Peng Ling noticed that the curator forgot to call out one name, Min He. The curator saw that name on the list with the official recommendation mark, Min. He confirmed that he was present here. Shi's assistant said there would be 5 rounds in the special set, 4 physical fitness tests and 1 combat test. Shi showed a mannequin to measure strength. Depending on the talent, the participant would be pushed to different standards. Curator Yang Jin announced that Min Hai would be the first as his talent is of the explosive type. If the young man kicks over 1,500 kilograms, he will pass on. Peng Ling said that the management immediately wanted to kick him out. Min He thought that this was the same test as the Hunters Association, but last time, the threshold was only 1,000 kilograms. Our hero gave a crushing blow and damaged the measurement dummy again. The dummy broke, but the number on the screen remained fixed, 2,200. The curator announced that the first test had passed. Since the dummy broke, everyone else automatically passed this test. Now, they should move on to the next round. Min He wondered, is this really how it works now? Assistant Ji told the curator that Min He was very talented. Should we take him on? Yang Jin replied that every year, even those who get the highest scores on the written exams are dropped. They can't physically accept everyone. Assistant Shi confirmed that there are many in the school who are just as strong, but without brains, one would quickly die in battle. Ji agreed. If the young man didn't have an official recommendation, there was no way he would have gotten in here. The curator said that they just needed to increase the difficulty to screen out this applicant. Yang Jin announced that the second test would test speed. The field is spacious enough for dodging and running. Those who are caught up by an ordinary rank red leopard in the allotted time will be considered to have failed. The curator ordered the assistants to start counting down. Yang Jin told the trainer to order the beast to first catch up and bring down Ming He. After that, they should act according to the situation. Be gentle with the others. If the beast gets serious, no one here will stand a chance. Yang Jin announced that the exam was starting. The beast immediately rushed after Peng Ling. The young man started to run away, not realizing what was happening. The trainer whistled, and the beast stopped chasing. The leopard stopped and began to look around. Min He thought the beast was of ordinary rank, but not particularly strong. Min He thought he could handle it easily and began to run away. The trainer told the beast that this was its target. The red leopard crouched on its paws and prepared to jump. Our hero got a bad feeling. Minhe wondered, why did the beast become so serious? The leopard roared loudly. Minhe turned around and started to run away even faster. The young man thought it was a test of emergency braking and 100-meter running. Ming-he thought of directing the beast into the crowd to change targets. However, the maneuver failed. The leopard chased exactly after Min. He, despite the many people around. Min-he decided to show the beast what real speed meant. The past months of training were not for show. Those watching were wondering how a human could be so fast. Assistant Ji said that Ming-he's speed already surpassed most Moonlight Radiance rank hunters. The curator remarked that even if a guy is fast, it doesn't guarantee stamina. You have to last another 15 minutes. 10 minutes passed. The leopard could barely move its paws. It was exhausted. Ming-he looked back and asked in surprise, was the beast tired? And it had only just warmed up. Min-he said that if the leopard had caught up with him before, now they would switch roles. If he caught up with the beast, he would count all his bones. Yang Jin promised to be extremely strict. The curator announced that the third test would be a reaction test. There was something that looked like a tree in front of the applicants. GE's assistant informed them that this bizarre tree was contaminated with a powerful dose of radiation and was called a demon tree. The applicants will not be able to die, but if the tree hits them, they will feel bad. The assistant explained that if the tree gets fresh blood on it, it will awaken and start attacking anything that moves within range. Shi's assistant hurt his finger and blood protruded on it. The young man touched the tree with his bloody finger. The tree immediately activated. The curator said that those who were summoned would enter the yellow zone. One of the applicants dodged easily. The tree didn't seem very fast. 5 minutes later, the assistant said that Zize had passed and the next entrant was being called. All the subsequent applicants passed the test with the same ease. Min. He thought that they could have done nothing. Everything was already obvious. Min Haye was invited to the tree. Assistant Shi hurt his hand more, and there was more blood. The more blood the tree absorbed, the stronger it became. Min, he could now enjoy the beating. The demonic tree activated for real. The tree attacked our hero in a completely different way, showing increased aggression. However, the young man dodged effectively. Min-he said that his bullets couldn't reach the tree. Did he really stand any chance? The curator noticed that the tree couldn't hit the applicant. Why is it so slow? Assistant Shar decided to get serious and cut his palm even deeper with the knife. The amount of blood released increased. The tree went into an indescribable rage and began to attack the young man even more fiercely. Min. He thought that it was even better. Now he could practice his hearing reaction. He closed his eyes. Those watching saw that the tree's attacks were passing by. Couldn't it just hit Min Hai? After 5 minutes, the curator and assistants concluded that the young man's reaction was amazing. The tree was exhausted as well. Ming-he said that it was not a bad warm-up. Using a demonic tree to practice reactions is quite effective. The curator said that since Assistant Shi was in a serious condition, Min-he passed this test. Assistant Ji told curator Yang Jin that the young man has better reactions than most students in the school. All 3 tests passed with a perfect score. This boy is a true genius and should be enrolled. The curator remarked that they had many such geniuses. However, many are careless in battle. Since this is a special enrollment, one should take a full exam and evaluate the cumulative results. You can't be careless in tests. Baptism by combat would be the best option. In the medicine room, Assistant Shi admitted that he was doing a special exam and had to feed the demonic tree with blood. A little overdoing it. The curator and applicants entered the next room. Here should be the last test, the easiest one. This test demonstrates the rank of a super being. According to the information available, Min. His super being talent was completely white. Min-he wondered, why wasn't this test put first? Wouldn't passing all the previous tests and failing this one be a waste of time? Yang Jin replied that the rules were adamant. Min Hai asked if he would go first again. The curator replied that this time the young man would go last. Generally, the order is not important. The assistant will record the results. Peng Ling said that he would be first then. The assistant announced, Peng Ling Hui is a rank purple soul. Ming-he said that was great. He couldn't believe that the young man had such a rank. In the end, all the applicants ended up with a purple soul. Curator Yang Jin said that he had seen almost all the information on Min-he. He had already taken the exam for this school last June. Back then, the young man had a maximum score on the written exams, but a complete failure on a similar test. He had a white haze and was not accepted. Yang Jin explained that such a superpower had no value in battle. Min. He wondered what the curator meant by that. Yang Jin pointed out that he didn't understand the most important thing. The first lesson at the university, superpowers can be changed. A liquid called drops of life, extracted from the bodies of disasters, can change the user's superpowers. giving new abilities to replace the old ones. White, blue, purple. It doesn't matter. It can all be changed. If one had the means and influence, one could undergo such a procedure and become stronger. The young man now understood why all the applicants had purple souls. Yang Jin added that even though he had incredible results in the first 3 tests, it didn't matter if he failed now. Manhwa remembered what the passing rank was. Violet soul, and there is a minimum level. Strength, speed, reaction, all pale before the absolute power of superpowers that could be unimaginable. Will Manhwa be able to handle the capabilities of a purple soul wielder? Superpowers cause destruction beyond human limits many times over. No matter what physical training a young man has, it is nothing in front of superpowers. Manhwa said that if one had both powerful training and powerful abilities, his strength would increase even more. White rank could only mean slightly increased luck. The curator thought that He had decided to completely embarrass himself. He paid no attention to these words and continued testing. Assistant G noted that he had superpowers after all. After the ball glowed with the corresponding color, everyone cried out, "Ming, he has a purple soul." Yanjin said that it was impossible because according to their data, he was only a white haze. Peng Ling reminded them that powers could be changed. The comet goddess said that it was a wise choice to hide his powers, the first rule of survival. A young man doesn't need to show off his red mage rank to everyone. Manhwa expressed that he passed and got the maximum points. Assistant G emphasized his talent again. Yang Jin told He not to get cocky. There was still one more test left, the combat test. The assistant added that he would take it a little later. Yang Jin was upset, figured the guy had come on purpose to mess it up. Assistant Shi told the boss that this student was supposed to be better than others, and now he was transferring to them and causing trouble. A student entered the room. He heard that he needed help with the combat test for the special set and was willing to help. Assistant G remembered that the student Fang Kai entered their school last year, ranked 3rd in the rankings, and continues to train while studying. However, the rookies are still green, and the test will be biased. Assistant Shi said that in special enrollment, they need to be especially strict. Fang Kai said that he is currently ranked 10th among the sophomores. Yang Jin said that in that case, Fang Kai is good for them. In the battle arena, Peng Ling noted that the test attracted a lot of attention. Manhwa saw Lu Qian among the spectators, but remembered that the girl already has a boyfriend. Assistant G said that the combat test is open to everyone. Students from all schools can come and watch. Yang Jin pointed out that everything is out in the open, so no one can accuse him of overstepping his authority. Assistant Shi announced the list of fights. Manhwa vs. Fang Kai, Peng Ling vs. Zhang Xing. The female spectators said that Fang Kai is one of the best in the 2nd year. Very strong. All the spectators wished Fang Kai good luck and said that he is the best. Fang Kai told our hero that he met an old friend. He added that it was the school's way. He had no choice. But he won't feel sorry for Manhwa as an old classmate. Manhwa admitted that he wasn't going to hold back either. The battle had begun. Fang Kai declared that he was a berserk, grabbing the wind by the throat. The berserk began to spin in place, increasing its speed to create a centripetal force and attack the opponent. He was ready for such an attack. Manhwa said that the previous 4 tests had helped him warm up, so now he could play around with his opponent. Fang Kai said that the person in front of him was trash, who failed the school exams. The sophomore called his opponent an unemployed man who carries bricks at construction sites and thinks that's what gave him strength. Could he really justify his confidence here at South City High School? Manhwa asked why Fang Kai was here if he thought the opponent was unworthy. The sophomore replied that it was by the school's decree. Assistant G added that Fang Kai asked for it himself. Fang Kai stated that this is a special recruitment exam, and if he says that Manhwa didn't pass, so be it. Manhwa assumed that Fang Kai had come here to ruin his mood. Fang Kai shouted that he hated Manhwa. Who does he think he is? The school of super evolution is a sacred place, and people like this guy shouldn't be admitted here. They should be carrying bricks at construction sites, hauling junk, and washing dishes at roadside cafes. Manhwa said that now he has gotten to know his opponent better, but the conditions don't change. Fang Kai said that today he is the examiner, and Manhwa should lay at his feet and beg for mercy. Our hero said that he had wanted to beat this rival for a long time, but he was poor and couldn't pay for the treatment. He added that if it was an exam, it was not for him to pay the bills, just the occasion to reward. Fang Kai said that he was in the top 10 of the 2nd year. Manhwa attacked his opponent. The sophomore activated the 2nd-degree acceleration and soared high into the sky, preparing to attack. Fang Kai said that he wouldn't even reach him. How on earth is the latter going to fight? The opponent's fists are strong, but considering the ability, it doesn't mean anything. Our hero used a spiritual technique and created a huge fist from the sand, which he used to attack the opponent in the sky. The people present wondered, did Fang Kai really deserve a spot in the top 10 if he was so easily beaten by someone who wasn't even accepted into the school? A student said that if Ming He had such strength, it was no wonder he was dating Lu Qian. Fang Kai rose to his feet and reminded him that he had a hidden ability. The sophomore noticed that the more he rages, the stronger the wind he controls becomes. Fang Kai recognized that his opponent had managed to bring him to such a state. The spectators saw Fang Kai use the secret purple soul technique. It was frightening. The sophomore is taking the test seriously. Assistant Ji told mentor Yang Jin that this is just a special set test. How can a student use such a technique? It's unprincipled. Our hero was surprised. Is it really the opponent's secret technique? But compared to his own technique, it seemed insignificant. Assistant Shu pointed out that the talents of purple souls were very diverse. Fang Kai's Wind Berserk is very effective against the same ranks. Ming He doesn't stand a chance. Assistant Ji added that Min He is in danger. Peng Ling shouted for Ming Hu to run away immediately, or else the Wind Berserk would devour him. Ming He decided to give advice to his opponent. If he wanted to win, he should use all means, including secret techniques. There was no need to be so pathetic and helpless. Fang Kai stated that he wanted to feel sorry for his opponent, but now he would have to chain him to a hospital bed. Ming He activated a tornadic fist, and the opponent flew far back. Fang Kai was powerfully deactivated and fell to the ground without moving. Ming He said that his mystic fist absorbed energy, including his opponent's wind breath. After a while, Fang Kai asked in surprise how Ming He was able to defeat his secret technique with an ordinary spiritual technique. Ming Hu replied that if he had used his secret technique, there would be nothing left of his opponent. But he decided to take pity on his former classmate. Peng Ling said that Min He had recently passed the rank test, Purple Soul. But even without the secret technique, he was able to defeat the sophomore. Peng Ling noted that if such a trash is in the top 10 strongest, they would quickly be able to take the top of South City. Ming. He remarked that there are many geniuses in the city. Not everyone is as weak as Fang Kai. Assistant Ji told curator Yang Jin that if they don't accept Ming He, a barrage of criticism will fall. His fighting ability is astounding. Ming He asked the mentor if he should now become an honor student of South City. Yang Jin said for the young man not to be arrogant. They never lacked money and fighting ability. Our hero told the curator to think about it. If people don't know anything, they might think that Fang Kai got into the top 10 just by connections, and that would be bad for the school's reputation. Min He could be an excuse. Yang Jin reluctantly congratulated Ming He on becoming a student of the Southern School of Super Evolution. A guy shouldn't be arrogant. He should be diligent, inquisitive, and respect the teachers. Yang Jin asked who would pay for Min. He's medical bills now, after all. He had used a secret technique in a student duel. If he broke the rules, no one will pay. Fang Kai said he had enough money. Peng Ling noted that he had seen arrogant people, but to insist on paying his own medical bills for the sake of pride was a first. Peng Ling said goodbye to everyone. His father had prepared a holiday party, and he was leaving first. The student waved at Min Hai and said that he probably doesn't know anything here, since this is the first time he came to South City. If Min He adds her on WeChat, she will become his tour guide. Min He asked for directions to the dormitory. The girl said she was just going there. They can go together. Lu Qing said she went to high school with Ming He and will be his tour guide. Thanked the girl for her enthusiasm. Lu Qing added that Min He's phone is broken and is being fixed for now, so he won't be able to add the girl on WeChat. The girl asked if Ming He could give her his phone number. Lu Qing said that his SIM card is also broken and there's no chance of getting a new one. Ming He asked Lu Qing how she knew he was going to change his phone. His old one is really broken. Lu Qing noted that the student was very proactive. She inquired if Min He had passed the exam with a high score. The young man replied that he just showed what he could do. He didn't expect the opponent to be a former classmate Fang Kai. Lu Qing asked if Fang Kai had bullied Ming He at the first opportunity. Min He remarked that although Fang Kai seems stale on the outside, he is very gentle on the inside. Lu Qing congratulated Ming He on his victory. They are now classmates like the good old days. Min He has finally started a well-deserved school life. The grass training arena was now available to our hero. The young man moved around the busy student streets. In the old school building, Min Hai could visit the library. Here, every superhuman here had a different talent that was based on different bases. Teacher Zong said that there are 5 ranks of talents in total: White Haze, Blue Spirit, Purple Soul, Red Mage, and Black God. Fan Naya Rong, answering the question, said that those who possess the white rank have characteristics far beyond an ordinary person. If they worked on themselves and practiced, they could surpass the limits of the human body. Characteristics such as strength, speed, and accuracy are known from the past. All have their limits. Mr. Zong noticed that in their time, many superhumans had already surpassed these limits. Since this is the basis of the white rank, scientists call this rank the physical rank. Different members of the rank have different specializations. Someone can be many times faster, and someone can be many times stronger. There are usually 4 characteristics that are tested in this school: strength, speed, responsiveness, and combat skills. To be admitted, one must pass the threshold in at least one of them. One of the students asked the teacher. His classmate has a white rank, and his strength and reaction speed exceed the norm. Why didn't he pass then? Teacher Zong said that they were just coming to this question. The students should know about the Blue Spirit rank if everyone here is from South City School. The teacher added that he would elaborate on it. People with Blue Spirit rank not only have enhanced characteristics like white haze, but also special unique abilities. Could anyone demonstrate something like this without destroying the audience? One female student decided to give it a try. She said that her talent was bright light, and the basis of the Blue Spirit rank was dazzle. Everyone would be able to feel it. Teacher Zong asked everyone to close their eyes. But on the other hand, if everyone closed their eyes, they wouldn't realize anything about this student's ability. Could the girl make the light less bright? The girl replied that she could control the intensity of the light. Everyone present and even the instructor squeezed their eyes shut from the bright light that appeared. It was an explosive spiritual ability. Zong said that blue spirits had various unique abilities in addition to their physical characteristics. This kind of ability is called an explosive ability. These abilities could deal a large amount of instant damage and impose unexpected effects. All blue spirits' abilities require a good understanding and frequent use. Explosive abilities require a lot of stamina and mental strength. That's why blue spirits are more powerful than white haze from the start. But they can still train physical parameters. One of the students asked Teacher Zong what he could say about purple spirits. The teacher replied that people with the rank of Violet Soul had more than just powerful physical characteristics and abilities. The student remarked that there are not very many people with this rank in the whole school. Zong replied that different techniques require different activation conditions. Some may require danger to the life of the user. Sometimes abilities and techniques are linked. It can be considered a sort of multiple reinforcement. The teacher added that he had gotten his hands on a recording of a combat exam in a special set. There was a secret technique being used there. Now the students would see the tape. Everyone should pay attention. In the video, the face has been blacked out because they do not have the proper authorizations. There would also be some of the sound missing. Manhwa thought it was lucky. It meant he wouldn't be exposed so early. The students were scary and interesting to watch. It's just like a small disaster. Student Fan Naya Rong thought that this guy looked familiar to her. The teacher pointed out that this student's talent was combat wind. Previously, he had used a wind whip and a wind kite. These abilities were of the wind type and synergized with the user's surroundings. Thus, the condition for using the secret technique was for the wind to reach sufficient strength to activate. Minghe thought that if he dispelled that kite, Fang Kai wouldn't be able to use the secret technique, and it would be possible to end the fight much easier. The student said the tornado was about to tear someone to shreds. Who could even stand against such a technique? The character in the video, is he even human? That fist just dispelled his technique. He's like a small tornado himself. After the lesson, Fan Naya Rong approached our hero and asked if it was him. Who used the fists in the video? Manhwa replied that it was all unintelligible in the video. Why did Fan Naya Rong think it was him? The girl said that when they were on the train, he was not yet a student at South City High School. However, now Manhwa is sitting next to her. There is only one possibility. He went through a special recruitment. The young man replied that many people had gone through it. Fan Naya Rong remembered Ming, her hitting the creature with his fist while they were in the fog. The young man replied that many people use their fists, such as Saitama. It was reported in the city that a group of astronomers had spotted a small meteor entering the atmosphere. The suspected location of the meteor is the southern city's Shao Ridge. All residents of the range should evacuate immediately, and commanders should prepare for battle. The rear services need to detach the area and prepare reinforced teams. A phone call rang and the caller asked Fan Nai Rong if she had heard the astronomical warning. After entering the school, the girl was assigned to the rear guard. Luo Lin told our hero that the disaster in the mountain range would include more than 1,000 alien creatures. While the vanguard does its job, the Dragon Fang organization asks the young man to be ready for new orders and battle in case of emergencies. Our hero inquired as to what was required of him. Luo Ling stated that their organization only deals with emergencies. During these few days, the young man must not engage in battles, leave South City, or accept any outside requests. Min-hee returned to the dormitory. The guy heard part of the conversation. A student asked, "Why was he acting so arrogant?" Zhang Yuan asked, "Isn't he just a simple member of the reinforced rear team?" Wang Jia said that there is no need to worry, because they are all neighbors. Those who are members of the rear guard have some kind of privileges. The young men saw Min-hee and said hello to him. Our hero said that he was a little late. What was the conversation about? What are the rear services? Wang Jia explained that whenever astronomers predict disasters, the government, leaders, schools, and hunters associations handle it. If a disaster has a rank higher than the 5th, all organizations are required to send several of their members to suppress it. Min-hee said he was in a small town. There were no major disasters there. However, all the southern neighborhoods are all connected and controlled by South City in one way or another. Wang Jia said that the school is the leader of the school forces. If someone becomes a member of the rear guard, it is very honorable. Zhang Yuan said that a mere rear guard has nothing to be proud of. He will be scared if he even sees the shadow of some critter. Zhang Yuan added that his brother Zhang too is fighting at the front. He's the one who sees the meteor crater and fights the critters face to face. The rear men are merely picking up those who are fighting at the front. Wang Jia excitedly said that Zhang Yuan has a very strong brother. He heard that the frontline fighters live in luxury apartments, one person at a time. Zhang Yuan pointed to a neighboring building and said that those who fight at the front live there. The student said that while walking around in the afternoon, he saw their goddess heading there. So it turns out she is also a frontline fighter if she lives there? Min-hee inquired, "Who is this goddess they are talking about?" Wang Jia replied that everyone knows about the 3 school beauty goddesses. Wang Jia stated that if Min-hee didn't know about them, he would introduce him to them now. The first one is the Ice Princess, Tang Ning. The second one is Martial Saint Feng Ling. The third one is the Lightning Princess Lu Qian. Ming-hee asked why they have such pathetic titles. Wang Jia replied that all the titles were given to them according to their talents by the students of the school themselves. Those who have seen them in action even once are fully convinced that their titles are perfect. Min-hee said that he was Lu Qian's classmate in the old school. Zhang Yuan said he didn't believe it. This kind of thing is called waifu here. He stated that he is telling the truth. Zhang Yuan added that he shouldn't try to use this as an excuse to get a room across from the girls' dormitory. Min-hee went to his room to practice meditation. Our hero asked the goddess who would be his opponent today. The woman opened her eyes and stretched, and said that the mutated Dr. Zhao was no longer suitable for the young man as an enemy. Min-hee found himself at the training ground where his opponent was supposed to be. The opponent told Min-hee to be careful. There are no eyes on his fists and feet. Our hero easily dodged the opponent's attack and thought it was too weak compared to his virtual opponent. We can consider it something like a warm-up. At this time, hand-to-hand combat training was also taking place in the 3rd zone. The girl in red was intensely fighting with the white beast. The opponent's leg kick sent the white beast far back. The white beast lay on its back and said that it was just sparring. Could she hold back a bit? Martial Saint Feng Ling invited the next opponent into the arena. Everyone present refused to be sparring opponents. The girl said that she didn't even break a sweat today. The man on the podium said that considering her skills, it was all like beating up children. Doesn't Feng Ling know why she was nicknamed Martial Saint? The girl replied that she wasn't interested in nicknames and titles. She wanted to at least warm up here, and there was no one even remotely strong here. The man stated that Feng Ling was growing too fast. However, he saw someone in the 1st zone. That student looks strong. We can check it out. Feng Ling said that it didn't matter, she wasn't interested anymore. However, the girl still paid attention to the people fighting in the neighboring zone. Feng Ling walked to the edge of the field and said that she had changed her mind. The martial saint stated that the guy who won had pretty good legs. He could even last for 3 minutes. Feng Ling's companion suggested that this guy could last longer from what he saw. Feng Ling offered to bet that he wouldn't last more than 3 minutes. If she lost, she would practice the technique that her interlocutor kept telling her about. The girl approached Min-hee and offered to fight. Our hero agreed. After the sparring began, Feng Ling immediately attacked Ming-hee. The young man effectively dodged it. The girl said that this guy had a pretty good reaction. He noticed that she wasn't bad either. The sparring did not reveal a clear advantage for either opponent. Feng Ling said that the young man was very strong. She had underestimated him. Min-hee remarked that he had the same thing with her. The fight continued. Ming-hee said that he would attack this time and activated the shadow step skill. The girl needed to break the distance and seize the initiative. He activated second-degree acceleration. The spectators couldn't keep track of the opponent's movements. How could they fight at this speed? All of their skills were simply top-notch. Feng Ling's companion answered the phone and informed the girl that they had an urgent mission. When the fight stopped, the spectators said that this was Feng Ling, the martial saint. She is their goddess. She is incredibly strong. The girl told her rival that she had some urgent business to attend to, but they will definitely continue next time. She is here every Wednesday morning. Min Hai accepted the offer and said they had an agreement. Wang would like to be on the news on TV. Now the whole school will only talk about it. Zhang Yuan asked Li Mian how things are going on the home front. After all, the guy doesn't have the qualifications to go to the front. Li Mian replied that they had seen Zhang Yuan's brother's accomplishments. What does the young man have to do with that? Wang Jia said for Zhang Yuan not to be nervous and to calm down. They are all neighbors after all. Wang Jia asked the young men if they had packed their belongings. There is a wilderness training coming up. There will be army simulations. Zhang Yuan said he completely forgot because all the freshmen will participate. We'll have to take more food. Min He said that he is already prepared. Teacher Zong said that the training plan has already been made. Everyone needs to be extremely careful. These trainings have been coordinated with the authorities. Shao Ridge has been chosen as the destination point. The students wondered why there. There are lots of mosquitoes, worms, and bugs there. Besides, we'll have to live on a farm. The fighting just ended there recently. Teacher Zong said they don't send students there to go out. According to the Hunters Association, the creatures from the disaster in Shao can lay eggs. The growth and maturation rate of these eggs is unbelievable. Even if all the adults have already been killed off, the remaining eggs pose a huge threat to the people of Shaoling. Teacher Zong added that the students are not yet able to fully integrate into society, so they will be sent to mop up. One of the students stated that they are being given the dirtiest jobs. Isn't there anyone who can do it instead of them? The teacher replied that Shaoling needs to be completely secured. If everyone here is a superhuman, they have no right to refuse to do the job of protecting the citizens. If any unkillable creatures are there, the school and the authorities must be informed immediately. Zhang Yuan asked if they managed to find any wounded creatures. Will they get some reputation for destroying it? Wang Jia replied that they weren't experienced enough to deal with a lot of red creatures yet. They should start with easier jobs. Zong said that their class hadn't chosen a representative yet. He heard that Fan Naya Rong has excellent evaluations from the official team representatives, so it's okay to nominate her. Fan Naya Rong will represent this class if no one objects. Now everything needs to be prepared for the trip to Shao Ridge. Our hero saw the missed calls from Lu Qian and called her back. The guy said that he had just finished his class. Lu Qian replied that she was at a cafe and suggested the young man come there. Min He agreed. Wang Jia heard a woman's voice on the phone and asked if Min He already had a girlfriend. Min Hai replied that it was just a classmate. Zhang Yuan said that she talked to him very nicely. Is it really just a classmate? Min Hai clarified that that girl already has a boyfriend. Wang Jia noted that it's still unexpected since she's inviting him to the cafe. The young men asked our hero what that girl's name was. Could she be his imaginary friend, Lu Qian? Min He replied that she was exactly that. He said goodbye to his friends and said he had to meet her. The guy asked Wang Jia to bring this book to his room. Wang Jia suggested that his friends follow Min Hai. Zhang Yuan agreed to do it. Li Mian said it's boring and he's going back to the dormitory. Wang Jia pulled Zhang Yuan's hand and said that they should hurry up or they would miss Ming He. They were both curious to see the look on Min Hai's face when he would sit in front of the girl. When they met, our hero told the girl that he had witnessed her teacher praising her. Lu Qian replied that the leader of her group was 100 times cooler, and she was just there to keep the place empty. Ming He asked if Lu Qian had hurt herself. The girl replied that she was fine. Ming He wondered if something was wrong. Why did she call him out? The girl thought she would never call him again. Aren't they on a date? Why does he have such a strange way of talking? Lu Qian said that the rookies will go to training soon. From above, they hope she will help Teacher Zong during the trip. The girl agreed. Lu Qian said that when the time came, she would ride with the freshmen to the Shao Ridge. The two spies watching the young people realized that Lu Qian was indeed Ming He's classmate. Ming He said that he would be able to see Lu Qian more often now. The girl asked if Min Hai wanted to go to the movies with her. She had been fighting at the front for the past 10 days, and her roommate advised her to relax and go see something. Wang Jia thought that the goddess took the initiative to invite Min Hai to the movies. Our hero said he understands. This happens if you work hard. He can recommend the movie Happy Show. They say the ratings are off the charts. Lu Qian asked if Min Hai has any plans. The guy replied that he doesn't have anything planned besides practicing. The girl expressed her hope that Min Hai would keep her company. Min Hai agreed. Those watching wondered how a goddess could be so humble in front of this guy. Min-hee said that some of his friends called him obsessed with working out. He could really use some unwinding. Wangja couldn't accept that. The girl had called him by herself, invited him to the cafe by herself, and now it felt like she was begging Ming-hee. Ridge. The students reached their destination. The locals thanked the students for their help and offered them fresh fruits as a token of gratitude. Fan Naya Rong said that the teacher was looking for Min-hee. The young man should go to the front. In front were Vice Dean Ding Meng and Principal Shu, the head of the fighting class. Our hero said hello to them. Ding Meng said that some of the instructors were looking for Ming-hee, so the young man should approach them. Luoling waved her hand and called out to Ming-hee. The young man got excited when he saw the commander. Luoling said that she came to the southern school every year to teach the newcomers, but it was quite tiring. Ming-hee asked Commander Lo Lin if there were any special instructions. The woman replied that she had come to train the newcomers. They must fight in the wilderness and learn survival skills. They would also provide security on the trip. Lo Lin added that she was one of the few people who knew about Min-hee's abilities. If he is a member of their organization, he could very well become an instructor for the newcomers. The woman said that the young man probably wants to enjoy student life, so she won't interfere with him. But before he leaves, she should clarify something. She didn't tell the whole situation. All the members of their organization are independent, so she has to tell the young man his rank. Luoling said that she wouldn't let him join a third-rate team. There are many talents trying all ways to sneak in, but they are unable to fulfill even the basic requirements. Zone instructors, school, and official members of the rear are required to obey Min-hee's commands and protect him. The young man has a B rank. The frontline soldiers in his zone are also required to prioritize his defense. Luolin added that when Ming-hee carries out a mission, the mission area comes under his jurisdiction. The commander said that they have 2 missions this time. To ensure the protection of the students, this must be given special attention. Even if Min-hee is just a rookie in Dragonfang, he is still needed to help with this mission. Min-hee said that he would still do it, even if he wasn't a member of the organization. But what is the second task? Luoling replied that it's too early for the guy to know about it yet. When the time comes, he will know about everything. The commander said that Ming-hee could now return to his group. His involvement with Dragonfang will be kept secret. Min-hee said that was a good thing, as he would like to remain in the shadows. One of the female students assumed that they would be camping on a farm, but in fact, they were right in the middle of the wilderness of the Xiao Range. How do you even sleep in these tents? Cell phone service is almost non-existent here. What will they do here without TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube? Teacher Zong said that camping is a basic survival skill. Every student needs to take the teacher's instructions seriously. Min-hee set up the tent and decided to sprinkle bug powder around. Instructor Ju Chi, while sprinkling the ash, said that this line will ward off wild animals. Animals' senses are very sharp, and they are afraid of fire. If they smell the smell of burning, they won't dare to approach. Students must be careful to make sure the ashes are completely burned through so as not to cause a fire. The student said that they are all superhumans. They shouldn't be afraid of wild animals. Ju Chi said that if a wild animal eats the meat of a killed critter, it can mutate and evolve. They once encountered a 10-meter-long bear in this way. Now there's a large group here, so there's no need to be afraid. But when students are on a mission in small groups, you have to follow instructions strictly. It could save a life. One of the female students sitting around the campfire asked Luo Ling if she had any scary stories from her life. The woman said she was willing to tell about the attack of the Beast Emperor. Even being a few kilometers away from this monster, they already realized that it was the size of a mountain. The entire city saw it inevitably approaching. The city was now in ruins. The creatures were nesting there. It's a good thing they evacuated all the inhabitants. The student asked what rank this emperor was. Luo Ling replied that it was a royal rank. The student wondered, is a human being capable of defeating him? Luo Ling replied that they lost a few strongest people back then. One of them was the dean of students. Teacher Zong said that it was getting late. It was time to go to bed. There would be a long battlefield cleanup in the morning. The morning came. Everyone needs to gather in 10 squads according to each student's class. One of the girls suggested that we warm up a bit in the morning and then come back here for breakfast. We need to approach this responsibly. Those who fall behind will only eat steamed beans alone, said Teacher Myolan. The students thought it wasn't hard since everyone here is superhuman. Their physical characteristics are far from weak. Myolan added that the teachers and their assistants will go at the end, and those who fail will have to follow them to successfully complete the warm-up. Myolan said it was time to start and began to run away, quickly building up speed. The students followed the teacher, but it was not easy to catch up with her. She appeared to be very fast. Miolan changed locations, moving from mountains to rivers. The flagship group of students tried to keep up. At one point, the students wondered, why did the teacher stop? After all, it was still possible to run. Miolan said that only 4 students were able to hold on. The rest were left behind. These 4 deserved a short break. The top 4 were Lian Dong, Li Mian, Ming He, Ming He, and Fan Nia Rong. The girl thought that Min He didn't even break a sweat. After a while, the stragglers came up. Lian Dong said that they had been waiting for 5 minutes for everyone. Miolan said that if the majority were already here, they would continue warming up. The finish of the training was at the camp. The teacher said that while breakfast was being prepared, the students could rest. Fan Nia Rong said that there are capable students in every group, but it is quite difficult to adapt to such an intense training. Li Mian said that it can't be otherwise. The best students in the city are gathered here. Wang Jia said that everyone who entered South School belongs to one of the 3 top ranks. A student asked where these guys were from. Li Min replied that he is local. Fan Nia Rong is from the city of Lanyang. Min He added that he is also from there. After breakfast, Miolan asked if the students had memorized the route they took in the morning. Now it is necessary to explore it in more detail. We can't miss any hollow tree, burrow, or cave. All mutant eggs must be destroyed. When meeting with a red-eyed monster cannot act alone. In such a case, one must return to the base and launch a flare so that the teacher can find them. The instructor said that the results of this training will affect the grades. One must work hard to successfully complete the assignment. Wang Jia suggested splitting into groups and choosing directions. Li Mian said he noticed bushes downstream in the morning. Red eyes like wet places with such bushes. The student remarked that Li Mian was very smart, managed to notice it even when running from the last of their strength. Wang Jia recognized that a random search would be ineffective. The lowlands of the river should be thoroughly searched. The students scrambled through thick and tall bushes. Someone tried to cut them with a spirit technique. Min. He remarked that it was best not to use such a technique in the wilderness. Li Mian said that he would clear the way and the others should be careful. Ming He asked Fan Nia Rong, "Didn't the instructor say that there were mutated beasts left here? You can't make noise and let them escape." Min He said, "It should be fine. These areas should be protected before letting students in. The locations are not unknown. Teacher Miolan is excellent at navigating the terrain and didn't get lost during the training, choosing different roads back and forth. While everyone was sleeping, the instructors combed the route one more time." Fan Nia Rong wondered, why were they given this assignment then? Min. He replied that the eggs were so small that even a special team with equipment couldn't find them all. Our hero said that the eggs are like snake eggs that can't be traced even with special equipment. Suddenly, a red-eyed mutant appeared in a nearby tree. The students were vigilant and spotted it. Going a little deeper into the forest, the young people discovered a huge number of eggs. Fan Nia Rong told her colleagues that they had just been attacked by the mutant. It managed to hide, wanted to attack, but suddenly turned around and ran away. Li Mian asked where exactly the mutant had fled to. To find it would be a great achievement. Min He said that the mutant couldn't have gone far, but if it hid in the bushes, it would be hard to find it. To be safe, we should call the instructors to help. Li Mian asked, "Is anyone really afraid of an ordinary mutant? If they destroy it, they will get the highest score." Min. He replied that this mutant is cunning and agile. Going alone to look for it would only make things worse as it could hide anywhere, so they should call more people. Li Mian wondered, is Min Hai really afraid of him? Then how is the young man going to fight him? Fan Nia Rong supported Ming He. Li Mian said for Ming He to find an assistant teacher in that case and tell everything. Our hero agreed. Min He ran to the right place and reported that the mutant had been found hiding in a thicket. Suddenly, Min He heard a cry for help. He turned around and ran in the direction where the screams were coming from. The assistant reported to the teacher that the instructor was in the red zone. A red-eyed mutant has been detected. There might be casualties among the students. Min Hai quickly arrived to help and confronted the huge red-eyed mutant. Our hero didn't stand on ceremony and began to tear the mutant apart. Min Hai warned that it was necessary to be careful. This place is swarming with such creatures. The young man said that somewhere nearby there was a hidden cave, which the previous group could not find. Cries for help rang out again. Min He continued moving and said that he was close, about to be able to help. Our hero arrived at a place surrounded by mutants. The cries for help continued. The protagonist saw a huge monster and realized that it was imitating a human voice, luring him into a trap. Min He said that it was necessary to get rid of the mutants as soon as possible. Fan Nia Rong and Li Mian might have fallen for this trick as well. Min He realized that he was trapped. There was a trap under his feet. Our hero fell into a deep hole. It was a huge nest with many eggs. Most likely the snakes were hiding here while the squad was defending the area. Luo Ling's instructor reported that fog was coming. The assistant reported that the students had discovered a mutant nest. Rain and morning fog was a common occurrence in such a wilderness. However, this fog turned out to be very dangerous. Luo Lin declared that it was necessary to evacuate all the students. The teachers and instructors moved quickly and were almost there. On the way, they met one of the students who reported that Ming He, Fan Nia Rong, Li Mian, and the others were now in the red zone. In order not to lose each other, they need to stay here and wait. Miao Lan said that the others are on their way, but they need to get the students to safety first. The order came to evacuate Xiao Ridge immediately. Miao Lan reported that the students can't get out. They are in a thicket near a mutant nest. Zong said to go down and call the kids. Miao Lan stated that an unknown danger was looming on Xiao Ridge. The commander ordered a retreat. Miao Lan warned that the disaster level of this danger is above 6 points, and one must leave immediately. Otherwise, the irreparable will happen. Lu Qian stated that she would save the students. Colleagues should gather the remaining groups and get them out of here. Ming Hu at the bottom of the pit prepared to fight back the approaching red-eyed monsters. Lu Qian shouted loudly, "Where is Ming He now?" She couldn't see him because of the thick fog. The young man from the pit replied that he was here. The guy told Lu Qian to stay where he was. The vines had been chewed through by the mutants. One must be careful not to fall into the pit. Lu Xian noted that Xiao Ridge was covered in fog, and Commander Luo Ling ordered all the students to evacuate. This fog is dangerous. It could lead to the death of everyone in Zishan Park. Ming He reports that he's alive, but the other guys might have gotten hurt in the red-eyed mutant's nest. He's going to help them, and then they're going to get out of here together. Our hero focused on resisting the red-eyed mutant. The monster imitated a human voice, prepared deep holes, and trapped people. The young man assumed that the red-eyed leader in front of him. Min He noticed that the mutant boss was hiding behind the backs of the small snakes and waiting for them to weaken his strength to deliver the final blow. The young man said that this plan would fail and attacked the red-eyed mutant boss, warning that his opponent would soon taste his fist. Our hero struck a very hard blow. The mutant flew far back, fell on the eggs, destroying many of them. Many red-eyed snakes appeared around the young man. The boy said that this was no obstacle for him. Ming He was determined, and all the approaching snakes were destroyed. Min He activated his unique energy abilities and noticed that now the mutant boss would definitely be in trouble. The red-eyed mutant had suffered crushing damage. Analyzing the fog, our hero thought that the mutant wasn't hatching eggs for offspring. They contained alien creatures that fed off the moisture and created a cloud of fog that exterminated all living things. The entire Xiao Ridge is dotted with these eggs, and the fog is causing widespread ecological devastation. Taking advantage of the vine, the young man climbed out of the hole. He realized that events may not be going well. The mutant's goal is to grow the eggs to create a horrible abnormal fog with the arrival of rain. Once the fog covers the entire area, no one will be able to get out of here alive. The retreating soldiers saw a security fence up ahead. It's only 200 meters away. Why haven't they reached it yet? The men stopped, wondering how this could have happened. Had they been running in the wrong direction? It was an illusion. The fog was leading them astray. Were they doomed to stay here forever? Zhang Yuan said that his older brother had told him about this fog. Wang Jia asked his friend not to scare him. The students recognized that it was true that once you enter the fog, you are in an imaginary world. Many had heard about it before. During the incident in Zishan Park, when the fog cleared, people disappeared without a trace, and no one ever found out what happened to them. The instructors on the other side of the barrier didn't understand where the students had disappeared to. After all, they had just been seen. Why didn't anyone come out of the fog? The distance is short. How could they have lost their way? One of the instructors volunteered to go and check where the students had gone. The colleague agreed, but recognized that the fog was pretty creepy. We need to wear a rope, and be sure to tie it around our waists, so we don't get lost and have a way back. The squad leader said that if the young man encounters something dangerous, he should yell or pull on the rope. The young man was admonished to be extremely cautious, and to signal immediately if there was a problem. Judging by the tightened rope, the instructor had already advanced 200 meters into the territory. The commander shouted, "Can you hear us, Xiao Hu?" He must respond somehow. There was no response. But after all, the distance was only 200 meters. How could Xiao Hu not hear them? Something had happened to him. We should quickly pull the rope and pull him back. The young men pulled the rope and saw that the other end of the rope had been cut off. Xiao Hu had disappeared. Our hero appeared in front of the group of students. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Jia asked where the fog came from. They almost got lost. Min, he asked why the guys didn't follow him. Fan Nyarong apologized and said she heard a woman screaming and thought someone needed help. Min He explained that the leader of the red-eyed mutants could memorize or imitate a human voice. Had anyone present recently called out for help? One of the girls admitted that she had screamed. Her foot had gotten stuck in a wandering vine. Min He assumed that the red-eyed monster had imitated that girl's voice. One must proceed with utmost caution if one heard the call for help again. The student wondered, why weren't there any information about this in the books? Lu Qian replied that they had assumed it, but had no evidence to officially confirm it. Wang Jia suggested contacting the instructors and teachers. However, all had no cell phone service. Li Mian noticed that our hero had a special means of communication and was surprised. After all, only teachers have it. Where did the young man get it from? Min. He established a connection with the subscriber. Luoling asked if Min He had managed to get out and what about the students. Min He replied that he had only evacuated half of them. Many remained inside the fog. The young man said that if Luoling was in the camp, there was still enough time to leave before the fog caught up with them. Would they be able to cover the rear? Lo Lin assured that she would help everyone get out. She could be trusted. Ming. He asked if he could contact the other teachers. The commander replied that only those who hadn't gotten out of the fog. There was no communication outside of the fog. Ming Hu stated that he had learned something important, but that information was useless right now. Luoling said that any leads will help them now. They need to get as much information as possible. Ming Hu explained that the abnormal fog is created from mutant eggs. When they come into contact with water, they release a kind of gas. The gas rises up, and when it comes into contact with the humid air, thick clouds of fog are formed. Luoling pointed out that this was a very important finding. Now they have hope for rescue. Recently, the research center had caught a huge centipede with a human face, the only creature from the fog they had been able to apprehend. They tried to bring it back, but the centipede managed to escape. In the initial stages, they found out that these centipedes feed on beetle eggs. They probably prefer mutant eggs in large quantities. By mutating, they can escape from the fog. Ming, he wondered, would they really have to eat those eggs too? Luoling replied that they shouldn't. The eggs are poisonous. Only a centipede can digest the poison contained in them. According to the latest information, the centipede is in the Shao Ridge area. It is most likely in the foggy area right now. Ming He said that they just need to find this centipede, and then there will be a chance to get out of here alive. In that case, there was no time to waste. A group of people led by Teacher Zong appeared out of the fog. He said that they might not be able to get out of this abnormal fog. Even for the Astronomical Union, its isolation ability remained a mystery. Wang Jia wondered, are they really stuck here? He had heard eerie stories about this fog. Zong recognized that the people outside the fog didn't know what was going on inside. They shouldn't rely too much on reinforcements. Min. He told the teacher that they shouldn't give up. The young man added that Commander Luoling had already thought of an escape route, but it would take a concerted effort. Lu Qian told Teacher Zong that Ming He had just contacted Commander Luoling. The young man said that we need to hurry before that creature appears. We need to find the maximum number of mutant eggs. Li Mian wondered, would Ming He really suggest doing such nonsense in such a situation? How would it help them? The student added that they weren't sure if they would even survive, and now was not the time to think about it. Min He told the audience that these eggs can help them get out of here. They're being used as bait for the centipede. She's their only chance. Our hero outlined the plan they have devised and added that they have no other choice. This fog is terrifying, but they must not give up. Teacher Zong agreed that now is not the time to give up. We need to split into groups and search intensely for eggs. Ming He said for Lu Qian and Teacher Zong to save the rest of the students, don't get lost in the fog and gather everyone in the camp. Our hero said that Li Mian is well aware of the location of the mutant nests, so he and Fan Nai-rong will make sure that as many eggs as possible are collected. In that case, they would be able to catch that centipede. Min He said that there were some things left in the fog that needed to be figured out and he would look into it. Fan Nai-rong said she was sure too. There was something dangerous wandering around in the fog. As they were on their way to school, the train stopped at the border with the fog. A monster emerged from there and destroyed everyone who got in its way. Min Hae remarked that due to this, one must be extremely careful. Whoever sees the monster should not let themselves be caught. Lu Qian and Teacher Zong found themselves in a place they hadn't been to yet, and weren't looking for anything. Luo Ming informed her interlocutor that she had switched the communication channel and made contact with all the battle groups. Instructors Zhu Qi, King He, Miao Lan, Jing Shini, and Guo Ming reported that they were in contact and ready to take orders. Ming He, Dragon Fang, also reported that he was on call and was running a mission at this moment. Teacher Miao Lan heard Ming He's voice and realized that it was the student who wasn't at the morning training. Is he really a member of the Dragon Fang organization? Luo Ming said that the monster detection device was ready to be used. The fog spread to a radius of 3 kilometers. The commander said that there were no monsters visible yet, but in the next moment, she reported that monsters appeared at 3 points at once in the valley, the river headwaters, and the mountain peak. The woman was surprised. A few seconds ago, there wasn't a single monster. How could they reproduce so quickly? Luo Ming said that they didn't have a starting point. The monsters appeared out of nowhere, as if they were teleporting. Luo Ming told one of the instructors, Fan Qing, that a monster had appeared right behind his back. It's a huge mutant. We need to leave immediately. Fan Qin received the order, but she hadn't seen the monster yet. The huge monster was on a tree right behind her back. Fan Qin looked around and saw this beast. She immediately attacked it with shurikens, but it didn't work, and the girl was attacked by the monster. Lo Min informed our hero that the mutants were attacking again. Several of them right behind his back. Min. He wondered, how could this be possible? Since just now there was no one there. Min He was ready for the attack and declared that he would wipe all the monsters into powder right now. The young man activated their reflective fist. He assumed that he had managed to damage the nest of those mutants. Luo Ming said that Ming Hu wouldn't be able to destroy all the mutant fly scorpions. The protagonist asked what he should do in that case, since the mutants could smell him. Lo Ming replied that she had discovered the place where the mutants come from. The fly scorpions all fly out from one point. Their nest is on the south side of the ridge. Min He reported that there were already more than 10 individuals in front of him. How many can there be in the nest? Lo Min said she could only see a few red dots on the sensor. Next to Ming He, it's as if there's an entire nest factory with an endless number of these creatures. As soon as the young man destroys some, the next batch immediately heads towards him. Min He noted that the mutants don't get smaller no matter how many he destroys. If he let them go, in a few hours, they would fill the entire valley. Luo Ming agreed that when they gather an entire army, there won't be anything left alive. They'll wipe out not only humans, but all the vegetation. The commander said that they had underestimated their opponent. Dealing with the fly scorpions was harder than originally thought. Since the camp is located outside the valley, Luo Ming assigned our hero to guard the valley. The woman noted that she must instruct the other instructors as well. They too are in danger. Lo Ming reminded the young man that although he was a member of the Dragon Fang organization, he was just a student like the others. The woman apologized on behalf of the official organization for putting such a heavy responsibility on the boy. She added that Min Hai is very capable and should promise her that he will survive. Min He expressed his gratitude to Commander Lo Min and the other instructors. After all, they don't abandon students. Ming Hu approached the area of bright glow and assumed that it was the nesting factory that Commander Luo Ming was talking about. Our hero attacked the mutants at the epicenter of their appearance. The young man fought more and more intensely as he approached the glowing object. He realized that it was an unknown portal leading into the mist, not an insect factory. Strange monsters probably used this portal to appear here. Min Hai was curious about what could be on the other side of the portal. He wasn't scared and went inside. Something unusual awaited the young man on the other side of the portal. There were also monsters and eggs here. He saw a huge fire dragon that was moving through the otherworldly realm. There were a huge number of fly scorpions that surrounded everywhere in this world. The comet goddess shouted that Ming He had gone crazy. How could he be here? He should leave immediately. Min He wondered, how did she get here and what kind of place is this? The goddess didn't bother. Did Ming He really want to die so miserably? Min He decided to obey the goddess and leave this area. The mutants began to chase after the young man. The goddess told Ming He to leave quickly. She would destroy this wormhole soon. After the monsters attacked, Fan Qin was activated and lay on the ground. The monster stated that it wanted to team up with this girl. The students didn't realize which direction to go because of the fog. Suddenly, Instructor Fan Qin appeared. The students calmed down. Now they would be rescued. The young people said that they encountered many monsters and had to escape. Fan Qin turned into a monster and opened her mouth and screamed loudly at the students. The monster pounced on one of the students and bit its neck. The young people realized that it was not the instructor. The students scattered, screaming in different directions. The monster chased them with the intent to enslave and destroy them. One of the girls tripped and fell. Her leg was twisted. Her friend told Jing Jing to get up. They needed to run away. Jingjing got to her feet, and thanks to her friend, she tried to get away. However, the monster grabbed both of them with its tentacles. The monster pulled the girls towards her, already anticipating her prey. Luo Ming had no way of contacting Instructor Fan Qin at this moment. The commander said that if the instructor could hear her, she should move forward and meet up with Ming He. The assistant said that Fan Qin might have died. A while ago, her signal went out. This means that the vitals have disappeared. Luo Ming said that nothing can be ruled out, but Fan Qin is their battle buddy. If she is still alive, she can't be left to fend for herself. Luo Ming suggested that there was something wrong here. The probability of the device malfunctioning was low. She said that she would reassure herself and make sure that Min He acted carefully. Suddenly, Min He's signal also disappeared. How could this be possible? Could he really have been killed? A disciple ran into the tent and reported that Fan Qin had just destroyed his classmates. Luo Ming didn't understand what was happening and tried to contact Ming He. She yelled that Fan Qin was not an instructor. She was being controlled by something. Luo Ming added that something very dangerous was approaching them. It wasn't the instructor. The goddess told our hero that he came to his senses in time. His soul would have disappeared if he had stayed on the other side of the portal a little longer. That world is full of the unknown. There's still a lot people don't know. Min Hai confessed that it was as if he had accidentally seen the real hell. The woman said that everything is fine now, and suggested that the young man take control of himself. When he becomes strong enough, it won't be difficult for him. Min Hai admitted that he was stunned, but decided not to give in to fear. He speculated that his carelessness might have caused the communication device to malfunction. Ming Hu tried to contact Instructor Fan Qin. At this time, a monster in the guise of Fan Qin was sneaking up on the hero from behind. Min He looked back and saw Fan Qin. The girl said she was injured and asked if he could help her get to the camp. The young man noticed that the instructor's eyes were bleeding. The protagonist wondered, why did Fan Qin have dry shoes? After all, she had to cross the river on her way here. In this condition, she wouldn't be able to jump from rock to rock. Fan Qin suddenly turned into a monster and tried to reach for Ming He. The young man realized that it was the same demon from the station. When the demon had eaten the conductor, it was left to digest her body. Then, by taking her form, he could infiltrate the train. So, the real Fan Qin had already died. Ming He assumed that the demon ate the instructor's body and then took her form. The young man thought that this creature was very cruel and cunning. If he hadn't noticed its red eyes, he might have fallen for its tricks too. The monster said that the instructor was a tidbit. Min He noted that the mutant spoke in the instructor's voice, mimicking human speech. Monster stated that the human shouldn't expect mercy, as he ruined her perfect plan. The monster promised not to leave a single piece from the human. Min. He thought that the manner of her fighting was similar to the tree attacks at the qualifying tournament. The young man decided that he had improved his skills since then. Now one must catch the moment when she was vulnerable, and give a decent fight back. The protagonist needed to find a suitable place to apply the spiritual fist, because the usual technique would not help here. The monster said that thanks to the instructor, Fan Qin had become much stronger. The woman stated that she would become even stronger when she ate this person. Ming He got tired of the threats and attacked intensely. The monster flew far back, but the young man realized that his mystic fist wasn't strong enough to destroy her with a single blow. The female monster asked, "Is that really all this man has?" Humans fight too predictably. She recognized that the boy was successfully dodging her blows. The young man has powerful blood vessels, and is even more appetizing than the previous instructor. Min Haye responded by saying that the monster was simply disgusting. He calculated that he had only 13 strikes, and to use the secret technique, he needed 49. Realized that it was too dangerous to start a melee fight. If it wasn't for luck, it would have punctured his stomach and spleen by now. Luck was saving the guy. Need to find a more durable enhancer to destroy the demon with the mysterious fist. Normally, sand would be useless here. He thought that a stone 10 times stronger than normal was needed. During his morning run, he had noticed an obsidian cave in one of the mountains in the valley. But now, because of the thick fog, he couldn't see where to go. All he could remember was that there was a dead tree behind the cave. He discovered this tree. However, a monster appeared nearby and told the guy not to even think of running away. The woman said that the man would not be able to escape and should let himself be eaten by her. The hero saw the sought-after cave up ahead. The female monster followed Min He into the cave and said that his fists wouldn't be able to hurt her. Ming He replied that she would have to test it and use the Fist of Fury. The monster flew far away, but she stayed on her feet even though she was disoriented. Min He said that she wouldn't wait for mercy. The female monster wondered how he managed to do that. Manhwa said that it didn't matter who the monsters were or how powerful their kingdom was. If they dare to take over this land, will be immediately exterminated without the right to exist. The monster said that people would not be able to escape and save themselves. Everyone here was doomed, as no one could hide from the mist. The monster found herself restrained by the crystals activated by the hero. Manhwa saw that a strange object appeared on the destroyed monster. What could it be? The goddess from the mist said it was a drop of life, the same one that granted or changed abilities. The moon demoness was a high-level mutant. She had not yet reached the peak of her strength when the young man destroyed her. Manhwa had noticed that she was quite strong the first time they met. But today, he really felt her power. She had almost defeated him. The goddess had said that intelligent mutants that could evolve were very dangerous. If not dealt with immediately, they would turn into the moon demon realm. Manhwa realized that the appearance of the drop of life was now explainable. The goddess suggested that the young man give the drop to her for purification. As long as the mutant spirit was in it, he wouldn't be able to use it. Manhwa asked Goddess Xiaohua if she would use the drop to become stronger. After all, she was higher in level than this moon demoness. Xiaohua replied that she couldn't handle this demoness, but if the guy could prove otherwise, she would accept it. After all, he himself wanted to show how beautiful human life was. Despite the recent events, her point of view remained unchanged for now. Manhwa knew that Xiaohua would support him and make him stronger so that he could fight the most powerful being of the other world. The goddess asked if the young man remembered their deal. They help each other evolve to the right level. Xiaohua expressed her hope that the arrangement still stands. He reaffirmed his commitment. The goddess told the young man to forget what he saw in that hole. She hates that place too. Compared to the human world, that world is ugly and alien. Manhwa stood over instructor Fan Qin's body. The young man had hoped to save the girl, and he carried her on his back. Luoling asked over the comms if he could hear her. He asked the commander to give a clear and loud order. Luoling asked if Manhwa had encountered Fang Qing. The young man replied that he was carrying the instructor to the camp. Manhwa added that the instructor was showing no signs of life, but he didn't want to leave her where the monsters could act cruelly. Luoling wondered, is he really okay? After all, this girl was controlled by the Azure Moon demonic mother, who had the ability to devour and acquire the abilities of others. She had just been destroyed. Manhwa said that all the eggs had already been collected. They should get out of here soon. The protagonist stated that he had seen a horrifying sight. When the monsters come to the humans, there will be nothing left of them. Luoling said that they are already close. The path that Manhwa is traveling is completely clear. The egg collector asked Brat Shu, why have they been walking for so long and still no village in sight? Zhu punched that guy. Wasn't it his idea to get this far to steal red-eyed eggs to sell? The guy scratched his head. It's not like he didn't know they could get lost in this fog. In any case, they had collected a lot of eggs, but getting back was proving to be problematic. The young man asked his companions if they thought someone kept following them. Xu told this boy not to be so cowardly and stop scaring the others. However, there was indeed something approaching them. Teacher Zong and his squad approached these people and asked if they were residents of the local village and why they had come here. Yu saw the people, calmed down and said that they had frightened them. They already thought they had met the red-eyed people. The student said that they had put up a notice saying it was forbidden to enter the ridge. The young man said that they just wanted to make some money. Zhu added, because mutant eggs cost 100 times more than chicken eggs. So they figured that if the area was cleared, they would be able to gather eggs without any problems. Yu said that they had collected as many as 3 baskets. Zong remarked that that would be just enough for them. It was necessary to take the eggs to the camp. The girl said that Lu Qian left a message. She went to look for a group of students, and also wrote that Yu would be waiting at the foot of the mountain in an hour. Zong stated that they need time to get there, and then return to camp with Lu Qian and the others. The instructor stated for everyone to follow them. They don't have much time. Lu Qian met with the students. The young men said they were fine, but just that someone was chasing them. They were very scared. Lu Qian said there was no need to worry. Everyone can stay close to her. It is necessary to go back to the camp and get out of this fog. Lu Qian led the students through the mountain cave. Next, the young people followed through a stream. The travelers also traversed a bamboo forest. Lu Qian said that at this point, all the students had been found. Now the signs left on the trees would lead them to Teacher Zong and the others. However, Lu Qian was vigilant and sounded the alarm. She said that they were being attacked from above. An attack from above was indeed organized by the monster spiders. Lu Qian continued to show dedication and strength as she destroyed the monsters attacking the students. Everyone recognized that this girl was incredible. They couldn't even handle even one red-eyed spider. and Lu Qian destroyed several at once. One could feel completely safe with this girl. A long-awaited meeting took place. Lu Qian and her wards met with Teacher Zong and the others. The disciples wondered, what kind of fog is this? There are so many dangerous creatures in it. These mutants were dragging students into the fog. Teacher Zong said that these creatures appear in raids. We need to get out of here as fast as possible before they are attacked by stronger mutants. They already know how to get out of here, but they need to all work together. Zong reminded them that the students in front of him were students, but they were all promising hunters already. All that was left to do was to traverse the mountain trail, and they would be there. Along the way, the students saw many destroyed monsters. If they had encountered these demons earlier, they would no longer be alive. But who had dealt with them? The young people saw instructor Niao Lan in front of them. The girls said that they needed to hurry up and return to the camp. The students noticed that instructor Niao Lan was seriously injured. Niao Lan replied that she was just a little tired. She needs to rest and she will be as good as new. Suddenly, blood came out of the woman's mouth. Her body was pierced by a sharp spike. What had happened to her? A huge monster sitting in a tree pulled the instructor close to its maw. The students were frightened and started running away in different directions. The locals and students were attacked and were trapped in the sticky web. The students screamed that they could not escape. They were trapped. A young man with eggs in a basket behind him said that someone was following them. The student wondered, if he was following them, why didn't he attack earlier? Zong assumed that this monster was waiting for them to get together. It wanted to destroy them all at once, just like an anteater. When an anteater finds a group of ants, it doesn't eat all of them at once, even if it's hungry. Instead, the anteater hides, chasing the ants. The ants will lead the anteater to its nest. The anteater will then destroy the entire ant nest, including the former ants. The ants have a special way of communicating. If one of them is attacked, it will warn the others to flee from danger. The girl said that now she understood everything. The monster communicates with them like ants. He was waiting for enough people to gather to eat them all at once. Lu Qian noticed that the monster decided not to wait for them to arrive at the camp, stopped them halfway there. So the monster knows that the camp is guarded by stronger people. Lu Qian said that this monster is afraid. That means they can defeat it after all. Professor Zhang was reported that teacher's assistant Lu is coming to help free the classmates. Lu Qian said that she would deal with that rascal herself, to the fullest extent of the law. Zong told the girl to be careful. Lu Qian was unstoppable and fiercely attacked the huge monster. Teacher Zong thought that Lu Qian deserved to take second place in the battle. She is the pride and joy of the Superhuman Institute. Any other student would be petrified and unable to react. One must hope that Lu Qian can buy them enough time. But what was she trying to do now? Teacher Zong saw that Lu Qian could not do the task alone and told the girl to get as much help as she could. Lu Qian, with the support of the students, began to win and the monster was suffering damage. Teacher Zong activated acid rain and protected the students from the monster's attack. Zong said that he could provide cover, but he himself was unable to fight this demon face to face. Lu Qian replied that it's okay. Protecting her fellow students is also her duty. The students were perplexed. Where did all these demonic spiders come from? The young people were shocked. What are these spiders doing? Why are they destroying their fellow humans? After the spiders destroyed the other monsters, they headed towards the giant boss. It turns out that the giant monster heals itself. It uses its brethren to heal its wounds. Had all of Lu Qian's labors been in vain? After all, it wasn't easy to damage it. Zong said that each of the students had superpowers. If they work together, they can get out of this mess. They can't let Lu Qian fight alone. The girl said for the teacher not to blame these students. The giant monster is the Skull Widow. She has an overwhelming Lord rank aura. She planted the seeds of fear in the minds of all people. Now she is using everyone's terror to nurture those seeds. The student asked the teacher what should they do. Does the professor have a way out of this web? Zong stated that they cannot abandon those who are trapped. This monster has the ability to regenerate. Killing it, now they are unable to. Lu Qian said for the professor to take the students and get out of here. She will apprehend this monster, after all it is her duty. The girl believed that her classmates would band together and stand up and fight in the future too. Lu Qian said that this monster ate half of the demonic spiders. Because of that, it not only healed, but also became stronger. Lu Qian, using her unique abilities and internal energy, lifted herself off the ground and prepared for a fierce attack. However, the students didn't want to retreat. They said that despite the fear that paralyzed them, they were also students of an outstanding evolution academy after all. They couldn't sit back and wait for their doom. Lu Qian approached the spiderweb and prepared to release the captive students. The huge spider monster said that the prey was caught in the web. The prey must be eaten. It is delicious. Lu Qian shouted that she is not prey. These vermin must be destroyed. The monster said that humans are pests to the universe. After working properly with the acid solvent, Teacher Zong said that the passage was done. You can take the humans out. The students cheered, for they had finally gotten out. The professor told the young people to take their time and not to create a jam. The students suggested that the spider monster had hypnotized Lu Qian. There was no way to reach her now. The spiders became active again and went on the offensive. Zong shouted for Lu Qian to wake up and come to her senses. The instructor said that they are closing the trap again. It is necessary to leave immediately, or it will be too late. Teacher Zong must protect the students. They must not stay here. The teacher thought, if the monster is holding Lu Qian by force, no one will help her but herself. Zong hoped that Lu Qian would have enough willpower. The teacher turned around and mentally apologized to the student. He sincerely wanted her to survive. The monster believed that the students would continue to smile and live, disregarding the fact that Lu Qian was trapped. Her flesh would be gnawed by spiders until only bones remained of her body. Lu Qian's soul would be trapped here. The girl gathered her strength and shouted that the monster wouldn't be able to trap her. The monster said that maybe the girl's willpower is strong now. But isolation is one of the fatal flaws of humanity. People are afraid of being isolated. Their faith and beliefs are generated by other people. When people are isolated in this world and subjected, their faith will be meaningless. The flow of time slows down here. The girl has time to think about her miserable reality. It seems like she was a genius who grabbed everyone's attention. This genius never felt sincerity. People praised the girl and flattered her, pretended to treat her well but kept their distance. People did not feel the slightest affection for the girl. They thought her ideal image was insincere. Time flows slowly here. She has plenty of time to think. Teacher Zong controlled the students' exit from the danger zone. At this time, Minghe came over to him. Lu Qian replied to the monster that it's just ridiculous. He is a vicious creature who ate his fellow creatures to heal his own wounds. How dare he mock humans as if they were pests? Lu Qian added that humans are 100,000 times more generous than these monsters. They sacrifice themselves for their comrades. These monsters are only capable of using each other. That's pretty disgusting. The spider monster said that the girl's comrades left her here alone. Lu Qian remarked that it was her choice. Monster said that those people had a choice too, and they chose to leave her behind. Minghe asked the teacher, "Did everyone come out? Didn't they forget anyone?" Zong replied that they were able to get out because of Lu Qian. The instructor added that her sacrifice shouldn't be in vain. He was indignant. Teacher Zong told he not to go there. It's a master-level spider monster. It uses the power of illusion to catch its victims. The young man's fighting ability won't be enough. He won't even be able to move. The teacher added that Minhai will be consumed by fear. The instructor added that he would be a burden to Lu Qian. Minghe shouted that compared to the pain of loss, fear was nothing. Our hero made his way inside. At this moment, Luo Ling came on the line. She asked for Instructor Liu and Teacher Zong to answer her. Teacher Zong said that they could hear Commander Luo Ling well. There's a steady connection here. Zong. Commander Lo Lin said she had information regarding the current casualties. As soon as that happened, she dispatched a member of the Dragon Fang organization. He should be almost there by now. Instructor Liu said that they could definitely use such a person here. But they hadn't seen anyone here except for Minghe. Teacher Zong thought, could Commander Luo Ling really be talking about Minghe? But isn't this guy an ordinary freshman? It can't be that a newbie student has already become part of such a strong organization. Minghe saw Lu Qian standing motionless right in front of the monster and rushed towards her. Without wasting time, our hero attacked all the spiders that came across him on the road and, approaching the girl, grabbed her in his arms. The young man said that now it was the turn of this boss monster and gave him a crushing blow. Where the spider had just been, a huge funnel was formed. At the bottom of the funnel rested the remains of the spider monster. Minghe once again picked up the girl under his arms and stared intently into her eyes. Was she still under hypnosis? Consciousness began to return to Lu Qian, but she didn't realize what had happened to her. Minghe held out his hand to the girl. Lu Qian didn't realize who was in front of her. The girl said that her head was splitting. Our hero tried to get out of the place with Lu Qian. On the way, he met Juqi's instructor. The instructor said that the other students reached the camp safely. Minghe did well for being able to defeat the boss spider monster. If it wasn't for him, there would have been many more casualties. Minghe said that Lu Qian had done the bulk of the work. He only gave the final, controlling blow. The girl needs help. She was under the influence of illusions and was heavily hypnotized. Fortunately, the spider monster didn't have time to imprison the girl in its trap. Otherwise, Lu Qian would have remained paralyzed. Minghe noticed that the girl was in no danger of that now. Before she lost consciousness, she said something. So everything was fine, and they should return to the base. Instructor Zhu Qi was confident that Commander Luo Ling had already informed the young man about the second mission. Ming He confirmed that. Zhu Qi asked if there were any witnesses when Ming He fought to save Lu Qian. The young man replied that the witnesses saw him go inside. But what happened? The instructor said that Commander Luo Ling had recommended Ming He to join their team, but he had his doubts. Now he was glad that Ming He was here. Zhu Qi reintroduced himself. He is the commander of the Dragon Tooth Squad of the South Gurn Division. He doesn't mind if Ming He calls him Instructor Zhu Qi. Zhu Qi said that the members of Dragon Tooth have to keep their identities secret. The instructor added that he should conserve his strength. Min He is not going to hold a grudge against him for conserving his strength until now and not helping the young man. Min Hu said that the instructor has his own responsibilities. This is a giant centipede. She is the key to escape from the fog, but they can't expect her to quietly cooperate. Zhu Qi said that if he exhausted his strength to deal with the spider monster, there would be potential risks later when they deal with the centipede. This giant centipede had already gone through 2 stages of mutation. The first time was in the sewers of the city. The second was in the fog at Sishan. Its level has reached the Lord rank. This is a calamity in every sense of the word. Min He recognized that they can't afford to take any chances. He realizes that the search and rescue efforts will be in vain if there is a problem with the plan. Therefore, he has faith in Commander Luo Ling and the decisions she makes. Instructor Zhu Qi said that he thanks the young man for his help and is glad that the guy understands everything. Ming Hu asked what should he do next. Zhu Qi said that Ming He should continue to hide his activities in Dragonfang. Zhu Qi explained that information had reached them. One of the students belonged to the Will of Heaven organization. Zhu Qi said that dealing with the horror they had caused was one of Dragonfang's main tasks. That's why they need a classified agent. Does Ming He remember Dr. Chao Shuhua, who the young man fought with in Lanyang? He was a member of that organization. With the mutagen he invented, he was going to get their approval and then join the team. Min He asked, was this about the mutagen that turned animals into monsters and caused a crisis in the entire city? Was it all done for the purpose of joining the Will of Heaven organization? Zhu Qi replied that Ming He had seen for himself that the doctor had gone crazy. Ming He asked Zhu Qi, so is there someone in their school who shares their views? The instructor asked what Ming He thought about this fog. Our hero was sure that this fog was supernaturally created. It's a true natural disaster and man is definitely not involved in causing it. But if it was all planned and someone decided to deal with the new generation of hunters, then the Shao Ridge would be strewn with victims. Zhu Qi had noticed that the modern mages did not let their guard down, which was why it was so difficult for the Will of Heaven to destroy them. But if the new superhumans are still unable to finish their training, it will not be easy for the hunters to build order in the universe in the next 10 years. Every year, the Southern School graduates superhumans ready to serve for the good of society. Ming He and Lu Qian should be the pillars of humanity. But if the young people here die, the victory will go to the enemy. Ming. He admitted that he hadn't thought about it before. Zhu Qi said that the fight will be long as they fight to survive. At this time, the monsters are fighting to exterminate humans and are using all sorts of means to do so. It turns out that humans aren't the only sentient being in this war. Min He noticed that if this fog was created on purpose, he would definitely find out whose hands it was. The enemy could be anyone. A teacher, instructor, student, or even one of the members of the organization. It is necessary to be suspicious of everyone in South City. Min Hai should also not tell anyone that he is a member of Dragonfang, not even his girlfriend. He said that she fainted almost immediately and didn't notice him. The young man added that none of the students or teachers had ever seen him fight before. Zhu Qi said for the boy to keep it up. So they will say that Instructor Zhu Qi destroyed the boss monster spider and saved Lu Qian. Ming He agreed. Zhu Qi said that the organization would compensate the young man for this. Min He got excited. Would he really be rewarded? When Min He approached the students, Teacher Zong asked, was it Min He who saved Lu Qian? Min He replied that he rushed to help, but Instructor Zhu Qi destroyed the spider. Ming He added that Lu Qian is his former classmate, so he acted. The guy remarked that he wouldn't have been able to defeat the boss spider monster alone. Fan Nia Rong said that they had already decided as if Min Hai was a member of the Dragon Fang organization. Min Hai replied that only the best of the best are taken into that organization, and he just joined the school. Li Mian said that he is Min Hai's roommate. He knows for a fact that Min Hai is not a member of Dragonfang. Min He asked his friends if they collected mutant eggs that didn't get wet from the rain. Li Mian confirmed that and showed them where they had stacked the eggs. Now they were waiting for the monster to appear. Suddenly, everything around them shook. Min He immediately mobilized and said that the monster was on its way. It's the same creature that stopped the train. How big and strong is it if it caused an entire earthquake? Everyone saw a giant centipede that rose all the way up to the sky. Min, he fearlessly went one-on-one with it. Teacher Zong asked what level was this monster? Min, he replied that it was much more dangerous than the boss spider monster. Min He noticed that he couldn't move. Fear consumed him. It seems that this mutant is a divine-level monster. There might not be enough courage to repel its attack. Juqi said that he had waited a long time for this encounter. Now the monster would not go anywhere from him. Juqi raised his voice and ordered the monster to obey. The monster roared loudly in response and slumped to the ground. Ming, he thought that Instructor Juqi knows how to control the spirit. Is he really that strong? After all, he was able to subdue a divine-level monster. Ming He quickly approached Instructor Juqi, who was in close proximity to the monster at this time, to lend his support. Juqi said that people should make every effort to stay alive. The instructor turned to our hero, and the young man saw his red eyes. Juqi said that he used this talentless body to ensure the future of the new generation of superhumans. Ming He didn't understand what was going on with Instructor Juqi. The instructor threw himself down the cliff. Our hero looked down at the retreating Juqi. Why did he do that? Min He was left alone with the giant centipede. Ming He thought, was this really Instructor Juqi's parting gift? On the way to the camp, they had time to talk about many things. Back then, the young man didn't even have a thought that Juqi was going to do such a thing. Commander Luo Ling walked up to Ming He and looked our hero in the eyes. Ming He said that he would find the rascal who was behind all of this and would definitely take revenge. Lo Lin said that they don't doubt Min He. After all, everyone knows that the young man will be able to do it. Ming He cried and said that he would really find him. Min He stood alone on the ledge of a huge rock, and around this rock was a huge monster. The whole camp fit on the huge centipede. All the students were there. Teacher Zong said for everyone to climb on the monster and they would go. Min He said for the monster to now take them out of this fog. Already at the foot of the mountain, the person in charge of the organization said to contact the control center. We need to report the situation inside the fog as soon as possible. It is necessary to be cautious. No one should enter the fog. At this moment, everyone saw a huge centipede appearing from the fog. Riding on top of the centipede was Commander Luo Ling. She greeted the people present. The woman said that they were able to shorten this huge creature. People rejoiced when they learned that the students were alive and were able to get out of that fog. The defenders of South City were immensely happy, for these people had survived. Commander Luo Lin reported to Protector Peng that the 346 members of the group had been brought back safely. Peng said that considering the level of danger they were in, they had done well. But what happened to the team of instructors? Luo Ling replied that instructors King He, Jing Xing, and Guo Ming were all fine. Fan Qin, Miao Lan, and Zhu Qi had all died. They sacrificed their lives for the success of this mission. The attendees saluted the dead who had contributed to the defense of this country. The manager of South School, Mrs. Meng, said that this school will always remember their feat. At the memorial ceremony, portraits of the benefactors of this school were shown. They are heroes and idols who will be forever honored and respected. All present observed almost a minute of silence to honor and pay tribute to those who died fighting the monsters. The speaker said that today he would not single out the freshmen who had performed brilliantly in the battle with the mutants. He thanked everyone who had made significant contributions to the academy. The attendees saw Lu Qian, the pride of this school, again. Some had heard that the girl had fought against a Lord-rank monster and saved more than 100 new students. Their lives were saved thanks to Lu Qian. Teaching assistant Liu Shu was also honored with an award. Accolades and awards went to new student Li Jin for his efforts and support. New student Ming, he was also honored for his efforts and support. The speaker thanked new student Fan Nia Rong for her excellent work and efforts and support. The man said that from this exercise and the following disaster, students properly understand the horrors and cruelty of the outside world. The ordeal that everyone has experienced is just the daily life of every superhuman. The leader said that their bodies served as vessels for their willpower, and they created this safe haven for humans to thrive. It was only because of their efforts that it was now possible to enjoy such precious moments of life. The leader added that everyone present will live up to their expectations. He can already say this about several students who have decided to put themselves on the line. They have an extraordinary future ahead of them, a shining ray of hope in the midst of crisis. Lu Qian returned to her room with a bouquet of flowers. At this time, a phone call rang. It was Ming He on the line. Lu Qian was very excited and even blushed with embarrassment. The young man said that he was waiting for the girl downstairs. Minghu inquired if he could stop by for a visit. Lu Qian replied for him to go upstairs. The door was open. The young men met, and joy was in each of their eyes. The young man asked how Lu Qian was feeling. The girl replied that she was better now. Lu Qian added for Minghe to come into the room and take a seat. The hostess offered the guest a cold drink and asked if he was the anonymous student. Lu Qian said that many people had seen Ming. He break into the spider's nest. The young man replied that everything was like a blur. That monster boss spider almost destroyed him. Minghu added that it was good that instructor Zhu Qi had arrived in time. He was the one who saved him. Lu Qian replied that she remembered the one who pulled her out of the abyss itself. Minghe said that the boss spider monster had taken over the girl's mind, and maybe she had dreamed the whole thing. After all, he's just a student. He had spent a lot of effort, sweat, and blood to be accepted into Nando's special institute. Lu Qian thanked the young man for being on the front lines. The girl said that she only wanted to express her gratitude. The young man showed shyness and blushed with embarrassment. Training field. The girl again recorded absenteeism. He didn't show up last Wednesday and didn't show up today. They had agreed to meet here. What does this guy do anyway? The man said it was the first time he had ever seen someone piss Feng Ling off like that. Feng Ling said the worst people are those who don't keep their promises. After all, they still haven't picked a winner. The man reminded her that today is the freshman's award ceremony. They had training in Shao last week. It wasn't without its oddities either. The man said he wasn't really interested in that. He cared if the guy was there. Then that would explain his absence for 2 weeks. Feng Ling said that was impossible. Did Uncle see how strong that guy was? If he really is a freshman, she will go to the center of the field and dance to the seaweed dance. The man laughed and said that Feng Ling would lose this bet. The girl declared, if this guy doesn't show up next Wednesday, she will check the whole school's student base and find him. The man admitted that that young man was a great fighting partner, but maybe Feng Ling would find someone else? The young woman said no. Lu Qian was confused. She didn't realize what she was doing. This whole thing seemed awkward to her. But they were dating, and it was normal. Our hero felt the same way. However, he realized that the girl already has a boyfriend. She was just expressing her gratitude in this way. Min Hai looked at the training field and remembered his promise. The young man had promised that girl to continue sparring after all. They agreed to meet at the training field on Wednesdays. Min Hai remembered that today was Wednesday, so he hurried up. He might still have time. On the way, our hero put on a mask. The man saw Min Hai and was surprised. Did this guy really decide to show up? Min He apologized to the girl and said that he was late because of the award ceremony. Feng Ling realized that he was indeed a freshman. Uncle laughed. Feng Ling had lost after all. The girl asked what kind of dance she should perform in the center of the field. Feng Ling was furious. This day was definitely not going well for her. Min Haye asked her opponent if they would be practicing today. The girl replied that there would be no sparring and that it would be better for the young man to stay out of her sight. Feng Ling's companion told our hero what she assumed. The young man was older. That was because he fought her on equal footing. She didn't realize that he was 2 years younger than her. Min Hai was surprised. Is this girl really a third-year student? The man confirmed. He was amazed. Does the guy not know who she is? Would there really be someone in the superhuman school who didn't know the beautiful Feng Ling? The man handed our hero a business card and said that if the guy suddenly got bored, he could call them. Feng Ling could be his partner. She lacks an opponent as strong as herself. The man told the freshman to name a price, Ming. He wondered, what are we talking about? The man explained that he was talking about the price for fighting this guy. How much does he charge per minute of fighting? The man said he would pay the young man 1,000 greenbacks for each training bout with Feng Ling. Min He agreed, and they agreed to meet the following week. Min He returned to the dormitory and prepared to meditate. While meditating, our hero found himself in front of a huge insect monster that immediately attacked him. Goddess Xiaohua said that the young man needed to become stronger. According to their ranking system, he was still at the Moonlight rank. Minghu admitted that he wasn't strong enough to fight the new dragon. The previous monster, the spider boss, was just an appetizer. Above that dragon, a terrifying monster appeared and completely covered the sky. The remnants of its skin turned into nests of flying scorpions. If Lu Qian didn't inflict a deep wound on him, he wouldn't have been able to defeat that monster with his current strength. Minghe recognized that he wasn't even a match for these monsters. He wasn't strong enough. The young man didn't want anyone to die in front of him. One must continuously train to become stronger. Xiaohua said that although the young man had become much stronger in the past 6 months, the human body has its limit. If he wanted to surpass himself, an additional component would be required. The goddess said she had studied human technology for a long time. Humans are capable of creating amazing things from the body parts of destroyed monsters and demons. The life shard is the most powerful weapon mankind has ever invented. It allows an ordinary person to become superhuman and grants them super strength. Xiaohua remarked that shards of poor quality would not help Ming He. The goddess said that the refining of the shard has already been completed. Its rank is now Purple Soul. This purified shard is able to bestow the ability to change its appearance. Minghu remarked that it was quite a versatile power, but it was not suitable for those who fought at the front like him. Xiaohua agreed. Any superpower obtained through a life shard would need to be mastered and then improved on its own. Minghe decided that it was better for him to focus on enhancing his current strength. In addition, he had yet to awaken the royal bloodline ability. The goddess said that the young man had not even perfected the violet soul ability. It's too early for him to think about the royal bloodline. His task is to train tirelessly. Xiaohua explained that the highest degree of violet soul ability was comparable to the sunshine rank. The young man's physical strength had not yet reached this level. However, the strength of his ability was already at a pretty good level. Ming He inquired, how could he reach sunshine rank faster? Xiaohua said that mankind had come up with many ways to strengthen it. In addition to the life shard, humans had also invented liquid stardust. Liquid stardust is made from the blood, bone marrow, and flesh of monsters. The goddess said that Min He is a freshman and doesn't know much yet. The young man agreed. He still had a lot to learn. Xiaohua remarked that only the rich could afford stardust. It was quite expensive. The more Ming He practiced, the higher her efficiency would be. Right now, the young man's body lacked energy. There will be little benefit from consuming protein, milk, or protein shakes. Liquid stardust extracted from monsters would be the perfect solution for someone like Min Hai. Our hero stated that he would definitely get some stardust. He would buy at least one bottle and use it to reach the sunshine level. Xiaohua said that Ming He could sell the purple soul life shard. A phone call rang out. Peng Ling was on the line. Ming He said that he was just about to call him. If he wanted to sell something valuable, where was the best place to do it? Peng Ling said that the easiest place to go would be to the Hall of Hunters. Min He asked what to do if he wanted to buy something expensive. Peng Ling replied that in that case, he should go to the Hall of Hunters as well. You need to find a personal assistant of the Hunters. He will help you. When something is for sale in the Hunters Hall, the assistants will find the best price. Min He said that it is a very useful place. Peng Ling said he invited all the special class students to the party. Would Min Hai go? Our hero replied that he is busy right now. Maybe another time. Peng Ling added that if Min Hai had any problems, he could feel free to contact. He had good connections in Handu. Min, he gave his thanks. In the Hunter Hall, the administration was bored. It had been a long time since there had been any big customers. One of the girls said that only small orders were coming in nowadays. Everything was moving slowly. It wasn't even enough to rent a room. Min. He entered the building, and the girls thought that a young hunter was heading towards them. The young man had a hunter apprentice badge on his chest. One of the female staff members said that she would rather do charity work than be an apprentice hunter's assistant. Jiang could do that. Jiang saw the young man and approached him. The young woman inquired if there was anything she could do to help. The staff member introduced herself as the hunter's assistant, Jiang. She asked the young man for the hunter's code to better advise him. After getting the information she needed, the young woman informed him that the hunter apprentice in front of her was a Moonlight rank hunter apprentice. However, due to the successful completion of the past mission, they could promote him to the rank of Moonlight Hunter. Jiang asked if the apprentice wished to upgrade his rank. The next level would allow one to take on more difficult missions. Min. He said yes. The protagonist added that that wasn't why he came here. The young man explained that he would like to sell the Purple Soul Life Shard. Jiang exclaimed when she saw the item. The girl clarified if the young man was sure that he had this particular rank. Jiang examined the item carefully and realized that everything was true. Another assistant approached our hero and said that Jiang worked here recently. She was still a newcomer. The girl introduced herself as a golden rank hunter assistant. Such valuable items can only be sold by experts of her level. Minhe said that he would continue talking to the girl named Jiang. Jiang took the crystal in her hands and thanked Minghe. The assistant said she would contact an appraiser. The specialist will provide the young man with a detailed analysis of the life shard. After the initial price is set, it will be auctioned off at the Hunter Hall. Minhe said that he needed help. He would like to purchase liquid stardust. The young woman asked what degree of purification the young man was interested in the product. Jiang offered to go to the VIP room. The appraiser would soon analyze the life shard and set an initial price. If the price is not satisfactory, an appeal can be made. Jiang reported that a small shipment of liquid stardust had recently arrived. She added that it is a high purification level dust, so it is very expensive. The purification level depends on how long the liquid has been neutralized from the poison. After all, stardust is mined from monsters and dangerous creatures. Even with current technology, it is impossible to completely get rid of the toxins. That's why liquid stardust shouldn't be abused. In the case of an overdose, the body could suffer irreparable damage. Min-hee thought that even if he wanted to, he still couldn't overdose. It was too expensive. The higher the level of purification, the less toxins in the dust. The body will be able to neutralize them faster. Even high purification stardust takes about 6 months to eliminate from the body. The girl added that it is not recommended to use stardust more than once every 6 months. She specified, if a young man fights honestly and trains a lot, his body will neutralize the poison faster, and the interval of intake can be reduced. Our hero inquired about low-grade stardust with a more affordable price. Jiang said that the poison of such dust is eliminated from the body within 4 years. Although the price of low-grade stardust ranges from 100 to 200,000, it will take more than 10 years to be fully neutralized. The girl added that in doing so, the young man would risk seriously damaging his body. Min-hee thought that right now, his body lacked nutrients even for training. The fastest way to get stronger was to buy high-quality stardust. Every time he took the stardust, our hero's strength would increase significantly. Ming-he said for the girl to keep him informed if the high-grade dust appears. Jia-young handed the young man a business card and said that these were her contacts. She would become his personal assistant. He could always call if he needed anything. An appraiser approached the young men and informed them that the inspection of this life shard had been completed. This is a first-class violet soul shard that can grant people superpowers to change their appearance. The appraiser offered to bid this crystal for 2 million. The man added that if the young man is satisfied with everything, the item will be put up for sale soon. Min-hee said that he agrees. Jiang said that the young man's deals earn him hunter points. If he closes 2 deals, he will have enough points to increase his rank. Once the young man passes the strength assessment, he will become a sunshine rank hunter. Ming-he said that his strength hadn't reached sunshine yet, but it wouldn't take long. Xiang wondered, is that why the young man needs stardust? The boy asked, as the assistant left the expensive orders for him. The young man returned to Nandu school and thought he could finally dive into school life in peace. According to the schedule, our hero had classes in the mornings. In the afternoon, there were practice fights. After the fights, returning to the dormitory, the young man did his homework. The class began. Almost all the fragments of the cataclysm emitted radiation. The professor continued the lecture. He said that these fragments can change the structure of some minerals. Professor Feng suggested taking an ordinary stone. When this stone receives radiation from the cataclysm fragment, it would turn into a clot of rare crystal in a matter of time. The professor added that not even steel could match its density. Mr. Feng said that he now has a crystal clot in his hands. Ming-hee received a message that the soul shard was successfully sold for 3 million. The money arrived in the bank account. The young man thought that he had become rich in one day. This is better than mining cryptocurrency. Professor Feng asked the head of the class, was there anyone who could come out and demonstrate something to them? The student said that Ming-hee, the first-class superhuman, was willing to demonstrate something. Mr. Feng said for Min-hee to come out and demonstrate something in front of the class. There was nothing to be shy about. The professor asked the young man to use all his strength to break that mutated crystal. The professor added for the young man not to underestimate this tiny crystal. The professor remarked that 90% of the people present would not be able to leave even a scratch on this crystal. At this time, our hero was trying his best. Everyone present noticed that the mineral contaminated by the radiation of the cataclysm fragment was changing its structure. Feng added that after the crystal absorbed all the elements around it, it would turn into a mutated crystal-like material. The professor turned to the young man and was stunned by surprise. The crystal had been crushed to powder. Our hero excused himself after all. The professor himself had said to use all his power. Feng asked if the young man was a high school student who had sneaked in here. The professor assumed that it was a defective crystal. It was definitely his mistake. He should have brought a higher category crystal. Professor Feng observed that such crystals were high-grade minerals. If the youngsters find such crystals, they should keep them for themselves. They would be useful in many ways. Ming-hee looked at his hand and didn't understand what was going on. This small mutated crystal was somehow reacting to his mystic fist. The hero's hand was covered in shards of crystal. Min-hee approached the professor after the lecture and said that he had a question about the mutated crystals. Min-hee showed the professor his hand studded with crystals. The guy said that it happened when he affected the crystal with his power. The professor said that it was an amazing ability. Ming-he thought that because of his mystic fist, he could absorb different materials and release their properties through his fist. Professor Feng said that in that case, it was not surprising that something like this happened. The young man remarked that such a small mineral shouldn't have caused such a strong reaction. The professor replied that someone wasn't listening to him. After all, he had talked about it in class. Being exposed to radiation, the mineral absorbed all the surrounding elements, turning into a crystal that is many times denser than ordinary stone. It cannot be underestimated. The amount of minerals it absorbed could be compared to a small mine. Minghe wondered, did his fist react not to the size of the mineral, but to its density? Professor Feng suggested an experiment and told the young man to follow him. The teacher said that he had better quality samples in his lab. The professor noted that even outside of school hours, he remains the young man's teacher. Mr. Feng added that the young man can approach him at any time. It is his responsibility to answer his students' questions. Mr. Feng led the student into his laboratory. The young man looked around with interest. Ming-hu was surprised to notice that his hand began to change as he approached the better quality sample. Mr. Feng suggested that the young man put on protective gloves. The teacher said that the young man's ability was outstanding. After all, it was a royal blood. Ming-he wondered, how did the professor know? Feng replied that he had an eye for such matters. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to teach at the superhuman school. The professor said that he could tell more than just the young man's rank. The boy was still a long way away from fully mastering his superpower. Professor Feng said that when the young man joined them, his hand was accidentally exposed to the mutated crystals. Ming. He noticed that not much time had passed, and he had already gotten his power. The boy asked the professor to help him learn how to use this power. The professor reminded him that the young boy's ability allows him to absorb certain substances and release their properties through his mystic fist. When he needed to absorb a substance, all he had to do was touch it. However, as soon as the student entered the lab, there was a reaction to the mineral. The guy thought that absorption works only by touching, but it turned out not to be so. The hand of our hero reacts to everything around him. The young man assumed, the denser the substance, the stronger the reaction will be. He hadn't noticed that before. The professor said, the more the young man absorbed a material, the purer it became, and the more energy it would take. The teacher pointed out that if the young man wanted to increase his power, he needed to learn how to control the absorption process. Mr. Feng suggested that the boy take off his protective gloves for a while. He needed to absorb the ice crystal, but without direct hand contact. Ming-he took off his gloves, stepped closer, and said he would try it. The young man's hand began to absorb the crystal, and his fingers crystallized. This turned out to be quite unexpected. Substances from all the crystals in the lab began to tend to the young man. The young man's hand was absorbing everything in the vicinity. Everything just as the professor had said. Mr. Feng noticed that he hadn't perfected his ability yet. Without self-control, his fist is useless. Besides, if one were to touch material with his hand in battle, it would become a vulnerability. What if a guy wants to use a flaming fist and the fire is 100 meters away? If the enemy found out about this feature, he would block the path to the source. He thought that indeed, there were almost never any suitable materials nearby before. This is problematic. The professor told the young man to touch the crystal and pay attention to how the reaction would change. The protagonist did as the professor said. Now it was necessary to control the process. The protagonist's arm up to the elbow was covered with a crystal of the corresponding substance. Mr. Feng said that it was possible to stop. The professor suggested that the young man go to the test field and perform a few test hits. The teacher pointed out that it was a complete shambles there now after the previous tests, but that was not a problem. Mr. Feng told the student to throw a few punches using all his power. Our hero applied the destroying ice fist. The result was impressive. The impact mark stretched for several tens of meters. The professor said that it was an impressive and incredible ability. Ming. He noted that it was the first time he was able to use such a powerful fist. Feng confirmed. The young man's strength depended on the density of the substance. There was a shimmering rank crystal in the class, and the ice crystal that the young man touched was of the dazzling rank. Such a tiny crystal could be compared to an entire mine. It was amazing. Ming. He thought that with such a hand, he is simply invincible. Ming-hu asked Professor Feng if something like this could be purchased somewhere. The professor replied that low-grade crystals could be found, but even they were rare, and top-rank crystals are not sold at all. Most owners keep them as relics. A social organization donated that one amazing ice crystal to the school. Minhe asked what would happen if he acquired such crystals beforehand. During battle, he would be able to absorb them and use times more powerful force. The professor remarked that with the help of such enhancers, his strength would increase manifold. But there's a problem. It's all insanely expensive. Mr. Feng wondered if the young man had enough money for it. Besides, ice crystals of dazzling rank are actually priceless. The professor said that the young man needs to improve his skills. He could purchase a few crystals for emergencies. Feng suggested starting with perception training. After all, the young man's ability is incredible. Once he learns how to use it properly, everything around him can make him stronger. Mr. Feng explained that it was about the senses such as sight, hearing, and smell. You need to use everything to perceive the world around you more deeply. Until now, he had only used his eyesight, but it is limited. A person may not be able to notice many substances and elements. The skin can sense temperature, the nose can sense dust in the air, the ears can pick up the sound of flowing water. Hands can feel the blowing of the wind. The professor said that a student should train all 5 senses. One should focus on small things. The eyes should not control the body. Minhee suggested that one should start practicing with his eyes closed. The professor brought some altered crystals, dim, shimmering, bright, and dazzling rank. The student can try to determine their rank. Minhee thought that at first glance, they were no different. The professor said that was why the student should develop perception. To use more than just his eyesight. Such training would change his perception of the world and allow him to pinpoint the right materials. Minhee said he understood. He would be able to use everything around him and turn it into a powerful weapon. Feng noted that perception was the first goal. Absorption is the second. The professor clarified. By absorption, he did not mean touch. A young man should be able to pick out substances even at a distance of thousands of kilometers. Minhee wondered, would he really be able to absorb materials that far away? Mr. Feng said that the young man was just underestimating himself. One day, when lightning flashed nearby, he would be able to catch it and absorb it. The professor announced that it was time to start practicing his De Cheng. Minhee didn't want to feel weak, worthless, and useless. However, he realized that he wasn't strong enough yet. Our hero was filled with determination and knew that he would definitely become stronger. Perched on the roof of the dormitory, the young man looked at the crystals and still couldn't understand the difference between them. He felt that he lacked concentration. It was necessary to focus and grasp their differences. At some point, Minhee told himself that he had succeeded. However, he still couldn't discern the dim, bright, flickering, and dazzling ranks. The young man decided that he needed to try concentrating on the elements in the air once more. Minhee felt a faint wind blowing. If what he was picking up was modified, it could be compared to a flickering rank. There wasn't much energy coming from it. The young man decided that it was necessary to expand the field of his perception. The boy determined the direction from where the rather humid wind was coming from. There was a lake there. Minhee thought, if he absorbed everything there, his strength would be equal to a bright rank. However, this time the young man didn't succeed. The protagonist looked down from the roof and decided that concentration was working pretty well right now. In the future, he would no longer have to search for substances to absorb. The young man was called out from below by a girl who was Jiayang's assistant. Minhee wondered, what was Jiayang doing here? The girl replied that she had gotten what the young man needed. Our hero rejoiced and immediately jumped from the roof of the dormitory to the ground. The roommates were envious of our hero. Does he really have a magnet for beauties? Isn't Li Qian enough for him? Xiang said that the young man was lucky. She had gotten a very high-quality stardust. The seller urgently needed money, so he didn't put it up for auction. Minhee expressed his gratitude to the girl. Jiayang noticed that this was her work. She didn't even think that the guy would turn out to be a student from the superhuman school. The young man told the assistant that he didn't want his classmates to know about his transactions. He wants to keep this information secret. Jiang replied that customer privacy is their first priority. Minhee asked the girl to check if there are crystals with the properties of fire, ice, stone, metal, and iron on sale right now. He would like to purchase a few crystals. He was also interested in any information about the missions and tasks in the Hunter Hall. Jiayang promised the young man to definitely help with that. Minhee said that with this dust, he would be able to increase his physical strength to the crown rank. He could now gain incredible power. After secluding himself and getting comfortable, our hero decided to just drink this dust. The transformation did not take long. His heart began to beat faster and release increased energy. The young man's body began to undergo changes. There was an energy explosion, and our hero decided that he had succeeded. This is now the crowned rank. There was a phone call. Mr. Yuan was on the line. The man said that today was Wednesday and asked if the young man wanted to train with Feng Ling. Our hero gladly agreed. Mr. Yuan suggested that this time, they would use their full power. They would use magic. Ming He asked if it would be too dangerous. Mr. Yuan said he was willing to double the price. He promised he would be any minute. During the warm-up, Feng Ling asked her uncle if it would really be possible to use magic abilities today. In that case, this guy would definitely lose. Uncle Yuan reminded her that the girl had already lost to this guy twice. Besides, she still had an unfulfilled debt. She should go to the center of the training field and dance to the seaweed dance. Feng Ling said that her skills had been honed to an incredible level. This guy won't even be able to touch her. The girl reminded that her magical abilities are incomparable to most people. Ming He appeared on the sports field. Uncle Yuan said that this guy is a real mystery and always walks around with a mask on his face as if he's afraid of contracting COVID. Feng Ling warned that the young man should not expect any mercy from her today. Ming He said that the girl could attack and not hold back. Feng Ling rushed to attack and repeated that there would be no mercy from her. The young man thought that this girl has a frightening explosive power in her. Feng Ling asked what he was looking at. The guy must not let his guard down. Min Hai recognized that his opponent doesn't leave him a chance. Our hero blocked his opponent's punch and deactivated her attack. However, it wasn't easy. Feng Ling assumed that this young man interacting with her wouldn't be able to last even a few minutes. Those who were watching wondered, why was the girl using magical abilities? Her current opponent was already struggling to stay on his feet after 2 punches. One of the students told his colleagues that they were a little late and didn't see Feng Ling attack for the first time. It was an amazing sight. Her explosive power was unbelievable. Min He recognized that the girl's superpower was incredibly powerful, one of the most destructive he had ever seen. The guy added, if he were with his old powers now, he wouldn't be able to dodge even the first 2 attacks. The protagonist noticed that he had just reached Sun rank. His entire body was overflowing with energy that needed to be channeled somewhere. Feng Ling approached the young man again and told him to be on guard. Her magic attacks were continuing. Ming He attacked first, but was damaged by her fire. It was necessary to change his battle tactics. Our hero realized, if this continued, he might be left without arms at all. The girl recognized that her current opponent is a tough nut. However, he has a slim chance of beating her. Min He thought that Feng Ling was right. He wouldn't be able to beat her if he continued like this. We need to apply the dark dim rank. The young man realized the true power of a saint warrior. He should have underestimated her. Ming He decided to start with this. He wanted to use a combination of his ranks. Our hero's hands were covered in a crystalline substance. This was how the guy decided to protect himself from burns. Now He was more effective at repelling his opponent's fiery attacks. He thought that the girl's phoenix form was incredibly powerful, but it was just a magical ability, albeit much stronger than most people. The girl demanded that her opponent admit defeat. Ming He replied that he hadn't given up yet. Feng Ling suggested that the young man should not be a brave man with steel body parts. Would it be considered a victory if he was seriously injured or even hospitalized? It's not worth it. Feng Ling added that the young man was already barely standing on his feet. In the entire superhuman school, there wouldn't even be 5 people who could stand up to her in this form. He had already shown enough of himself. Min Hai declared that he would not back down. Our hero decided to focus and concentrate on his perception. Min He could feel the concrete under his feet. The guy also felt the south wind. Our hero caught the air coming from the trees. It was humid air. He felt the very lake. It contained a lot of water elements. The protagonist decided, if he stepped now, he would lose. One must take advantage of what Professor Feng had taught him. One should not absorb unnecessary elements, wind, wood, earth. One should only concentrate on water. Feng Ling said that she was tired of wasting time on the young man. It was time to finish. She was preparing a new fire attack. Min He waited for a moment for the girl to approach. Feng Ling didn't even realize that there was an ambush waiting for her. Her fire attack was repelled by the water storm. Suddenly, Feng Ling found herself inside the water abyss. The girl wasn't prepared for something like this. All the observers in the sports arena began to scatter in different directions to avoid the water element. The students didn't realize what it was. What was this superpower? When did the management have time to authorize the use of forbidden magic at the university? They saw a blue glow, not even purple. The opponents were using magic powers. Ming He realized what the crown rank's real power was. It was an incredible power. After the elements subsided a bit, it was clear that Feng Ling's body was lying in the water. Our hero jumped up to the girl and lifted her above the water. The young man asked if she was all right. He assumed that his rival had swallowed the water. Wasting no time, the young man began to perform CPR. Uncle Yuan approached the youth and said that it would do no good. Mouth-to-mouth CPR should be done. Yuan added that there was no time to waste. Hadn't the young man been taught first aid in cases like this? Minghe clamped the girl's nose and moved closer to her face. Their lips were about to touch. At that moment, the girl woke up and pushed the young man away. She told him to stop. Fengling noticed that she wasn't that weak. Minghe was glad that the girl was all right. Fengling admitted her defeat and said that this guy won. He replied that they learn from each other. There are no winners and losers here. The young man added that the opponent was incredibly strong. If he couldn't reach his potential back then, she would just destroy him. Fengling reiterated that she had lost, and there was no need for the opponent to play the humble guy. He extended his hand to the girl and said that he was honored to be her opponent in this fight. Fengling suggested to use spiritual arts next time. Uncle Yuan said that it wouldn't work that way. With their abilities, spiritual arts could be fatal. It should only be used against the monsters attacking this city, but never against their own. Minghe agreed with Mr. Yuan. Their enemies were monsters. He said goodbye and said that he still had things to do. However, they would definitely see each other in the future. Fengling straightened her wet hair in the wind. The surrounding people were unceremoniously looking at her and taking pictures. Uncle Yuan held out a cape to the girl and said that she was soaking wet. It was time for them to go back. Yen said that this guy is different from the others. Fengling agreed with this statement. The girl said out loud that she won't lose to this guy next time. Yuan noticed that there were many talented guys in the university. Anyone who dared to spar with her would then brag about it to everyone, and might even become a star of the university due to her popularity. It could be considered that this young man had pushed Fengling off the pedestal today. Fengling said that he was always mysterious. But why so cautious? Maybe he wears a mask because he doesn't want to reveal his identity and abilities. However, not everyone can resist the lure of fame. Fengling asked her uncle if that guy could be a member of a special class. Yuan replied that he was only a freshman, but his strength far exceeds that of his peers. One must respect his right to personal privacy. The uncle suggested that the girl should admit that that guy is handsome. After all, she feels awkward after sparring. He said he didn't want to help the girl unmask that guy. He was just curious, whether he was handsome at all, whether he suited her taste. Fengling got angry at her uncle and said she didn't want to deal with him. She didn't need any help in such matters. Yuan apologized sincerely. The Hunter Center was lively as always. The young people were dealing with their pressing matters. Assistant Jiang invited our hero into the VIP room and said that she had something that the young man had recently asked for. In our hero's hands was an ice-shaped crystal of dazzling rank. Now our hero believed that since he had this crystal, even if he faced a monster stronger than himself, he should have the strength to defeat it. Jiang mentioned the value of the crystal and said that it was very difficult to get it. She had to go to another city to buy it back. He expressed his sincere gratitude and asked the girl to continue to keep an eye out for crystals on sale. He inquired about the important matter the message was about. Jiang smiled and offered her congratulations to the young man. He was now officially a hunter of the crowned rank. He accepted the corresponding certificate from the girl's hands and thanked her. The assistant said that the Hunter Center would send the young man all the necessary information in a timely manner. Now the young man could also participate in the annual Hunter Conference. Hai looked down from the VIP room and saw an old acquaintance. The assistant explained that before He came here, this person was looking for a mission for himself. But he wasn't a very qualified hunter. Not many people in Handu agree to hire him. He said that he knows this man and would like to entrust him with a case. Will Jiayang help formalize the request? How much does it cost to order him to gather information? Zhang replied that there is no need to place an order in this case. This guy will help for free. The girl reminded that there were some privileges available for hunters of crown rank. In order for low-rank hunters to move up, they need to collect recommendations from professional hunters. Recommendations from a professional are converted into points. Right now, a young man can exchange his points for 4 recommendations. When customers choose who to hire, they often focus on the number of recommendations. Jiang added that Hai is now a professional hunter and can assign lower-ranked hunters to do small tasks. This way, the young man would be able to devote more time to important missions, and low-rank hunters would gladly accept such assignments in order to receive the coveted recommendations. Hai agreed, but asked the girl not to reveal his real name. He doesn't want that guy to know who he works for. The assistant clarified exactly what that person should be entrusted with. She will prepare an application, and in the reward column, she will mention the possibility of getting a reference. Li Min rejoiced and said that it was great. Finally, someone noticed him. And it's a hunter of the crowned rank. The young man stated that he wouldn't make any mistakes this time. One must leave a good impression of himself. Maybe he would be assigned more difficult tasks in the future. Min He thought that being rich was great. He had easily reached the crowned rank and could now give other hunters assignments. However, when our hero remembered how much money he had just spent, he was a little upset. After all, he could have used that money to buy a luxurious apartment in Lanyang. Minghe took another look at the crystal and decided that this item was worth the money after all. It would be easier to hunt monsters with it. Besides, his absorption ability had greatly increased after reaching the crown rank. A phone call from his sister sounded. Min. He wondered why such an early call. The girl asked if her brother could guess where she was right now. He didn't guess, and the girl took offense. She had said she was in independent study after all. Min Hai wondered, wasn't she always on it? The sister said that because of the need to take care of her brother, she had to put all her chores on hold for a whole year, but she doesn't want to work part-time for the rest of her life. Min Hai replied that his sister won't have to work anymore. He can provide for both of them now. Did she receive the money he sent her? The girl said that the superhuman school is very expensive, so it would be better if her brother kept the money. He doesn't need to worry about her. She said she had gotten an interview at an astronomy company in Nandu. She finally has a good job. The sister added that she is only a temporary employee for now, but working for this company is like eating rice from an iron bowl. Min Hae said that his sister is amazing if she was able to get into the astronomy company on her own. The girl replied that she's already on the bus and her brother should definitely meet her. Min Hae thought that his sister had an outstanding mind. How could he have forgotten that? But because of him, she had to quit her studies. Now they would be able to see each other more often and spend weekends together. When meeting with his sister, the young man suggested just walking around the city. The girl gladly agreed to get acquainted with the place. Young people had fun in each other's company. After a pleasant dinner, they admired a beautiful sunset. Having had enough of walking, brother and sister decided to rest. They were both very tired, because they spent the whole day on their feet. The girl said that this city was marvelous. She will have to work hard because she decided to buy a big house here. Min Hai told how much houses cost in the city. The girl stated that she would have to work her butt off, or just marry a man with a huge house. Min Hae offered to escort his sister to the astronomy company's building. The young people arrived at the office of the Nandu's astronomy group. The assistant approached Qin Yu and invited the girl to walk with her. The brother and sister said goodbye. Looking around, the young man thought that everything in this company was under observation, as expected of an astronomy group. Observing the stars was the responsibility of this organization. Thanks to this, superhumans can predict disasters around the world and react in time. This company is like the eyes of humanity, constantly monitoring the cosmos. Min. He was glad that his sister was actually accepted here. It's a small but truly amazing job. Minhe saw a man walking down the steps to the lobby. The man looked pensive. The man took a seat next to the young man and started saying something about confusing algorithms. Minhe thought, is this really the same doctor Wu he had read about? The man noticed Min He and asked if this was his first day of work. The young man replied that he was just walking his sister to a job interview. Min He assumed that the man in front of him was Dr. Wu Long. He had read about him in a book. The man inquired about how he was described in that book. The young man said that the book talked about a striking medium called a rainbow. Through astronomical observations of the energy emitted by the rainbow medium, the strength of beasts could be predicted. Dr. Wu Long remarked that this sounds like praise. Min, he added that the book called him an outstanding scientist. Without his research, the organization would not have been able to respond to threats so effectively. The doctor asked if the young man wanted a picture with him. Min, he nodded happily. Wu Long said that now the young man could brag in front of his classmates, and asked him not to interfere anymore. He had come here for peace and quiet. The scientist added that he had an interesting book in his hands, and wanted to read it quietly during the short break. An assistant came up to the doctor and told him to stop running away from the lab. They were already halfway there. Wu Long replied that he was just putting his thoughts in order. The woman reminded him that the doctor should finish his work before wasting time on a hobby. The doctor noticed that there were no rainbow environment fragments in the Lanyang disaster. There was not the slightest chance that they could have failed to notice the life energy signals before the disaster. The doctor was forced to follow the woman, and as he left, he gave the young man his journal. Said it was a pity to throw it away. Nurse Min Hai appeared and said that she was being taken on probation for 3 months. Now she will be able to work here. Qin Yu saw the magazine in her brother's hands and asked in surprise what he was reading. Ming. He explained that Dr. Wu Long himself had left him this magazine. The sister didn't believe it. Does a great scholar really read such a thing? Her brother, in her opinion, was playing tricks on her again. Qin Yu entered the house and sat down on the sofa. She had gotten her dream job and could now afford to rent a luxurious house. Ming He asked why she liked it all so much. Doesn't she love growing flowers? Now she could grow as much jasmine as she wanted. Qin Yu decided to do it right now. When they arrived in the city, she noticed a flower store nearby. Would her brother be willing to take her favorite sister there? There was a call from an unknown number. The caller asked to speak to Min Hai alone so that no one could hear the conversation. Min Hai apologized to his sister and said that she would have to go to the flower store alone. He may have just been assigned an important task. The man on the other end of the line said that Zhu Qi was his subordinate. Luo Ling asked him to contact Ming He. One could address him as Luo's instructor. He said that Luo Ling had recommended Ming He to take Zhu Qi's place. The Dragon Tooth team had recognized the guy, and he was now officially a wanderer of this team. The instructor explained that the scale of the enemy infiltrations was much more serious than they thought. It was possible that information about the members of Dragon Tooth had leaked out. A decision was made to create a new department called Wanderer. The members of this department would become bloodthirsty sharks hunting in murky waters, agents of the Overlord of Universal Independence. Ming He asked if there was any information about the person behind this. Instructor Luo said that an important lead had recently come to light. When he was young, Dr. Zhao had purchased medical equipment on the black market. At the time of the purchase, he was meeting with someone related to the Overlord. Ming He recalled that doctor. Zhao needed the equipment to extract the blood of beasts. The instructor replied that he would send the young man the address. They wouldn't be able to catch a small fish like Ming He, but there was a chance that the young man would find that person's trail. Min He agreed to investigate. The instructor warned, if he discovered the organization's hideout, he should immediately inform Luo Ling. Then reinforcements would be sent. Ming He wondered, was the black market really that big? The young man noticed 4 suspicious people, and thought that they were clearly not simple. One of them asked what was the purpose of Min He's visit. Min He replied that his girlfriend had lost a bit of her looks, and he advised her to come here. But he himself decided to check prices beforehand. The woman at the entrance told the young man to go up to the 3rd floor. That's where he would find out everything. The other floors were the operating rooms, and it was best not to go there. After going upstairs, Min He met the sales manager, Zheng Tian. The manager offered to familiarize him with their biochemical treatment methods. Zheng Tian thought the young man was a caring son who came to pick up treatments for his parents. He noticed that everyone was hesitant at first. Everyone who wants to find out about the treatments looks just like Ming He at first. But as soon as they see the result, the doubts disappear. Min Hai asked if their procedures really prolong life. The manager replied that the company specializes in sex reassignment surgery only. Min Hai said he wanted to see the results in person. If he was satisfied, he would sign up. The manager suggested going to the demonstration studio to see for himself. Before going, Zheng Tian asked who recommended their services to the young man. No one just walks in, only on recommendation. Ming He said that he had just heard good reviews about this company. The manager insisted that the young man must give the name of the referral, or he would have to show his personal card. Min Hai noted to himself that the guards in the room were too large and were clearly preparing for his arrival. Clearly, he had been lured into a trap. Zheng Tian stated that he was happy to show everything, but their company had to be vigilant. If the young man came just to ferret out their technology, that's not good. Ming He said that it was his aunt who recommended the visit. The manager smiled. So the young man is their customer. Then you can go upstairs, take part in the demonstration. The manager reported that most people only know about mutations from the blood of infected animals, but almost no one knows that mutations also occur in plants. He showed a lamp with an automatic liquid extractor. Even the cacti here are not ordinary. All the plants have been specially treated, otherwise it wouldn't be possible to achieve this result. When watered, it was noticed that these cacti bloomed much better than ordinary cacti. Cosmetics were made from their flowers, which gave amazing results. Their powder became the most popular among women. Min Hai clarified, were they really watered with the serum of infected animals? Where did they get it from? Is it real? The manager replied that they have their own sources. In fact, there are many such channels. The serum is not only blood, but also the eggs, heart, and brain of infected beasts. All of these are used here. Min He thought that it was not surprising. Such components could only be found on the black market. The manager offered to go further. The young man thought that the origin of the serum residue was still a mystery. Behind the glass, he saw mosquitoes, a most unpleasant insect, unparalleled. But these don't drink blood. They're only interested in fat. Many overweight people would surely love these mosquitoes. Min Haya wondered, don't they use manual fat removal? Do they just plant mosquitoes on women's bodies? The manager assured that the method is completely safe. Manual removal can be harmful, and for their company, customers' health is paramount. Manager Gentian said that it would be even better next. Ming. He thought that these smugglers were profiting from the production of poison, a serum technology that causes biological changes. The manager asked if the young man had watched Journey to the West, where the hero became younger by taking a piece of meat in his mouth. Gentian pointed out that human life had never been so short. In the past, each person could live for at least 120 years. So why did people now only live to 70? If they tried to live longer, they would feel young even at 70. The manager showed a huge number of eggs. They came from the interaction of their kind with humans. Scientists have discovered that these individuals have immunity to all earthly viruses. If everyone undergoes this procedure and their offspring are assimilated with humans, humanity could be cured of all diseases, especially those that shorten life. This is what the company has been working toward for years. It is the elixir of youth. In an era when the world is taking the next step toward progress, Xuanzhen's serum is the key to evolution. Disease and old age will be a thing of the past, and humanity will enter a new era. Minghe thought with consternation. What is this person up to? Infected creatures were very strong and had many terrifying abilities. There were several such specimens in the textbooks. The temperature of some of them had already dropped to -40 degrees. The embryos showed no signs of life. However, in a warm and humid place, they could recover and even break through the shell on their own. Therefore, even if something interrupted their life, with the right environment, they could be resurrected. The manager said that all of this was astounding. Our hero thought that he was a smuggler who encapsulates embryos to make money from them. Don't these people realize that once they inject them into humans, the animals will have the perfect breeding environment? These creatures will breed in the human stomach, hatch there, and come out. These people cannot be ignorant of the peculiarities of these organisms and still continue to sell drugs to unaware patients. It's truly insane. The manager suggested that what the young man saw scared him a little. But to convince him that their goods are real and of good quality, he will let him take a look. In fact, there are many companies in the capital who are willing to spend money to see everything live. Everyone is curious about it. Minghe inquired what Gentian wanted to show him. Minghe saw a huge monster confined in space. It was the larva of an infected animal. Gentian noticed that the young man's face wasn't so pale before. The manager said that the larva was still alive. Ming. He asked if they would be sued for something like this. The manager replied that they aren't the only ones doing research on larvae. Before experiments, they always send the data to the research center for permission to conduct. Minghe wondered, didn't the court prohibit research on larvae of infected animals? Gentian replied that they have a loophole. Every rule has its exceptions. Customers only care about knowing that their goods are of high quality. Is the young man willing to purchase them? Minghe said that's great. He didn't realize their research had made such progress, especially with these capsules. Minghe stated that he was interested since everything is official. The manager said he could prepare 7 pieces for the young man. Gentian warned that they only accept payment in cash, to keep personal information safe. Minghe replied that there was no problem with that, but he still had a question. He was afraid the authorities might find out about the smuggling. Gentian said he doesn't like to spread about it. Everything will be explained to the young man by Madame Hu. The manager warned the young man not to spread about the loophole. After all, it is in the Department of Extraordinary Research at Nandu University. Gentian added that this is why the young man should not worry. Having renowned professors gives them assurance. Minghe replied that he was calm in that case, and asked if he had to pay now. Gentian suggested going up to the 3rd floor. Minghe noticed one peculiarity. It took longer for the elevator to pass the 9th and 10th floors. Apparently, the speed of the elevator didn't change. So why did it feel like there was another floor between the 9th and 10th floors when he entered the elevator? If what lies on the surface is already forbidden, then something capable of terrifying a person is surely hidden on this floor. But where is the button? How to get to this intermediate floor? When our hero stepped out of the elevator, there was a girl walking towards him. Manager Gentian asked the young man if he had seen this woman. Ming. He replied that he had noticed her. The manager asked if he recognized her. She was the one who recommended their services to him. Minghe realized that he had been exposed. The manager wanted to hear an explanation. Gentian told our hero that what they hate most is spies and never let them get away with it. Minghe grabbed the crystal in his inner pocket, but at that moment, someone spoke out. Xiaoming. The girl asked, why did Gentian detain this person? Xiaoming had come to meet her from work. The manager asked Ms. Song, was it really her boyfriend? The girl confirmed. Gentian said that Mrs. Hu passed by them recently, and this guy didn't recognize her. Although before he was taken upstairs, he said that she brought him here. Mrs. Song said she asked Auntie about the assortment and called the young man over to help sort it out. Security doesn't allow nurses to go upstairs, so she trusted her boyfriend to do it. Our hero confirmed all of the above. Gentian said that Song Lan could have warned that it was her boyfriend. Ming Hai replied that Song doesn't want to spread about the relationship. Song Lan asked Jung Tian's manager to keep the relationship a secret. She doesn't want the whole company to know about it. The manager smiled and said that he can guarantee her that. The next day, the whole company will know about her love for the babies. Jin Tian added that it was a joke and remarked that he could give a discount on the items he purchased. He has enough authority to do so. Song Lan took the young man under her arm and said that it was time for them to go back. The young men walked into the restaurant. Min Hai asked Song how she could work here. The young woman admitted that it was a bit risky. However, when she went to Nandu University with Mr. Zhao, he bought some equipment here. Since then, Zhao came to Nandu often, so she has a suspicion that he had gotten involved with someone and completely changed. Minghe said that Song is very smart. This place has something to do with the Tianquan organization. The girl replied that she had another interesting observation that she wanted to tell after she herself had found out more about it. And today, she unexpectedly met Ming He. Min He thanked the girl. She had helped him out in time. Those guards looked too formidable, and he wouldn't have the strength to deal with all of them. The young man thought he almost used hydrocrystalline freeze. Song Lan asked if Min Hai had noticed anything interesting. The guy replied that there was one clue, but he wasn't sure. Sung said that she has something too. Min Hai told the girl that there are too many people here, and she's hiding in the tiger's den right now. It's dangerous. Sung Lan said that her friend died because of the serum incident, and she can't calm down after that. The girl remarked that she had worked with Dr. Zhao for many years. If she had been attentive and noticed his changes, she could have saved him from this nightmare. Ming He said that Song shouldn't blame herself. The girl replied that she wanted to do something good, at least to find out what happened to Zhao. Song added that the company often conducted joint research with Nandu University. Some of the annual profits were given to Nandu's research department, and Dr. Zhao was often suspended from the medical school. One day she asked him about it. The doctor said to go to the university and ask the professor. Min He thought that again the conversation is about that faculty member. Sung said that their relationship with Mrs. Hu is quite good. It was from her that Song learned that Lycan Company was operating under the cover of Nandu's research department and had ties to the head of Fu's department, but she never found out who that was. Song added that Dr. Zhao had acquired the technique of the Lycan Company. He came to Nandu University to learn from a teacher. The young man thought that there was a connection between this teacher and the Lycan Company. The whole problem was this sponsor. Sung Lan said that there is a secret place in their company, but she doesn't know its exact location. Min Haye said to keep Song out of work tomorrow. Manager Gentian's influence is too great, and the last thing that happened today could very well expose her. Min Hai added that he would go to Nandu University and look for that sponsor. The girl asked to be careful not to tell the commander about Lin, that she was here. It's a secret. Sung added that if Lo Lin finds out about it, she'll be terribly angry. Min Hai told her not to take any more risks, and not to show her face here. Song Lan stated that looking at Min Hai makes her feel calmer. Finally, her months of hiding had finally yielded results. Min Haye contacted Luo Ling on the phone. She asked what happened. Min Haye said that he met Song Lan at the Leakin Center. The woman replied that she knew that, Min. He wondered, where did it come from? Lo Lin said that she has been suffering for the past few days. Her co-worker, the people living in the slums, mutants that the infected animals had turned into. To stop this, she had to take a huge load of guilt. Min Haye said he was worried about her. Luo Lin stated that Leakin Company has a safe house in the main building. The spy is Ms. Hu, but she is just a symbol of the company. Luo Lin added that their organization always keeps this woman under surveillance. Min Haye realized that Song Lan was being deceived. Luo Lin remarked that she didn't say such a thing. Mrs. Hu often acts rashly. Manager Zhen Tian was walking down the corridor, and behind him, the guards were dragging the exhausted Madame Hu. A trail of blood was oozing behind her. Zhen Tian told Madame Hu that all these years the company had rewarded her generously. She was selling fake masks and causing riots. Was using the company to do that? Hu replied that she didn't do anything and she should be trusted. Zhen Tian said that was useless. He really likes to suspect people. He added that they were just researching a new kind of larvae that can regenerate limbs. Mrs. Hu asked to leave her alone. Zhen Tian replied that they would only lower her legs into the liquid. After all, they trust her. The manager said that their tests always gave excellent results. Madame Hu could trust them as well. Zhen Tian pushed the woman into the liquid. She flew down with a scream. Madame Hu was floundering in the water and called out for help. The manager indignantly pointed at the staff and asked what they had done. All he wanted to do was restore Ms. Hu's legs. Their maggots can't regenerate limbs. Luoling said over the phone that they could protect everyone, including Ming He. Ming He walked up to the company's office in the dark. The building was empty. The young man went up to the right floor and saw a list of research staff on the wall. Among them was Associate Professor Feng Jing. Min He walked into the laboratory and saw Mr. Feng at his workplace. The professor wondered, why is Ming He here at this hour? Ming He replied that he just came to see the teacher. He had mastered the method of perception he had been taught. Feng said that was great. The young man had come just in time. Feng said that after their last conversation, he thought that the young man's abilities could be developed further. Therefore, he found the skin of a calamity demon that could absorb the elements and made these gloves. Feng assumed that these gloves would be suitable for the young man. Ming. He wondered, was the professor really making gloves for him at such a time without rest? Feng replied that he had insomnia, so he decided to do something useful. Min Hai is a very interesting guy, so the professor decided to give him a gift. The professor said that he hasn't finished the gloves to the end yet. Min. He might come back in a few days. Min He asked, is the professor so kind because of the mutation incident in Lanyang City? Feng said that the young man is his student and he has a duty to take care of his student. Min He said that he found it hard to believe that the professor was such a person. He could have originally come here with the Dragon Fang task force, but he realizes that the professor wouldn't have said anything anyway. Professor Feng said that he doesn't know what the young man is talking about. He just wants to finish working on those gloves. Feng added that it is very rare to meet such good students like Min He. The young man is thirsty for knowledge, just like he was when he was young. Min He said that Professor Feng can tell him everything. He is almost certain that someone is forcing him to do so. The teacher said again that he doesn't understand what Min He is talking about. Feng noted that when he saw this student, he remembered himself when he was young. He always focused on what he was interested in. The professor said that at that time he was not as lucky as current students. He did not have good mentors, and there were many problems along the way. The teacher added that he had no success at all. No money, no materials, no research lab. Thus, he lived in total depression until middle age, until one day he met a man whom he called his teacher. The teacher was very generous. No matter how many times he failed, the teacher still supported him financially. No matter what situation he was in, the teacher always supported him. Thanks to the support, he received many awards. Feng added that he became a professor and a respected person. His lectures were filled with students. He became a teacher with a capital letter. He liked this feeling because he saw students become talented. Feng said that when he saw students with potential, he always tried to help them. He hoped that the students would not face the difficulties that he had. Min had told the professor that it wasn't too late. He should confess who his teacher was. The professor replied that it was only his fault. The young man stated that it wasn't. Mr. Feng asked for the hero's forgiveness. Because of him, the young man's homeland faced disaster. The teacher added that when he found out that Ming He was from Lanyang City, he couldn't sleep. The professor said he would soon finish the gloves and the young man should take them. Ming He asked if the professor had taught Dr. Zhao how to extract the blood of a disaster beast. Feng said, Doctor. Zhao asked about it, and he told everything he knew. The professor added that he knew what it had led to and was very sorry. If it was possible to turn back time, he wouldn't have done that. Feng grabbed his head and said that there was no turning back now. Ming Hu insisted that the professor confess who his teacher was. The professor said that the young man might not believe him, but he doesn't know who this person is. He just knows that he is called teacher. Min He said that the professor is being manipulated. Feng thought he was talented and his techniques were unique. But compared to the teacher, he is just a blank slate. Feng said that his teacher was very wise. If he knew what he looked like, he would have thought he was already dead. Ming He wondered, had the professor never met him? Mr. Feng confirmed that he had. Ming He wondered how then to prove the professor's innocence and that he wasn't behind all of this. The professor reiterated that the teacher is very smart. When all the cards are revealed, all the evidence will point not to the teacher, but to him. Suddenly something shone brightly outside the window. The companions squinted their eyes and looked there fearfully. Outside, in front of the window, a helicopter hovered. Its searchlights illuminated the room where the two men were. The doors swung open and the special forces rushed in. The commander said that Professor Feng was accused of illegal research on a mutated substance that harmed humans. In the name of the law, the professor would be sent to detention. The commander said that he saw the news about Lanyang City and the little hero, wounded and tired. This hero had defended the city so desperately that the bones in his arms were visible. The professor thanked him for trying to right a wrong. Mr. Feng held his hands up and lowered his head, asking the hero to accept the gloves. The fighters led the professor away, who continued to shout for the young man to accept the gloves. Min He secluded himself on the bank of the river and began to gaze at the gloves. Suddenly, the goddess Xiaohua appeared nearby. Xiaohua said that she didn't understand. Whose side was Professor Feng on? Minghu replied that it was like asking if he was a good person. Xiaohua restated, was Professor Feng good or bad? Ming He admitted that he didn't know the answer. Very often, it is difficult to understand a person even if they are sincerely remorseful and suffering because of a mistake they made. The goddess noticed that the professor had committed an unforgivable act. He had taught Dr. Zhao how to purify mutant blood. If it wasn't for the professor, so many people wouldn't have died in Lanyang. Minghe said that the real scoundrel was the one the professor called his teacher. The young man explained that this teacher uses people's weaknesses to accomplish goals. Even if something doesn't go according to his plan, the consequences are borne by the one he uses, and he continues to go unpunished, committing crimes and causing everyone's anger. Xiaohua asked if Minghu was going to catch him. The young man replied that he doesn't know yet. He thinks that this teacher is probably much more powerful than he realized, and that Tianquan's student isn't even close. Xiaohua said that maybe Tianquan has a guess as to who this teacher is, and then Professor Feng won't have to take the blame. Minghe assumed that the goddess was trying to rebel. The woman said that people have a very hard time. They have to deal with annihilation and traitors. It would be easier if only one enemy had to be confronted. Ming. He said he would try to win her over to his side. Xiaohua replied that it was still a long way off. She wouldn't be easily bought. Minghe asked if she would settle for vanilla ice cream. He was thinking of buying it on his way back to the dormitory. Xiaohua replied that she would only accept 2 servings. Minghu stated that if she destroyed humanity, she would never taste ice cream and other goodies again. Minhae continued to live on campus, going to classes as before. In his free time, he attended workouts and strengthened his physical strength. The hero also read books regularly and developed spiritually. Zhang Yuan said that Li Jing was great at pretending. Wang Jia asked what happened again. Zhang Yuan said that he had recently been lucky. A hunter of crown rank had shown him favor and handed him a badge. Wang Jia asked if it was a useful item. Zhang Yuan replied that it was very useful. The university was interested in the social practices of students, such as the mysterious Dragonfang organization. If they came to Nandu University to recruit interns, they would give preference to someone who had earned a badge in the Hunter Association. Li Mian said for Zhang Yuan to forget about the Dragonfang. Li Mian added that if Zhang Yuan couldn't find a good job after graduation, he could take him as a backup. Zhang Yuan took umbrage, asking, "Who does he think he is?" Li Mian replied that he was the second most recognized person at the university. Min Hai noticed that Li Mian repeats that phrase every day. Li Mian confessed that she thinks Ming Hai is more reliable than those two. Li Mian asked our hero if there was a possibility of joining the Dragonfang organization or astronomy. Would Min He be willing to become his personal assistant? Min He replied that he should think about the offer. Li Mian said that he needed to put important information in order, and asked not to be disturbed by shouting, because he couldn't let his crown-rank teacher down. Another student entered the room and reminded him that Min Hai had promised to go out and spend time together. He wouldn't be turned away this time. The young man remarked that sitting in 4 walls and not going out is hard to stay focused. Yung Yuan asked if there would be girls at the party. Min Hai replied that there would be a mysterious guest of honor. Zhang Wen and Wang Jia wanted to go too. Although Min He is weird, he always has to be forced to go and have fun. Min He thought Professor Feng's case was completely blocked, and his colleagues replaced him in class, telling the students that the professor had gone abroad to improve his skills. Wang Jia was excited about the nightclub. He said that he didn't organize everything, but he was invited here. Feng Ling is celebrating his birthday today. Zhang Yuan was surprised. Does Peng Xiao really know Feng Ling? The young man replied that their families often have marriage alliances. Peng Xiao added that he and the girl are related. Zhang Yuan saw the girl and said that she is one of the 3 goddesses of the university, the Ice Princess Tan Ning. She is dazzling. The 2 goddesses danced passionately, and it was worth coming to see. After the dance, the girls returned to the table. The young men wished Feng Ling happy birthday and praised the dance. Peng Xiao apologized for being late and introduced the newcomer, Ming He's brother-in-arms. Ming Hu greeted everyone. He thought that because of the dim light, Feng Ling shouldn't have recognized him. It was an unexpected surprise. Tan Ning was also here. Feng Ling said that it was the same every year. A rowdy bunch of alcoholics gather and she was tired of it. Peng Xiao replied that it's always like this at parties and the girl doesn't like it because no one notices her. Tan Ning agreed that the young man was right. But the birthday girl said that they don't understand anything. Tan Ning asked if Feng Ling had invited a new sparring partner and wondered who could beat the great Feng Ling. Peng Xiao was surprised. Did the goddess know the bitterness of defeat? Who is this strong man? Feng Ling said to forget about it because the guy is very secretive and would not show up here because of such a small thing. Tan Ning suggested to call him after all. Min He didn't want to be called, but he forgot to mute his phone. Tang Ning asked if Feng Ling was afraid of him. The birthday girl admitted that she only lost to him because she underestimated him. Tan Ning said that in that case, she should call him herself since it's her birthday. It's her right. Feng Ling agreed, but she wants to get his number from Uncle Yuan first. Min He covered himself in cold sweat and said that he urgently had to go to the restroom. He wanted to turn off his phone but remembered he couldn't. The commander said to stay in touch. Tang Ning asked if Feng Ling had gotten through. Min He answered the phone and asked what was wrong. The girl wondered how he knew it was her. The young man replied that Uncle Yuan gave him her number. The girl said that today was her birthday, and she was inviting him over. They talked for a while, and she would like to get to know him better. Min He said it would be difficult to meet today. Feng Ling asked what was that noise on his phone. At that moment, the DJ in the hall shouted loudly. Feng Ling was surprised to hear the same DJ sound in his phone. Feng Ling asked if he was at the Rain Lake bar. Min Hai replied that he has business today, and they will meet later. The signal is bad, and the connection is dropping. He cut the call off, not sure why he even answered. If they found out that he had defeated Feng Ling, they would quickly realize that he was a member of the Dragon Fang. The call rang out again. It was Jiayang. The girl said that Li Mian had completed the task that the young man had assigned. Just as Min He had asked, he had studied the first students who had managed to escape from the mist. 133 people in total, 9 of them from the student council. Ming He thought that it was unlikely that they had managed to hide everything perfectly. A lead must be found. If they were going to use this experience as an achievement, they should look among the new students. If he were in their shoes and knew about the fog, he would stand as far away from the epicenter as possible. That way, he would think of a path to victory and would run out the very first. It was just as instructor Zhu Qi had said. This training period was especially important. Our hero remembered that when he first entered, most of the students, including himself, didn't know how long the training period would last. Although the academy had adjusted to the students' wishes, they warned them at the very last minute. In order to put their plan into action, they had to inform the students of the time in advance. Therefore, it would be worth contacting the student council to find out about the schedule changes as early as possible. Min He decided that he would investigate each of the 9 students personally, but that wouldn't be enough. Jiayang said that Li Mian had noted something in his report. If today is the vice president's birthday party, the rest of the council members will also be at the party. The 9 suspects will likely be among them. Jiang said there was no further information from Li Mian. Min Hae told the interviewer that he is just at this party. It just so happens. Feng Ling called, but her call was on hold. The girl assumed that her sparring partner was here somewhere. Probably came with his friends to have some fun. Tianning noted that it was a coincidence. What if it was fate? Feng Ling said that this guy must have seen her, but for some reason he didn't dare to show himself. On the phone, he said he was busy. Peng Xiao said that this sounded interesting, and suggested playing a game. Which one of them could reveal the identity of the mysterious fighter? Our hero returned to the young people and asked in surprise, "Is Feng Ling really the vice president of the student council?" Peng Xiao was also surprised. Did Ming He not know about this? Peng Xiao said that Tian Ning is the president of the student council. In general, everyone here is a member of the student council. Ming He again said that he didn't know any of this. Peng Xiao only laughed in response. Peng Xiao reiterated once more. He proposes to play a game. They would try to figure out the mysterious person who defeated Feng Ling. The young man expressed his confidence that this person was somewhere here at the party. He was probably brought here by his friends. Only this time, there are too many people present and it will be difficult to find him. Min Hai said that's a good idea. He too is curious to know who this person is. Our hero was curious as to which one would be revealed first. Ling Kunyu carefully surveyed the surrounding area. Nothing escaped the Sun Rank warrior's keen gaze. Even from afar, Ling Kunyu noticed a man approaching him on the narrow road. Ling Kunyu received a package from the man and asked if he had managed to get anything out of Professor Feng. The man replied that the professor was a front figure. Everything was blamed on him. Ling Kunyu asked what about the lichen. The man replied that after listening to Ming He's information, They had cleared the 9th floor of the Lichen Medicine and Cosmetology building, and it confirmed some of their previous information. The man said that the acolyte did indeed exist. There were sightings of his footprints back in the fog, and he is most likely somewhere in the institute. This is a prominent member of the Tianquan organization. Young, tough, violent like Master, he is to be feared. He cleans up his tracks perfectly, skillfully framing his crimes to fit ordinary accidents. Lin Kunyu said that no one knew about the fog. However, he knew how it worked and when the fog would appear. Therefore, he infiltrated the institute and was able to fake an incident. The man agreed. His plan depended on luck, but he was able to connect two completely non-overlapping events. This person is very smart. If they hadn't discovered the vague traces, they wouldn't have even realized that the real culprits were Tianquan. However, there was still a lot they didn't know about the disaster. The interlocutor noticed that they were unable to utilize their knowledge and plan everything perfectly. However, there is still little information about them. The man added that with such power, they could help people. But now that the fake mentor had been caught, they would become more cautious. The acolyte will probably lay low for a while. If they couldn't catch him now and he continued to spread his influence, he might very well create a monster worse than Master. The mere thought of Master sent shivers down his spine. Lin Kunyu would never forget the day the disaster beasts appeared. In the Rain Lake bar, the fun continued. The man on the 2nd floor said that they had caught the one who had become the culprit, and the biolab was now closed. In this case, it would be best to run away. It's dangerous to do anything else right now. If you stand out, you can be caught in the net. The hunt is on. If you panic like a duck, open your wings and fly out of hiding, you can immediately fall into the crosshairs of the hunter. The interviewer said it's very noisy here. Is it worth talking on the phone here? The young man replied that there is no better place to hide than in plain sight. He is in a bar right now, and his nice peers are enjoying their youth and playing their silly games. The interlocutor asked if anything was known about the Dragonfang member. The interlocutor added, if the young man would deal with him, the mentor would be happy about it. The young man was surprised that the mentor paid attention to this person. The young man had heard that their mysterious friend was lurking among the students. The interlocutor recalled that the young man is in charge of Operation Blossom. The young man hoped that the mentor would remain satisfied. Peng Xiao said that this will be an unusual dispute. Kai Han will be the judge. Everyone present knows what kind of strength she has. After all, she was called the walking lie detector for a reason. No one has ever been fooled by her presence. One of the boys said that he didn't like such games. They usually hurt his feelings. The girl replied that it was just a little game. Peng Xiao stated that they have big stakes today. Those who don't want to play can go to a cafe nearby. Today is a day for real men and women. The interlocutor told the young man that it would be better for him not to participate in this event. The young man agreed. After all, there is someone here who can read minds. The interlocutor said that it was necessary to play the role of a diligent student while finding an opportunity to sneak out. The young man replied that he would leave no trace. Peng Xiao stated that he would announce the rules when the weaklings came out. Ming He thought that if he was a member of Tianyuan, he wouldn't participate in this. It wouldn't be worth it. Ming He asked Peng Xiao, if the person they are looking for is gone now, then what's the point? Peng Xiao said that Ming He was absolutely right. But what is there to do? Our hero suggested, the one who wants to leave should answer the question. Peng Xiao asked what exactly they would ask. Ming He came up with an idea. They should simply ask if he had defeated Feng Ling. Peng Xiao turned to the people present and said that before they wanted to leave, they would be asked one question. It was nothing complicated. The mysterious young man thought, was the one they were looking for really the one from the Dragon Fang? Could it be that the one who had gotten in his way was currently here? If that was the case, this game could be much more interesting. The mysterious stranger and our hero wanted to see the true face of the opponent. Peng Xiao said that the rules are very simple. Everyone present can ask one question, and it must definitely be answered. Those who answer yes will have to go to the dance floor. There will be no cheating. Everyone will face the truth today. Peng Xiao stated that the first question would now be asked. Is there anyone at the party who anyone here has a crush on? The excitement was incredible as many people rushed towards the dance floor. Our hero, Feng Ling and Tian Ning, remained seated in their seats. Kai Han watched from the side. Kai Han decided to check. Did her heartbeat increase? If so, a lie is present. There was no hiding the truth from her. Kai Han scanned those who were nearby. The girl declared that it was very boring. No one lied. Peng Xiao announced that the first round was over. He asked to memorize those who came out on the dance floor. The young man then announced the second question. Tianning got up from her seat and said that she would ask this question. If today was Feng Ling's birthday, the question would be related to the birthday girl. Those who are secretly in love with Feng Ling should come out to the dance floor. Feng Ling was indignant. What kind of question is this? Many young people appeared in the center who appeared to be in love with the birthday girl, but it seemed quite natural. Feng Ling said that she would now ask a question. Those who were in love with President Tianning should come forward. There were also many young people on the dance floor. Peng Xiao said that those who never once came forward for 3 questions should drink a whole bottle of wine. Ming He was forced to fulfill this condition. Our hero had to drink the wine. Peng Xiao approached Ming He and said that he definitely liked someone from the Three Goddess Institute. Doesn't the young man like Feng Ling or Tian Ning? Could it be that he is a loyal fan of Lu Qian? Wang Jia clarified that Lu Qian is this young man's girlfriend. Peng Xiao was greatly surprised. Ming He told no one to listen to this guy. Lu Qian is just his classmate. Their relationship is only a little closer than ordinary classmates. Zhang Yuan said for Min He to stop pretending. He saw everything with his own eyes. Lu Qian asking him out on a movie date. After the award ceremony, everyone saw them walk towards her room together. Tianning asked with undisguised curiosity, "Is Ming He really dating her?" Peng Xiao said for all the virgin boys to come out to the dance floor. Several people came out to the dance floor, including our hero. Next, those who are currently without underwear were to come out on the dance floor. Zhang Yuan said it was an accident. It was blown away by the wind when it was drying. He usually wears underwear. Peng Xiao said that many people have already asked questions. Wouldn't Ming He like to ask his own? Our hero pondered. If he can only ask one question, what better question to ask to reveal the secret agent? If the question is too direct, it will cause panic, and the game can't continue. And if it was too vague, there would be too many people on the dance floor, and he wouldn't be able to figure out who exactly was the enemy. Tianning remembered that they were supposed to find the mysterious guest. How could they have forgotten the most important thing? Having wasted their questions. Now they would have to wait. Peng Xiao said that he would now find someone to ask the question. Ming He thought that a question in this game can only be answered with a yes or no. The question has to be precise, otherwise the answer can just be evaded. There's a high chance of having to go out on the dance floor himself. One of the people present said, "Whoever defeated Feng Ling in sparring should go to the dance floor now." Zhang Yuan said that 3 more questions passed, and Min Hai didn't get on the dance floor once again. So another bottle of wine is needed. Min He got up from his seat and went to the dance floor. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Feng Ling thought, is this really the sparring partner? It can't be. Tianning speculated that it could indeed be him. After all, when Feng Ling was talking to him, he had said that he needed to step back. Had he really been around all this time? Peng Xiao said that he knew so. It was Ming He. Wang Jia recalled how Ming He had taken the exam. It was hard to imagine what he was doing back then. Feng Ling remembered that young man and said that it was the same person. Tianning regretfully thought that he liked Lu Qian. He is really handsome. The mysterious young man thought that he had found the representative of the Dragon Fang. However, other youths began to enter the stage. Everyone present was surprised. Why are there so many people here? Are they all really better than Feng Ling? A young man asked the expert. Surely some of them are cheating. Kai Han was at a loss. The girl said that they were from the video game club. Feng Ling asked, "Does losing a game count?" The young man replied that the person who asked the question didn't specify what exactly they won. Min He thought that would definitely help him. Now it was his turn to ask the question. He needed to do it so that something like this wouldn't happen again. Tianning realized what the matter was. It turned out that they were all from the video game club, even Ming He. Feng Ling said that she didn't remember everyone from that club. There were quite a few of them. The birthday girl suggested that we call it a day. Peng Xiao said to let Ming He ask his question. Ming He said that before he asked his question, he wanted to clarify something. He is not a member of the video game club. He was discussing with Feng Ling about using spiritual skills. She had begun to use them much better than before. The people present were surprised. Had this guy just admitted that he was the mysterious stranger who had defeated Feng Ling? Peng Xiao had no doubt that Ming He was telling the truth. But after all, he didn't want to reveal it before. Why is he acting like this? Perhaps it had to do with the question he was about to ask. Min Hai asked who among everyone present underestimates him, or even hates him. Which one of them wishes him dead? Min Hai walked up to the birthday girl and said that the vice president should help him determine which of the 9 students would go on the dance floor. He showed the smartphone screen and explained that it was very important. Feng Ling replied that she didn't know all the council members by sight, especially the newcomers. Tianning decided to take a look. She never forgets a face. Several people came out onto the dance floor. What was on their minds? Tianning said that none of those 9 were among them. Peng Xiao announced that it was time to end. It was already getting late. He once again wished Feng Ling a happy birthday. The mysterious young man thought that he had found someone from the Dragon Fang. Ming He was very upset. He had exposed himself, but he couldn't figure out the culprit. Now this could affect not only him, but also his loved ones. To drown out the bitterness of defeat, he finished the wine from the bottle. Min He didn't understand how he could let this person escape. How could he have made such a mistake? The scoundrel who had massacred Zhu Qi and the instructors had walked right out from under his nose. Feng Ling apologized to Ming He for causing trouble. He replied that it wasn't her fault at all. It was his own fault. Peng Xiao noticed that Ming He was drinking a lot. If he had known this before, he would have invited the young man to have a drink with the guys in their task force. He added that all 5 people who entered through the special exam were here now. Peng Xiao pointed out that they were sitting at a neighboring table. Didn't Ming? He recognized them? Ming He admitted that he didn't even notice them. Peng Xiao pointed out that these young men were quite interesting. They talked a lot about Ming He's bravery in the special exam. Ming He thought that perhaps he had encountered the criminal before. But in that case, the one might not have come forward. He recognized that his question was incorrect. The criminal wasn't going to touch him until he confirmed his identity. Ming He showed Peng Xiao the smartphone screen and asked which of these 9 participated in the special exam. Peng Xiao immediately identified the person and pointed at him. It was Zhu Yue. Tianning confirmed that she remembered Zhu Yue. He had joined the student council last. Ming He asked, "Did the student council set the training time for the newcomers?" Tianning replied that they discussed it, but the final decision was made by the institute's management. Ming He decided that this was definitely who he was looking for. He asked Peng Xiao where this person was headed. Peng Xiao replied that the person should be in the parking lot. He had a sports car. Zhu Yu thought that now that he recognized his opponent, he had many ways to deal with him. If it wasn't for Min He, his actions would have shocked the whole world. Ming He jumped out in front of the young man already sitting behind the wheel. Zhu Yu pressed the gas pedal and quickly left the parking lot. Our hero didn't waste a second. He rushed in pursuit. After all, there was only a sports car to catch up with. Zhu Yu continued to rush at high speed, moving away from the pursuer. Peng Xiao caught up with Ming He on his bike and wondered how he was even going to catch up to the sports car, then offered to use a motorcycle. The hero did not have to be persuaded for a long time. He jumped on the bike and rushed after. Protagonist thought that in the 2 days that had passed since his arrival at the institute with the intention of passing the entrance exam, there was a white fog. This man knew exactly when it would appear. He realized that he could use the inexperience of the newcomers to cause chaos. No wonder the examiner back then was so disturbing to him during the exam. Not only did this man donate 6 million to the institute, but he also bribed the examiner. He did this to guarantee that he would get in. When our hero passed the exam, the man almost took his place. He had been involved with the examiner from the beginning. That person almost eluded Min He. Many people were hurt because of him. Ming He was adamant that he would not let Zhu Yue escape retribution now. Zhu Yue, seeing his pursuer in the rearview mirror, decided that he must die. He raised his right hand and activated his unique abilities. Branches broke off from the trees and began to fall onto the roadway. The protagonist deftly maneuvered and avoided the obstacles on the road. Zhu Yue turned on the autopilot and stood up to his full height on his convertible. He spread his arms out to the sides and activated his energy abilities. The trees growing along the road began to fall onto the roadway. Our hero continued to chase after the sports car at high speed. He knew that Zhu Yue would not be able to escape. Ming He approached the criminal's car. Zhu Yue asked threateningly, "Does Ming He really want to go to hell?" Ming He let go of the control of the motorcycle and jumped onto the sports car. Zhu Yue thought that this guy had finally lost his mind. Our hero managed to hold on by hooking onto the edge of the car with one hand. Zhu Yue stepped on the gas and drove the car down the cliff. He himself jumped out at the same time. He walked to the edge and looked down at the exploding car. "It's done." The villain laughed. Did this person really want to fight him? It was a pity that he had accidentally fallen off the cliff. Zhu Yue contacted the right person on the phone and informed him that that guy had died. He added that he didn't know his identity, but it didn't matter anymore. After all, he was dead. He then said that he couldn't stay in that place anymore. Zhu Yue said that he needed to find a new hiding place. Just then, a man suddenly came out of the forest. Ming He, wearing tattered and burnt clothes, said that he would not let Zhu Yue get away with it. He would send him to the other world to apologize to everyone who died because of him. Zhu Yue was shocked that this guy was still alive. Why was Ming He pursuing him so persistently? The criminal once again decided to use his unique abilities and said that Ming He was definitely not invincible. His strength was not a threat. Our hero was attacked, but managed to successfully dodge the blow. Zhu Yui disdainfully said that the man in front of him was just a pathetic insect. Minghe noticed that his opponent was about to activate his internal energy for another attack. Zhu Yue stated that he knew how the opponent's ability worked. There's nothing around him that he can absorb. Is he really going to fight alone? He waved his hands and promised to show his true strength. Minhai must learn what it means to be a superhuman. Our hero didn't procrastinate and activated his ice skill. He told Zhu Yue not to think too much of himself. Who was he to dispose of other people's lives? Minghe was surprised. Did the opponent call himself a superhuman? The protagonist gave a crushing blow and said that the person in front of him was just trash. If he didn't want to be an ordinary person, then he would die in a ditch somewhere. He doesn't belong among those who just want to live. At the Hall of Fame, a man asked Commander Luo Ling where Minghe was now. The woman replied that she didn't know either. Why did he gather them together? The man suggested that he must be having a hard time. Ming. He is still young and just enrolled, but he has already been through a lot. Luo Ling said that she understood his feelings. The man offered to cheer the young man up. He's had too much on his plate lately. Minghe was no doubt upset. Professor Feng had been arrested. He didn't expect an enemy to be around, especially since that enemy would turn out to be his teacher. Luo Ling and her companion saw Minghe with some stranger. Minghe told the commander that it was an acolyte. He caught him as promised. Zhu Yue stated for Luo Ling to hurry up and get him. He doesn't want to be alone with that psycho. Luo Ling told Minghe not to overdo it. Minghe looked at the pictures of the dead and said he wanted them to rest in peace. Luo Lin remarked that he shouldn't have taken such a risk. He could have died. The representative of the organization said that they had already dispatched people. They would be coming for acolytes soon. The man thanked Minhai on behalf of the entire organization. The man replied that he was just doing his duty. Seeing the hero off, Commander Luo Lin said that he would be cleaned up at the hospital. The woman approached the portraits of the dead and said that they must be proud of this guy. They sacrificed themselves to save the students. Now these students are capable of many things. The commander added that Zhu Qi was right. They were all too weak for now and couldn't change the world. But at least they can use their lives to pave the way for the next generation. They live in a dark time where it's hard to find light. Luo Lin said that these people didn't die for nothing. It made sense. At the university, the young people met each other. Fan Naya Rong asked if Ming He had also chosen teacher Tang Han's course. Min He admitted that it was a funny coincidence. The girl said that she had been to many classes during the semester, but only Tang Han and Professor Feng's were really interested in the material. She couldn't make up her mind for a long time, but Professor Feng had gone abroad. Min He replied that he regretted it. The professor was a great teacher and could have taught them a lot. Fang Naya Rong said she didn't know what topic Tang Han would be taking this semester. Min He assumed it would be something important. At the lecture, teacher Tang Han said that he wanted to apologize to the students first because his research was interfering a bit with the learning process. He took a bow. His opening words were always atypical. The professor pointed out that at all times one must question even the facts. Without this, the great scientists could not find the truth. All scientists doubted even the most logical thing. The students must have wondered why the creator always looked down on them. But then why did he unleash them? Why did he let them learn to use tools and make fire? Step by step, humans have come to a great civilization. Mankind is the only species with enough intelligence to build civilizations. Is this a coincidence or the result of evolution? If the creator turns his back on humans, he can create a new life form. In that case, they too will learn to use tools and make fire. Certainly they would have intelligence. What will happen to this world? Tang Han pointed at the screen and said that this was the world they now inhabited and the era they lived in. Humans have for too long thought that they were the only ones capable of doing this. They began to take it for granted. But they never considered why there was such a vast difference between them and the other creatures of nature. Why were they given the right to rule this world and dominate other creatures? At this point, several species have gained enlightenment, just like humans. Should humans stop thinking of themselves as a superior race? Should we get to know them better? Scientists from different countries are now studying this phenomenon. What these races are going through are the same stages that human civilization went through. Tang Han said that at the moment, they have already reached the tribe stage, in just 10 years. The teacher asked, how many years did it take for humans to get there? One could imagine how far the new creatures would go in 30 years. In how many years would the new creatures become more advanced than humans? Tang Han stated that he estimated that they would only need 70 years, and humans would become common animals, food, or just material for them. The student asked the teacher what backed up these words. Had there been any research done? The teacher said it is not backed up by anything. All of his lessons are in a casual discussion format. Students may consider it idle chatter. He just observes what he sees in front of him like everyone else. One student asked, "Humans won't be wiped out by these creatures, will they?" Tang Han said that's the reason he started the lesson. He hoped with all his heart that his words would not turn out to be true, and humans would forever stay ahead. The teacher hoped that people would have enough time to study them and prepare. That is all there is to hope for. Fan Rong asked if the theme of the semester is to study new civilizations, and will they become more advanced. Tan Han confirmed that it is. They will study the necessary materials and then bring them here to compare everything. The teacher added that very often you will have to take risks for the sake of science. The Hunters Association will help them. The teacher regretted that little attention is paid to this topic. The budget is catastrophically lacking. It is hard to earn the attention of the authorities. The students suggested that this is an important topic. Maybe they can make some great discovery, like Professor Lun, for example. Tang Han understood who he was talking about. The student added that in that case, they might be able to solve some mysteries and help humanity. Tang Han assured that the academy would fund them, no need to worry. The student council will also support them. After the lecture, our hero secluded himself in the forest. Goddess Xiaohua said that many people have now realized that they too are evolving. Ming. He remarked that teacher Tang Han is an excellent scholar. Minghe suggested that his topic is not as simple as it seems. He would like to learn more from the teacher. Xiaohua remarked that he is one of the few who consider them equal to humans. The goddess added that the other teachers put them down to nothing and consider them as animals. They are too arrogant. Minghu asked the goddess if she thought they would be overtaken in development in 70 years. Xiaohua suggested that mankind was developing at a slower pace. In just 200 years, they had invented many weapons. If their cultivation was also taken into account, then perhaps the teacher was right. God had already turned away from them. Minghe said that it would be nice if all creatures were like the two of them now, communicating and loving each other. Xiaohua got angry. What was he starting to say about love? Minghe said that he still didn't understand. Why was it necessary to exterminate? Xiaohua gave the example of a virus in the system. Just a line of code, but the antivirus is still not spared and mopped up. Minghe said that Xiaohua is evading the answer. There is no evidence that humans are like a virus. The woman asked if Minghe knows why his teacher still can't give up his hypothesis. The young man should remember the theory of evolution. There is a lot of evidence that humans evolved from monkeys. But why humans? Dolphins are also very intelligent. Why didn't they become ocean people? Dolphins are as intelligent as apes. It's because humans learned to use their hands and tools. So someone gave them that ability? Minhe replied that it was a stupid idea, as stupid as the theory that a meteorite doesn't fall twice in the same place. Xiaohua said that there are many things in the world that have not been proven by facts. But such things give rise to new ideas. If one paid attention to all the factors that were there, one thing could be safely stated. Humans were the Earth's immune system. There were others before humans, for example, dinosaurs. Min Hae walked into the house and noticed that his sister had almost packed his things. The girl asked why his brother was always going somewhere. Shouldn't he be studying and practicing? Min Hae said that this trip is related to his research. He needs to do it every semester. He has chosen a topic that he is interested in, so it is necessary to go and collect the necessary samples to start working. Sister said to Min Hae to exercise caution. If something is wrong, it's better to run away and not deal with it. The young man replied that he understood everything. Sister said that she thought she would be able to learn something interesting when she joined the Tianwen organization. However, now she sits and digs through data all day long. Min Hae reminded him that his sister is still an intern. She would be entrusted with a more interesting job in the future. There was a knock on the door. The girl assumed it was her co-workers. She opened it and said that they came in rather quickly. Qin Yu introduced the young man to her co-workers and said that he was her brother. He was still a student. The girls said that Qin Yu's brother was really handsome. The co-workers suggested that Ming He go with them and have a drink, but Qin Yu said he had business to attend to. The girl on her way out of the room told her brother that she had packed his things. He should call her if something was wrong. Min Hai also saw Lu Qian. His classmate was also packing for the road. Lu Qian saw our hero and waved at him with a smile. Min Hai asked where they were going. The young man replied that they were going to fight in the ruins, to the very front line. Lu Qian saw that Ming He was also carrying things. So he's working on a project? Ming He confirmed that. Lu Qian said that in that case, they're going one way. The girl's companion remarked that the freshman can only sit in the rear guard, only suitable for cleaning up and walking around the ruins. The young man added that those who are honored to be in the vanguard are students with unique strength. No one paid attention to this guy, and he had to leave. Lu Qian told our hero to be careful. He should stay out of the way. Min Hai told Lu Qian not to take any risks either. He is always ready to come to the rescue, no matter how far away it is. Wang Jia accidentally pushed the young man with his backpack as he walked by, and the young man staggered and hugged the girl. The young people blushed with embarrassment. Lu Qian recovered first and said that she had to go to the bus. Ming. He wished her good luck. The teacher told everyone to take their seats. It was time for them to leave. The student council president Tian Ning was also on the bus with everyone. Peng Xiao saw Tian Ning on the bus and said that it was definitely fate. Now this trip would definitely not seem boring. The student council president replied that she was forced to keep an eye on the newcomers. Tian Ning asked, why was that even necessary? Tang Han replied that being in the vanguard is always important because they make invaluable contributions. The students on the bus couldn't believe that they were accompanied by the student council president. Among the students was Eagle Eye. He is a very skilled sniper due to his keen eyesight. This is Lu Feng. Plus, he uses a modified sniper rifle. He has taken the place of one of the strongest and no one wants to piss him off. Zhang Wenwei, the high school girl with ponytails, was also on this bus. If she takes things seriously, even a whole squad of superhumans can't handle her. Wang Jia told the curious that this girl likes to play with fire. The archer in traditional clothes is Xia Na. A mysterious girl, almost nothing is known about her. Xiaodong has the appearance of a quiet boy from junior high school. His ability is unknown, but he is one of the top 10 strongest. One of the female students said that it's unexpected. They will be protected by many strong high school students. So, teacher Tang Han's research is considered very important. Fujun Village, Guanyun Lake. The locals are fishing. A neighbor said Wang is a real hero. Yesterday, everyone in the village heard him entertaining his wife all night. And since morning, he's already fishing. Wang said he sat here all night, never letting go of his fishing rod. He doesn't know how he had the patience. Wang asked the neighbor in surprise what he had said about his wife. The neighbor said that he heard what he heard. He said that his cat was screaming loudly all night. The neighbor said Van's eyes were very red. Probably because he was up all night? A passenger car was passing on the road not far from this place. The girl saw a lot of dandelions outside and rolled down the window. Her mother reminded the girl that it was dangerous to stick out the window at high speed. How many times can you say that? One of the dandelions flew into the cabin and landed on the neck of the driver, the head of the family. The man started to pull on the fishing rod. He felt something huge. The fisherman said he had come here much later than Wang, but he was already getting a bite. The fisherman pulled a huge fish out of the water. He was overjoyed and asked Wang to help him. However, when the man took the fish in his hands, he was frightened. It was strange. There was something peeking out of its mouth. The man threw the fish aside. Some algae began to appear around it and on it. The fisherman walked over to his neighbor and asked, "Does Wang see this too? What's wrong with this fish?" After all, just a second ago it was alive. The man looked at Van and was even more frightened. The neighbor was sitting motionless and completely dry. There were some strange plants or creatures stretching from Van to the water. The man dropped the fishing rod out of fear and ran home. Wang continued to sit motionless by the lake. Fan Niarong said that teacher Tan Han never told them. What kind of specimens would they collect? Tang Han replied that it was a well-known plant. Recently, a hunter had sent him some interesting specimens. Research had been done. Tan Han said he had discovered, these plants are aggressive. Fan Niarong asked, aren't all plants inherently aggressive? A lot of trees grow upwards. They don't pay attention to other small plants. A big tree will cover the sun with its crowns, the small tree will die and rot, and the big tree will get nutrients. Tang Han said aggression between plants is common, but this specimen wasn't fighting for the sun or soil. This plant was attacking animals. It had predatory behavior. It wasn't hunting flies, butterflies, or moths. The plant preyed on large animals and even humans. The bus driver hit the brakes. There was a collision with something. Archer jumped up from her seat and asked, was it a monster attack? The driver said it was a wild deer. It suddenly ran out onto the road. The president said for Xiana to go and check if everything was all right. The driver objected that it wasn't necessary, as it was just an ordinary deer. Lu Feng said that they weren't far from the ruins now. It was better to be reassured. The bus doors opened and Xiana got out to explore the surrounding area. Xiana stepped to the curb and said that the deer wasn't killed. It ran away. However, there was blood all over the place, and it was unlikely that it would last long. The girl stated that it was an ordinary deer. There is no threat. Tianning, already on the bus, asked what happened to the body. Xiana once again said that the deer ran away into the forest. Tianning asked the driver if the bus was okay, if she could go on. The driver replied that everything was fine. Nothing was hurt. We could leave. The bus continued traveling along the given route. This was no ordinary deer. It had demonic, glowing eyes. Peeking out from the bushes, he was watching the bus with his gaze. The bus arrived at its destination point, Fujin City. There were many police officers in the vicinity. Students looked out of the windows. What had happened? Was there really a crime here? Why were there so many policemen? The young people got off the bus and headed for the hotel. Teacher Tan Han said that everyone should check in before lunch. After that, they would start with assignment distribution. The teacher said that the Hunter Association had given him information. The necessary specimens were available in several cities nearby. They will start from where they are now, Fujin City. Tang Han said that they would divide everyone into groups, and each group would look for a different specimen. Each of the 5 groups will be led by a senior student. Many students expressed their desire to be in President Tian Ning's group. The girl said that she would choose who would be in her group. Her choices were Lin Hui, Hu Guangyi, Fang Nairong, and Ming He. Teachers said that when they were entering the city, there seems to have been a crime. This group should investigate the case. If it's an ordinary case, let the police handle it. But if the students notice something strange, they should take care of it. Tianning said that she was only going to keep an eye on the younger ones. Tang Han agreed. After all, the assignment should be done by the freshmen. They have the responsibility to investigate on their own. Tang Han handed out field signal sheets, 1 per group. They should only be used in an emergency. The teacher added that each group would have a different task. If there are no questions, everyone will disperse in the given direction and begin their tasks. Police officer Zheng Wei didn't understand how this could happen, and who did it, man or beast. They just had to wait for the Hunter Association. The officers were far away from the city and realized that no one might be sent to them. However, a group of students approached them. Fan Naya Rong said that they were students from the academy in Southern City and had come to do their own research. What on earth had happened here? The police officers thought that the students could understand the situation and perhaps even help in some way. One of the officers said there was a body nearby. If the students had the courage, they could examine it. Tianning told her colleagues to decide for themselves. She's only here for protection. This is their research. Ming He volunteered first and said he would take a look. The policeman offered to follow him. We need to figure out whether it was a beast or a human who committed the crime. Fan Naya Rong decided to go as well. The young people followed the officer. Up ahead, there was a body lying under a cloak. The old man asked, "Are these people from the Hunter Association?" The officer said that they were students from the academy. They have some sort of training study. The old man wondered, can apprentices be of any help? They have no experience. Better to wait for the hunters. He added that no one was trying to make things difficult, but there was no room for slip-ups. It was a serious problem. To keep everyone happy, it is necessary to wait for the people from the association. The officer said that they have already contacted who they need to contact. They were told that there was no sign of an animal attack, so it was an accident. No one would be sent. The policeman explained to the old man that there was fierce fighting on the front lines, and every man counted. The old man replied that they were willing to wait a few more days. Wang Jun was an important person. Solving this case was an important task for the city. Mistakes would not be tolerated. The officers agreed and decided to contact the hunters again. One of the police officers told Min He that the locals wanted to see someone more competent. Fan Naya Rong stated that they were not so helpless. Ming. He asked what rank of hunter they needed. The old man replied, no lower than the moonlight rank. Ming Hu showed his ID card and asked if that was enough. The locals saw the royal emblem. This young man is a hunter of royal rank. Could it really be true? The officers apologized to Min He. They couldn't have imagined it. If Mr. Hunter needed help, all it would take was a word. The locals are also willing to provide support. Min He said that he wanted to examine the body first. When the blanket was removed, everyone was startled and shrieked. The body was completely dried up. The policeman said that an autopsy had already been conducted. The causes of death were unusual. All the internal organs were dried up. The muscles seemed to have dried up under the sun for months. There was no fluid or blood left in the body. The policeman added that according to the witness Wang Zhang, he was just talking to the injured Wang Jun. After just a few minutes, the man looked like this. One of the police officers said there was a surveillance camera nearby. It recorded how the victim had been fishing all night and was full of energy. Neither the monster nor the beast was caught on camera, so the animal attack version was ruled out. The policeman asked the hunter if he saw signs of an animal attack. Min. He thought that to drain a person full of energy in a few minutes was amazing. Perhaps the beast had the ability to camouflage, and that was why the police didn't notice it. Someone present suggested that it might have been a mutant bat from Black Mountain. Such creatures suck all the juices out of a person. Hunters should be called to send out a squad to exterminate it. One of the residents said that this bat is huge. The shadow from its wings covers the entire city, and one bite leaves nothing left of a person. Another resident added that no one lives on that mountain anymore. All because of this mutated bat. The police decided that the locals were only interfering with the investigation. They were told to move away and stay out of the way. Fan Naya Rong suggested that the man could have been poisoned beforehand, during the night. The sun accelerated the poison's effects, which is why he died. Minhwa said that in that case he would hardly have fished all night if he had been poisoned. After all, the witness says he was fine in the morning. Minhwa thought, if he was attacked, the attacker was either unnoticeable or very small. For example, something like an insect. Either way, it's necessary to get to the scene so as not to miss anything and see the full picture. The policeman said that the young men could walk to the crime scene. Everything is fenced in there. Minhwa told his squad members that they would go to the place where the man died. The police may have missed something. The locals said that there are more and more beasts of distress. Who knows what other varieties might have appeared. Even fighters on the front lines aren't always prepared for new enemies. Everything needs to be investigated thoroughly. One of the students said he heard about a mutant bat in the mountains. Should we go there? Minhwa replied that if that beast really lives there, they don't know anything about it. Rushing into battle is not wise. The student said that they are superhumans. They have nothing to fear. Besides, the student council president will be with them. She will protect them. Minhwa remarked, if a mutant is behind this, it would be better to hand the matter over to the Hunter Association. They will gather a group of superhumans and solve the problem. Our hero added that they are here to collect samples. Some bat is not their business. The young man was surprised. How could Minhwa say such a thing? After all, he is a student of the academy. The student remarked that their duty is to fight evil and protect people. And Ming? He only thinks about himself. Is he willing to ignore possible sacrifices for the sake of a high academic grade? Fan Naya Rong called everyone to order and said to calm down. He only meant that an investigation should be done first. The young people headed to the scene of the incident, the shore of Guanyun Lake. Minhwa immediately noticed a dried-up fish lying on the shore. It interested him extremely. The policeman said that this was where the victim's body was found. It had dried up in just a few minutes. Minhwa asked if the water had been tested. The policeman replied that it had not been tested. They didn't have the right instruments. He pointed to the fish. How long has it been here? It even has its scales intact. The policeman said he didn't pay attention to it. It was just a normal fish. The student wondered, why ask about the fish? Isn't it a crime scene to study? Minhwa remarked, scales are usually peeled off when cooking, and there was no sign of a fire nearby. The policeman asked, does Mr. Hunter really think the fish is connected to the victim? Minhwa replied that he was not sure. The officer said he remembered something. The witness had mentioned that some fish had scared him. Minhwa asked how. The police officer admitted that he was surprised himself. He thought the witness was just scared and talking nonsense. He's still in shock, so it's best not to question him yet. Minhwa asked where the surveillance camera was and if he could see the footage. The police officer admitted that he hadn't thought of that somehow. The officer promised to contact his colleagues and prepare the recordings. Minhwa said he would look around for now. Minhwa sat down and picked some grass. Tianning asked what made him interested in wild grass. He replied that he listened to the professor's lectures about the plants of disaster. Teng Han had brought them here to collect samples. There might be something like that here as well. Maybe this herb has something to do with the crime. Tianning said that he is very funny. He looked at the plant and said that he would like to hear the president's opinion. The girl replied that it was dandelions. It's just an ordinary grass. No discovery. The officer pulled out his smartphone and said he already had the tape. After the witness threw the fish, it landed exactly where it was found. The police officer also wondered. It had only been one day. Why was the fish so dry? Minhwa assumed that the condition of the fish was the same as the victim's. The policeman compared the photos and recognized that the hunter was right. Barring the difference in body structure, the cause of death is the same. Minhwa suggested that the culprit might be hiding in the body of water. After a while, professional divers arrived. They dived to the bottom of the reservoir. The officer asked, does the hunter really think that someone is hiding in the water? Minhwa replied that he wasn't sure, but we should study the specimen first. We should ask the divers to collect samples of underwater plants. The police officer agreed. The students wondered, why are the police even listening to Minhwa? He must be just covering himself with the teacher's name. The young ones decided to do their own investigation. One student suggested that the other student go to the mountains or forest to find animal tracks. Tianning reminded that all four of the group must work together. She wouldn't be able to protect them if they split up. One of the students said that they were wasting their time. Why should they obey Ming He? It's not like he's the leader of the group. Ming He told Tianning not to hold them back. Let them go if they want to. The police wanted them to explore the local mountains and forest anyway. Maybe there really are monsters lurking there. Ming He added that he had no intention of leaving the city. Tianning could go with them. That would be even better. Tianning said that if he noticed anything unusual, he should inform the professor immediately. The divers went down to the bottom of the body of water and saw many bones. Thanks to the cameras on their equipment, Min He watched what was happening. There were animal bones. The divers got ashore and said they were mostly bones of cows, sheep, pigs, and deer. No human bones were found. The girl diver admitted she was scared. She still has goosebumps. She can't continue her work. A replacement has to be found. Another diver said he collected some bones and plants as the hunter asked. Min Hai thanked him. The diver added that he thinks there really is something in the water. He's definitely sure. It's a terrifying predator. The police and superhumans would take it from here. It was already getting dark, and it would be dangerous to continue the investigation at night. The policeman suggested going back and analyzing the data collected. Min He said that he would like to take the findings to the professor and have him analyze them thoroughly. The policeman suggested finding a noodle shop somewhere nearby. The woman said that if the young people didn't mind, they could eat at her house. She explained that she had been busy with family matters all day and apologized for not meeting them earlier. Min Hai replied that they would take her up on her offer. They just had a few questions for her. The woman asked them to follow her. Zhu Tao told the policeman and the hunter to take a seat. She would get everything ready now. Ming He told the officer that there was a beast here. He was sure of it. And its appetite is impressive. It's dangerous and always hungry. Our hero stated that the best option would be to evacuate all the residents. The policeman replied that this would be difficult to accomplish. He had just received news that the war zone had expanded. The mountain road is now blocked. The battlefield has blocked the evacuation route. But it is possible to try to evacuate people to the mountains. Min Hae said it's not safe in the mountains. It is already getting dark and help has not arrived. The policeman said he was warned about this too. Because of the fighting, it's hard to send help. One can only rely on one's own strength. Min Hai said he would go underwater himself the next morning. The officer replied that it could be dangerous. Ming He said that if there was really something in the water, he would do his best to get rid of it. Zhu Tao returned from the kitchen and reported that the food was ready. Min He thanked the woman. Zhou Tao said she would bring more soup now. The student and the policeman tasted the food and almost spit it out. They had better find a restaurant. These culinary skills are hard to describe. A ruined city, monsters and mutants everywhere, 10 kilometers from the border. Hunters gather information and necessary materials on the riverbank. Many years have passed, and the ruined city has still become a breeding ground for beasts of distress. If it is not destroyed, this place will turn into a huge hive. The girl asked if they would really be able to get there. The man replied that according to intelligence, all the local monsters were afraid of water. Luo Yi added that the river was their only way there. The girl told her brother that it's still dangerous. What will happen if they are discovered? Lo Yi told his sister not to worry. She needs to think about her mission first. He and his team are the best of the best. Even if they are discovered, they will be able to give battle. Luo Yi added that the human forces are preparing a counterattack. Someone has to go first. If they can infiltrate there and contact the others, it will be a huge step towards victory. If they fail to destroy the monster's lair, it's not just the southern city that will suffer. Thousands of people might die. The girl said that in that case, she could go with her brother. Then they would have a better chance. Luo Yi replied that her rank was not enough. The young man added that the sister should do her duty here. The girl reminded that her brother had promised to return for her 20th birthday. Luo Yi reminded that he never missed her birthday. There was a group of people nearby who already had an idea of what the Combat Hawks special unit was. The girl expressed her confidence that they would bring the news of victory. They would always be considered heroes. The weakest of them are of the Heavenly Flame rank. The young man said that this girl's brother is even stronger. Is he really a White Swan rank? There were Starlight, Moonlight, Crowned, Heavenly Flame, White Swan, and Galactic present. The girl thought that she was as much as 3 ranks weaker than the weakest one. At the inn, our hero went to the teacher's room and saw that Tang Han was still awake. The professor said he was studying the samples. He can't sleep on a bed like this, so he spends his time researching. The wild grass and dandelions turned out to be quite interesting. Min Hai said he doesn't know about it, so he brought everything to the teacher. Besides, he's worried that he might have missed something. Tong Han replied that the young man made the best choice. Min Hai stated that he wants to dive underwater for the bones in the morning. The professor said there was no need for that. What was already there was enough. Tang Han noted that the young man listened well to his lectures on the theory of evolution of beasts of distress. Min He said that he had already encountered such monsters. They evolve at a tremendous speed. Min He described to the professor his encounter with the demonic matriarch of the Azure Moon. The professor decided to write it all down and asked the young man to repeat it, but slower. Min Hai also described their second encounter when she disguised herself as an instructor. She became much stronger and repeated the techniques of the instructor she replaced. Tang Han said that this creature was of great importance to his research. It was a pity that the young man destroyed it. Min He asked what the professor had learned from the remains. Tang Han suggested that there was a similar creature involved. We can take a look at the samples. Among the samples were a duck bone, a dog bone, and a cattle bone. The professor inquired if the young man noticed anything. The young man noted that the duck's wing had begun to rot in several places, which meant that it had been thrown into the river long ago. The dog's bone was beginning to be covered with algae, but there were no signs of rotting, which meant it had been there recently. The large bone had no rot or algae, so it had been in the water a while ago. Tang Han recognized that this was impressive attentiveness. Did the young man understand what it meant? The professor added that he had already given all the clues he needed. Min He replied that if this creature was a predator, judging from the increasing size of its victims, it had gone through several stages of evolution. At first, it could only eat birds and other small animals. After a while, it evolved to eat larger animals, such as dogs. Now the creature can eat cattle. The professor said that the young man is right. Tan Han said the biggest problem is what the creature will do to the people of the city when the rest of the food runs out. If the creature has been dumping bones into the reservoir for a long time, it's safe to say that it's hunting somewhere near the city. Perhaps the monster is looking for a way to get into the city. Min He said that in that case people are in danger, but because of the fighting nearby, there is no way to evacuate them. The professor said for the young man to still collect samples. We need to figure out what kind of monster they are fighting against. Min He suggested that this monster might be hiding in the water. Min Hai told the police officer on the phone that he was on his way to the lake right now. Our hero met some students who went on a reconnaissance trip to the mountains and forest. Min Hai asked his colleagues if they had found anything. Without prompting, they confirmed. A student said they only found shelves and rocks. The young man stated that it was necessary to analyze it all. What if there was something useful here? Tianning asked Fang Nairong what Min He was going to do. The girl replied that he was going to the lake again. Tianning stated that she would go too. Fan Nairong told the president that Min He is strong and will be able to stand up for himself. Tianning has been up all night. She should definitely get some rest. Fang Nairong told the president not to worry. They would manage without her. Ming He was already in a diving suit and was preparing to dive. Having sunk to the bottom, our hero saw that there were really a lot of bones there. The protagonist decided to collect more of them. A huge fish watched the actions of the diver. It swam up to a fairly close distance. Min He looked back and saw this huge fish, clenched his fist to strike. Suddenly, the fish was attacked by something unknown. Something that looked like seaweed pierced through the fish's body. All that was left of the fish was a skeleton. The clump of algae swirled around in the bloody water. When the water cleared, it became apparent that this monster looked like an unusual plant. Min He pulled it out of the water and said that the more material they had, the more information they could gather. He will dive again and gather more. Min He dived to the bottom again and saw some strange bone up ahead. The young man swam closer and realized it was a human skull. So the beast had evolved and could now feed on humans. Apparently that fisherman wasn't the first to die and get eaten. The professor said the beast's appetite would only grow. The beast will try to infiltrate the town. The locals are in danger. Xiao Hua shouted that danger was approaching from behind. Our hero looked around and saw the creature approaching. Ming He wondered, what is that? Xiao Hua told the guy not to relax. That thing was still alive. The strange creature wrapped around our hero's body. Only his legs were visible. Xiao Hua said that there was no point in using physical force. We need to calm down and think. Ming He thought that the legs could still move. It is necessary to rise to the surface. Min He decided to use the Great Sand Fist skill to defend himself against the monster. The police officers and students watched the boat in the middle of the lake with interest and anxiety. Suddenly, a huge wave appeared. No one realized what was happening. The policeman tried to radio our hero. Can he answer? Min Hai, while underwater, said he was fine. The young man discovered an empty space and decided to break in. No one had ever been here before. He grabbed a small worm-like creature and clutched it tightly in his fist. After climbing to the surface, the young man said that it was necessary to send all the samples to the professor. Placing the worm in a vial of liquid, He noted that the professor would be very interested. Fisherman Wang most likely died because of this worm. It is a predator worm. There is a huge amount of nibbled bones at the bottom of the reservoir. The protagonist told the police officers not to let anyone near the lake. He asked if the witness Wang Zhang was awake. He had some questions for him. The policeman replied that he was already awake. The professor, studying the delivered material, said that this species cannot live without water. When he was coming back here, he saw the worm as if it was drying up. As soon as water was added, it stirred again. Tang Han said that he would now be able to find many answers. He suggested that the bones were already useless. The professor disagreed. It would take time to finish the study. Now Min Hai could go about his business. Our hero decided to gather more information. Maybe he could get all those worms out of the pond. The professor said he would alert the young man when he had results. One of the student squads arrived at the Shangxi sawmill outside Fujun City. Liang Dong reported that it was a sawmill 10 miles outside the town. Residents said that Zhang Nong, a sawmill worker, had not returned home for several days. Zhang Li recalled that according to his family, he is a terrible alcoholic, and the sawmill is the perfect place to get drunk alone. It would have been better to call the police. Another student said that if Zhang Nong is just lying around drunk somewhere, they're wasting their time. There isn't even a normal road to the sawmill, so they had to go through the wilderness. The group leader said to be quiet and careful. Not far away near the river, a wild deer was seen. Jana said that it was not scary. Liang Dong admitted that he was very scared. Not a pleasant place. We should go check to see if Jiang Nong was sleeping somewhere inside. The deer from afar continued to watch the people from afar. It was actually a mutant deer with glowing eyes and a decomposing body. Liang Dong noticed that the circular saw was working. If the mechanism is not turned off, it means that Jiang Nong is awake. Shana noticed that there was a strong odor of alcohol in the air. The students saw a person sleeping on the sofa. Liang Dong clamped his nose and said that it stinks a lot in here. Just how much alcohol did he drink? Everyone pointed out that Jiang Nong was sound asleep. He didn't even move. Liang Dong stated that it was a false alarm. A student took Jiang Nong by the shoulder and told him to wake up. Zhang Li said that the person doesn't react to anything. There is such a stench, and he is sleeping peacefully. The young man continued to wake up Jiang Nong to send him home. However, upon turning him around and seeing his face, the student was very frightened. Jiang Nong opened his mouth and screamed loudly, turning into a mutant. Xiana reacted lightning fast and kicked him in the jaw. The man flew far back. Liang Dong jumped up to Huang Fang. The young man had a wound on his neck that was bleeding heavily. The mutant Jiang Nong jumped up and lunged at Xiana. But the girl managed to set up her bow, and the monster clamped down on him with its teeth. Had it really developed rabies? Xiana once again kicked the monster far back with her foot and fired her magic arrow from the bow. Zhang Li asked Xiana why she had destroyed that person. The archer replied that it was no longer a living person. Xiana added that it was a zombie and stated that it was time for them to leave. Liang Dong said that Huang Fan was unconscious right now. His neck had been bitten through and blood was gushing out quickly. Xiana said that they should quickly carry him to the city while holding his wound. Suddenly, a mutant deer appeared nearby. The students were even more frightened. Xiana recognized it as the same deer that was hit by their bus. Zhang Li said that it couldn't be. Is it some kind of beast or has it mutated? Xiana said the monster is very fast. Everyone should stand behind her back. She will deal with it herself. With that, she prepared an arrow for a bow shot. The deer moved around the room with quick jumps, changing its trajectory. Xiana continued to shoot magic arrows at the moving target. The girl tried to drive the deer to where the circular saw was working. However, the deer broke the saw with its antlers. Xiana continued firing magic arrows, but the deer proved to be indestructible. Xiana determined that the monster in front of her was a high-level monster. Zhang Li said that they had better leave. Liang Dong noticed that blood continued to flow from Huang Fan, but the monster clearly didn't want to let them go. Jiang Nong hissed and opened his eyes. The water level in the Guanyun reservoir had already dropped significantly, but no monsters could be found. Drones with video cameras were sent to scout. They were circling over the dried-up area. The police officer said that so far, they have not found any of the monsters that were talked about earlier. The entire body of water needs to be examined. Min Hai noted that when the entire body of water is dried up, the monsters will have nowhere to go. It will be much safer for the locals now. The locals saw that there were a lot of bones at the bottom of the lake. Now it's clear where their pets went. The assistant police officer said that they should remove all the bones and leave someone to monitor the body of water. Tianning joined the young people. She had finally gotten some sleep. The girl asked if Ming-He had really found something in the water. Are all those bones really connected to that thing? The local said that it was getting late. Everyone must be tired and hungry. He suggested gathering in the ancestral hall. The elder had prepared dinner. Tianning pointed at the students and said that a lot of time had been lost because of them. But now Ming-He could rest. She would look after everything here. During dinner, Min-He said that he needed to ask some questions to the witness. The police officer said he would go to the witness with the hunter. Min-Hai said he would handle it alone. At that time, the witness approached the victim's house. The man knocked on the door. The homeowner asked what was wrong. She was taking a bath. The man replied that nothing was wrong. He just came to visit her. He is worried that she is lonely after the death of her husband. The woman told him to come in and have a seat. She would be out soon. The landlady came out of the bathroom and asked why Zhang showed up so late to see her. Zhang replied that when Wang was fishing, he heard the woman screaming. He thought he could help her. The landlady confessed that she was very scared alone. She couldn't even sleep. Zhang told her not to be afraid and offered to escort her to her room. The woman stated that this was somehow wrong. The landlady told Zhang to stop and not to push. Zhang repeated that he heard everything that night. The woman repeated once more for Zhang to stop, but he was already not controlling himself well. He told the girl not to pretend. Didn't she know what he was talking about? Zhang couldn't stop and continued his wrongdoing. He confessed that he had always liked her. The girl told him to take his time. She suggested that he lie down and she would be on top. The woman told Zhang to close his eyes. The man smiled. She knows what he likes. The landlady replied that she did indeed know. She was ready to eat him straight up. Zhang screamed loudly in fear and pain. He was indeed eaten. The landlady got dressed and said that he definitely enjoyed everything. The scream was just fine. Ming-Hu approached a local and asked who the owner of this restaurant was. Mrs. Tao? The man confirmed that it was Wang Jun's wife. Her full name is Zhou Tao. She's very smart and hardworking, and she's also a great cook. Everyone in town liked her food, so she opened a restaurant. People from neighboring towns came to eat at her place. Min-He remembered how he had been treated and wondered if she was really a good cook. The old man added that Wang Jun never realized how lucky he was. He fished all day long, and she was at home earning money for her family. However, for some reason, she hasn't been out of the house lately, hardly opening the restaurant. But one day when she did open the restaurant, the food was just awful and the customers were swearing a lot. The old man remembered that it was about 10 days ago. Min-Hai asked, had she always opened a restaurant before? The old man replied that she opened her restaurant even on New Year's Day. No one had ever seen her take a vacation. Min-Hai asked his interlocutor what other strange things were happening in the city. The old man replied that there were a lot of unusual things going on. A one-eyed man lives in the forest who never picks fruit when it's ripe and loses a lot of money because of it. The girl at the clothing store is always getting the change wrong. There are some people who play cards all the time, even when it snows. They sit and play. The old man said he can never win from them. He doesn't even have a chance. Min-Hai thanked the old man for his help and said it was time for him to leave. The heroes wondered, where did Zhang go? Shouldn't he be at home? Our hero decided to ask about him at home. Zhou Tao met him on the doorstep and asked him what was wrong. The young man replied that he wanted to ask Zhang, but he was not home for some reason. Maybe Zhou Tao knows where he is? The woman replied that he was at her house. Zhou Tao explained that he said it was as if he was scared alone and couldn't sleep. So he came to her house. She and her husband were like brothers. He often came here to eat or spend the night. Ming-He asked if the woman could wake him up. Zhou Tao said she was cooking right now and couldn't leave the kitchen for long. The young man himself can wake him up. He is in the far room. Jodo inquired, has the young man eaten yet? If not, she suggests that we have dinner together. Ming-Hu replied that he had already eaten. Everyone had dinner in the ancestral hall and thanked her for the offer. Zhou Tao stated that she is definitely a better cook, and the young man should try it. The boy said that he wanted to talk to Zhang first. A kitchen cleaver appeared in the woman's hands. The young man walked into the room and saw a man lying on the bed under a blanket. Our hero introduced himself. He was Min-He from the Hunters Association. Ming-He pulled off the blanket and turned the man's face toward him. Zhang's dried-up face had glowing eyes. He became like a monster and said that this kid was caught. Ming-He bounced to the side. Tentacles appeared from the monster's mouth. He said that they were already talking near the body of water. Min-He asked in surprise, was it really the same beast that was hiding in the water in front of him? The monster said that he was not a beast. They were supreme beings to whom humans were wild beasts. Zhou Tao entered the room and asked if they could eat first. Ming. He inquired who they were. The woman replied that they were ordinary people just like this young man. Min He said that he doesn't understand such jokes. Monsters make him sick. The monster said he wants to gut this guy, and then the woman will take his meat and bones. Ju Tao said not to worry. This guy is already next in line. Just need to ask him some questions first. The woman put the plate of food on the table and told the guy not to worry. The meat in the plate is not human. It's just chicken stew. The woman asked, "Hasn't this guy already tasted her food? What can he say about it?" Zhou Tao said that it mimics her perfectly. Even her closest acquaintances can't tell the difference between her and the real Zhou Tao. There's almost no difference. The woman stated that something still sticks out. Why are people so good at cooking food? She does everything according to the recipe, but somehow the flavor is consistently wrong. She has copied, studied, and practiced as hard as she can to reopen the restaurant. The result is very bad, and it annoys her. The guests don't like it. The woman said she destroyed one guest and dumped him in the lake. Min. He was surprised. What kind of cooking are we talking about? I mean, they were born to destroy. The woman said she had to fully understand the nature of humans, so she wouldn't reveal herself. Min. He said that the monsters in front of him are ordinary monsters. No matter how hard they try, they can never imitate humans. The woman said to peel the scales and throw them, while still alive, into a pan of hot oil, to fatten the domestic animals until they were fat, and on a suitable day to let them go to meat. Had it never occurred to the young man that these creatures considered humans their family? Even a plant that grew by itself would sooner or later be plucked by humans or simply trampled. Zhou Tao asked, "Maybe that's why she can't cook like humans do. She is kinder than them. She just destroys living things instead of playing with them." Min Hai said it's all empty words. The bones in the pond showed their ugly marks. Although only rotten bones are left, you can still tell from them that the animals were frightened before they died. Min Hie said that humans are not perfect. They have both bad and good in them. She may look like a human now, but she's actually a pathetic parasite. She has never done anything good and beautiful in her life. The young man added that they easily notice evil in people. Hence we can conclude that their nature does not depend on their surroundings as humans do. They are pure evil by nature. The monster says he's changed his mind. He won't leave the young man's meat for the woman. He will tear off his tongue and then eat it along with the soup. Zhu Tao said that people have dishes where fish is cooked alive. Maybe the flavor would be much better from human meat. The monster spread its tentacles and said that this man was not going anywhere from him. The woman shouted that this man's strength was dangerous. It was necessary to exercise caution. Minghe used the purple spirit technique and activated his ice fist. The place that was hit was shattered and covered in ice crystals. Xiaohua shouted for Minghe to run away immediately. Both opponents were still alive. The goddess noticed that his strike using ice crystals and spiritual power was powerful enough to destroy Lord-rank creatures. Ming. He wondered, are they really Lord-rank creatures? Xiaohua said that they might be even stronger. If the guy didn't use the crystals, he might not be able to survive. Minghe started to run away and wondered, what kind of species are they? How do they even turn into humans? Why can't they be distinguished from the people they copy? Xiaohua replied that she didn't know that. All sentient beings can evolve. They adapt to their environment. In that, they are similar to humans and also undergo natural selection. The only difference is that they don't need millennia to do so, but only a few months. Min Haie said that this was too much. Usually in hero stories, the opponents are stupid goblins and trolls. How did they become so powerful? They are extremely intelligent and evolve quickly. The woman noticed that these creatures are the spawn of people's sick minds. They have no connection to the real world. Humans were lucky that they had only recently appeared and were just beginning to evolve. Otherwise, humans would have been wiped off the face of the earth long ago. Minghe stated that Professor Tang Han was absolutely right. Xiaohua said that the guy should decide how to get out of this situation. He froze them for a while, but they would obviously get out. Minghu admitted that people create a lot of silly things, like stories about heroes. He can't handle these villains by himself. He needs to call for help. The 4 seniors from the student council will be able to help. Xiaohua agreed. The student council president should handle the female monster. Professor Tang Han watched with interest as the creature tried to get out of the jar. The teacher decided to hide that jar in a safe so that the creature wouldn't hurt anyone. Tan Han tried to contact our hero by phone. The young man said that he was now running in a field near the victim's house. The professor told the young man not to go there. Tang Han added that according to his analysis, there is a high chance that Wang Jun's wife and Chang Jiang are already infected. At first it was assumed that these creatures lived in a body of water, but it turned out that they are inherently parasitic. They go through 5 stages: hibernation, parasitosis, trogocytosis, phagocytosis, and assimilation. Min-hee thanked the professor for the warning. It was very timely. But it would have been better if he had known about it at least half an hour ago. Tang Han wondered why the student was breathing so heavily. Had he really been hit so hard by the news? The professor added that he was very surprised himself. Min-hee explained to the professor that he was running away from their house, trying to get as far away as possible. The boy told the professor that it was necessary to contact the Hunters Association. Chang Zhang and Zhou Tao are infected with some kind of parasite. The woman is most likely a minimum rank lord. They are both very dangerous. The professor said that he would contact the hunters immediately. The connection with the young man was suddenly cut off. Min-hee also noticed that the connection was no longer there. Surely it wasn't a coincidence. Xiaohua said that the parasite had revealed itself. She had somehow managed to destroy the communication towers so that it was impossible to warn the others. Ming-he remembered that some of the locals said that the town was very remote and they only had one tower near the sawmill. Xiaohua noticed that a group of students had gone there, but one couldn't be sure if everything was all right there. Liangdong asked in surprise, "Isn't the head the weakest point of a zombie?" Xiana, with her bow at the ready, cautiously checked forward. One of the zombies stood motionless with an axe in his hands. Xiana said for everyone to stop, not a step further. Liangdong wondered, what kind of creature was that? The students tried to carefully leave the danger zone, moving cautiously through the unfamiliar territory. One of the people present said that this girl was very strong. Suddenly, a zombie deer appeared. With its head lowered and its horns thrust forward, it went to attack the humans. Xiana dodged the attack and fired several arrows at the enemy. Liangdong said that now he wouldn't be able to even move for a while. One of the zombies started to approach the youth and pulled out his tongue as if he was enjoying it. The young man thought he couldn't even utter a word. The zombie struck, and Liangdong dropped Huang Fan, who he carried on his back, from his hands. But how could this zombie still move? The zombie approached Huang Fan, who was lying on the ground. The monster clawed into the young man's chest with its teeth and began to tear his body. Huang Fan woke up and screamed loudly in pain. Liangdong wanted to rush to his aid, but Xiana told him to stay back. The girl added that Huang Fan was no longer alive. Xiana shouted that they should run away immediately, or else everyone here would die. All the students turned around and, picking up speed, began to run away. The zombie deer scattered the planks it was covered with its horns and started looking for a victim again. Shayna told the students not to stop and continue running away. She prepared to release a trap arrow from her bow. The deer was trapped and the youths were able to run away far enough to feel safe. Xiana said that she used all the arrows on the zombie deer. Another axe-wielding zombie appeared in front of the students. This time the monster looked aggressive and was ready to attack people. Xiana assumed that this guy wasn't as fast as a deer. The zombie swung its axe. Xiana jumped aside and was able to dodge the blow. The girl said that this zombie wasn't fast, but it was very strong. However, she didn't have any arrows left, so she wouldn't be able to handle it. Liangdong said that that deer will get out soon and catch up with them. There are also zombies from that freak. Xiana said that that zombie collapsed the tower. There is no communication, and they can't call anyone for help. Liangdong suggested that they distract the zombies on themselves, and the girls run away to the city. Xiana said that she doesn't agree with that. She will stay here and handle it. Liangdong said he didn't have time to talk. Now he would show everyone how cool he was. The student took out a special device from his backpack. The fatty was holding something that looked like a huge boomerang. He said that he would distract these zombies. Liangdong added not to worry the girls. He would come back alive. After being hit by the boomerang, the zombie screamed loudly and prepared to attack. An excess of demonic energy could be felt around it. Liangdong wondered, what kind of monster is this? There wasn't a single scratch on this zombie, and yet the strike was a straight punch. The next time, the zombie managed to grab the boomerang and hold onto it. The fatty said that this was unfair. Liangdong turned around and said that the zombie could keep it for now. The zombie deer got out of the trap and prepared to attack again. Running away, Liangdong approached the cliff. There was no time to think about it. The young man pushed off and jumped off the cliff. The boy threw forward another boomerang with a rope tied to it. The other end of the rope was hidden in his backpack. There was a huge tree on the other side of the cliff. The boomerang was attached to a branch of this tree. Liangdong held onto the rope tightly. The young man was able to lower himself to the ground and was not hurt. The boy said that if the zombies wanted to catch up to him, they would have to learn how to fly. The zombie deer screamed loudly. Min Hae was running through the city and noticed that there was no electricity everywhere. Up ahead, an old man was crossing the road. The old man asked where the young man was in such a hurry. Min He told the old man to tell all the neighbors. We should hide as quickly as possible. The old man asked who they should hide from. Everyone gathered and dined at the ancestral hall, a local tradition. The old man asked what happened. Did they find a monster in the city? Min-hee replied that it's not safe in the city anyway. Is there any shelter around here? The old man said there was a bunker just around the corner of the ancestral hall. You could hide from bombings there. Min-hae asked the old man to warn everyone. It was urgent to hide in that bunker. The old man pointed to the scooter and said he would ride it and warn everyone. The young man said that the old man would help him a lot. The man sat behind the wheel of the scooter and said that when he was young, he was the best at delivering messages in the world. Min-hoo saw the woman at the table and was surprised. After all, the old man said that everyone had gathered in the ancestral hall. Our hero told the woman that it was very dangerous to stay in the city now. The woman sat with her back to the young man and said that she was very hungry. Min-hee apologized and said he would not disturb her. The woman was holding a duck in her hands. She said it was the fifth one. Why is she still hungry? The woman turned to the young man and said there was a nice smell coming from him. She would definitely get full if she ate this man. The woman turned around and Min-hae saw that it was a zombie. She screamed that she was about to swallow this guy. Min-hee thought that this zombie was as fast as a cheetah. The woman moved around the room and said that she was very hungry. Ming. He didn't understand what was happening to her. Xiaohua shouted for him not to stand in one place. She's not alone here. Our hero looked around and saw that there were indeed other zombies approaching him. All of these people were infected. Xiaohua repeated that it was necessary to run away immediately. Yes, the strong female parasite is already coming this way. Ming-he said that he knew all of this, but he needed to repel the enemy attack first. The young man jumped high up and ended up on the roof of a neighboring house. Now he must run away. Xiaohua said that those two had freed themselves from the ice captivity. Ming-hee noticed that it happened too fast. Xiaohua said that she heard a sound like crying. Many monsters have this ability. Except who are these monsters calling out in this way? Xiaohua noticed that there were already quite a few people in this city infested with parasites. From different directions, our hero tried to attack. Ming-hoo tried to slip away from the monster with a chainsaw. After a brief fight, the monster broke through the roof of the house and fell down. Min-hee realized that that wasn't all. There was an aggressive female zombie behind him. The young man thought, she didn't have too high a level after all. Why hadn't she died yet? The woman jumped on the young man's back and clung to him tightly. The zombie opened its mouth and tried to bite the young man's neck. However, our hero was able to dodge and gave the monster a staggering blow. The zombie woman lost her balance and fell to the ground. Ming. He was surprised to think, did she really die from such an attack? Xiaohua told the young man that there was no time to think about it now. He had to leave immediately. The old man got to where he needed to go by scooter and warned the people that monsters had appeared in the city. The people said that they needed to close the gates soon, or the monsters would sneak in. The old man remarked that not everyone had gone in yet, and it was not worth blocking their way. Teacher Tang Han saw our hero and told Min-hee to hurry up and go inside. The young man replied that the situation was very bad. Ming-hoo explained that it wasn't just Zhou Tao and Chang Zhang who were infected. On the way here, he was attacked by a few locals. They were fine before, but now they had changed drastically. Professor Tang Han said that there must be a pattern here. The parasites need to take over all the internal organs to take control of the body. Fan Nia Jun asked what to do with the people who had gathered here. None of them are infected? The professor replied that it was hard to determine without a thorough examination. The old man said that there was nothing to determine. There were no monsters here. Everyone who came here is perfectly healthy. Min-hee asked the old man why he was so sure. The man replied that these creatures are just learning to imitate human behavior. They can easily reveal themselves, so they don't appear in crowded places. Since many people had died in this town recently, it was decided to have a big dinner for 3 nights, an old tradition. Even his grandfather used to say that the first 3 nights after death, the souls of the dead return home. Everyone has to act like nothing happened. That's why everyone goes to the Hall of the Ancestors. People have a feast here so the souls can find peace. The teacher explained. The old man wanted to say that the infected didn't know about the tradition, so they did not come to the dinner in the ancestral hall. The old man confirmed it. He warned everyone that something was going on in the city, but no one believed him. So he spent nights watching everything that was going on. Tang Han asked Min-hee if all the monsters behaved the same. The young man replied that not really. Unlike Zhou Tao and Chang Zhang, the other monsters were weaker and stupider. The professor said that he was right. Parasites could be divided into first and second generation. Zhou Tao and Chang Zhang are the first generation. They are strong and their intelligence allows them to mimic humans almost perfectly. Ming-hu remembered that Zhou Tao was in the ancestral hall. She had also invited him and the policeman to her home for dinner. The first generation has evolved to the point where they can become part of society. And the second generation are zombies. They are primitive, violent, and have not yet completed their evolution. The professor added that according to his analysis, the first generation parasites are at least 3, the second generation at least 30. Tang Chan said that now they knew for sure. There were no second generation parasites among these people. It is necessary to close the bunker and take care of the guards. That's all they can do now. The second generation is roaming the city. They are hungry and will eat anyone they come across. Fang Nairong said, although there are no second generation parasites among the humans, it doesn't mean that there are no first generation parasites here. The professor himself said that there should be 3. Who is the third? The professor said that the zombies are coming, and they have no choice but to close the bunker. The locals heard the zombies screaming and got scared. What was that? Could it be monsters lurking in their town? Zombies from all over the area flocked to the bunker. Were they really among the locals? Min Haya said that they had dealt with the danger outside, but what to do inside? The fourth group stayed outside and didn't understand what was going on in the city. The group's senior, Eagle Eye Lu Feng, said it was a level 7 disaster. The siren means exactly that. Lu Feng said that they should meet up with the others, evacuate, and then look for help. The young man noticed that Tianning and Ming He's groups were still in the city. Lu Feng replied that the alarm was to warn them, not trap them. The zombies were furious, but they couldn't drown out the howling of the siren. Chang Zhang couldn't stand it and smashed the loudspeakers. Silence reigned. Chang Zhang said he finally couldn't hear that sound. His head was splitting. Zhou Tao said that most of the residents were hiding underground. Chang Zhang remarked, they might starve to death down there. Zhou Tao added that people think they are safe there. Chang Zhang asked, was she really prepared for this? Zhou Tao replied, did he forget? They have another comrade. There were only 3 of them originally. The 3 of them came to this strange and dirty place. Back then, they were trembling in fear of an ordinary cockroach. Now they have a huge number of kin. People constantly talk about clans and family as if it makes them superior beings. Cheng Zhang asked Zhou Tao, had she thought about how impractical the way humans reproduce is? Compared to them, humans are just cockroaches, worms, and rats. There is no difference at all. Chang Zhang added that only they are the strongest species. Zhou Tao said that the people from this city helped them a lot. The people became their placenta. The locals decided to trust the hunter. After all, he promised that everything would be fine. The professor showed the young man the dandelion seeds he had collected on the shore. Min. He wondered what they had to do with parasites. Tang Han said that they are not actually dandelions. They are perfectly disguised parasites. Dandelions spread their seeds through the wind. Parasites mimic this method of reproduction. They have evolved into a form that resembles dandelions. Their spores enter the bodies of animals, including. This is how much stronger parasites come into existence. Could the fisherman Wang have died because of them, since he often fished there? Most likely, he had a first-generation parasite growing in him. Thus, one of them got into his wife's body. Eventually, the parasite replaced Zhou Tao, and all this time, Wang was her puppet. The man went fishing every night to dispose of the bodies that Zhou Tao had eaten. In addition, he fed her other 2 companions. Professor Tang Han said that one of them was this guy right here. In his hand, he had a container with a parasite inside. Tang Han explained that this is a small part of the first-generation parasite. The main part is in Chang Zhang's body. Ming He looked at the parasite and thought that it annoyed him. The professor added that he came up with code names for them. Zhou Tao, the dandelion parasite, is the queen. Chang Zhang, the water parasite, is tyrant. Ming He noted to himself, queen and tyrant. The professor reminded him that he had come here to collect samples and study them. The hunters had brought an extremely strange specimen. It was a specimen of the 3rd parasite of the first generation. The professor named him Ghost. He was the first to enter the city. After probing the ground, he let the queen and tyrant into the city. Min He realized what the professor wanted to say. There was a first-generation parasite, the Ghost, lurking among the humans right now. The professor agreed. This creature was the first to evolve. It perfectly copies human behavior and knows the local traditions perfectly. The young man noticed that they had too little information. How do you find a ghost among so many people? Min He said that he noticed during the battle with the parasite. The tongue is the most important organ for them. Tang Han replied, if that's the case, they have a solution. However, the young man would have to take a big risk. One of the residents said that he was in a hurry, but he managed to grab something. Even though it's not much, it's better than nothing. Min Hai said he agreed. since they had no other choice. The old man turned to the locals and asked them to calm down and listen to the professor. Tang Han announced that their opponent was a monster perfectly disguised as a human. According to his investigation, this monster is already here. It has taken the form of someone everyone knows well. Tang Han said for everyone to remain calm. He knows what to do. The professor said he has developed a medicine that coats the tongue. If you hold it on your tongue for 3 minutes, you can tell who the monster is. He explained that everyone will receive 1 pill. After that, the test would begin. When the pills were distributed, Tang Han said that everyone now has the medicine. We need to put it on our tongue, but don't show our tongue to others yet. The professor added that no one but him and the hunter should see the tongue. When the time was up, the professor said that everyone should now approach Min He one by one and show their tongue. People approached the young man and showed their tongue. Ming He would say, "Okay," and let them go. Feng Naya Rong said that those examined should be sent to the other side. The professor noted that they had already examined half of it. No monster had been found yet. A man with a determined look came up next. Min Hai asked him not to be nervous. The young man told him to open his mouth and show his tongue. After examining him, he said that everything was fine and thanked him for his cooperation. The man asked if the method really worked. It tasted like regular candy. Min. He replied that it probably did. The man tried to go back, but Fan Naya Rong blocked his way with a grate. The man demanded that she not look at him like that and opened the door. He said he didn't understand anything. After all, they had just confirmed that he was normal. Min Hai behind his back gestured that it was impossible to let him out. The elder asked with consternation, "How could Wang Dasheng turn out to be a monster?" The man shouted that he was normal. If anyone didn't believe it, they could look at his tongue. He showed his tongue and said that it hadn't changed at all, so he wasn't a parasite. The professor told him not to pretend. He is the 3rd parasite of the 1st generation. He is a ghost. Min He told the monster to open his eyes and see what a normal person's tongue should look like. The professor asked everyone to open their mouths, show their tongues, and look at each other. Everyone's tongues turned out to be different colors. One guy said it was all because of the candy that colors the tongue. That's what kids eat a lot of. He bought a pack to give away, but now they helped find the monster. Min Hai added that the monster was trying to trick everyone. He didn't chew the candy, but swallowed it. The monster was furious. A childish trick was used against him. Min Hai said that this was the first lesson humans had taught the alien species. The monster began to transform and change its appearance. The parasite said that when it came to these lands, it saw a creature as hideous as these humans. The ghost stated that he could tell you who it was about now. The ghost said it was the small seeds of the banyan tree. Hydro added that he had seen this tree growing right on top of other trees. Saw its vines like tentacles wrapped around other trunks. The banyan tree grows, and its vines get thicker and thicker. Soon the whole trunk is covered. Now not even a ray of light can penetrate beneath them. All the nutrients are absorbed by the banyan tree. The tree did not expect that some seed would be its end. Eventually it dies in agony, trapped by the vines. When people see the banyan tree, they only notice the mighty and beautiful crown, obscuring the sun in the blue sky. They marvel at it. Who cares that there is another tree beneath it that has a right to life? People look at the banyan tree as if it were God himself. They don't realize how unfair it is. Humans behave the same way. They endlessly breed. Their greed has even reached into space. The wisdom of humans and their civilization is slowly but surely destroying the universe. The ghost said that they would not allow humans to become mighty trees while they are still just pathetic seeds. The monster tried to attack our hero and said that all humans would be exterminated. Min Hai thought that this was just the first strike of his opponent, but he was incredibly strong. The ghost suggested that this hunter is the only hope for humans. Our hero was attacked, but managed to dodge and jumped aside. Min. He thought that he had only survived because of his abilities. The protagonist realized that he would only have a chance to use the ice crystal once, and there were 2 more of the same monsters waiting for him outside. Minghe decided that he had no right to hesitate and was obligated to deal with this monster. He activated the charged strike. However, the monster was able to block it. Minghe thought that he was holding on for now, but ordinary skills would not be enough here. The old man asked the professor, "Wasn't there someone stronger than this student?" Tang Han replied that he was an ordinary professor and came here to do research. Fan Naya Rong told the professor that she would also go to fight the monster. The teacher objected that she would only hinder Min He. If Ming He fails to deal with that monster, they will all die. They only have to have faith in the young man. The child shouted that he wished the hunter good luck and wanted him to defeat the bad monster. The monster told the boy to be quiet. He could watch the protector be destroyed, and then it would be the turn of the humans. The monster said he would eat the humans one piece at a time and tell him how sweet they tasted. The ghost asked our hero how he would prefer to die. Min-hai put up a decent resistance to the ghost, but the monster said that this hunter was too weak, even by human standards. The monster stated that he was extremely strong. There is no one here who even comes close to him in strength. The ghost promised his opponent to show true desperation. The monster added that he would give the hunter the honor of dying at his hands, at a time when he himself was in unrivaled form. The hunter thought he had driven him into a trap, but in fact he had fallen into it himself. The monster struck, and the young man flew backwards, hitting the wall. The ghost said they'd been hiding until they were strong enough. Now he was ready to wipe that person into dust. Min-hee grabbed with both hands the blade of the blade that the monster wanted to destroy him with. The ghost asked, how was he going to fight with such bloody hands? Min-hee wondered, why did the monster think that his hands were useless now? He was just preparing for a serious battle. Ghost said he knows this kind of plot development. The protagonist awakens a new power from his last strength. It's corny. Min-hai replied that he's not going to rely on a mythical spirit. He relies on the blood flowing in his veins. The young man added that his blood is his strongest trump card since he is a diamond rank holder. The protagonist told the monster that he wasn't that fast, and he didn't have much strength. In order to conserve his own energy, he took a few hits. The monster wondered how the hunter was able to dodge its attack. Ming. He explained that if he had been running sideways all the time, he would have been exhausted long ago. It was better to withstand a few blows. The ghost threatened to tear the young man apart again, but this time, the hero deftly jumped aside and activated second-degree acceleration. After a series of powerful blows, the monster was deactivated and lay on the ground. The ghost couldn't believe the defeat. He was a first-generation parasite after all. He wasn't going to give up for nothing. Ghost recognized that the guy was very strong. There were allies waiting for him outside, which meant he needed to survive. Min-hee realized that it wasn't over yet. The most important thing was ahead. Our hero activated his strongest punch and crushed the parasite. The monster lost its balance and flew far backwards, right towards the grate that the people were hiding behind. Fan Nyarong shouted for everyone to move back. The monster could still counterattack. Our hero activated his fiery fists and approached his opponent. The monster turned into a human again and asked, "Did the hunter think he had won?" Parasites also have the right to have the last word. He had accomplished his mission. Let's not forget, he controlled the cook's body. The man opened his mouth, and some insect crawled out from there. Min-hee stepped on it and squashed it. The young man said that problems should be solved one by one, and walked even closer to the ghost. Min-hee decided to search the monster's body. What if there was something there? The professor said that it was a stellar liquid. It was the one that could enhance cultivation. It's probably because it was formed inside the body where the parasite lived. This liquid is special. It's almost 100% pure. You don't even have to process it. You can drink it immediately. Tang Han said that the liquid was indeed special, and the young man should drink it immediately. Not only would it enhance his cultivation, but it would also restore all the functions of his body. The young man believed and swallowed the liquid. The professor said that the hunter shouldn't be disturbed for a while. The young man's body grew hot, and it was decided to bring him water. Min-hee cooled himself with water and came to his senses. The professor asked how the student was feeling. Everyone saw that the young man's body was perfectly healthy. There wasn't a single scar on him. He thought that he was now in the body of a very strong hunter. Fan Nyarong noticed that he looked very attractive and asked for his phone number. Min-hee told the professor that he was worried about something after all. The student said that he didn't see any point in destroying the fisherman Wang Jun. If he was serving the queen, wasn't he useful to the parasites? However, he died, and even in front of a witness. These three of the first generation are very smart. If they wanted to destroy him, they could easily cover up his death without attracting attention. What if they needed people to see him die? The professor asked, did the student really think that Wang Zhong was killed for a reason? He asked what the locals usually do when someone dies. The professor realized what he was talking about. It's a farewell dinner. Min-hai said that everyone gathers in one place and has a wake, especially when a clan member dies, so they purposely destroyed the fishermen to get everyone together for a memorial dinner. Wang Jun was a member of the Wang clan. Most of the people in this city are related to the Wang clan in one way or another. The vermin had purposely gathered everyone in one place. Our hero stated that the monsters wanted to infect everyone at once with the parasites. The ghost was controlling the body of the cook. He was preparing the food. The ghost must have put parasite eggs in the food, but the parasite eggs wouldn't survive the high temperatures. The professor remembered that cold soup was served. There was indeed cold soup at the wake. The professor and the student realized that the situation was critical. Inside, everyone now could be the eggs of third-generation parasites. Something urgent must be done. The professor said that in 2 days everyone's bodies would be taken over by the parasites and they would become second-generation parasites. They will follow any order from the queen, like zombies. The professor reminded them that parasites are constantly evolving. The timeline for infection is getting shorter all the time. Min-hee pointed out that the parasites want to infect the whole city and create an army of zombies. Tong-han tried to remain calm. He reminded them that they are in the hottest spot. The young man asked if the professor meant to say that this entire city would soon become a battlefield. The professor added that the outcome of this battle would determine the fate of the entire southern capital. Tens of thousands of superhumans were now fighting on the main battlefield. The city of Fujian is along the evacuation line. Once the main battle is over, the surviving superhumans will evacuate through this city. But the infected may block their way. Then, they'll be trapped, and no one will escape. The professor said the parasites don't even need to be strong. They only need to hold back the retreating ones until the rest of the creatures approach. Min-hee thought that in this battle, humans would just be exterminated. Tang-han asked if there was anyone on the front line, dear young man. The man nodded in the affirmative. Min-hee asked, "Does the professor really think they will lose that battle?" Tang-han recognized that people had failed similar operations before. Otherwise, where would such a huge lair on the ruins come from? Min-hee must realize that city once belonged to humans. Min-hee asked the professor, would they really just watch and do nothing? The professor replied that in their situation, going to the ruins of the city would mean losing. There was no point in it. Min-hee apologized, saying that he just lost his head. Right now, the most important thing was to focus on the current situation. If the main battle is lost, it's their duty to not let the creatures go any further. It's not just the locals that need to be protected. They have a duty to make sure that the retreating ones don't fall into a trap. Tong-han said that with the samples they collected, they could calculate the approximate number of second-generation parasites. There are about 50 of them. He said that he had already fought some of them. Almost all of them were around the same strength level. The young man added that they had a feature that made them hard to defeat. You had to rip their tongue off first. The professor told the students not to rush into battle. They can take on some second-generation parasites. Fan Nia Rong said she could easily handle 3. The teacher pointed out that if they gathered the rest of the group, they would have a chance to win. Fan Nia Rong recalled that they had sounded the alarm, so the other groups had to evacuate. Tang Han said those couldn't have gone far. If the front fell, they wouldn't be able to get out anyway. The professor said that now we have to figure out a way to get them back. We'd have to signal them. The professor looked in the box and suggested using fireworks. The student council members know how to recognize signals. Min-hee said that in that case, we should set off the fireworks 3 times. Then everyone will know what to do. One of the students suggested that the other groups were already far away. No one would stick around if it were them. The professor replied that they couldn't know that for sure. But if they all came together, the chances of winning would increase. Besides, Min-hee had made it easy by destroying one of the first generation. Now it remained to decide how to set off the fireworks. The professor pointed at the ventilation shaft. He had an idea. The child with the fireworks was sent into the mine and began to advance. The old man said not to worry. The ventilation exit is well hidden. The monsters won't find the boy. Besides, there are several exits. Even if one is blocked, the child will get out. Fireworks in the right amount were launched into the sky. They could be seen from afar. Tianning saw the fireworks and realized that it was an emergency gathering, so there was no road for retreat. We need to push our way through. Tianning indeed moved forward, destroying all the zombies that got in her way. The monster said that this girl had destroyed 7 of his children while he wasn't around. The student council president said that this monster would be the 8th to die at her hands. The monster stated that he was not alone here. Zombies appeared from all sides. Tianning activated the soul virtue and the ice crystal. The girl found herself inside a huge ice formation. The monster realized that the girl had become unreachable and said that she was worth something. However, she had signed her own judgment. How long would this crystal last? Changjiang said that the people hiding underground had finally crawled out. He commanded the zombies to keep an eye on this crystal. Min-hee came to the surface and said that all the zombies were near their mommy because they couldn't open the door. The queen said that this hunter destroyed her comrade, so now he would take his place. Although she didn't like that one either. The queen added that she would eat that person from the inside first. Min-hee thought, before the bloody aura dissipated completely, he should deal with this woman in one blow. However, the queen was hiding behind a large number of zombies. He realized that this woman was quite cunning. She realized that he was at the peak of his power right now, so she avoided a one-on-one battle. The hero had to resist the attacking zombies. Fan Niarong saw Liu Feng and said that he had received their signal. She added that the weak point of the zombies was the tongue. He thought that these things were very tenacious. The blood fist didn't work. If the tongue is intact, they don't die at all. Liu Feng with his sniper rifle came back to help. He told He to break through. He would cover. He said he understood and rushed towards the armed and embittered zombies. Tianning was still inside the crystal. There were more and more zombies around him. The girl suddenly activated her internal reserves and destroyed the crystal from within. The zombies immediately pounced on her. She thought that after using the technique, her mobility had decreased. Now she would have to fight just like this. One of the female students exclaimed in surprise, "Was their president really in this situation?" It was Jian Wen. She was wearing a fireproof uniform and had come back to help. Tianning asked why Jian Wen hadn't evacuated. She replied that she wanted to, but the situation worsened and she had to stay. Jian Wen asked in surprise why the zombies weren't burning. The president replied that their weak point was their tongue. The flames only hold them back for a short while. Tianning said that one should not relax. These zombies might be stronger than they appear. Tianning helped deal with the zombies, but Jian Wen said she could have handled it herself. Tianning said that these zombies should be dealt with as soon as possible and went to the ancestral hall. The stronger creatures and their masters pulling the strings must have gathered there. The girls agreed to cover each other and took up their respective positions. Liu Feng continued to take aim at the zombies. He looked through the scope and was surprised to see Ming. He still managed to point a finger up, even though the enemies were pressing in from all sides. The queen was furious. The zombies can't even slow down this hunter. They're useless trash. The Blood Beast ability was activated, and Zhou Tao attacked our hero. The young man thought he managed to strike before the blood meridian dissipated. The queen was deactivated. Zhou Tao rose to her feet and said that not much time had passed, and the hunter had already become stronger. But it still wouldn't help him. The woman noted that the young man's energy was weakening. He wondered, how can she speak after such an attack? She really knows how to hold a punch. Zhou Tao said that this body is weak for now, but she will find a replacement for it soon. Hu replied that this woman is in for a bad end. She will be sprawled on the floor. Suddenly, Changzhang appeared between our hero and Zhou Tao and blocked the young man's path. Hu did not hesitate to land a staggering blow on his opponent. Changzhang said that this strike was too weak, and now he would deal with the hunter himself. The monster landed a crushing blow, but the young man dodged and jumped aside. He thought that Changzhang had become much stronger. These things evolved too fast. Fortunately, this battle would be decisive. Zhou Tao told Changzhang to act in such a way that his opponent would not lose blood. The monster wondered, did the queen have some new recipe? The woman explained that the hunter would use his blood to become stronger. Changzhang realized why this young man was able to defeat their elder. Changzhang said that if he couldn't be allowed to bleed, he would just crush every inch of his body. He took the opponent's punch on himself. The punch was so powerful that the young man flew far back again. Liu Feng fired a shot, but Changzhang was able to block the bullet. The monster said that the shooter would be next. Let him get ready. Changzhang said that he would get rid of that pesky hunter first. He struck with his mace with such force that our hero flew backwards again under the impact of the blast. Minhe said that this villain was stronger than Ghost. Changzhang said that the hunter should not compare him with that old man. He is younger, so he is stronger and evolves faster. The monster was surprised. How could this man dodge his blows? Changzhang said that he would become even stronger and take revenge for the professor keeping his part in the bottle. He increased in size considerably and asked if the hunter now wanted to surrender. The monster shouted that he was now invulnerable and perfect. Zhou Tao asked in amazement how this man was able to escape. Changzhang didn't realize what was happening to him. His body began to fall apart. The professor, with a jar in his hand, told the young man that this was all he could do to help right now. Changzhang screamed, asking what the man had done to his body and his part. Tang Han calmly replied that he had simply added the alpha decomposition crystal. The monster decided to destroy the worm and said that he would die alone. No need to pull him along. Minghe said that until a few seconds ago, Changzhang had called him Little One, and now he was ruthlessly destroying him. How can he be called a highly intelligent being? The protagonist declared that such vermin should disappear from the face of the earth, and gave the monster a crushing blow. Changzhang replied that the man was still too weak. He couldn't even scratch him. The monster laughed and said that he couldn't even feel those blows. Now he would show what a real punch was. Liu Feng took another shot and wondered again. Why can't the bullets take this monster? Zhou Tao appeared behind his back, preparing to strike. At the last moment, Liu Feng jumped aside and avoided the attack. The queen wondered, how could the man do this? Liu Feng didn't understand how she managed to sneak up so stealthily. Zhou Tao said that this man would not escape her. The woman released her tentacles, and Liu Feng found himself captivated. She pronounced that naive sheep like him are the most delicious. Tianning suddenly appeared and demanded that Liu Feng be released. He told the president that the opponent was at least a lord-rank monster. The girl replied that she knew, but among all the students, she was the only one capable of defeating it. Tianning told Wenwen to keep her distance and not to approach. She replied that such things are usually afraid of fire. Zhou Tao said that everyone was finally all together. Now we wouldn't have to send the kids out to look for it. She looked at Wenwen and said that her flesh looked tender. It would taste great. Wenwen told Tianning to take Liu Feng away. Wenwen used the explosion technique and said that she was about to destroy this monster. This was followed by a flame shot. The attack was well-timed and reached its target. However, the queen steadied herself and counterattacked. Wenwen flew far back. Zhou Tao stated that she would marinate the girl for a bit. That way, it would be even more delicious. The woman said that she was already hungry, and it was time to put some parts of this girl into a jar. Tianning stood between them and declared that she would not let that happen. Zhou Tao suggested that this particular girl was the one who was running around the city and destroying her children like insects. Tianning replied that she was just taking out the trash. The monster pointed out that Tianning had a perfect figure, and she was fed up with Zhou Tao's body. The queen said that even though she has not been human for long, she already distinguishes between beautiful and ugly girls. When she wants to become even more beautiful, her hunger only increases. The woman declared that she would take her rival's body and swallow her friends, elegantly. The stronger their friendship, the tastier they would be. Tianning dodged the monster woman's attack. In response, she used the ice crystal technique, then activated the ice prison. Zhou Tao found herself immobilized. Tianning thought with surprise, did it really work? However, this monster could not be destroyed so easily. A misty cloud formed ahead, and Zhou Tao disappeared from sight. The girls assumed that the female monster had gathered second-generation zombies from around the area. Zhou Tao reappeared and declared that the opponent was strong, but it was time for her to die. The shell would be preserved, but everything inside would turn to mush. The queen shouted that she would bestow her power to the zombie children. At this time, Ming He continued to fight with Chang Zhang. The monster realized that he was losing, all because of alpha decay. Chang Zhang decided to leave the scene of the battle. Min He wondered, where was he going? Monster said that alpha decomposition had ruined everything. Chang Chang demanded that Zhou Tao give him her power. After a while, the monster was able to recover. It pounced on our hero with renewed strength and promised to make mincemeat out of him. Ming He thought that he had already hit his opponent 49 times, and he had only grown armor. Even a spiritual technique wouldn't be enough to defeat him. Zhu Tao told Chang Chang to stop fighting the hunter. He needed to deal with the girls first. The man replied that this man was also dangerous. Zhou Tao stated that the strongest among them is that girl. Without her, people don't stand a chance. Chang Zhang agreed and threw himself at Tianning. Wenwen shouted that she would delay them and activated the ultimatum spiritual technique. Minghu asked the girl if she could use the red sovereign technique. Tianning answered in the affirmative, but added that the queen was too smart. As soon as she realized the energy building up inside her, she would immediately hide behind the zombies. Minghe asked what would happen if they finished off all the zombies and the tyrant. Tianning said that in such a state, the young man wouldn't be able to handle Tyrant. Minghe stated that he had an ice crystal that would strengthen him. With it, he would be able to destroy the Tyrant. Tianning asked if he was going to destroy the Tyrant with his own strength and the queen with the crystal. The young man replied that he now had a better idea. He would use the crystal to pave her way to the queen, and then she would finish her off. Jan Wenwen wondered if there was any way to make it quicker. It was hard for her to continuously control long-fire energy. Minghe said, Minghe, ask Tianning. She can absorb the ice crystal to become even stronger, right? Then maybe we can make it work. The girl replied that they did indeed have a chance. Zhenwen shouted that there was no time left. She lowered herself to the ground to Ming He, and all three of them prepared to repel the zombie attack. Tianning said that there was no time to doubt and absorbed the crystal. After that, an ice sword appeared in her hand. The student council president activated the ultimatum form and the winged ice deity. Tianning declared that she would now pave the way for them. Tyrant said to the queen, "It could be very dangerous right now. This opponent is quite strong. Tianning approached the rivals on the wings and swung her ice sword and shouted that she would destroy them. The queen pushed the tyrant forward and said that she would rather he die than her. The tyrant was destroyed. Tianning thought that she had spent too much energy. The queen shouted that she thought so. Her opponent only had one hit. The queen wrapped her vines around the girl and said that she had a gorgeous body. So beautiful that she wanted to tear it up. But since she wouldn't listen, she'd have to make her suffer a little. The monster pulled the girl closer and told her to become one with her. Tianning couldn't even move. The girl shouted to our hero that she was leaving the rest up to him and gave him back his power. Ming-He clothed himself in ice wings and prepared to attack the monster. The protagonist activated the ice fist and struck the queen. The student heard a noise and asked Fan Nai Rong what was going on. It was necessary to check it out. Fan Nai Rong and the other students saw a huge amount of ice crystals and were surprised to think that Ming-He had created it. But where was he himself? Ming-He tore open the queen's body and retrieved Tianning from there. The girl was still alive. Xiaohua said that her airway was clogged with fluid. Ming-He leaned his lips against the girl's lips and tried to suck out that liquid. Xiaohua shouted that you can't do that. This liquid is terribly toxic. Ming-He spit out the liquid on the ground. Xiaohua said that she wasn't sure if the girl could be saved, but if the young man continued, he would burn his entire body from the inside out. Ming-He continued to suck out the liquid. He didn't want Tianning to die. She must survive. Our hero said that no one else would die in front of him. Fan Nai Rong and the other students ran up to him. Tianning took a deep breath and woke up. She opened her eyes and looked around. Wenwen said that the president had only poisoned herself. In the distance, Professor Tang Han appeared with a bottle in his hand. He shouted that it should be drunk as soon as possible. The queen's head was imprisoned in the crystal. One of the students said that Min-He was very cool. He was able to handle such a monster. The professor told the young man that the other zombies had already been dealt with by the other students. However, they need to rest for a while. The medicine won't work right away. Fan Nai Rong said that the president has already started to be treated, so there is no need to worry. The wounds are serious, but nothing life-threatening. The professor said he knew she was still worried about something else. He's done everything he can. Now we need to take care of those at the front. They will be able to retreat. The students in the forest saw that there was a lot of blood by the river. It is necessary to prepare for the battle. A wounded warrior came out of the river. The girl recognized her brother and shouted loudly. The wounded young man said that their plan had been revealed by the Demon King. None of the group survived anymore. He assumed that the main strike force had been defeated. What to do next? The warrior said to retreat. They would have to accept this humiliation. The girl said to let her brother rest. They would soon return home. He had accomplished his mission. The warrior said he had to deliver important news to the commander. The young man said that their team has been assembled to carry out the evacuation. They will have enough strength to protect the warrior. Busloads of students arrived at the South City Academy. One of the students said that although they had to retreat, they were able to fulfill Professor Wu's plan. The student added that this was a small victory for all of humanity. Now the disaster star will be destroyed by the astronomy team. This means that the monsters will no longer come down to Earth to visit them. If the humans can clear their lair in the destroyed city, the era of humanity will come again. Victory is only a matter of time. Humans would be able to defeat them even if they had to retreat. Ming-He saw Lu Qian and they rushed towards each other. The young people hugged each other and were happy to be alive. The professor saw the hugging students and realized the reason why this guy fought like a beast and threw himself into the embrace of doom. Now he should enjoy life while he could. Tianning told the professor that this person wasn't the only one who was trying. The professor recognized that thanks to both of them, a lot of people would come back alive. The president said that the professor and his colleague were the ones who came up with the whole plan. Tang Han replied that he didn't believe it would succeed, so he abandoned it halfway through. However, Professor Wu proved that he was right and fully deserved the title of hero. Tang Han remarked that he almost messed up a simple matter. It was better to remain a simple teacher. In the sandy desert, the top leaders of the Superhuman Academy and the Hunter Association were celebrating their victory. The professor said that they had only won because of everyone's support. The professor said that he had finally completed his mission, so he would be able to get a good night's sleep. He will not be present at the celebration dinner. After the meeting, the professor saw the assistant and said he wasn't the only one working late. She is working hard too. The girl bowed to the professor and thanked him for protecting their city. Lu Qian thanked Ming-He for walking her home. This is her brother's house. He is injured, so she will keep an eye on him for a few days. Ming-He was surprised to hear that Lu Qian had a brother. The girl was surprised in return that the young man didn't know that her older brother existed. Luo Yi walked out onto the porch and said hello to Ming He. Min He was surprised. Does this guy really know him? Lo Yi said that his sister had told him a lot about Min He. Lo Yi said that he had information. The only reason they were able to successfully retreat was because a group of students defeated a ferocious enemy. Luo Yi said that they were only able to return home because of this young man's efforts. Min. He replied that it was just a coincidence. He is glad that he was able to help on the front lines. Lo Yi said that he was badly injured. Min Hai remarked that it's getting late and he's going home. Need to still make his sister happy that he stayed alive. Lu Qian asked Min He to be careful on his way home. The girl reminded him that it was her birthday in 2 days and Min He should definitely attend. Min He thought he was wrong. It turns out this guy is really her brother. So everything that happened in South City these past few days happened because she likes him. But why didn't she reply to that letter? The sister met the young man and was happy to see him back. She said that a girl had just called, wondering if Min Hai had returned home. Min Hai saw that his cell phone had run out of battery and said he would call back in a moment. The young man called from his home phone and said he was already home. His cell phone was dead. His sister wondered if it was his girlfriend from the academy calling. Min Hai replied that it was just a classmate. The sister smiled and said it was a very interesting relationship. Does she know this girl? Min Hai replied that it was Lu Qian they had met before. The sister said she remembered her. This girl often came by when he was lying unconscious. She even left a letter. Min He wondered, did Lu Qian really reply back then? The sister said she was busy and didn't have time to pick up the letter. It could have been thrown out by the janitor or the nurse. Min Hai thought he would ask the girl about the letter at the birthday party. The nurse asked if the letter was that important. The girl said she met a hero of humanity on her way home. She didn't know he was so young. Min Hai said he saw him too when he accompanied his sister to the interview. He even got a magazine from him. The girl remarked that Professor Wu Lun was a distinguished man and hardly read such magazines. Min He replied that Wu Lun is also a human being. Min He thought that Wu Lun was indeed an amazing person. Everyone tried their best to change the course of the war but failed. It was a common defeat and shame for all superhumans. However, the professor's successes overshadowed their failures and fixed everything. Sister told Min Hai not to belittle himself. He was still young and would have a chance to help humanity. In the training room of the sports complex, the protagonist was practicing hand-to-hand combat techniques. Xiaohua asked if Ming Hu was ready. She would never have thought that disaster parasites would be able to create such a pure liquid. Perhaps it was because they had adapted to the bodies of humans. Ming. He thought that he could drink it and not be afraid. If his body quickly adjusted and adapted, he could make a breakthrough and strengthen himself. Xiaohua said that it was liquid stardust collected from that parasite woman's body. Xiaohua recalled that it had been a year since he started his training. His body had become much stronger than before. Xiaohua said that when he reached the Heavenly Flame rank, he would be able to understand how to use the Red Sovereign technique. The image of the enemy against the young man was once again the queen. The boy asked, "Is there really no way around it without another training session?" Xiaohua replied that she didn't arrange any training. It was the remnants of that parasite's malice inside the liquid stardust. The liquid stardust refuses to accept the young man as a new host. That's why it's trying to reject him. We need to persuade it with the power of our fists. Min Hai takes a swing at his rival and says that this is his territory. The queen cannot prevent him from making a breakthrough. She must submit. In the secret lab, Tian Ning asked the special agent what happened to her uncle. The man replied that he didn't know anything himself. Since yesterday, he had locked himself in a room and wouldn't let anyone in. The special agent added that if he hadn't heard him smashing and screaming, he wouldn't have called Tian Ning. The girl inquired what he was even supposed to be doing here. The man stated that her uncle was on the verge of a nervous breakdown right now. He is chasing everyone away and not letting anyone inside. Tianning knocked on the door and asked what was wrong with her uncle. The man opened the door and asked if anyone was around. After making sure the girl was alone, he let her inside. Tianning asked, "Why did the uncle mess everything around here? Even if there's no progress in the research, there's no need to react so violently. One should just give oneself some time." The professor said that he hoped there would be no progress. Tianning was surprised to ask why he was so upset. The man replied that he had lost. Tianning wondered, could he still not get over what happened then? The professor said that they lost and he feels like a criminal. Tianning asked her uncle to calm down, stop shouting, and tell her what happened. People entered the room. The girl inquired who they were. The head of the Dragon Fang said that the plan had already started to take effect. The leader of the first group of Dragonfang said that everyone was waiting for the professor's instructions. The leader tells the professor that they have the same goal, even though they haven't known each other that long. They may not succeed, but they shouldn't live a life of regret. The sister tells our hero that he looks great. He should try his best and bring the girl home today. The young man replied that he was just going out with his classmates and nothing more. The girl said that Min-hai has grown up quickly and can now take care of himself. She is very happy. Min-hai replied that it's all because of her care. Min-hai decided to buy gifts for the birthday girl and for his sister. On the roadway, our hero witnessed a car accident. The guy remembered the accident that happened many years ago. The drivers of the cars began to clarify relations and argue about who was to blame. Min-hai rang the doorbell and the birthday girl opened it to him. The young man wished the girl a happy birthday. Lu Qian said she invited their old classmates. Min-hai said he wanted to know the girl's opinion on a matter. Lu Qian suggested to talk about it on the second floor. The young man added that he would like to discuss it in private. Min-hai recalled the letter she left when he was in the hospital. Lu Qian asked if he had read that letter when he woke up. Min-hee replied that he hadn't read it. Someone had thrown the letter away. The girl was surprised to hear about it. The young man said that it had been bugging him all these days. He really wanted to know her answer. Had she rejected him? Or did she accept him? Or did she just wish for his recovery? Min-hee said that it wasn't that important now. What was important was what was happening between them now. Just like back then in high school, his heart felt like it jumped out of his chest whenever they were near each other. The young man always thought about Lu Qian and what she liked. He dreamed of their future together. Min-he asked Lu Qian if she would date him. The girl replied that she had already said yes. Suddenly, Lu Qian shouted for the young man to run away as fast as possible. They want to capture him. Ming-he turned around and saw armed men on the front porch. What's going on? Luo Yi, the squad leader, told Min-he not to resist. Upon investigation, it was clear that he was one of the members of the Dragonfang. They were ordered to detain him. He asked Lu Qian what was going on. Lu Qian stated that Ming-he was not a traitor to humanity. Luo Yi replied that that is what they should check. Ming-he demanded an explanation as to why they wanted to capture him. Luo Yi asked in surprise, did Ming-he, as a member of the Dragonfang, really know nothing? Min-he said that this was the first time he had heard of this organization. Luo Yi showed the news screen. It reported that the elite Dragonfang squad from Southern City had betrayed humanity. Professor Tang Han and the leaders of Dragonfang are at the head of the rebellion. They are currently taking over Tianwen Mountain. According to official sources, they were hiding among ordinary people and preparing treason. Experts call them the Will of Heaven organization. Professor Tang Han is the brain behind the Will of Heaven, whom they call Teacher. Their target is the one who stopped the disaster, Professor Wu Lun. Special superhuman operatives have cordoned off the mountain and report an extremely difficult situation inside. Most of the members of the Will of Heaven have already been apprehended, but the special operatives have suffered heavy casualties and continue to evacuate the citizens. Min-he couldn't believe his ears. Professor Tang Han couldn't turn out to be a traitor. It seemed impossible. Luo Yi said that if Min-he was here, then he might not have participated in the plan. However, according to the data, he had joined the Dragonfang a year ago and was secretly running errands. Luo Yi continued. The group the young man belonged to turned out to be traitors. They are at war against humanity. He was carrying out their orders without suspecting anything. That doesn't make him a member of the Will of Heaven. It's more complicated than that. Min-hai must cooperate with the investigation. He will be tried fairly. Luo Yi added that resisting will only confirm suspicions. Min-hai said he can't trust them. Luo Yi said he has faith in Min-he and Lu Qian. He believes they have not succumbed to influence. Ming-he has connections with Dragonfang and Tang Han. He could be the key to the investigation. Luo Yi asked Min-he not to resist. He promised that nothing would happen to the young man. Ming-he agreed and promised to listen to Luo Yi. Lu Qian was indignant. After all, he had said he would help. Then why was he handcuffed? Luo Yi replied that it was a temporary measure necessary for safety. Sister has nothing to worry about. Luo Yi said for Lu Qian to go with them. She needs to testify. At the main gate of the astronomy department, there was a battle going on. The squad leader declared that Luo Ling was a traitor. If they dare to harm the professor, they will be eliminated. Luo Ling said that they should still hold out. More time was needed. Xiao Hua was perplexed. Had the young man really been tricked into not joining the Dragonfang? He thought that he wasn't the kind of person who would rack his brains. To the Dragon Fang, he doesn't belong to the Dragon Fang. He knows that he hasn't done anything wrong. Xiaohua agreed. Perhaps the problem is with the higher echelons of the Dragon Fang or their internal conflict. Along with Luo Yi, the vice captain of the special unit, Hong Xiao, entered the room. Hong Xiao said that their organization had questions for Ming He. The protagonist asked to bring Lu Qian. She's the only one he trusts right now. Hong Xiao said that after analyzing the situation, they are inclined to believe that the young man was tricked, but they still don't understand what's going on. The vice captain admitted that they themselves are not completely sure. After all, they used to believe that the Dragon Fang was a reliable shield for humanity. But now the truth has been revealed. They have taken over the entire astronomy department and tried to destroy the hero of humanity, Professor Wu Lun. Hong Xiao said that Ming He's hands were clean. He has been manipulated. They hope he realizes the position he is in. Ming He wondered, does he really look like a brainwashed person? His mind is clear. He just doesn't realize what's going on. Hong Xiao replied that they don't understand either. All 5 teams of the Dragon Fang have taken up arms, taken up positions on the mountain, and are not communicating. The negotiators can't reach them. Ming He asked if they are really being led by Professor Tang Han. Hong Xiao said she was 100% sure. The vice captain added that the young man was in contact with one of the commanders, Luo Lin. She was the one who assigned missions to him. Hong Xiao said that they need someone who hasn't fallen under the influence of the Dragon Fang and realized what's going on. They believe that among those people, there are people as deluded as Ming He. If the young man can contact them, he might be able to convince them that they are wrong. Then there will be a chance of salvation. Hong Xiao said that Ming He will become their contact. They are absolutely certain. Since his awakening a year and a half ago, he has not been their liaison. He acted voluntarily, driven by a sense of duty to humanity. Hong Xiao said that Ming He is needed to infiltrate the Dragon Fang and possibly rescue Professor Wu Lun. The vice captain showed the map and said that before the communication broke down, they received a help signal from this place. Professor Wu Lun gathered his men and took shelter there. There are several hidden hideouts inside, but it is only a matter of time before they are discovered. Ming He asked what would happen to the other members of the astronomy department. Hong Xiao replied that they are also hiding in the same place. There was almost no time left. A full-scale assault would soon begin. We would have to break through their defenses at the gate. While the battle is going on, Ming He must find the professor and bring him to safety. Hong Xiao said that Ming He has 5 minutes to make a decision. If he agrees to cooperate, he will no longer be suspected. Otherwise, the young man will remain here, awaiting trial. A decision needs to be made immediately. Lu Qian apologized. She should have warned Ming He earlier. Min He said that he would go to the mountain. He must understand the reason for everything that is happening. The young man asked Lu Qian if she believed him. The girl nodded affirmatively. Although she admitted that she didn't understand why it was so hard for the young man to realize everything. Min He said he wanted to ask the girl a question and expected an honest answer. The staff members watching the young men were trying to figure out what they were talking about. Hong Xiao entered the room again and asked if Ming He had made a decision. The young man replied that he was willing to cooperate. The vice captain said that they would send someone to escort him to the mountain. From there, he will go on his own. If Min He encounters an enemy, he must say that he is a member of the Dragon Fang. Then, he won't be interfered with. Hong Xiao added that they will put a tracker on him and watch his every move. That way, they can control the situation. She also revealed that Luo Yi will go with him, which will make sure that Ming He won't betray them. The captain explained that these were preventative measures and apologized for them. Luo Yi told Ming He not to worry. After all, the purpose of their mission is to rescue Professor Wu Lun. As long as their goals coincide, he will help. Hong Xiao expressed her confidence that Ming He will not disappoint her. Lu Qian stated that she wants to go with them. The girl's brother said it was too dangerous. Ming He reminded her of the threat as well. Lu Qian objected. Ming He can't trust everything they say here, and her brother doesn't trust Ming He. If they can't trust each other, how will they agree? Without trust, they can't save the professor. Hong Xiao recognized that the girl was right. Ming He and Luo Yi once again expressed that Lu Qian should not go. But Hong Xiao made a decision. These 3 would be the special squad. The special purpose squad reached the dormitory of the astronomy department. Luo Yi said that next, they would go through the mountain tunnel straight to the square, and then enter the building where the professor was. The young men made their way inside the dormitory, and realized that the people from here had left in a hurry, leaving everything as it was. Suddenly, armed men appeared in front of them and asked, "Who is coming?" Min He introduced himself and said that he was a member of the Dragon Fang. To make sure there was no doubt, he showed his ID card. The unknown men realized that this guy was one of their own and apologized. Min Hee and his team entered the tunnel. The young man was tormented by his conscience. He had to deceive these people. The squad was once again stopped by armed guards. One of them asked who they were. Min Hee repeated the same thing and showed his ID. The guards asked who the two men were that were coming with him. Min Hee said they were members of his group. One of the guards demanded to see their IDs. Luo Yi said that he had an ID and he would show it now. The young man stuck his hand in his pocket. Instead, Luo Yi sharply punched his opponent in the chest. One of the guards tried to run away. He wanted to warn the leader that an enemy had been detected in the tunnel. Luo Yi, using his energy abilities, stopped the guard and pulled him to him. His phone was destroyed. He would not be able to inform anyone. Luo Yi said that they needed to speed up. The enemies would soon realize that someone had gotten inside. Lu Qian, watching her brother, noted that he had fully recovered. Xiaohua told Ming He that Luo Yi was very strong. Ming He agreed. The Dragonfang fighters had king rank, but Luo Yi handled the guards in a second. Xiaohua added, if Ming He had to fight Luo Yi, he would defeat him. Ming He replied that it was still better than sitting in the interrogation room. Min He said that he has been here before. If they go straight to the square, they will face more enemies. Luo Yi pointed out that the first and second groups of Dragonfang were very strong. If they encounter their leaders as well, it would be impossible to pass through. Min Hee suggested going around through the canteen. His sister told him that the canteen had passageways to all the departments for food delivery. Lu Qian wondered, how did his sister know that? Min Hee replied that she worked here as an intern, bringing food and tea. The Dragonfang squad was looking for the infiltrators. How could they even be missed? No one knew who had gotten in, but the 3 fighters of the 5th group had been neutralized almost instantly. It was necessary to strengthen the defenses. The plan could not be allowed to be thwarted. At the foot of the mountain ridge, many vehicles had piled up. The bridge was jammed. People didn't understand why the fog wasn't clearing. It made it impossible to drive out. What is this phenomenon? An announcer on the news channel reported that a thick fog has covered the city. Citizens are instructed to use caution. The fog will last at least 24 hours. You should stay indoors and not go out without a good reason. A helicopter with an operator on board circled above the city. Even from above, it was unclear what was going on. Why was the whole city covered in a strange fog? The leader of the 5th Dragonfang group, Feng Hai, asked if they had found the intruders. The officer reported that they had questioned those who encountered them. Ming He of the 1st group brought the 2 trespassers to the grounds. Feng Hai said that she couldn't remember them ever working together. Had he really betrayed their organization? Feng Hai announced, a message must be passed to all groups. Min He must be attacked as soon as he came into sight. Ming He and his group members moved quickly through the deserted streets of the city. They didn't want to be seen. The only thing left to do was to pass through the square, and they would reach their target. Feng Hai said she was right. It was easier to wait for them to come on their own, instead of looking for them. Ming He saw the people in the square and asked, were they from Dragonfang too? Feng Hai introduced herself and said that she was the leader of the 5th group. She had heard of this young man before. She never thought that he could betray them. Min Hai stated that he is not a traitor. Don't these people realize what they are doing? Feng Hai asked. Didn't Dragonfang teach the young man that they were humanity's last line of defense? Luo Yi said that he couldn't believe it. An enemy from the will of heaven had infiltrated the organization. What line of defense can we even talk about? It definitely can't be negotiated with. Luo Yi told Min Hee and his sister to go forward and wait for him there. He can handle these people by himself. Feng Hai assumed that the person in front of her was Vice Captain Luo Yi. She had heard about this man, but he wouldn't have the strength to fight the Dragonfang. Luo Yi teleported and appeared in close proximity to Feng Hai. The girl dodged and Luo Yi missed. Feng Hai said that it was a staggering attack, but thanks to her eyes, she can see all of his movements. The leader of the 5th group ordered everyone to take care of Ming He and his companion. Luo Yi, she is taking over. Ming He thought that Feng Hai was also fighting on her fists. Feng Hai looked at Ming. He's fist-fighting art, and understood why he was accepted into the organization. He had joined relatively recently. But how did he have time to become so strong? Luo Yi told his sister and Ming He to follow orders. They should advance. He would catch up with them later. Xiaohua noticed that Feng Hai has an ability that makes her eyes resemble the eyes of a fly. All their movements are like in slow motion to her. Ming He replied that Luo Yi had already realized this. Therefore, he decided to deal with the others first. Xiaohua noted that not only was he very strong, but he was also savvy on top of that. Ming He might not be able to handle him. Ming He and Lu Qian had almost reached the building. They had been told that this was where most of the workers hid. Feng Hai had been deactivated, with almost all of her group members eliminated. It seems that the intruder is extremely strong. The warrior took Feng Hai in his arms and swore that he would destroy this opponent with his own hands. Inside the building, everything was quite unusual. Ming, he couldn't believe that everything here was built out of aluminum. Everything looked like the rest of the buildings. There were 5 levels here, but there was no basement. Min He assumed that it looked like a maze. It would be hard to figure out. It was unlikely that they would find the professor and the others so easily, especially not even knowing if they were allies or enemies. Lu Qian said that ever since they came in, she had a feeling that they were being watched. Ming, he replied that the girl might be wrong. Lu Qian stated that it was an ability that Heavenly Flame rank superhumans had. 6th sense. Someone is definitely watching them. Min He said that in that case, we should activate the extreme caution mode. The woman observing our heroes thought that this beauty was a savvy one. The skeleton of the huge creature above began to sway, and could be about to collapse. The young men ducked down to avoid being injured. The leader of the second Dragon Fang group, Chu Ying, said that the superhuman could not be destroyed so easily. She would be very upset if they were to die right now. Min He asked his companion if she was all right. The girl confirmed. She had just forgotten that Min He also had a hidden talent. Min He replied to the leader of the second group that they were all superhumans here. There was no need to pull such a sneaky stunt. Chu Ying said that she was surprised. Is someone really willing to bring the people he cares about on a dangerous mission? Isn't he afraid that both of them would die here? Min Hai inquired who she was. The girl introduced herself and inquired who the 2 of them would be. What were they doing here? Our hero introduced himself as well. Chu Ying realized that it was the same guy who had recently been promoted. Instructor Luo Ming had told her about him. Min He wondered, is Luo Ming really here too? Chu Ying confirmed it. Professor Wu had overheard this conversation. Ming He inquired, why is Dragon Fang doing this? Chu Ying asked if there was any point in answering that question. Lu Qian said that they attacked the astronomy team and kidnapped Professor Wu Lun. Is that at least something she can explain? Chu Ying replied that they always acted in the shadows. No wonder Ming He doesn't know anything. Lu Qian asked, doesn't Chu Ying realize that they are traitors to all of humanity? The leader of the second group said that they were told to blindly obey and not think about who is right and who is wrong. This guy had spent too little time with the organization, which was why he wasn't privy to the details of the assignment. He was left in the dark. Ming. He asked where Instructor Luo Lin and Professor Tang Han were. Chu Ying replied that they were upstairs, but she had orders to destroy anyone who tried to go there. Chu Ying attacked our hero. A charged blade flew in his direction. Min He dodged the attack, and the blade returned to its mistress. Chu Ying said that this guy can dodge. But would he be able to dodge the next attack? Many blades flew towards him at once. Ming He thought that he wouldn't be able to dodge this time. She attacked 7 points on his body at once. Lu Qian shouted for Ming He to lie down. The girl, using her unique abilities, repelled this attack as well. Chu Ying stated that the young man was lucky again. Min He decided to attack his opponent, and as he approached her, he delivered a staggering fist strike. The girl tried to block the blow. The fight continued, with the young men striking each other and defending themselves from their opponent's attacks. Min Hai activated a crushing wind fist punch. Our hero couldn't understand where the opponent had gone. Xiaohua shouted that she was behind her. Chu Ying jumped on top of the young man and wrapped her legs around his body. Chu Ying tried to deactivate her opponent using her unique abilities. Lu Qian used her strength and threw Chu Ying away from Ming He. The second group leader stood on her feet and said that this was a very brave girl. If she hadn't done that, her boyfriend would already be dead. Lu Qin ran up to the young man and made sure he was alive. The boyfriend thanked his companion for saving him. Lu Qin said that the rival was very strong. She was told that everyone in Dragon Fang was a monster who loved battles. Ming. He recognized. If they spent all their strength on this woman, they wouldn't be able to save the astronomy department. Lu Qian suggested that Ming He move forward, and she would hold off Chu Ying. Ming He said that he had a plan. He, along with Lu Qian, attacked the commander of the second squad. Chu Ying repelled this joint attack. She said that the young man is strong, but he lacks speed. Lu Qian is quite fast, however, her punches are too weak. The youth continued to attack the leader of the second squad. Chu Ying said that they didn't seem to have any more trumps up their sleeves. However, Ming Hu and Lu Qian tricked their rival and escaped to the top floor. Chu Ying rushed in pursuit and yelled for them to stop. At this time, the young men were already in the elevator. The elevator doors closed. Chu Ying said that they were young but cunning like old foxes. Who even took this kid into their squad? The woman was very angry. Suddenly a window shattered, and someone's shadow appeared in the opening. Chu Ying inquired who was here. Ming He and Lu Qian got off the elevator on the top floor and went on their way. Ming He said that it was a scary woman. Lu Qian agreed. It was good that they were able to escape from her. She didn't become one of the leaders for nothing. Ming He clarified that they were on the second floor. The elevator to the third level should be on the other side. Lu Qian recognized that the building had a good security system. Ming He remarked that there might be other strong opponents here. Lu Qian suggested that there were more Dragon Fang members in the building. Ming He said that if they ran into another leader or instructor, they definitely wouldn't have enough strength. It would be better to bypass them. The area was indeed patrolled by Dragon Fang members. The young man said he heard something. The girl suggested checking the perimeter. The young men saw a bird on a branch and decided that it was the source of the noise. Communication was lost, so they'd better stay on guard at the indicated point. Had the first group found the professor? Their companions wouldn't be able to keep the defenses outside for long. Ming told his companion that they should cautiously make their way onward. However, it seemed to him that there was something above them. There was indeed some kind of monster looming over the Dragon Fang representatives. The girl wondered why it was taking so long for the first group to catch anyone. The monster was quietly descending from above. People decided that it was not worth asking unnecessary questions. They should just do their job. The next moment, the monster destroyed the Dragon Fang representatives and turned into a young man. After that, he disappeared in an unknown direction. Ming He thought, was it really a superhuman? Lu Qian noticed that he looked too strange. Ming He wondered, who else could have attacked the Dragon Fang? Lu Qian speculated that some other organization might be involved here. Things might turn out to be much more complicated and confusing than previously thought. Our heroes saw a frightened man hiding in the bushes. The man tried to run away. Ming. He stopped him and asked, "Isn't he Zhao?" The young man clarified with surprise to the hero. "Is he Qin Yu's younger brother?" Ming He confirmed. Zhao wondered, how did this guy get here? Min He explained that he heard about the incident and came to get his sister. Does Zhao know where she is now? The latter replied that she was on the third floor, in the shelter. Zhao was very scared. Lu Qian said, "Don't push this guy. He's clearly not himself right now." Ming Hu asked if Zhao could take them to his sister. Zhao showed the place where he was hiding. He repeated that it was the safest place. Zhao hid there and didn't want to come out. Ming He inquired how to find shelter on the third level. Zhao stated that he only trusted Ming He and would only tell everything to him. Ming He said that Zhao should go with them. The latter kept insisting that it was safest here. Zhao stated that you can't trust anyone. Lu Qian said that she was scared to imagine what he was going through. Ming Hu and the others made their way in the indicated direction to the elevator. It was surprising that no one was guarding this path. The young people didn't want to face the one who had destroyed the Dragon Fang's representatives. Xiaohua shouted for Ming He to look up. Ming He looked up and saw a falling tree. He wrapped his arms around his companion, and they both ducked down. The man said that was very curious. How did the young man manage to spot it? Min Hai asked who he was. The stranger said that he had always achieved his goal, and now he wanted answers. Min. He replied that he had to hear the answer from him first. The villain said that in that case, this guy would be destroyed. The hero realized. The enemy's attacks are aimed directly at his body, and there is no way to dodge. He would have to fight. Min He activated his unique abilities. His hand was covered with crystals. The opponent also modified his arm. Xiaohua said, "This is not good. The opponent is a white bear ranked opponent." Ming He realized that he would have to use that very power, or else they would die. Lu Qian used her powers and ordered the stranger to get behind Ming He. The villain stated that the girl believed in herself too much, and that was her delusion. Lu Qian was confused. Her body wasn't listening. The opponent approached at a dangerous distance. At that moment, Luo Yi appeared between him and Lu Qian and stood up for the girl. He pushed the opponent aside. The villain said that it was not bad. Luo Yi stated that he didn't care which side the man was on, but if he harmed the girl, he would be destroyed. The stranger said that the people in front of him were pathetic pawns, but he had better things to do. He turned around and disappeared into a neighboring building. Luo Yi asked the young men if they were okay. Ming He said that this guy wasn't from Dragon Fang. He could have sneaked in here just like them. Luo Yi noticed that many organizations were eager to rescue Professor Wu, including those that were operating in the shadows. Ming He said that there was a familiar aura coming from this guy. Luo Yi asked if they had gathered any information. Min He replied that his sister was in the shelter on the 3rd floor. Min He added that there were strong Dragon Fang fighters on each floor. Other organizations have also infiltrated inside. Luo Yi told them not to go too far away from him. The young men got inside the building and came to the elevator that should have a safety mechanism. But it was probably broken by someone from Dragon Fang. The special squad decided to sneak up another way. We can't let our guard down. That guy might attack again. Luo Yi began to climb up the elevator shaft. Ming He and Lu Qian followed him. The young man said that the 3rd floor was a maze of secret rooms. The heroes entered one of the rooms on the 3rd floor. There were many dead people around. Ming He said he knew how to find the right room and pointed out the direction. Xiaohua said for Ming He to stop. There is a secret room behind the wall and it contains something interesting. Ming He discovered a secret door leading to that room. The girl wondered, how did he know that? No one had survived inside. Min He said that there was something he needed here. Ming He discovered the diamond rank crystals, purple flame, and ash lightning. Xiaohua said that he would rise a lot at their expense. Luo Yi wondered if Ming He had decided to engage in looting. Ming He also found the snow steel and acid dust crystals. The young man replied that it was for last resort. It would help him become stronger. Luo Yi also wanted to know how the young man realized that there was a secret room here. Min He replied that he was able to sense such crystals. The young men were at an impasse. Luo Yi asked if Ming He really had the correct information. The young man said that he needed to concentrate. Our hero saw the signs on the wall and said he found the place. He needed to enter the password. After entering the correct password, the wall went forward and the space in front of them expanded. Min Hai stated that there would now be disinfection. Disinfecting liquid did indeed pour down from above. An armored door appeared in front of him. Min. He said that the hideout was right behind it. Min He was able to open the door and get inside. Those inside sounded an alarm. An outside intrusion had been detected. One of the women said that it was Min He, Qin Yu's younger brother. Qin Yu saw her brother and rushed to his neck. The young people hugged each other. There was a car accident on the roadway. The police and ambulance had already arrived. Passers-by said with regret that 2 children were left without parents. On any road, one must observe traffic safety. At the hospital, the boy and girl sat waiting at different ends of the couch. An officer passing by said that the preliminary results of the investigation were ready. The police officer added that the young boy's father was speeding and ran a red light. He was the reason for the accident. The girl approached the boy and told him that his family was gone, just like hers. The boy apologized. The girl grabbed him by the shoulders and told him he had to take responsibility. The boy was scared. These memories flashed through our hero's mind. He was glad that Qin Yu was alive and unharmed. He felt responsible for her all this time. Qin Yu asked, "Why is brother here? Isn't he afraid of getting killed?" Ming. He was glad that his sister was fine. After all, he had no one left besides her. Ming He told her not to worry. After all, her brother was very strong now. Qin Yu asked if he had encountered anything strange along the way. The girl said that it seemed to her there were some monsters here. Some people present were also acting strange, as if something had taken over their minds. Luo Yi said that there wasn't much time. They should be taken to Professor Wu. Ming, he asked if they knew where the professor was. Luo Yi introduced himself and said that they are here to rescue the professor. It can't be ruled out that the enemy already has him. One of the girls told her friend that a lot had already happened, so it was worth coming clean. The girl approached the vice commander of the special unit and said that she knows how to get to the 4th floor. She is one of those in charge of security measures in the astronomy department. There is a transport helicopter on the 5th floor of the building in case something serious happens to the astronomy department. In that case, it is used to evacuate important documents and staff. Luo Yi assumed that Professor Wu and the others were trapped on the 4th floor because they wanted to get to the 5th floor and escape. The girl stated that the 4th floor was their secret library. Research on various monsters collected over the past 10 years is stored there. There is speculation that the enemy wants to not only capture the professor, but also destroy the library, with vital information for humanity. A staff member reports that not only papers and photographs are stored there, but also monster specimens. That's the most valuable thing there is. It was no surprise to Luo Yi that Heaven's Will was eager to break through. But the most important thing was to find the professor. The staff member explained. When they were attacked, the professor and his team were the first to reach the shelter. They wanted to take the valuable samples with them. Sister Joshu said she knew how to go up to the 4th floor. The girl walked up to the wall. After scanning her pupils and entering the correct password, The tunnel upstairs opened. The men decided, if they wanted to get out of here alive, it was best to get to the helicopter on the 5th floor. It was reported that the defense barrier had been attacked. Min-hee and the others saw the destruction on the top floor. Jushu said that the barrier is still holding, which means the professor is inside. He must be saved. The next moment, Ming-hee saw something sharp pierce through Joshu's body. Kai-ting, who did this, said that she too was having a hard time right now. She and Joshu had been like sisters for many years, but she had never told her how to get to the 4th floor. But she trusted this guy. Cai-ting began to peel off the skin on her face. It was a mask. The monster that appeared in its place said that it could finally go wild. It would destroy everyone now. Those present were frightened. What on earth is going on here? One of the guards said they didn't need to know, and destroyed the one standing next to him. The two monsters stood back to back and threatened everyone in the room. Ming-he said that the one in front of them was no longer Kai-ting. The monster stated that Ming-hee was very calm. Was he really prepared for something like this? Another monster said that they shouldn't touch the others yet. She should help him first. Suddenly, another monster appeared. The same person that the heroes had caught earlier. Luo Yi assumed that he was following their squad. The stranger stated that he had finally united with his comrades. He hoped that he would now be able to socialize closer with the humans. The villain said that he didn't mind finishing off everyone present. Luo Yi prepared for battle. The alarm sounded again. The defense barrier has been breached. The villain said that these people were lucky. They had an urgent matter. They needed to help someone. They immediately disappeared from the room. Luo Yi said that if the villain was alone, he would have handled him. But there were two other subordinates beside him. Min. He stated that they were parasite monsters. Min-hee added that he had encountered these before. They take over people's bodies and mimic their behavior. They are evolved monsters that can live among humans. Lu Qian wondered, how could something so horrible exist? She had never heard of such a thing before. Luo Yi replied that this was not the time to discuss it. These three are very strong and headed towards the professor. They need to help them. Luo Yi said that Min-hee's mission is over for now. Now his mission is to go back. He must get Lu Qian out of here and protect her at all costs. Lu Qian objected. They must save the professor together. Luo Yi said that the girl is overestimating herself. Does she really think she can save humanity? She doesn't even realize what rank this monster was, the minimum white swan. Min-hee agreed that Luo Yi was right. If they fight right now, they will die. The most important thing was to get out of here alive. Luo Yi added that they definitely needed to survive. The monsters and the professor should be forgotten. The injured Joshu said that they should go up to the 5th floor and get out of here. Her friend said that there was a first aid kit on the helicopter, and Joshu should hold out a little longer. The woman responded by saying that she couldn't trust anyone. Ming-hee assumed that the frightened Zhao had gone through something similar. Xinyu didn't understand what they should do now. The girl asked, should they go to Professor Wu or the helicopter on the 5th floor? Ming-hee replied that they should get out of here. The young men went up the escalator to the 5th floor. They saw the helicopter, but it was still protected by a barrier. There was no need for a pilot. The destination had already been established. All personnel should get on board within 15 minutes. Min-hee told his sister that he needed the key card he received from Zhou Shu. After using it, access to the helicopter was unlocked. Xinyu told her brother that there were some samples left here, which was why Zhou Shu insisted they come here. Lu Qian asked if Ming-hee was following them. The young man stayed by the barrier control panel. Ming-hee closed the barrier, and only the two girls were near the helicopter. The people present shouted, "What is he doing? After all, they are not on board yet. If he wants to stay and play hero, let him do it alone. No need to drag them along." Xinyu told her brother not to do anything stupid. Lu Qian added that they will fly away together. He replied that he can't do that. Min-hee stated that he can only trust these two girls. One of the staff members said that he is the head of the department, and the young man should protect them instead of leaving them to perish. Who gave him the right to decide who stays and who flies away? Min-hee stated that he will decide everything with his fists now. A co-worker said that this guy is crazy. He's betraying all of humanity. Min-hee asked who told this person everything. He wondered what it was even about. Min-hee said that their department was supposed to be cut off from the outside world, and they certainly shouldn't know about someone like him. The staff member was indignant. How could Min-hee suspect him of anything? Min-hee said he knew who was in front of him. He threw a punch at his opponent and he flew backwards. People didn't understand. Is Min-hee really in favor of monsters too? Min-hee demanded that everyone look at that person. He is not a human at all. The victim started to change his appearance. His shell was tearing. He turned into a monster and said he couldn't believe it. Is this guy still not relaxed? The monster added, Min Hai was right about one thing. He was planning to get into the helicopter and massacre the place. But he was tired of waiting. He was hungry. Those juicy people were running in front of his eyes, and he was having a hard time holding back. People were panicking and didn't understand what was happening. Why was everyone turning into monsters? Min Hee told everyone to step aside. The monster declared that it would swallow Min Hee first, and rushed to attack. Ming Hu went on the attack as well. Xiaohua said that this guy is as strong as a Tyrannosaurus Rex. We need to be careful. Ming He put up a decent resistance and started tearing the monster apart, reducing the number of its snake heads. The monster was surprised. Is this person really a heavenly flame rank? He is very strong for his age. The monster admitted that he had underestimated him. Min Hai stated that thanks to the other monsters he was able to rise quickly. The monster said, if the young man had fought Lord Huijiao, he wouldn't have been so cocky. It was about someone who had a stinger instead of an arm. The monster added that Huijiao had left Ming He alive to practice destroying people like him. Ming He laughed and asked, how did it feel to have one of the snake heads ripped out by his victim? Min He noticed that the monster has 5 heads, and each one can speak. So it has 5 portions of liquid stardust inside it. That's perfect. The monster will make him even stronger. The fight continued. Min He grabbed the snake heads again. The monster laughed. A human only has 2 arms after all. However, our hero continued to strike with his legs. One of the powerful blows hit the monster in the stomach. It knelt down and said that it was very painful. Xiaohua said that the monster's lower body had not yet completed its evolution. That's where one should hit. Ming He activated his spiritual technique and used the quick shadow fist. He moved with tremendous speed and landed a massive amount of blows, mostly on the opponent's lower body. Thanks to the spiritual technique, the monster was deactivated. The star technique completed the destruction of the enemy. Ming He walked closer to the monster lying down and heard the snakeheads arguing with each other. He stated that he was tired of listening to this chatter. Xiaohua said that Ming Hu was right. Because of the 5 heads, the monster really had 5 portions of liquid stardust. In order to be similar to humans, they had also changed their internal essence, making it similar to humans. It could safely be consumed. Xiaohua told Ming He not to hesitate. He could imagine that it was just water. In that case, the young man would become even stronger. Our hero obeyed his advisor and took the liquid stardust. His body immediately began to undergo a corresponding transformation. Xiaohua asked her mentee, how did it feel? Ming. He suggested that he had become stronger by an entire rank. The woman said that until now, his body was too weak. He must realize that all this time while he was in a coma, he had continued to cultivate. His spirit was getting stronger, while his body didn't change at all. Xiaohua added that the essence of these parasites would help the young man strengthen his body. And finally, his body and spirit would be able to reach the same level. That was why he had jumped up to the middle stage of the Heavenly Flame rank so quickly. When Ming He fought in Fujin City against those vermin, it was very hard for him. But with his current strength, he would easily defeat even those of equal rank to him. Zhaoa noticed that if a guy was now a Heavenly Flame rank, he could freely use the Purple Flame technique. The Red Sovereign technique would be their trump card. At the current rank, he would be able to use it at most once, and then his body would shut down. Xiaohua said that Ming Hu is doing the right thing by hiding it. She still has no one's guess. The girls from behind the barrier shouted that there are only 10 minutes left. It's time to board the helicopter. Ming Hu said that someone else would still try to get on that helicopter, but they would have to go through first. Lu Qian didn't understand what this was about. Why are there so many monsters there? Qin Yu said that she had been working here for quite a long time and was just as surprised. Ming. He said that it was much more complicated than previously thought. What the officials say could be a lie. Min He stated that he only trusts himself. Lu Qian asked, then who should they trust? After an explosion formed, Luo Yi appeared nearby. He supported Professor Wu. The young man expressed his satisfaction that Ming He was still here. The girls were excited when they saw Professor Wu and Lo Yi. The professor introduced himself and asked, did the young man really know him? Have they met somewhere before? Ming. He said that he was Qin Yu's younger brother. Professor Wu said that now he, young man, remembered. Luo Yi said we should help the professor get on the helicopter quickly, because he is the last hope of mankind. We can't let him end up in the hands of the villains. The girls asked that Min Hai should help the professor and open the barrier. Lo Yi stated that he couldn't destroy all the enemies. They are about to catch up. There is not much time left. Why is the young man standing still? Professor Wu said that even if they boarded the helicopter now, there would still be 10 minutes left before takeoff. The takeoff time was set in advance and can't be changed. The enemies wouldn't catch up with them anyway. Min Hai said that he couldn't let these people board the helicopter. The girls were surprised that a guy would say such a thing. Lo Yi became indignant. Does Min Hai realize what he's saying? The special unit is risking their lives and fighting the villains from the will of heaven. We need to save Professor Wu. Luo Yi asked, does Min Hai even realize how important this professor is to all of humanity? Has he been brainwashed by the Dragon Fang people? Is he really willing to betray all of humanity? Min He stated that he is confident in what he is doing now. He is standing guard and deciding who gets on that helicopter. Lo Yi became indignant. Who does Min? He think he is. Lo Yi remarked that Ming He mustn't forget. His authority allows him to instill common sense into the young man. Ming He said that Lo Yi could try to do that if he had the strength. Ming He said he can't trust anyone. Lo Yi attacked Min He and said that nothing can fix this guy anymore. Ming He threw his opponent over his head and knocked him to the ground. The young men clashed in hand-to-hand combat. Xiaohua told her ward that this opponent was a rank white bear. If he wasn't injured, Ming He wouldn't be able to do anything anymore. Ming He took out his gloves and said that he would have to use them. Xiaohua asked, was this what Professor Feng gave the young man? Ming He replied that Professor Feng had modified them. Xiaohua remarked that they might not be enough. Ming He took out a crystal and said that he would use more of it as well. Xiaohua replied that combining these items was a great idea. Ming He put on his gloves and activated the crystals. He said that Lo Yi could now attack. Luo Yi prepared to attack and said that the young man didn't even realize what he was doing. Ming. He was surprised. His opponent was moving at such a speed that he was creating residual illusions. Ming Hu threw a punch, and huge crystals formed between the opponents. Xiaohua said that you can't let the opponent get close to you. Our hero applied the dragon twisting fist. Luo Yi really couldn't get within arm's length of his opponent. Thanks to the crystals, the young man summoned the ice crystal dragon to help. Ming He said that if Lo Yi wanted him to believe him, he shouldn't get any closer. Lo Yi stated that he saved Professor Wu from the Dragon Fang traitors. Lo Yi stated that Min Hai still has some feelings of camaraderie with Dragon Fang. That's why the guy is suspicious of him. The female staff members asked if Min Hai really didn't believe Professor Wu. People wondered, even if Min Hai doesn't believe them and thinks there's a monster among them, he should at least believe in the professor. After all, he did everything for the sake of humanity, so he can't be a monster. No matter how Min Hai feels right now, he must let the professor onto the helicopter immediately. Wasn't that his mission? To save the professor. Professor Wu said that Min Hai was acting right if he was being so cautious. But the situation is quite extreme. He must take the information about the monsters with him. Otherwise, humanity won't be able to deal with them. Qin Yu told her brother that there were indeed many monsters among them. But after all, the professor had done a lot of things for humanity. He can't be one of them. Lu Qian said that the monsters were clearly targeting Professor Wu. Luo Yi said for Ming He to allow the professor to go to the helicopter. Otherwise, how can they believe that he is fighting on the side of humanity? Ming He said that not too long ago, he and Professor Tang Han were in a town that was attacked by a monster. There, they encountered something they weren't prepared for. Parasites with high intelligence were waiting for them. They could occupy human bodies. It seemed to him that this was very important information that needed to be shared. The existence of such creatures seriously changes things. Min He added that once they separated, Professor Tang Han didn't say anything to the world. He just led the Dragon Fang into battle on Tianwen Mountain. He decided to get rid of the monsters that were hiding among the humans. Ming He said that he didn't realize anything at first. He really thought the Dragon Fang had betrayed humanity. But when he saw how these monsters ended up among the observatory staff, he realized everything. These creatures were nothing new. They had already existed years ago. Back then, they were lurking among the people and had even ended up in the management. Min He added that he hadn't understood before how an organization like Heaven's Will could even exist. After all, they were fighting against humans. Now it was clear. These monsters lived among humans. These parasites were always around. They looked like humans and watched their every move. In the beginning, they couldn't hide perfectly, but now they have completely blended into society and are undetectable. The parasites always lived near humans and laughed at how stupid humans were. After all, the parasites were behind their backs all the time. Humans to the parasites were animals to be destroyed when the time came. Dragon Fang never betrayed humanity. He simply put his reputation and the lives of his people on the line. He set out to destroy all the parasites lurking amongst the humans. Dragon Fang will always be humanity's last shield. The young man said that his heart as a member of the Dragon Fang would not waver. He would follow them and fight as long as he breathed. Suddenly, that third monster appeared and asked, "What was the point of this?" It was already too late. They didn't need to hide anymore. The monster was dragging a man behind him. The villain lifted that person up and said that he was the instructor of the Dragon Fang's first group. Would Min Hai recognize him? Our hero certainly recognized Instructor Luo. The villain tossed the man aside and said that he was sick of having to pretend to be a human. He had waited a long time for the moment when he could finally rip off that hideous skin. The monster took on his natural appearance and said it was much better that way. The monster asked why Luo Yi still hasn't destroyed this guy. He is disappointing him. Lo Yi told the monster to shut up. The villain replied that it's too late. Is he still trying to hide it from his little sister? Lo Yi is one of the people who was among the humans before anyone else. Although he looks like a human, he doesn't need feelings for humans. The monster grabbed Lo Yi and told him not to resist. Besides, he was badly injured. The monster stated that it's time for his sister to know the truth. He will help if this guy doesn't want to do it himself. The mask was torn off, and Lu Qian saw what her brother really looked like. The villain told the girl to take a look at her favorite little brother. The monster apologized to his sister and said he never meant to hurt her. Lu Qian was scared and couldn't believe her eyes. The villain said to Big Brother not to worry. Even the highest species like them sometimes had pets. He had done a lot for their kind. Master will let him keep this girl as a pet. Luo Yi said that this monster doesn't understand anything. The monster replied that Luo Yi is a bit out of his mind. Professor Wu said for Lo Yi and Hui Zhao to calm down immediately. This was not the time to fight each other. The monsters bowed to their master. Professor Wu apologized to everyone for deceiving them for so long. After all, he is also one of the parasites. The professor said that he didn't agree with Hui Zhao. It was never torture for him to talk to people. It was an honor to work together with them. No matter how much they get smarter or evolve, both humans and monsters remain prisoners of their instincts. They are only animals that become either hunters or victims. Qin Yu was surprised after all. The professor had sacrificed a lot for humanity. He learned about the drop of life in the meteorite and predicted the arrival of the monsters. The professor made a plan to stop them. He helped destroy half of the monsters that deserted the humans. Qin Yu didn't understand. How could the professor be one of them? Suddenly, Professor Tang Han appeared, accompanied by instructor Luo Ling. The professor said that everything Mr. Wu said 20 years ago was a lie. They didn't come from outer space. Tang Ming said that since ancient times, people have been looking at the stars, trying to find traces of other civilizations. However, they had no idea that another civilization was hiding under their feet. Deep within the earth dwelt these monsters. From the depths, they had come here. Everyone present did not understand how such a thing was possible. A staff member noticed that Tang Han was a member of the astronomy department back then. How could he say such a thing now? How could they have come from the bowels of the earth? Tang Han pointed to Professor Wu and said that he was the one who found the drop of life. But that's not true. The drop of life is actually a wormhole stone. There are many such stones underground. When two wormhole stones are next to each other, they activate, and a wormhole portal opens. Meteorites with such stones are very rare, and wormhole stones underground are almost impossible to get to the surface. That a meteorite with such a stone would fall on another wormhole stone underground is virtually impossible. This has happened twice in Earth's history. The first time was when the dinosaurs died out. The second time was 40 years ago. Since then, mankind has lived in a period where monsters have appeared one after another. This means that the stones that opened the wormholes were dug up in advance and placed where meteorites fell. Therefore, they were able to open one wormhole after another, from where countless creatures emerged. They call themselves a superior race that came from outer space to exterminate humans and become the true owners of Earth. The staff assumed that all their research was useless and they were getting paid for nothing. They had tried in vain to find traces in space. Those footprints kept hiding under their feet. Manhwa noticed that the plan to eliminate the monsters was a carefully planned lie created to drain humanity's weapons and resources before a large-scale war. Manhwa admitted that they had been utterly defeated. Tang Han agreed that it was a rout. Professor Tang Han said that they will not lose their last ray of hope. The Dragon Fang is humanity's last defense. Luo Ling added that even if they are all destined to die, they won't let these creatures get away. Lo Lin told our hero that Professor Wu is the leader of the parasite monsters. He is the one they have been searching for so long. He can't be allowed to leave. Hui Zhao stated that the Dragon Fang is practically destroyed. There is no need for them to leave by helicopter. The monster suggested that the master should destroy all the people here, and then open a wormhole to take over the city. Professor Wu replied that there were still strong fighters left in South City. Besides, Dragon Fang was severely exhausted from the battle with the monsters. Professor Wu said that it was better to just leave. After all, it was the largest city of mankind. Haijo replied that in that case, he would get rid of the mincemeat that was preventing them from passing. Luo Yi told the master that he is trying to hold them back. The helicopter won't take off until 5 minutes later. This guy is trying to protect the girls so they can fly away, while he himself will stay here to fight. Luo Yi added that while fighting He managed to damage the system responsible for the helicopter taking off. He now realized why the countdown to the helicopter's takeoff had disappeared. But when had he managed to do that? Haizhao told Luo Yi to keep an eye on Master while he dealt with this person. The monster said that if it wasn't for Luo Yi, he would be dead. Hui Zhao, approaching our hero, said that this man used to be afraid of him. But now he had the courage to stand right in front of him. The monster stated that people are very strange. He also prepared to attack and activated his battle fists, Ice Fist and Fire Fist. Our hero's attack was swift, and the monster flew far back, taking damage in the process. The villain steadied himself and said that this battle would be fun. Haizhao said that it was as if Instructor Luo hadn't even tried. Ming-He got angry and pounced on his opponent again. The attack was very crushing, and under the impact of the resulting blast wave, many people present flew apart. Professor Wu thought that this person was hiding his true capabilities. No wonder several of his students had died at the hands of this young man. Ming-He said that these monsters were just pathetic cockroaches that had crawled to the surface. They must return to their land or he would personally bury them all. Hui Zhao was deactivated and lay among the crystals. After a while, Hui Zhao stood up and said that he had to admit there were some smart fighters among the Dragon Fang. He must be a little tired from the past battles, so it was hard for him to fight now. Haizhao said that humans may call them cockroaches, but they have powers that humans have never even dreamed of. Luo Ling told our hero that this creature has strong regeneration. It could be destroyed with just one blow. He replied that he understood everything. Our hero noticed that his opponent became much faster. The monster attacked the young man, however, He was able to dodge. Hui Zhao couldn't believe that the man had dodged his punch. Xiaohua said that the monster didn't have a single trace of the wounds it had inflicted. Its regeneration was amazing. He must have gotten it from the insects he devoured when he evolved. We'll have to use another crystal. Xiaohua shouted for Ming-He not to yawn and dodge. The monster's web doesn't even burn. If it hits the young man with the web, it will tear it off along with pieces of its own body. Minhe said that if this web doesn't burn, we should try another way. Our hero applied an ordinary insecticide and the monster was defeated. The villain could not do anything after this attack. He only screamed and lay on the ground. His body continued to be corroded by this chemical. Ming-He told the Kaiser to go back to the ground. Ming-He asked Professor Wu, was Dr. Zhao his student? The professor confirmed. The young man inquired if Professor Feng had become a scapegoat. Wu confirmed again. That guy who planned the tragedy in the fog was also his disciple? Professor Wu confirmed it again. Our hero asked about the monsters of Fujun City. The villain said that they were his subordinates who were still growing up. Minnie asked how many of these monsters there were in the astronomy department. Professor Wu replied that half the department was there, but unfortunately, almost all of them died in the battle with the Dragon Fang. Min-He assumed that the astronomy department where his sister worked was the biggest nest of monsters right among humans. Professor Wu said that that parasite girl from Fujun City would replace his sister when she fully matured. Min-He wondered why they couldn't just sit underground. Professor Wu replied that since Ming-He had interacted with Dr. Zhao, he should understand the true motive of the astronomy department. Wu stated that they decided to show up because the Earth begged for help. It was sick and about to die. Humans, after all, are also children of Earth. So why didn't they think of the Earth when they mutilated its body? Why did they use such extreme methods? A young man should understand what war is. The negotiations between them just failed. People had all been warned. Min-He should look at it from a different perspective. Sooner or later, humans would have started the 3rd, 4th, and 5th World Wars anyway. Wouldn't it be better for them to be villains? Right now, they are dealing with overpopulation and resource depletion. Min-He said that these parasites should go away and people will solve their own problems. Professor Wu said that if there were more personalities like Min-He among the people, perhaps they would never have met. Professor Wu added that they weren't the ones who attacked first. He was surprised. After all, they were the ones who used the will of heaven to exterminate people. Mr. Wu stated that the whole truth is in the hands of humanity's leaders. The young man must rise higher. and then he will know the truth. Professor Wu expressed his hope that Manhwa will become an excellent leader, and then, as a representative of humanity, he will be able to have a normal dialogue. Professor Wu touched Lo Yi's shoulder, and the monster knelt down. Lo Yi transformed and became a huge monster with incredible strength. Ming-He rushed after Professor Wu and said that they weren't done yet. Lo Yi threatened our hero on the road. Ming-Ha wondered, has Luo Yi gone crazy? After all, they will hurt Lu Qian. Lo Yi replied that the master would never do such a thing. He trusts him more than anything else in the world. Professor Wu said that the special unit will be here soon. Whoever survives among them will change the course of history with their own hands. Minhe shouted that he wouldn't let the professor leave. He won't be able to touch the girls. Ming-He struck Lo Yi and told him to get out of the way. However, the acid did not corrode Lo Yi's body. The monster declared that he was not some bug that could be destroyed by acid. He was now an underground draconoid, as humanity called them. Ming-He kept throwing punches and repeatedly told Lo Yi to step aside. Luo Yi said that a human would not be able to defeat him. He relied too much on those crystals. Professor Wu hypnotized the girls and grabbed them in his arms. Luo Yi grabbed the young man's arm and said that he wouldn't let go of him, and there was no reason to be so stubborn. Ming-He was able to break free from the monster's hands and rushed after Professor Wu. Professor Wu said that he was taking Min-He's sister away. The young man must take care of the saint of their clan. Near the professor, Xiaohua appeared. They were even similar in some ways. The professor said that not only was she a goddess to their people, but she was also his daughter, Ming. He had absolutely no idea what was going on here. Professor Wu threw the young man far back with a punch of his hand. The helicopter with Professor Wu and the girls flew away to an unknown destination. Xiaohua said that she herself did not understand what was going on here. She has no memories. She lives in the young man's body and would never be able to lie to him. Minhai said he didn't doubt her. The truth about this world was much more complicated. He didn't understand anything either. It was necessary to move now, or else Luo Yi would destroy him. Ming-He and Luoling attacked Luo Yi. The monster repeated the professor's words. Whoever survives out of the two of them will change the course of this story with his own hands. He can't let the Dragon Fang whitewash his name. Xiaohua told the young man to stop. The opponent is much stronger than he was before. He would simply die if he continued to fight. Then he decided to use that strength. Xiaohua stated that in that case, they would know his true power. A huge high-energy flame appeared around the protagonist. Luo Yi thought that the young man was using his blood to rise in rank, but with such worthless strength, he wouldn't be able to protect Lu Qian. Our hero activated Red Sovereignty. Luo Yi said that even this ability won't be enough to defeat him. Lu Qian will only be safe around him. He is her big brother. Even if humanity is wiped out, he won't let a hair fall from her head. Professor Tang Han said that this is not a Red Sovereignty, but a divine heir, a Black Saint rank ability. It was a divine soul that had descended into their world. Luo Yi wondered, had Ming-He jumped through several ranks at once? Ming-He said that he was grateful to Luo Yi since he didn't harm Lu Qian. However, humans would never be their pets, and none of them would accept the fate of pets. Ming-He in the form of Xiaohua said that humans would determine their own fate, and the vermin should go back underground. The people outside saw the huge creature deliver crushing blows, driving the vermin underground. The people outside saw the outline of a huge winged monster breaking through the mist. It was definitely a monster, as such strength could not be possessed by a human. Luo Yi flapped his wings and rose above the city. Ming-He decided to deliver a crushing fist strike to the flying monster. Professor Tang Han said that it was indeed a divine heir. Within this young man's body lurked the power of a Black Saint. Luo Ling added that Ming-He was humanity's last line of defense. The academy staff said that this young man was too strong. Is he even human at all? An entire special unit wouldn't be able to do well against him. Ming-He lowered himself to the ground in front of the astonished Luo Yi and asked if he was the reason why the humans were defeated at the ruins. The monster said that he saw no point in answering that question. Ming-He said that once they got rid of all the creatures lurking among the humans, they would never be defeated again. Luo Yi replied that they didn't even know what was lurking under their feet. Ming-He asked the monster where Professor Wu had taken his sister and Lu Qian. Luo Yi said that they went to the ruins. No one would get them there. Ming-He stated that he would save the girls. Hong Xiao showed up just in time and asked, "Is it really Lo Yi?" Ming-He replied that he was a parasite. Monsters like him had long since infiltrated the ranks of humans. Hong Xiao asked, "What about the Dragon Fang?" Ming-He replied that the Dragon Fang was humanity's last line of defense. Half of the astronomy department were parasites, As soon as Dragonfang found out about this, he immediately decided to exterminate them before they could harm humanity even more. Hongxiao was frightened. Were they really destroying the true heroes of humanity? It turned out that they were willing to give their lives for the good of humanity. Hongxiao decided to issue an order. We must not let our guard down. It is necessary to detect and exterminate all the parasites lurking among the people. At all levels and in all instances, this order was sounded. We must not lose vigilance. We must exterminate all parasites. Many of Dragonfang's best fighters gave their lives. They gave their lives because they fought to the end. These people were humanity's last line of defense. A special unit saluted the heroes from Dragonfang who gave their lives for humanity. The Superhuman Group, the Hunter Association, and the Superhuman Academy all saluted the heroes from Dragonfang who had fallen to save humanity. Luo Ling expressed her hope that these comrades would rest in peace. She promised to inherit their will and spirit to pass on to the next generations. Minghe decided that it was necessary to destroy all the monsters and protect Southern City and all of humanity. Luo Ling said that she understood what Minghe was thinking. To save people, the young man needed strength. Minghe said that Instructor Luo, his sister, and Lu Qian are all trapped under the rubble. They are in danger. Luo Ling said that she doesn't know what Teacher is up to, but if he took them alive, he's unlikely to get rid of them right away. The struggle continues, as she and Minghe are the only survivors of the Dragonfang. Minghe asked Instructor Luo Ling how does he realize that he has become strong enough. The woman replied that these ruins concentrated the largest number of creatures on the planet. In order to survive, the young man would need to reach at least the White Swan rank. Minghe thought that he was only halfway to the Heavenly Flame rank for now. There was an urgent need to make a breakthrough. There was no time to waste. The instructor said that Minghe has gone through a lot. He needs to rest. He looks like he's about to pass out. We should go back home. Min Hai went back to the academy dormitory. His friends said they saw him on TV and didn't know he was a member of the Dragonfang. Jian Yuan asked if it was hard to hide such information from friends. Li Mian apologized to Min Hai. He admitted that he shouldn't have tried to hurt him. Min He is the hero of the city. Min He replied that it's okay. After all, they are brothers living in the same dormitory. Peng Xiao saw Ming He and rushed to him with a hug. He came running as soon as he heard about his return. Peng Xiao said that many people now admire Ming He. The young man replied that he was tired and wanted to sleep. Peng Xiao stated that he had a question. According to the reporters, the victory in the battle was only achieved with the help of a Black Saint rank expert. It's a pity that the news didn't say anything about this expert. Maybe Min Hai knows something about him? The young man replied that he didn't know this great man, having only seen him from afar. It must be a military secret. Peng Xiao said he was just asking. It would be great to know the Black Saint personally. Ming He was alone in the room and decided to meditate. Xiaohua told him to stop cultivating and rest. She reminded him that the young man had already used her power, and his body might break down. Instead of resting, he went to a funeral, and now he was cultivating again. Ming. He replied that the members of the Dragonfang were heroes, and it was his duty to see them off on their final journey. They had sacrificed themselves to save Southern City and all of humanity. Xiaohua became angry, stating as if she was talking to a wall. If the young man didn't rest, he might die. Ming. He said that he was fine. He lay down on the bed and immediately fell asleep. Upon waking up, stated that he felt fine. Xiaohua asked how he was feeling. Ming He inquired how long he had slept. She replied, about 40 hours. Ming He felt very hungry and decided to eat. Eating took a long time. He said that he felt much better now and felt different. The young man asked Xiaohua if she knew a way to get stronger quickly. The woman said that Ming He is already developing fast. Right now, he needs to strengthen his base, or else he won't be able to withstand the strength he already has inside him. Ming He reminded that he urgently needs the White Swan rank. Xiaohua said that the young man would then have to absorb liquid stardust, but it was hard to find. She gave him a drop of her blood to create a parasite sensor. With it, he would be able to detect those weaker than him. Min He asked if she thought that by helping him, she might be hurting her kin. The woman recalled that he wanted to show her the beauty of the human world. And she does feel it, in the sacrifices people make. They believe and follow through. That's why humanity is evolving. However, even in monsters, including Master, there is something that repels her. After Professor Wu Lun's plan was revealed, Professor Tang Han became the head of the monster researchers. He thought that only he could help create the sensor. Min He walked into Professor Tang Han's office. The latter inquired about what he could do to help. The professor said that the experiment wasn't finished yet, and he was busy. Min Hai replied that he would wait. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Min Hai asked if everything was okay. Tang Han replied that he was lucky. If the young man hadn't been around, he might have gotten hurt. The experiment had failed. Min Hai asked what kind of experiment it was and why it had to be finished as soon as possible. Tang Han admitted that he had no choice. The southern city is cordoned off. We need to find all the parasites, but they're hiding well. Unless they give themselves away, there's no way to find them. The professor added that's why he was asked to create a device to detect them. He tried using the blood and flesh of the parasites, but nothing worked. The experiments failed again and again. Min He showed the professor a drop of blood and asked if he could make a sensor out of it. Tang Han wondered what kind of blood it was. He immediately sensed a powerful energy. It was the blood of a high-ranked monster. Ming He said that it came from his body. He has the power of a black saint. This blood should be able to help. Tang Han promised to try it, but warned that it would take time. He already had all the other materials. Looking at the blood in the microscope, the professor said it was an excellent blood essence. Now he was sure it would work. An hour later, Tang Han reported that the device was ready. It looked like a watch. He explained that the sensor would signal if the parasite was within 100 meters. Min Hai asked how to use the watch. Tang Han replied, "You just need to channel energy into it." The young man said it worked. The red arrow is pointing in the direction of the parasite. So there really were infected people left in the academy. Min He immediately decided to track down the parasite and jumped out the window. He thought that the target was probably somewhere in the dormitory. He wondered, were the parasites really any of the students? As they made their way through the forest, the vice president of the student council chased after someone who was flying on wings. Min He also decided to catch this person using the binding vines. He stopped the fugitive and saw that it was Li Jin. The young man shouted for Ming He to let him go. After all, they live in the same dormitory. Ming He didn't expect such a thing. Did Li Jin really turn out to be a monster? The one admitted that he had become a parasite, but claimed that he had never done anything bad to people. Feng told Min He not to listen to him. That monster is just trying to bullshit him. They caught Li Jin when he was trying to sabotage. He was planting bombs near the dormitory. He used to pass on a lot of important information when he was in the reserves. Many comrades died because of him. If he hadn't made a mistake, no one would have discovered him. Min Hai said that if that was really the case, he wouldn't listen to him. The hero used the crystal to finish what he started. Li Jin shouted that Ming He had no right to destroy it. But the man didn't hesitate and dropped a huge stone on the traitor's body. Feng was shocked by what she saw. She was also going to destroy Li Jin, but Ming He didn't hesitate for a second. Feng said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. She didn't know that He had become so strong. Min He confirmed. Yes, they hadn't crossed paths for a long time. He too was surprised that Feng had reached the heavenly flame rank. The girl had expected that after rising to this level, she would be able to take revenge. But it turned out that he wasn't behind at all. Feng Ling reported that Southern City was surrounded. Everyone was being called back. The student council began to cleanse the Academy of Vermin. The girl added that they have split into 2 groups, led by her and Tian Ning. Things are not going well. The parasites are skillfully hiding. Li Jin is the first to be found, and that was by accident. Ming He told Feng Ling to entrust the remaining vermin to him. He won't let them escape. Professor Ling was giving a lecture at the academy, continuing the theme of the previous class. One of the students said that Professor Ling's lectures are interesting. Not only is she smart and beautiful, but she also has a sense of humor. Everyone respects her. Suddenly the door to the classroom opened and Min He and Feng Ling walked in. The students immediately recognized Feng Ling. Some also recognized Ming He, the rookie who had defeated her in the battle at the observatory. Had these two really come to the lecture? Professor Ling recognized them as well. The woman asked if they wanted to listen to her lecture. Ming. He glanced at the universal clock. He confirmed. Yes, they had indeed come for knowledge. Professor Lin invited them to come through and sit where it was convenient. But suddenly, the young men attacked the professor. They threw punches at her at the same time. Everyone in the audience thought that the students had gone crazy. Lin exclaimed, "How dare they attack the professor?" Ming He firmly stated that he knew Professor Lin was a parasite. The students were outraged. She's been teaching for 5 years. It's impossible to accuse her of betrayal so easily. They are ready to defend her. Feng Ling asked her companion. Perhaps these students are also infected? Min. He replied that they are just under her influence. The girl realized it was impossible to destroy the students. We need to act differently. The professor jumped up and shouted for no one to dare harm her students. Min He punched the woman again, stating that there was no point in pretending. They had already realized everything. The woman screamed not to be touched. She wasn't hurting anyone. But in doing so, she turned into a monster. The students realized, the professor really is a parasite. How was this possible? How could she be so good at pretending? Perhaps she was influencing the students with her aura. Perhaps she had extra classes with them at night. The monster shouted that these people were nothing but pathetic parasites. Manhwa struck again and said, "It's not humans who are parasitized. It's the monsters that are taking over their bodies." Feng Ling looked at Manhwa and marveled at his strength. How could he defeat a high-rank parasite so easily? She admitted that she hadn't expected such a thing. Professor Ling hid herself masterfully. Without the sensor, they would never have detected her. Min. He agreed. Parasites really are perfect at disguising themselves as humans. The young man decided to continue the sweep and broke into the girls' dormitory. The girls were shocked. How dare he even dare to come in here? Immediately let him leave. But the young man paid no attention and forcefully punched one of the female students. He said that he would destroy her right now. Feng Ling noted that Manhwa was incredibly strong. The parasite didn't even have time to react. Manhwa said that plant parasites were an extremely rare type of monster. Inside the academy, there were almost no parasites left. They found 9, and only one of them was a plant. Manhwa told his companion that they had already combed through almost the entire academy. It was unlikely that there were still any left. He's going to contact Luo Ling. She hunts vermin outside the academy. She might need some help. Manhwa asked Lo Lin if they were okay. The woman replied that not really. The parasites are hiding too well. They only found 3 of them, and that was thanks to information leaks. Right now, not a trace of them. Min. He reported that they had already wiped out all the parasites in the academy. Luo Ling wondered, how could Manhwa find the whole 9 of them? Manhwa thought that he needed 5 portions of liquid stardust to obtain the White Swan rank. At the same time, he would be able to help Luo Ling. Luo Ling said that she was waiting for the young man on Yanhe Street. The young people traveled by bike. Ming. He asked the girl, isn't she rich? Why does she only have 1 bike? Feng Ling replied that they are in the academy. Why would she have multiple motorcycles if she's the only one riding? They rode up to Lo Lin's place and said hello to the instructor. Luo Ling said that she knew this girl. She was the princess of Tianfeng Corporation, the genius of South City Academy. Feng Ling asked not to call her that. She met Manhwa and realized that she is not a genius at all. Compared to him, she was nothing. Manhwa thought that Tianfeng Corporation was the largest pharmaceutical company in Southern City. Most of the drugs used by superhumans are manufactured by this corporation. He didn't expect Feng Ling to be associated with it. Manhwa asked Lo Ling if there were any changes. The instructor replied that there was nothing new yet. Manhwa showed the woman the sensor and explained that it was Professor Tang Han's latest development. The sensor can detect parasites within a 100-meter radius. He activated the device and said that he hasn't detected anything yet. The area is too big, and the sensor has a short range. The search must continue. After a while, the young man reported that the sensor detected something in a shopping center. At the mall, a saleswoman was thanking customers for their purchases. Manhwa walked over to her and held out his hand. Without further ado, he began to strike the girl in the face with his fists. The parasite was destroyed. Luo Ling recognized that the sensor was working. They had already found 1 parasite. Manhwa noticed that it was easier to look for parasites in the academy. The city was too big, and the sensor's range was small. Lo Lin said that it would be easier with Dragonfang. They had scouting teams gathering information. But they lost all their leaders in that battle. Only 2 remained. Manhwa asked if Luo Ling still couldn't let them go. The woman replied that the more important thing now was to find the parasites. After a while, they managed to find another parasite. The monster got out of the car and said that he recognized them. They were the survivors from Dragonfang. All 3 of them attacked the monster. The one declared that it would tear them all apart. Manhwa delivered a crushing blow and pierced through the monster's body. Feng Ling was astonished. He had destroyed the parasite with a single blow. The girl exclaimed that he had stolen her prey. Luo Ling remarked that they had only found 2 the entire evening. And that was only because of the sensor. The instructor said she knew how the other teams were doing. They hadn't found anyone. Feng Ling added that it was very difficult to exterminate demons, so it was best to take their time. He thought that none of the parasites he found were plants. He didn't find a single drop of liquid stardust. The academy had only managed to obtain 1. If this continued, how long would it take to obtain the White Swan rank? Feng Ling asked what he was thinking about. He replied that he was thinking about nothing. He just needed to keep searching. The girl offered a snack and even invited everyone at her own expense. Luo Ling also agreed. We should go somewhere and eat. Ming he said he didn't mind. He wasn't picky about food at all. Feng Ling invited everyone to French food. She knew a good restaurant nearby. The young people settled down at a round table and began to savor the exquisite dishes. Feng Ling offered Ming He a piece of steak from her fork. It was juicy and tasted delicious. Luo Ling felt like an extra. In addition, she wasn't being noticed at all. The instructor thought that from the outside, they looked like a couple. It's a pity that Ming He is in love with Lu Qian, even though she's an amazing girl too. A phone call rang out. The hero was asked how the sweep was going. The young man replied that it was slow. Only 2 people had been found. Professor Tan Han said that the girls were kidnapped by Professor Wu. But there is good news. The management is preparing an urgent meeting. On the agenda will be the development of tactics to storm the ruins. It's a chance to save the girls. The news pleased Min Hai, and he asked when the assault was scheduled. Would he have time to finish the French food? The professor replied that no date had been set yet. He could eat in peace. The young man thought that the professor was too naive. People will not be able to storm the ruins. If the plan fails, the girls will not be saved. And if the assault is successful, the teacher will simply destroy them. Min Hai decided that he won't let that happen. He must save his sister and Lu Qian. Luo Ling clarified. Was it the professor who called? Was he talking about the meeting? After Professor Wu Tanghan was exposed, he became a leading parasite expert. The instructor said that it might be a good idea to propose the recovery of the Dragon Fang at the meeting. Min He thought it was a great idea. Why hadn't he thought of it himself? Dragon Fang is no longer considered a traitorous organization. If it was reinstated, it would speed up the search for the parasites. Min He would gather stardust faster, reach the White Swan rank, and save the girls. He stated that they needed to leave. It was urgent to talk to the professor. Feng Ling wondered, why so soon? The food had just arrived. If they wanted to talk to the professor, they should take Tian Ning with them. She would be easier to convince him. She looked surprised. Why was everyone staring at her? Ming He said that the girl was absolutely right. She should urgently call Tian Ning and invite her to see the professor. Tian Ning said that she was a little late. She was hunting parasites with the Hunter Association. Ming He replied that there was no need to worry. They had just arrived as well. Now it was safe to head to the professor's office. Professor Tang Han was surprised. Shouldn't Ming He be hunting parasites right now? Where did he get free time from? Luo Ling was the first to enter the conversation. She explained that they had come after hearing that the professor was going to have a meeting with the leadership of South City. They have a proposal to restore the Dragon Fang. The professor is well aware of the cost of Dragon Fang's victory. Right now, the organization actually does not exist. Min Hai stated that they urgently need help. They have a sensor, but its radius is too small. He noted that looking for vermin in a huge city with such a device is like looking for a needle in a haystack. But with the Dragon Fang's intelligence, the search radius could be narrowed down, and then hunting would be much more effective. The professor said he understood the young men perfectly. He himself had seen the organization destroyed, and he too would like to revive it. However, now all the forces of the city are focused on preparing for the storming of the ruins. Bringing the organization back to life would not be easy. Tian Ning advised her uncle to bring up the matter at the meeting. If it wasn't for him and Dragon Fang, the city wouldn't have survived. Professor Tang Han agreed. He promised to do his best and contact the head of the academy. He had a high position in South City. If they could get support, they could convince the council. The South City Council meeting was held behind closed doors in a windowless room. The level of secrecy was extremely high. The head of defense reported that after the Misty Canyon incident, their forces had been defeated on the front lines. Now there's also been an incident in the astronomy department. All of this points to one thing. The monsters are beginning to push humanity back. The threat coming from the ruins cannot be ignored. The head of defense said that the decision was made to use all available resources and together with other structures to organize an assault. Their goal was to exterminate the monsters right in the nest. He added that everyone was gathered here to work out a detailed plan of attack. After 2 hours of discussion, a clear plan was drawn up. The assault would begin in a week's time. Professor Tan Han raised his hand, asked for the floor and voiced an idea. The parasites have spread throughout the city. If they are not eradicated, there could be an information leak. He suggested reviving the Dragon Fang. The head of defense replied that the matter could be discussed if the professor thought revival was possible. The woman recalled that it was Tang Han who uncovered the conspiracy in the astronomy department and Dragon Fang who stopped the monster. They are heroes, and their contributions should not be forgotten. She supports the proposal. However, another council member expressed doubt. The Dragon Fang was too independent. The head of defense objected. There was no problem with that. A special unit needs special privileges. Another council member agreed, but emphasized. The main task was to devote all resources to storming the ruins. There were not enough forces in the southern city, and it might be better to postpone the Dragon Fang issue until the next meeting. The man added that although Fang had made a huge contribution, he had acted alone, without coordination. He didn't even trust the council, and it was impossible to wage a full-scale war alone. If Manhwa hadn't shown up at the last minute, the consequences would have been disastrous. The woman added that his appearance was not part of Fang's plan, although he was listed as part of the squad. Given the casualties suffered, it was safe to assume that Commander Lo Lin had something to do with it. The council member recalled that if it wasn't for Dragon Fang, humanity wouldn't have known the truth about the events in the astronomy division. Despite everything, they sacrificed themselves and will remain heroes. They are due honor and respect. The head of defense confirmed. The parasite threat is serious, as the professor said. But resources are limited, and it is extremely difficult to work on several fronts. He added, if the ruins can be destroyed, the parasites in South City will be helpless without a leader. The head of defense asked, if everyone agrees, then the decision has been made. What would Professor Tang Han and Director Chu say? At this time, the heroes waited for the professor to return after the meeting. The professor returned and Manhwa asked how the meeting went. The professor reported that the Dragon Fang issue had been postponed. That was all. Although there was support for the idea, the council felt that they couldn't handle two tasks at once, especially after the losses in the astronomy department. The professor added, if all attention was now on the assault, there would be no way to rebuild the organization. Feng Ling was indignant. Not even a child could be fooled by such an excuse. They just don't want the superhumans to enter the Dragon Fang and not participate in the assault. Tianning said that arguing with the leadership is useless. Manhwa suggested that it's all because Dragon Fang acted on their own during the incident with the astronomy department. Because of this, they are not trusted. Luo Ling suggested forgetting about it for now. The council has its own views, and that's fine. She asked what He was going to do. He replied, he has no other plan. The assault is near, and if the parasites aren't destroyed, everything will fail. Since the recovery of the squad has been postponed, he will do the mopping up himself. It'll take a long time, but right now it's all he can do. He must keep collecting stardust. The professor wondered, is he really going to go out so late? Manhwa replied, time is short, we need to act. He added, he can wait, but his sister and Lu Qian can't. Feng Ling said she would go with him. For the next 3 days, the perimeter of the city was cordoned off. One of the warriors reported that the Dragon Fang was on the roof of a building. At this time, Feng Ling fought the monster in a fierce battle. Manhwa arrived in time and deactivated the parasite. The girl exclaimed that she could have handled it herself. Why did he take away her prey? Min. He explained that he was afraid. The parasite might escape. His hand had worked instinctively. He tried to calm her down and promised that next time she would finish off the enemy herself. It was just that this parasite was a rare plant type. Manhwa noticed that they hadn't even found 10 parasites in 3 days. Stardust had only been able to obtain it once. He thought that there wasn't much time left before the assault. At that moment, there was a powerful explosion in one of the buildings. The heroes did not realize what was happening. Everyone who was nearby was blown apart. There were screams and panic all around. Feng Ling said it was the vermin. Could it be that they had decided to take revenge? Such a big explosion simply couldn't be an accident. Many victims were crying out for help. Why did the vermin decide to carry out a terrorist attack now? Manhwa saw someone being crushed by a car. We need to help the person immediately. The young man threw the car aside with one fist punch, and the woman was underneath. The woman was covering a crying child with her body. The child survived, and Feng Ling picked him up. Feng Ling was upset, tears flowing from her eyes. She said that she would destroy every last parasite. The rescue teams rushed over to the young people. They had come here specifically to evacuate the victims after the terrorist explosion. Manhwa told the rescuers that he was a student of South City Academy. The rescuers arrived just in time. It would have been impossible for the students to get all the victims out on their own. Feng Ling said that the child's mother had died and he was left alone. Manhwa told the girl that they needed to get out of here as soon as possible. The girl handed the baby to the rescuers and they promised that they would not leave him alone. The rescuers started removing the rubble and freeing the injured people. Manhwa said he is superhuman and knows what to do. The young man activated his unique abilities. The guy hit the ground with force, and all the rocks and building fragments flew aside, freeing the people underneath them. The rescuers remarked that this was the power of a superhuman. Feng Ling thought that Ming-Hu was simply amazing. The injured people were all rescued. They knew that the Dragon Fang had saved them. The rescuer thanked the students of the academy. If it wasn't for them, the operation wouldn't have been so successful. Min-Hee said that they were just doing their duty. The protagonist told the girl that they should help the other victims. 4 buildings had fallen. The 2 of them would have to work for a very long time. Min. He decided to call Lo Lin. Maybe she could find someone to help. Feng Ling said that she had already called Tian Ning and found out that Director Chu had sent people. Lo Ling also confirmed that she would come with a group of superhumans. Our heroes decided to continue helping the humans with their own strength. Soon, a squad of superhumans arrived, and they told Min-Hee to leave the rest to them. Min-He told the instructor that he was unhurt, but there were many dead among the civilians. The parasites had gone too far. Tian Ning and her students also arrived on time. Feng Ling said that it was necessary to rescue people. Luo Ling noticed that after the battle in the astronomy department, the vermin didn't even have time to hide properly. Why did they decide to carry out this attack after all? Min Haye said that it looked very strange to him as well. But they will only know the reason when they find the culprit. Luo Ling asked how Min Hai was going to find him. The young man stated that he was nearby when the explosion happened. All 4 buildings exploded at the same time, so it wasn't just one parasite that did it. This is clearly a pre-planned operation. There are at least a dozen parasites at work here. Min-Hu said that he was watching the sensor the entire time he was rescuing people, but he didn't notice anything suspicious. So the parasites planned their escape route in advance. I'm guessing they didn't escape through the surface, but through the sewers. The buildings have collapsed, so the sewers nearby are also blocked. If they wanted to escape, they used the sewer exit as far away as possible, so there's a high probability that they're still there. The young man noticed that moving through the sewers would be difficult, and there were probably quite a few vermin in there. It would be necessary to form a small squad with a map and an experienced commander. Luo Ling said that Min-Hee was beginning to think like a real commander. Min-Hee replied that the instructor is a much more experienced commander than him. Luo Ling said that she would go look for a map of the sewer. Maybe she could find one on Google Maps. Feng Ling and Tian Ning said they would go with Ming-Hee. Peng Xiao and Wang Jia also volunteered to go and help as much as they could. Luo Ling handed the young man a device and said that it was the Dragon Fang equipment. From now on, they would all stay in touch. Lo Lin added that she had gotten a map and would be issuing commands while on the surface. She won't be going down into the sewers because of the allergies she has developed. Ming-He said that Group A will include him, Peng Xiao, and Feng Ling. Group B will include Tian Ning, Zhang Yuan, and Wang Jia. If anyone finds any traces of monsters, they should continue searching. Then everyone would meet up and engage in battle. Peng Xiao was glad that he was finally participating in the Dragon Fang operation. It is very exciting. Instructor Luo Ling, while in the control center, asked how Ming-Hee was doing. The young man replied that he didn't detect anything special. The sensor didn't react in any way. There was a fork in the road ahead. Lo Lin, using the map, told the group to head left. After a while, the protagonist said he saw a parasite. They were indeed running away through the sewers. Ming-Hu asked the instructor to tell Group B that they had found the parasite. Lo Lin replied that she would now guide Group B directly to them. But the sewer on their side is badly damaged. It will take a while to get there. Feng Ling asked how long it would take for Group B to get there. Min-Hee replied that because of the damage, it would take a long time to get there. One should just observe the parasites for now. Feng Ling thought that judging from the map, they were already far away from the terrorist attack area, which meant that the vermin should have already escaped from the sewers. The girl said that it seemed very strange. It didn't seem like the vermin were going to leave the sewers. Ming. He agreed with this assumption. Peng Xiao said that if they weren't going to leave, they might be planning to sneak through the sewer even further. But for how long? Peng Xiao suggested that they might be retreating to their base. If they followed them, it might be possible to capture all the remaining parasites in South City. Ming-Hu suggested that the parasite base in the astronomy department hadn't been destroyed. They wouldn't have time to create a new one. It's more advantageous for them to split up. It makes them harder to detect. Peng Xiao said that was very strange. He thought that the parasites had already achieved what they wanted. Feng Ling said that they had committed a terrorist attack and left the target area. They could have split up and scattered long ago. But why were they still here? Ming-Hu assumed that the parasites hadn't completed their mission yet. From the beginning, it was unclear to him why they were blowing up ordinary buildings. After all, they had been hiding perfectly well all this time. Why would they reveal themselves? Did they really have another purpose in mind? Peng Xiao wondered. If they had another purpose, why would they blow up buildings? It's not like they only drew attention to themselves. Ming-He said that that was what it was all about. to attract attention. It was necessary to catch up with them. The young man asked the instructor if there was anything important in the direction the vermin were heading. Luoling opened the map and said that she would check everything now. If one calculated the route, there were 3 potential targets ahead. First is the shopping mall. It has the largest flow of people in the entire city. Minghe wondered if it was the mall they were after. Luoling replied that there are 2 other targets, the clock tower and the abandoned water factory. Maybe they will try to poison the water? Minghe asked, if they really wanted to do that, wouldn't it be easier to just hide? Feng Ling asked the commander to look for more leads. Feng asked if Ming He had any guesses. The young man didn't think it was that simple. Peng Xiao suggested catching up with the vermin. No matter what they were up to, they should try to stop them. Ming He said that there might be too many of them. Some of them might escape if they don't team up with Group B. Feng Ling said that they just have to watch out for the parasites. After all, those haven't discovered them yet. Luoling said that she found something. More information has come to light. There's a nuclear power plant near the water plant, but it's unlikely they're headed there. Such facilities are always guarded by squads of superhumans. Minghe asked, aren't the superhumans now busy rescuing the victims in the destroyed buildings? Luoling understood everything. The parasites wanted to blow up the nuclear power plant. For several days now, the squad of superhumans had been intensely preparing to storm the ruins. That's why there were fewer people in the area around the plant, and after the terrorist attack, there was almost no one left there at all. Minhe suggested that the remaining superhumans at the nuclear power plant would not be enough. Luoling said that He should stop them. If the vermin manage to blow up the nuclear power plant, the city will be without power. The storming of the ruins will be cancelled, and the entire city will lose communication and the ability to defend itself. Something terrible will happen. Minhe said that he understood everything, and that they would definitely stop the vermin. Luoling added that she would warn the superhuman squads to return immediately, but Minhe stated that there was no time for that. Transportation in the city is paralyzed. They won't make it before the parasites do. Minhe stated that the only hope is that the parasites haven't realized yet that their plan has been revealed. Judging from their behavior, they really didn't suspect anything yet. However, these parasites might have allies in the nuclear plant. Luoling suggested that Minghe is right. Someone is probably leaking information. These parasites are acting too fast and have thoroughly prepared. Studying the map and route, Instructor Luoling said that Minghe should think of something. After all, he is the hope of mankind. Minghe said for Lo Lin to warn Squad B. They don't need to catch up with the vermin. They should go to the abandoned hydroelectric plant. It would need to be blown up. Lo Lin couldn't believe her ears. After all, these are the terrorists' methods. Minhe said that they don't have an advantage right now. The southern city is the territory of the vermin. But if they know the target, then they don't have to go after the enemy. The parasites are moving through the sewers because they have already transformed and can't move on the surface. Humans can. The hydroelectric plant is connected to the river. There's a lot of water there. If the dam is blown up, the water will flood the sewers. In that case, the vermin will take longer to reach the nuclear power plant. Luoling said this plan is too risky. What should be done next? Minhe replied that they would go up to the surface and go straight to the nuclear power plant. That way, they would get there faster than the parasites. The young man reminded that he has a sensor. He will use it to find the parasites hiding in the plant. After that, he will meet with Tianning. Feng Ling said that there are only 3 people in Tianning's squad. If they encounter the vermin, of which there are at least a dozen, it might not end well. Minghe said that they don't have time to think about it. He believes that Tianning will be able to hold off the enemy, and they themselves will head to the nuclear power plant where they will reveal the traitor and then go straight to help. Minghe thought that this is exactly how the Dragon Fang operates. Minhe told his companions that they were going upstairs. Our heroes got out of the sewers and took the first car they could find. The driver was indignant. After all, they were students of the academy. Is it possible to steal at that age? Peng Xiao jumped into the speeding car through the window. The whole group was together again. Feng Ling said that there was a hydroelectric power plant up ahead. Minghe replied that they were passing by. Peng Xiao said that he could see Tianning through the window. From the car, they could see Tianning's squad tending to the hydroelectric power plant. Tianning told her companions that they should blow up the hydroelectric power plant and gain a foothold. Minghe looked at Tianning and wished her squad good luck. Feng Ling told Tianning to definitely wait for them. A nuclear power plant appeared up ahead. Peng Xiao said that they had finally made it. The passage was barricaded, and there were armed guards on the road. Minghe got out of the car and introduced himself. His name was Minghe, and he was from Dragon Fang. Feng Ling added that they were disciples of the academy and had a super important assignment. Ming-he introduced that there might be a parasite lurking in the nuclear power plant. Peng Xiao said to take them to the command center immediately. The guard said he had to warn the commander first. Ming-he objected that there was no need to warn anyone. He could track the parasite up to 100 meters away. Besides, they couldn't be sure that the commander himself wasn't a parasite. If the commander learns of their arrival and turns out to be infected, he will immediately warn the enemy. Peng Xiao wondered, how would they be able to find the parasite in such a huge station without the commander's help? If they surveyed the area bit by bit, it would take several hours, and they don't have the time. What should they do? Min-he asked which department was responsible for the daily inspection and maintenance of the station. The guard replied that the maintenance department handles that. Its office is located on the west side. Peng Xiao wondered why Ming-he was asking this. Ming-he said that after the withdrawal of most of the superhumans, the parasites still haven't kicked in. They're waiting for the rest. So there aren't many of them here, and they're hardly particularly strong. For their plan to work, the parasites must have taken key positions. Aside from the station manager, the regular maintenance department employees had the most access to the equipment. Peng Xiao recognized that Ming-he was right and wondered why he hadn't guessed it himself. Feng Leng said that they were leaving right now. Peng Xiao demanded that the guards show them the way. One of the guards agreed to escort them. After a while, the group entered the service department office. Feng Leng asked Ming-he if there were any vermin here. The young man replied that the place was clean. Ming-he introduced himself, showed his ID and said that he was from Dragonfang and was on a special assignment. One of the people present said that he was the head of the service department. Half an hour ago, Lao He and Anan had gone to the generator. They said that there was a malfunction, and they needed to check everything. Ming-he ordered them to take them there immediately. There was no time for explanations. The young men hurriedly walked towards the generator. There was no time to go around, so He punched a hole in the floor to get down to the lower level faster. Min-he spotted the employees of the station and headed towards them. One of the employees asked what they were doing here. Peng Xiao shouted to Lao He not to pretend. Everyone already knows he's a parasite. The man was confused when he heard this. Peng Xiao told Ming-he not to hesitate and attack the man. Peng Xiao swung his fist at Lao He's jaw, but Ming-he immediately intervened. Lao He is not a parasite. The real parasite is another person. Anan suddenly turned into a monster and asked how they discovered him. Peng Xiao said that he was counting on Feng Leng's help. The monster attacked Peng Xiao and threatened to destroy him. Feng Leng realized that this monster was much stronger than expected. He is of the Heavenly Flame rank. Ming-he told the girl that he would deal with it himself. Tian Ning was currently engaged in a dangerous battle. There was no time to waste. He added that the vermin were planning to blow up the nuclear power plant, diverting attention with terrorist attacks in the city. A lot of innocent people died. They were ordinary citizens. They didn't have superpowers, they just wanted to live. Now many of them are dead. Others have lost family members. Min-he said that these monsters were parasites of the planet, and they must be exterminated. As always in these situations, he went one-on-one against the huge monster. The monster froze in confusion when it saw what rank this man was. The parasite looked at Min-he and asked if he was also a monster. Ming-he grabbed the parasite's head and said that he would not let their plan come to fruition. All the parasites would be destroyed. Peng Xiao couldn't believe his eyes. Did Ming-he really have red sovereignty? And had he really created a complete vacuum here? Feng Leng thought that this young man is really strong. In a vacuum, ice could reach temperatures close to absolute zero. Peng Xiao noticed that the parasite was of the Heavenly Flame rank, and Ming-he had dealt with it with astonishing ease. Feng Leng thought that even her Phoenix Flame couldn't match this icy power. Ming, he is too strong. But after all, this guy hasn't even reached the red sovereignty rank. At this time, the superhumans continued to remove the rubble of the destroyed buildings. The leadership was supervising the process. The defense leader said that it was necessary to destroy all the vermin as soon as possible. Otherwise, there would be nothing left of the city. The squad leader added that it was all very strange. Why did the parasites decide to stage such a high-profile attack in the heart of the city? The defense leader agreed. What did they want? The phone rang, and Professor Tang Han was on the line. He reported that he had just been contacted by Luo Ling from Dragonfang. The professor reported that Min-he was able to reveal the possible target of the parasites. It was a nuclear power plant. The young man was already heading there. The defense leader was shocked. Did the enemies really target the nuclear power plant? The leader informed the squad leader that Min-he of Dragonfang suspected that the vermin were preparing an attack on the nuclear power plant. It's the main source of electricity for South City. If they succeed, we can forget about storming the ruins. The defense systems will also fail. Hong Xiao promised to bring more fighters there. The defense leader hoped that they would make it in time, but the hydroelectric power plant only had a squad of 3 men. Would they be able to hold off the onslaught? The vermin were getting closer, and there were too many of them. Tianning and her squad took a circular defense. The commander admitted that she was just as scared as the other students. But it's not easier for their fellow students at the nuclear power plant either. They still don't know how many parasites might be lurking in the plant. Tianning stated that they are the first line of defense. If they fail, the parasites will pass through further, and Min He and Feng Leng will be squeezed from both sides. And then the nuclear power plant could be blown up. Without electricity, the defense systems won't work, and the city will be in danger of being destroyed. Everything that happened today will begin to repeat itself everywhere. Their friends, classmates, and other innocent people would die. All the members of the squad have declared with one voice that they will not let this happen. They are academy students, superhumans, and they have all of humanity's hope. Wang Jia said that they must protect everyone and destroy these damned parasites. This is their first joint operation with the Dragon Fang. He added that they will stop the monsters right here and now. Zhang Yuan admitted that he was a rookie but dreamed of becoming a part of Dragon Fang. The young man possessed powerful fist strikes. Wang Jia told the monsters not to underestimate him. After all, he was the future hope of mankind. He possessed the ability of geo-manipulation. Wang Jia helped his friend dodge the attack. Zhang Yuan thanked his comrade in arms. Both of them found themselves surrounded by bloodthirsty monsters. There was a cliff behind them. There was nowhere to retreat to. Fortunately, Tianning had arrived in time. She encased all the monsters in huge crystals. However, one of the parasites had fire ability. It could destroy the crystals. Wang Jia said that it was not good. There were about 20 parasites in front of them, and each one had its own unique ability. Even Tianning's ice couldn't stop them. The squad leader warned that the parasites would be released from her ice sooner or later. But as long as they were immobilized, they could be destroyed. The fight continued. The students mercilessly destroyed the immobilized parasites. One of the monsters broke free and grabbed Tianning's leg with its long tongue. It swallowed the girl, but immediately regretted it. Tianning used her abilities to tear the parasite from the inside and broke free. She was doing all this so that Ming He and Feng Leng would find the parasites hiding in the nuclear power plant and stop their plan. The girl said that they had to delay the monsters to buy time for Ming He and Feng Leng. She said she wouldn't die, at least not until she was sure that Group A had found the enemies. Wang Jia agreed. They had to buy time, even if it took all their strength. The monsters were going to destroy the fighters and move on, towards the nuclear plant. But Tianning exclaimed that what she had in front of her were only pathetic parasites. She would not let them do their dirty deeds. Zhang Yuan suddenly said that he had wanted to confess something to Wang Jia's friend for a long time. He confessed that he thought Lu Qian was the most beautiful girl in the academy. These words hurt Wang Jia's feelings. He shouted that Feng Leng was much better. Zhang Yuan added that he thought Tianning was even more beautiful now. Wang Jia agreed. They said that dying by her side is a great honor. They would cover Tianning even at the cost of their own lives. The monsters continued to arrive, but the squad of superhumans didn't waver. Suddenly, an explosion rang out, rock fragments flying in all directions. Who possessed such strength? It was Wang Jia. He set off fireworks and continued to destroy the monsters. Wang Jia and Zhang Yuan stood in front of their commander and said that they would protect her. Tianning said that they didn't have to die. They only needed to buy time. Wang Jia said let the monsters attack. He wasn't afraid of them. Zhang Yuan shouted that he would destroy every parasite that came within striking distance of him. Tianning activated her wings, and hovering in the air continued the fight. With a sweep of her arm, she sliced one of the monsters in half. After the reception, she lowered herself to the ground. In her hand was a blade-shaped crystal. At this moment, Min He appeared. Using his crystal abilities, he gave a decent support to Squad B. The young man asked how Wang Jia and Zhang Yuan were feeling. He reported that the parasite in the nuclear plant had been destroyed, and they arrived as soon as they could. Ming Hu extended his hand and asked if Tianning was okay. Tianning saw the young man and asked what happened in the nuclear power plant. Ming He replied so the girl wouldn't worry. They were able to deal with the parasite that was going to do harm. He left Feng Ling at the station in case there were more parasites. The girl was very happy. They weren't standing here as a wall for nothing. He said that he would handle it from here. The monsters were shocked by what was happening. How was this possible? How could humans uncover their plan? Min He said that it was all because they were the Dragon Fang. The monster laughed and stated that the Dragon Fang no longer existed. Min Haye replied that the Dragon Fang is eternal. The young man added, no matter in the past or in the future, the Dragon Fang will always be a blade that slashes monsters. Wang Jia declared that the Dragon Fang would live forever. The companions urged our hero to get rid of these creatures. They must be punished for taking innocent lives. It is necessary to avenge the dead. It is the duty of the Dragon Fang to get rid of every monster. Manhwa pointed at the two monsters and said that these ones should be left alive. Our hero added that they haven't figured things out completely yet. He has this kind of premonition. The monsters said that this man is too naive if he is going to beat information out of them. They will not allow themselves to be taken prisoner. The monsters said that they would take the humans with them to the other world. Manhwa realized that they wanted to self-destruct. Our hero told his friends to get out of here immediately. Hong Xiao rushed to the rescue. She reported that something was happening at the hydroelectric plant. It was urgent to head there. Hong Xiao saw the bodies of vermin everywhere and asked, "What happened here? Did these disciples really wipe them all out?" Hong Xiao asked Manhwa what had happened. She was told that the young man had uncovered the vermin's plan and they were targeting the nuclear power plant. But why is Manhwa here? What is the situation at the nuclear power plant? He reported that the parasite lurking there has been destroyed. The guy added that Feng Ling stayed there just in case. Manhwa said that he had asked Tianning and her squad to blow up the abandoned hydroelectric plant to stop the parasites. Manhwa added that if it wasn't for Squad B, the vermin would have broken through to the power plant and destroyed it. Manhwa remarked that he had come here when it was already over. The young man added that Tianning was seriously injured and needed urgent medical attention. Manhwa noted that the three of them were able to stop 24 parasites. Hong Xiao said that she realized, superhumans really do study in this academy. Professor Tang and Principal Chu had raised true elite fighters that everyone would be proud of. Hong Xiao asked if Manhwa would go to the nuclear power plant with her. The young man said yes. Feng Ling was on combat duty when SUVs with a group of reinforcements pulled up. Manhwa immediately reported to the girl that Squad B had survived and was feeling good. They dealt with all the parasites, but everyone was taken to the hospital because everyone has possession. Manhwa reiterated that Tianning was injured. However, he was perfectly fine. Manhwa showed the support group led by Hong Xiao what happened here. The squad leader admitted that it was a destructive power. There was indeed a parasite lurking in the nuclear power plant. Hong Xiao said that if Manhwa hadn't guessed what the parasite was targeting, there would have been nothing left of the nuclear power plant. The group leader added that if that had really happened, all of the city's defense systems would have failed. Manhwa once again stood out for the better. Manhwa said that Feng Ling had helped him realize their true goal. Peng Xiaoyu had already shown a good side. Without their help, he would never have been able to stop the vermin from blowing up the nuclear power plant. Hong Xiao wondered if Feng Ling and Peng Xiao were also disciples of the academy. The young men confirmed that they were. The group leader said that the academy disciples had done a lot. She will report this to Chief Qin. Hong Xiao said she wants to talk to Manhwa alone. Hong Xiao asked, now that Dragon Fang doesn't exist, has he thought about joining a special unit? They have free health insurance, including dental care. Manhwa replied that he has joined Dragon Fang and will forever be a part of it. The young man expressed his confidence that the Dragon Fang will live forever. Hong Xiao said that she has high hopes for the young man. She also has high hopes for the entire Dragon Fang. The woman added that after this incident, she has a premonition. The day of the Dragon Fang's rebirth is not as far away as everyone thought. After a few minutes, Luo Ling thanked the young man for once again proving how valuable the Dragon Fang was. The management already knew about everything, so they called an emergency meeting again. The young man expressed his confidence that the management would make the right decision. Luo Ling decided that it would work out this time. Luo Ling said that if they really succeeded in restoring the Dragon Fang, she wanted Manhwa to lead the organization and have the right to sign on all the documents. South City Leadership Meeting. The council is again held with closed doors and in a windowless room. The resistance commander said that this time the destruction caused by the vermin was simply catastrophic. A lot of civilians have been injured. A council member said that these parasites are too violent. We need to get rid of everyone left in the city. The leader agreed. Until they got rid of all the vermin in the city, the civilians would never be able to live in peace. If it weren't for the Dragon Fang, all defense systems would be down right now. The members of the High Council couldn't even imagine what could have happened. The man said that they were focused on saving the civilians and failed to realize the true purpose of the parasites. Superhuman units are good at storming, and the advantage of special units is their combat experience. You can't blame only yourself. Mistakes must be corrected. Those present assumed that the resistance leader wanted to restore the Dragon Fang. The leader said that this was true. All military forces have their own advantages. Dragon Fang's advantage is in information gathering and strategic warfare. The man stated that the parasites are too good at hiding from them. They have fully adapted to human life. Unless they reveal themselves, it would be almost impossible to detect them. However, the Dragon Fang can deal with it. Therefore, a vote must now be taken. Whoever agrees to restore the Dragon Fang must raise their hand. The vote was unanimous. Everyone present was in favor. The resistance leader said that if everyone agreed, he hoped everyone would help with recruiting people and also provide equipment. One person in attendance said that he didn't mind helping with whatever is available, but who would lead the Dragon Fang? The woman said that the leader is the key to whether Dragon Fang can restore the Dragon Fang to its former glory. Luo Lin is a great option, but she lacks strength. The man stated that he has a better option. The resistance leader speculated that Director Chu wanted to nominate Ming He. Director Chu confirmed, this young man is already one of the surviving members of the Dragon Fang. In the past event, this young man had shown his fighting ability and intelligence. If he is the one to lead the Dragon Fang, there shouldn't be any problems. The woman agreed that Min Hai is suitable, and she supports him for the position of leader. The co-worker stated that Min He is still a freshman. He hasn't even reached the White Swan rank. Aren't they in too much of a hurry? The resistance leader admitted that Min Hai is the most suitable candidate right now. He will take the position of leader temporarily. Min Hai will take care of mopping up all the vermin in the city. That way the young man can be tested. If he can get rid of all of them before storming the ruins, he can be considered to have passed the test. Then he could be made a full-fledged Dragon Fang leader. Director Chu remarked that the storming of the ruins would take place in 4 days. Do those present really want the Dragon Fang to regain its former power in just 4 days? It was practically impossible to exterminate all the parasites in such a period of time. More time was needed. The resistance leader said that there was no more time. The assault on the ruins can't be delayed. We must finish what we started. When they attack, the city will be virtually defenseless. If the vermin were left inside, they would wreak havoc. Peng Xiao was glad that they had finally returned. Today had been a very interesting day. He had done so much that his father would no longer call him a useless freeloader. Peng Xiao asked our hero to take him on his next mission. He would help hunt vermin. Ming. He agreed. But he needs to get a good rest before doing so. Peng Xiao said that Ming he needed to rest. Feng Ling's father sent Uncle Yuan to pick her up as soon as he heard that the girl was in danger. His own father, on the other hand, didn't even call to see how he was doing. Men always have to rely only on themselves. Min Hai contacted Professor Tang Han and told him that the leadership has decided to rebuild the Dragon Fang, and he has been appointed as the leader. In order to do this, they need to get rid of all the parasites in the city. True, there are only 4 days left before the assault begins. The young man added that he needed to leave enough time to save his sister and Lu Qian, so he would have no more than 2 days to exterminate all the vermin. He also needed to collect enough liquid stardust, which meant he had to hurry. Ming He contacted Feng Ling by phone to see if she had made it home. The girl replied that she was still on the road. Min He reported that the leadership agreed to rebuild the Dragon Fang, and he was appointed as the interim leader. The first mission is to eradicate all remaining vermin in the city. The young man added that he didn't have much time, so he wanted to ask her for help. She would be the head of one of the Dragon Fang's combat units. Feng replied that she didn't mind joining the Dragon Fang, but was she definitely the right person to be the head of the squad? She has no experience, and she hasn't even graduated from the academy. Ming He said that the head of a battle squad should at least be of the Heavenly Flame rank. Feng Ling is more than qualified for the position. The girl said that she had to think about it. Uncle Yuan asked why Feng Ling was hesitant. Being the head of the Dragon Fang squad was very cool. Feng Ling thought that she usually had room for error. But now, if she made a mistake, she could interfere with all of Ming He's plans and would be sticking it to him. Uncle Yuan said that the girl was thinking too much. Right now, she doesn't look like the confident and straightforward Mrs. Feng Ling that he knows. Feng Ling said that Uncle Yuan is right. Ming he might be stronger than her right now, but she can't keep up with him forever. The Dragon Fang base was a working environment. Luo Ling was showing a list of recommended people. The recommendations included members of the Superhuman Squad and Special Forces, as well as others who had proven themselves in past operations. Ming He assumed that everyone was serious, and they were being recommended the best of the best. Feng Ling said that she knows 2 people from the academy, Lin Nan and Sun Yi. They are in their 4th year and members of the student council. Both of them are very strong and have reached the Sun Flame rank. Lin Nan specializes in firearms. Sun Yi has unique stealth skills. Director Chu suggested the best candidates. Ming He said that in that case, it is necessary to meet with those people. Lo Lin said that there are problems with some former members of the organization who quit. After hearing about the revival of the organization, they want to join. Min. He was surprised, but what's wrong with that? Luoling added that most of them are fine, but it's not that simple with one of the candidates. Min He looked at the dossier and realized that it was about the former squad leader. He was sent into retirement due to an injury. Now this person had not only healed but had also become much stronger. He has reached the rank of a white swan. This candidate is very arrogant, and he might be a problem when he is sent on a mission. His squad previously did more than the others, but also lost the most fighters. Luoling expressed worry. If he returns to Dragonfang, he won't obey the new leader. This will become a big problem. She thinks this man should be rejected. Min He said that strong people are needed now, so you can't say no. If Zhang Hu is really a good fighter, there is no reason to refuse. Our hero decided, if he doesn't obey, we'll just have to force him. In the main hall of the Dragonfang, all the candidates were present. Those present saw the new leader and wondered, is he too young? After all, the guy is only in his first year. Minghe thought that everything was just as Luoling had predicted. All the newcomers would split up into their 4 groups that they already belonged to. Thus, there would be no teamwork. Min Haya said hello to everyone and said that they didn't have much time, so he was ready to get right down to business. Everyone heard about the terrorist attack in the city. Parasites are hiding all over the city and will not stop harming people. The city leadership has decided to revive the Dragon's Fang. The task is to exterminate the parasites. Min He added that he will divide those present into squads and send them on missions. Zhang Hu said that they can't be in such a hurry. No matter how much time they have, things can't be done this way. One must sharpen the axe before chopping down trees. First, the young man should at least understand their capabilities. Then he could form squads based on their skills. Luoling said that they had information about everyone. They discussed everyone and put together squads based on the characteristics. What is Zhang Hu trying to accomplish? Is he not satisfied with the leadership's decision? Luoling added that Zhang Hu is a Dragonfang veteran. He knows how to follow orders. The man said that he was really not happy with this decision. Some kid who doesn't understand anything in life becomes a leader. How did he earn this right? Luoling suggested looking at what this young man had accomplished. Had anyone forgotten about his battle in the astronomy department that happened not long ago? There was also the incident at the nuclear power plant. If Ming He hadn't done anything, the entire city would have been in ruins. Zhang Hu said that he had heard all of this. However, all the guys had gone through serious battles. Each of them had many valuable achievements behind them. Zhang Hu asked, who will prove that it was not simple luck? If this guy wants to be a leader, he should be the strongest among them. Ming He inquired who among the people present was stronger than him. Zhang Hu suggested that the leader should fight him. If Ming He wins, he will not oppose his candidacy. Min He said that he would fight that person. At the training arena, Lo Ling suggested that our hero change his mind. Feng Ling said that the instructor is right. This guy is very strong now. He is even stronger than their past leader. Min. He said that there is no other choice. They already have little time. They can't expect teamwork from these people now. They will have to use such methods. Min He added that Zhang Hu had volunteered to fight, so he would be able to show himself to everyone. There was no better chance. Ming He said for Lo Ling not to worry, he knows what to do. Zhang Hu said that this kid might be talented, but when it comes to pure strength, technique and skills are not important. Today, he would make the young man realize this. A Dragon Fang leader is not for everyone. Ming He was surprised. Did Zhang Hu really mean to say that a true leader must sacrifice others? The battle between the rivals had begun. Zhang Hu immediately showed aggression towards our hero. Min He was not afraid of his opponent and gave him a worthy resistance. Those present said that it was an unequal fight. Not only did he have a polar bear rank, but he also had a blue spirit talent. Ming He retreated from the attack, however. Zhang Hu said that they had just started. Ming He didn't hesitate and gave his opponent a staggering blow. Zhang Hu had no problem blocking this strike. Our hero also blocked the opponent's counterpunch, which was several times stronger. Ming He said that Zhang Hu had made his move. Now it was his turn. Zhang Hu stated that now he even wondered, what is this guy made of? Zhang Hu said that the opponent had to be of the Heavenly Flame rank. Even if he has a red sovereignty talent, he still shouldn't fight him as an equal. It's against logic. Ming He said that Zhang Hu hadn't even realized where he was wrong yet. Zhang Hu, even with his energy beast, could not believe that such a thing was possible. Even the fierce tiger's kick didn't stop him. Ming He sent Zhang Hu to the far corner of the room with a leg kick. Ming Hu's talent was an absolute vacuum, while Zhang Hu's ability was related to sound. However, sound cannot spread in a vacuum. Ming He said that Zhang Hu was too confident, and thought that he could win because he had reached the White Swan rank. But he doesn't even realize how strong his opponent is. He was once the leader of the squad, but what about his subordinates? Does he remember the battle on the Changliang River? Does Jiang Hu remember his subordinate Lin Pingfan? He could have survived. Why did he have to give his life? Jiang Hu told his opponent not to put him in a negative light. He had destroyed the 4 monsters with his bare hands back then. Lin Pingfang was trapped by a creature that was hiding underwater. It was not his fault. Minghe noticed that Jiang Hu indicated in the report as if the creature was hiding in the river. Jiang Hu stated that there was chaos on the battlefield. Accidents could not be avoided. This was an obvious thing for those who joined the Dragon Fang. Minghe asked, did Jiang Hu really think that he had done the right thing? If he hadn't been in a hurry to take all the laurels and went to that river as soon as he heard about the monsters, things would have been different. Jiang Hu didn't even analyze the situation back then. If he had done everything right, Pingfang would be alive now. Jiang Hu said that in the Dragon Fang, strength decides everything. Minghe stated that the opponent had lost. Jiang Hu didn't notice how he was restrained by the crystals. Feng Ling said that Minghe had won. Jiang Hu stated that the young man provoked him on purpose. Minghe agreed with this. If Jiang Hu didn't lose his temper, even with the red sovereignty, it would be hard to defeat him. A different technique should have been used, but rage clouded his mind, and Jiang Hu chose the wrong punch. Minghe said that he did not mind giving up the authority of the leader if Jiang Hu was truly worthy of becoming one. Minghe told his opponent that they needed to get rid of all the vermin in the city in 4 days. Jiang Hu asked, does Minghe really think he can do that? Our hero replied that he could, and it would take him less than 4 days to do it. Jiang Hu said that the city is huge, with vermin hiding in various corners. How is Min? He going to exterminate them all in a few days. Minghe admitted that there were many parasites, and it was impossible to exterminate them in such a short period of time. But what if each one of them is connected to each other? Minhe added that until yesterday, he too thought they were all separated. But after the incident at the nuclear power plant, he realized how wrong he was. Everyone should understand perfectly well. It takes a good organization to stage a terrorist attack, and then try to blow up a nuclear power plant. This means that everything was planned in advance, and the parasites must somehow communicate with each other. It follows that they have an information network, and a place where they meet. Everyone recognized that this made sense. If they work so well together, then they must communicate somehow. Min. He turned out to be right. Minhe remarked that if they found the place where the parasites met, they would also find the leader of the remaining parasites in the city. Then he wouldn't have anywhere to hide either. Minhe added that they would analyze the parasites involved in the terrorist attack, study their fake identities, and be able to find traces. The attendees agreed that if they started acting right now, the parasites wouldn't have time to get rid of all traces. Jiang Hu said that leader Ming, he was absolutely right. Jiang Hu admitted that he had lost this time. He will follow the leader's orders, but if a young man makes a mistake, he will not be silent. Luoling said that Ming he could now give out instructions. Everyone present said that they are waiting for orders from the leader Minhe. Minhe said that before that, he must create squads. Given the lack of people, they will only split into 3 groups. Jiang Hu will be the leader of the Alpha group. Feng Lang will be the leader of the Beta group. Luoling would be the temporary leader of the Intelligence group. Everyone present stood behind their leaders. Minghe announced that he would now give a brief briefing. Feng Lang couldn't believe that the young man was able to find a way to exterminate all the parasites. Luoling thought that under Minghe's command, the Dragon Fang would only become stronger. The operation to exterminate the parasites was launched. The young man wondered, was this really all the people Wu Yu had interacted with? It was necessary to find out what places he had visited in the past weeks. The witnesses would tell and answer all the questions. The Dragon Fang base sorted through all the information they received and sifted out the unnecessary. The young man said that 7 squads had already sent the data. One should check everything and look for any matches of people or places. In one of the night bars, a man crawled back to the corner in horror from a monster lying on the floor. Lo Lin said that this parasite was supplying explosives for a terrorist attack in the city. He was using his appearance and seducing officers. One such frightened officer was just sitting in the corner. This way the parasites could easily gather materials for the explosives. The man claimed he was innocent, but was immediately kicked in the jaw. The man immediately began to repent and beg for mercy. Luoling told Min he not to waste his strength on such scum. They all deserved to die. Not only the parasites, but also the people who helped them. After all, they are traitors to humanity. It is necessary to send him and all the information to the right place. All the traitors must pay in full. Only then will the dead find peace. Luo Ling said that she had already sent all the information to the right place. They will definitely look into it. Their job is to exterminate the vermin. Min, he shouldn't be angry. He should think positively, because his plan is working. In just 5 hours, they found 7 parasites. Min, he said that's not enough. There are many more of them hiding, and their leader is still missing. Min Hai said they need to hurry up, or the parasites could gather and cover their tracks. If they change identities, it will be hard to find them. Luo Ling said there's no need to worry. They are getting new information. No one will hide from them. Ming. He asked how Zhang Hu and Feng Leng are doing. Are they doing well? Luo Ling replied that they found some targets after collecting the data, so there's no need to worry. Ming He said that he and his group are going to the next place. Some time passed, and our heroes, along with the other Dragon Fang members, gathered in front of the central office. The resistance leader asked if Min Hai was sure of what he was going to do. If the young man made a mistake, the entire assault plan might fall apart. Wouldn't it be better to check the sensor first? Min He said that the sensor detects parasites that are below his level. If the parasites are stronger, the device is useless. Luo Ling added that all the information gathered indicates that he is a parasite. In addition, he is probably their leader. Min He said that if he is wrong, he is ready to take full responsibility and answer to the full extent of the law. If they are left behind, the danger will only increase in the future. In times like these, we need to be cautious and check everything, even if the probability is minimal. The resistance leader told the Dragon Fang to do as he sees fit. The squad leaders immediately went inside the building. The young men went upstairs and entered the Central Council headquarters. The woman was indignant. What is Min Hai doing? Is he really trying to raise a rebellion at a time like this? Min, he stated that resistance is futile. They know they have a parasite in front of them. The woman shouted that she didn't know what she was talking about. Ming, he prepared his fists to retaliate. Zhang Hu couldn't stand it and said that there was no point in talking to such people. He jumped up for a punch. Zhang Hu started throwing massive punches at the woman. He had not expected that the office worker would be of the rank of a white swan. Why hadn't anyone told him about this before? The woman got tired of tolerating this lawlessness and turned into a monster. She screamed that she would finish off everyone present. Min, he thought she was a plant parasite. This was his last liquid stardust. He prepared to attack the monster. Our hero used his unique abilities, and the parasite was imprisoned by the crystals. The monster screamed that ice wouldn't stop him. Ming He told Feng Leng to give him her flame. The young man prepared to attack the monster with tongues of flame. The monster was destroyed, and our hero received liquid stardust. Zhang Hu said that it was his sacrifice. Ming He replied that they were in a hurry, and Zhang Hu was too slow, so they had to take matters into their own hands. Feng Leng said that Ming He's plan worked. They were able to exterminate 37 vermin, and on top of that, their leader. They must have exterminated almost all of them. Luo Ling said that it wasn't as simple as Feng Leng thought. The girl was surprised. After all, it was the leader, and Min He destroyed him in one blow. Min He expressed his belief that the vermin put this woman here to distract them, and the real leader is hiding somewhere. Min Haye added that this woman was indeed strong, and had at least the rank of a white swan. But there were a few things that gave her away. First, considering the incident at the nuclear power plant, it was clear that the leader was much smarter. They've already made a lot of noise while they were getting rid of the parasites. The leader already realizes what they're doing. He wouldn't sit still and wait for someone to come after him. Second, all parasites are selfish and hostile. Since the teacher left in the helicopter, this town has lost the leader of the parasites. To become his replacement, one must have the power to suppress the others. Of course, this demon is also strong, but not that strong. It seemed like it was fighting to its maximum. He had already fought parasites that were as strong as her. No one would listen to her. Min Hai added that if things were as he thought, the temporary leader was hiding somewhere. All the parasites that were found were just pawns that the leader threw out to create a distraction. Luo Ling said that she had the same guesses as Ming He. Feng Leng asked, what should they do? Where is the real leader hiding? Zhang Hu said that he never knew how to work with his brain. He preferred to fight, so he would agree with the majority. Ming. He said that if they could figure it out, then the parasite leader's plan to turn off their attention didn't work. The goal was still the same. They couldn't cover their tracks in time. It's necessary to continue the search. We need to check all the parasites they've found in the past year, even when their main leader was still in town. We need to check all the information. Min Hai added that if they search thoroughly, they will definitely be able to find him. Ming He said that if they search a much larger area now, they might be severely short of people. Feng Leng should gather the students from the student council. the girl asked. They don't have to join the battle, just search for vermin. Then she is willing to gather them. Manhwa told the instructor that he would need to go out. He relies on her for information. As soon as anything is known about the temporary leader, they should inform him right away. Xiaohua said that Manhwa is still far from the White Swan rank. He can't be in a hurry. Caution must be exercised. Manhwa did as the goddess advised. He relaxed and took his time, while being completely focused on the upcoming process. The liquid stardust was very pure. Our hero felt a huge amount of energy. His power was growing at a tremendous rate. The young man was now in the final stage of the celestial flame. Our hero decided that it was time to ascend to the White Swan rank. The protagonist had almost reached this rank. There wasn't much left. We just need to make a breakthrough. Our hero should need 5 bottles of liquid stardust to reach the White Swan rank. Fortunately, the last parasite was strong. The quality of the stardust is very high. Something wasn't working out for our hero. He felt that he was stuck on the last step. Xiaohua told Han to take his time. After all, he had already been cultivating for a whole night. The young man became nervous. What was he doing wrong? After all, he was almost up. Minghu asked Xiaohua, could it be that she counted wrong? Does he need more stardust liquid? The goddess replied that she couldn't have gotten it wrong. Xiaohua added that the problem was Minghe. He was in too much of a hurry, trying to jump several ranks at once. Because of this, his spiritual power is unstable. Xiaohua remarked that if the young man doesn't get his act together, there's no way he'll be able to ascend. Ming. He asked, what should he do? Xiaohua once again told him to take his time. One must strengthen one's spiritual strength gradually. Minghe stated that he had absolutely no time at all. The young man decided that if he couldn't do it the day after tomorrow, he would still go to rescue his sister and Lu Qian. Minghe saw 13 missed calls on his smartphone. Xiaohua said that the young man was cultivating, so she put the phone on silent. Luoling said they found something. It's related to the parasite leader. Luoling said she had to be reassured. It will be hard for him to accept it, but they have checked everything several times already. There can be no mistake. The parasite leader is in Tianfeng's company. He was surprised after all. This is the Fengleng family's business. Luoling said that they have studied all the information related to parasites. Most of the strong parasites are related to this company in one way or another. Some bought their products, and some just came to the meetings. Luoling added that the young man didn't answer the phone, so they started an undercover investigation. They have now found evidence that the interim leader is hiding somewhere in Tianfeng company. Minghe said that this is a serious matter. He wants to come. Where is Luoling's location right now? Minghe asked the instructor, does Fengleng know about this? Lolin said that they girls didn't tell anything. Luoling added that all the evidence points to Tianfeng company, but they don't know the identity of the leader. To prevent the enemy from realizing that they were being sought, only their IT guy was captured. With his help, they were able to dig into the system and find an important clue. Tianfeng company was conducting transactions with the astronomy department. Minghu inquired what kind of transactions were we talking about. Luoling replied that they were medicines, and in huge quantities. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have been able to obtain so much medicine, so it was likely that the medicine was just a disguise. A deeper investigation was conducted, and they learned that the main component of these medicines was a substance called qi. This substance is found in huge quantities in the ruined city, and the monsters can't live without it. It is something like food to them. Minhe speculated that this was why the parasites were able to live among humans for so long without starving to death. It was all because they used Tianfeng Company as a source of qi that they brought from the ruins. Luoling added that Tianfeng Company was the largest medicine provider in the city. They even provided medicines for superhumans. That was how they were able to gain trust and smuggle qi into the city. Minghe speculated that their temporary leader might be one of the company's directors. Are there any suspects already? Luoling said that it's Fengleng's father, Feng Xiangyang. He is in charge of the company and the one who makes all the decisions. Everything that happens in the company has to go through him. The second suspect is Fengleng. She is also among the ruling top, so she is one of the main suspects. Minghe said that Fengleng is definitely not a parasite. He can vouch for that. Luoling said she doesn't want to think so either, but parasites have gotten very deep into the ranks of the people. Professor Wu Lun, Lu Qian's brother, Luo Yi, and other officials. These people no one even suspected. Minghe said that he understood everything, and from now on, they will act more actively. They no longer have time to delay. The suspects should be banned from traveling. Besides, there are still many parasites left in the city, and this QI is as important as air to them. Our hero was sure that Tianfeng Company's warehouse still had a lot of such medicines. We should gather some people and turn the place upside down. If they can access the QE, they can gain the upper hand. We can also investigate where else these medicines have been sent to. This way, not only the temporary leader could be tracked down. Manhwa asked to send him the coordinates of those warehouses and said that they would meet there. Our hero tried to contact Feng Leng by phone, but the caller did not answer due to the phone being disconnected. Lo Lin told our hero that they were too late. The instructor pointed to the warehouse manager. This person said that just an hour ago, all the medications were removed from the warehouse. Lo Lin added that they had checked. There was nothing left at all. Ming, he asked the manager, "What is going on here? Such a big company can't have empty warehouses. Didn't they even leave anything just in case? Where did they move everything to?" The manager said their warehouse has never been empty since it was built. He also doesn't understand what's going on. Management ordered it to be prepared for transportation. He doesn't know where everything was taken. Luoling asked, "Has their whole operation been exposed? That was why they had enough time to transport all the medicines with Qi." Manhwa swung around and hit the manager. The man got scared and started to run away. Our hero started to chase him. Did this man really think he could escape? The manager turned into a wild predator. Lo Lin ordered the paramilitary units to open fire to kill and destroy this vermin. The wild beast was attacked, however. The bullets did not take it. Are these pathetic humans in such a hurry to die? The monster added that in that case, it would fulfill their wish. Luo Ling told our hero that this parasite was of Lord rank. It was necessary to exercise caution. Ming He was not afraid and used his unique abilities to engage in a fight with this predatory beast. The predator received a powerful kick and flew far back. Luo Ling was surprised by what she saw. Manhwa said that he had practiced this punch well. The speed and power were now at an appropriate level. The young man grabbed the monster and told it to confess. Where is the medicine being transported to? The parasite asked if he told. Would they let him go? Min. He replied that he would not be let go, but he would destroy it quickly. The parasite said he will be killed anyway. Why would he confess? He's not that stupid. Min Hai said that this beast will confess everything anyway. After all, he must have heard about the dragon fang. They have many ways to make the vermin talk. Min Hai added that he doesn't believe that the selfish parasite would choose to die for the sake of his comrades. The parasite admitted that the medicine was being transported to the first warehouse of the military arsenal. But would this young man dare to go there? Lo Lin said that things are not good. The armory is preparing for a counterattack on the ruins. This is where most of the resources are concentrated. The warehouses are numbered according to the importance of the stored resources. Warehouse number 1 is the most important. According to the latest regulations, only resources can be temporarily transported there, but not exported, so that parasites don't cause problems. Even incoming shipments are scrutinized thoroughly. Luo Ling said that before the operation, no one is allowed to go inside, not even them, without the permission of most of the management. Minghu remarked that those are stupid rules. Lo Lin replied that it made sense, considering that anyone could be a parasite. The instructor asked how Minghe realized that the manager was a parasite. After all, the sensor only detects those below him in rank. Minghe replied that he had become stronger. He was only one step away from the White Swan rank. Luo Ling wondered what they should do now. It wouldn't be easy to get into warehouse number 1 like this. The counterattack is just around the corner. The leadership is nowhere near the Dragon Fang right now. They won't be able to get permission. Min Hae said they have to try. They have no choice. The medicine isn't the biggest problem. There still needs to be some way to deal with the guards. Minghe asked where Zhang Hu and the others were now. Luo Ling replied that they are now at Tianfeng Company. Zhang Hu said that most of the company's board of directors had already been captured, except for Feng Xiangyang. He had disappeared somewhere. Luo Ling said that they can safely assume Feng Xiangyang is the temporary leader of the parasites. Feng Leng also remains under suspicion. Minghe said for Lo Lin to contact Zhang Hu. We need him to bring the others. Everyone should go to warehouse number 1. Feng Leng asked Uncle Yuan, is he sure they are going in the right direction? Uncle replied that father is not feeling well. They should hurry up and go home faster. Yuan said they are going to the right place. Master is now in the secret villa. Feng Leng said they need to concentrate on destroying the parasites, can't leave for too long. It is necessary to travel back. Yuan said it doesn't matter how important the Dragon Fang affairs are. Is it more important than her father? Feng Leng said that in that case, she should make a phone call. However, there was no cell phone connection. Yuan said that they were passing through an important place. There are military warehouses nearby. There will be an attack on the ruins soon. The military doesn't want there to be any information leakage. That's why there's no communication here. The checker on the road near the barrier asked for identification and realized that the person in front of him was from Tianfeng Company. At the same checkpoint, our heroes rode up on a motorcycle. Ming? He said he could see a familiar car ahead as well. Luo Ling said she had seen it somewhere too. The woman added that there are 800 rich people in the city who drive the same car. There's nothing surprising about that, but they're clearly not ordinary people. Leaving the city when a military operation is about to break out. Lo Lin added that it's normal. People are always profiting from military operations. Ming He rode his bike up to warehouse number 1. Jiang Hu was already there. He walked up to his commander. The security captain stated that she didn't care who they were. This is a military area, and they are not allowed to go inside. Jiang Hu said that they were on a mission to exterminate vermin. According to the information they received, there might be vermin inside the military area right now. The security captain said that under orders, no one can enter warehouse number 1. Luo Ling asked Ming He if there were any parasites among them. If there are any, then you can use that as a reason to enter. Ming He looked at the sensor and said that there were no parasites among them. Luo Ling didn't want to use force to avoid future problems. Ming He said that they didn't care about that right now. Was Jiang Hu willing to go against them? Jiang Hu said that there was nothing to be afraid of. If ordered, he would go after anyone. Ming He said that in that case, he would give the order to suppress the guard forces. They need to get to warehouse number 1. Jiang Hu and his men attacked the armed guards. A combat clash ensued. The captain of the guards repelled Jiang Hu's attack and held her ground with dignity. Jiang Hu said that they are all people here. He doesn't want to hurt anyone. The security guards have no chance of winning anyway. It will be better if they just surrender. The leader of the guards said they never give up. If we have to get through to warehouse 1, the attackers will have to go through them. The guard captain ordered all units to get rid of the attackers. The guard cannon can be used. The gunner near the cannon said for the attackers to start praying. Luo Ling said that if this is not stopped, both sides will suffer casualties. It doesn't matter what the target is. After all, they are all on the same side. To die at the hands of a monster is to be a hero, but to die at the hands of a comrade is wrong. Min Hai decided that he would have to intervene. Using his inner abilities, our hero delivered a crushing blow to the ground. The shockwave scattered the opponents in different directions. Everyone realized that the red sovereignty holder was in front of them. Jiang Hu didn't understand how this was possible. What kind of monster was this? Ming He and the Dragon Fang had infiltrated inside the number 1 military warehouse. As our hero had suspected, all the medicines had been transported here. We need to inspect them and check how much qi is inside. We need to take all the medicine that is here. Ming He looked at the roof of the building and wondered, why are there so many holes? What is this for? Luo Ling replied that it's for ventilation, so there's no dust. There are a lot of weapons that need to be cared for. If there is a lot of dust, it could get ruined. The security captain confirmed this. All warehouses are equipped with a dust cleaning system. The ventilation is turned on and off instantly, at any moment. Min He looked at the sensor and wondered, what's going on here? Where did so many parasites suddenly come out from? That's impossible. Xiaohua asked the young man, what's wrong? Ming He said, either the method is not working or the sensor is broken. Xiaohua was surprised. Is the boy really that stupid? Why did the young man forget his main objective? With QI, does he remember? The sensor basically detects parasites due to qi. It detects the qi inside the body of the parasites. There's a huge amount of medicines with high concentration of QI. That's why the sensor is sounding the alarm. But why did the sensor didn't react while they were outside and only triggered now? Xiaohua assumed that the warehouse had walls made of a material that wouldn't let the signal through. Ming He said to have Jiang Hu check with his strong fists to see what the warehouse walls were made of. Ming He added that he didn't have time to explain right now. He just had to do what he said. Jiang Hu swung and delivered a crushing blow, destroying the wall. Jiang Hu said that the walls were thick, but there was nothing special about them, simple concrete. Ming He didn't understand what was wrong. Could it be that Luo Ling had some idea? The sensor could detect qi. But why didn't it detect anything when they were outside the warehouse walls? As soon as they went inside, the sensor detected everything at once. What could this be because of? Luo Ling speculated that it could be the medicine doing it. However, an inspector wondered, why were all the medicine jars empty? The checker said that it was useless. They can't detect medicine with qi. But there is a strong concentration of qi in the atmosphere. Ming He said that he understood everything. All the medicine was discovered and transported in the open. Then the medicine started to be released into the atmosphere. Now it was just hanging out in the air. His theory is also confirmed by the way the sensor works. The qi in the parasites' bodies is constantly circulating, which creates a unique magnetic field. The dead parasites don't show up on the sensor. Luoling asked, "Does Minghe mean to say that the air in the warehouse didn't move, so the QE in the air didn't circulate and the sensor didn't detect anything?" But as soon as the door was opened, the air started moving, the QI started circulating, causing the sensor to work. Minghe confirmed this assumption. Luoling wondered, why would a temporary leader need this? After all, QI is necessary for the parasites to survive, and the leader just gets rid of everything so easily. Minghe said that the leader is definitely accomplishing something. There are two things to pay attention to now. First is the warehouse itself. Warehouse number 1 is the most important military warehouse. If they lose the warehouse, they won't be able to counterattack effectively. So this warehouse should be their number 1 target. Secondly, the top manager of the company's warehouse. After removing all the medicines, he could have just run away instead of staying there. But he stayed as if he was expecting them. The top manager had to let them know where the medicine had been moved to. It was needed to get them here. Given that they were his main enemies and the most dangerous people to him, he could target the Dragon Fang. This showed that the interim leader was able to plan everything to get rid of both the warehouse and the Dragon Fang. Zhang Hu asked, "What should they be afraid of? Let them attack, then they can be dealt with in one fell swoop." Luoling said that there was nothing good about it. Minhe said that they should evacuate everything right now, and the sooner the better. Minhe said for everyone to listen to him carefully. Everyone must stay where they are. Don't move without his order. Everyone present froze and listened attentively to their commander. Luoling didn't understand what Minghe was trying to accomplish. After all, they should run away from here faster. Minghe said that they wouldn't be able to do that. If his guess is correct, the QI in the air is a trap. This substance can probably explode. There's just something else missing to detonate it right now. The young man added that he didn't realize what exactly. Anything they do could cause an explosion. The checker said that the QI in the air began to circulate much faster. The energy in the air was getting stronger. Just a little more, the place would explode. Luoling asked how much time they had. The checker said that thanks to the leader's order, they would still have some time to live. But if everyone ran to the exit now, the explosion would have already happened. In any case, they didn't have more than 10 minutes. Luoling wondered, what should they do? They have almost no time, they can't move either. Minghe said, whatever happens now, no one should move. 10 minutes later, it was seen from afar as a massive explosion occurred somewhere. A few minutes before, Feng Leng ran up to her Uncle Yuan. She asked, where was her sick father? She had already gone all around the mansion, but she couldn't find her father anywhere. Feng Leng asked why her uncle was deceiving her. Isn't her father sick? Yuan replied that her father had ordered him himself. Feng Leng wondered, what did all this mean? Did her father really want her uncle to bring her here? There was an explosion, and Feng Leng asked, what was that noise? The girl looked in the direction of the explosion and said there was a gun room. What's going on? Why was there an explosion in the armory? Are they really being attacked by parasites? Feng Leng said she couldn't stay here. The guards told Madam not to go anywhere. It's dangerous everywhere now. For her own safety, she must stay here. The girl said that if there really was an explosion in the armory, the whole town would be in danger. She needs to go there now. She's part of the Dragon Fang. The guards blocked the way. The girl demanded to be let through immediately. The guards said that they were following the boss's orders. Feng Leng didn't understand what was going on. Her father would never do such a thing. He is not here. Yuan told his niece that they were only following Master's orders and one should remain calm. Master will explain everything himself when the time comes. Feng Leng said again that she had to go. The guards would not let her pass. Feng Leng said that she had no choice and activated her unique abilities. The guards repelled the girl's attack and warned her not to force her to use force. Feng Leng said that if those two were able to repel her meteor fist, she wouldn't hold back anymore. After a while, the girl continued to attack, but the guards remained unwavering. A flame restraining net was used against Feng Leng. The girl was immobilized. She didn't realize who they were. Even after showing her full strength, she was no match for them. She couldn't help but notice such strong fighters among the staff. Minghe came out from behind the door and said that it was not surprising. Feng Leng couldn't have seen them before. After all, they weren't humans. Our hero didn't appear alone. He was accompanied by the Dragon Fang. The guards were perplexed. How was this possible? How did these people find this place? Minhai said that he enjoyed seeing their defeat at his appearance. They probably thought everyone had died in that explosion. The guard asked, how did those people survive? Minhe saw him being attacked but managed to dodge in time. The young man said that Feng Xiangyang turns out to be here too. Feng Xiangyang appeared in the form of a monster. Feng Leng couldn't understand why her father looked like this. How is this possible? Yuan told the girl that they should leave this place immediately. Luoling decided to free the girl. However, the guards blocked her way. Feng Xiangyang was also perplexed why Dragonfang was alive, and how did they find this place? Minghe replied that Feng Leng once told him that her family had a mansion in the Qingxi Mountains. She invited him to visit them sometime. It has a great view. Considering the plan to blow up warehouse number 1, it was the most suitable place for command and surveillance. If the plan worked, Feng Xiangyang would be able to escape from here. The monster said that this young man was smart. Feng Xiangyang noticed that warehouse number 1 had been successfully blown up. Minghe wondered, if he ended up here, did the monster think that his plan had worked? Feng Xiangyang said again that it was impossible, because he had definitely seen that explosion. Minghe admitted that the plan was an elaborate plan. Feng Xiangyang used his power to transfer the medicine and send the medicines from the QE to warehouse number 1, and then caused an explosion using their properties that people didn't know about. However, this plan failed. Jiang Hu said that they wouldn't be able to get out. At least the leader should escape. After all, Ming He is the hope of the Dragon Fang. If he is the only one to move, the explosion won't happen so quickly. Min Haye said that there was no point in escaping. He pointed to the vent and said that they should turn it on to maximum so that the QI would head there. Luoling said she understood what Ming He meant. If the ventilation is turned on, all the airflow will go in one direction, and the QI won't trigger an explosion. When the QI goes into the atmosphere, it will dissolve, and they will be safe. The guard captain said that it's a great plan. She will personally take care of it. Ming He said to redirect the QI to the 18th warehouse. If the enemies put a lot of effort and came up with such a plan, they probably want to watch the explosion from the side. If they notice something wrong, they would immediately run away. The explosion was organized in the 18th warehouse. Feng Xiangyang realized that the explosion they saw was an empty warehouse. He hadn't even thought of it before. Ming He said that he realized Feng Leng's father in front of him, but it was time to destroy him. Yuan told his niece that they needed to leave. Feng Leng shouted that she wasn't going anywhere. Luoling declared that they would not allow Feng Leng to be taken away. The girl resisted, but Uncle Yuan threw her on his shoulder. Feng Leng screamed for Ming He to spare her father. Feng Xiangyang pounced on our hero with his fists. The rivals exchanged many blows, but both of them resisted. Feng Xiangyang said that the young man was too weak for him, and besides, he was in his territory. Our hero attacked his opponent with 49 ice fists at the same time. The monster said that it was impossible. This young man wasn't even a white swan rank. How could he be so strong? Minghe said that he always trusted the opponent's daughter and calculated everything. But he didn't expect Feng Xiangyang to turn out to be a parasite. Our hero used catastrophic force and attacked the opponent again. Jiang Hu recognized that He was not a rank white swan. But with his red sovereignty ability and martial skills, he was much stronger than any white swan. Luoling said for Minghe to save Feng Leng, who was carried away by Yuan. Minghe replied that he wouldn't go far and asked him not to finish off Feng Xiangyang. Minghe said to heal Feng Xiangyang and keep an eye on him until he comes back. Jiang Hu said that their organization had always fought parasites and that he would finish off this rascal here and now. Minghe wondered, was Jiang Hu really going to obey his orders? After all, one should at least wait for the commander to return. Luoling told Jiang Hu to listen to the leader and confidently pointed out that He had good reasons. We should wait for his return. Feng Leng shouted, demanding that her uncle let her go immediately. Yuan replied that Madame shouldn't waste her strength. He wouldn't let her go back there. Now that these people had found out that her father was a parasite, they wouldn't believe her even if she returned on her own. He caught up with the fugitives and stopped in front of them. Our hero asked whether he should call this man Uncle Yuan or the temporary leader of the parasites.